Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 244, Heavenly Jewel Mortal King Li Xuangan remained silent and thought that, in this world, only Li Qie would dare to comment on the war god temple like this. I'm afraid the situation is not looking good for us. Without the temple's support, not only would it be detrimental to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but it is also disadvantageous to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Xuangan gently sighed as she spoke. Li Xuanyan's words quickly came true. It hasn't been even 2 days since she received the news from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but there was a loud boom at the Heavenly God sect that was followed by an endless divine light. A royal carriage from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's capital directly left towards the direction of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Bang, bang, bang. With resounding thunder, a person stepped on the divine carriage and headed straight for the cleansing incense ancient sect. The moment this person went on their journey, a royal yellow light gathered endlessly along with the soothing emergence of the grand Tao as universal laws descended from the sky like a waterfall. This royal aura encompassed the entire Heavenly Jewel Kingdom with its torrential vastness. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing the person on the divine carriage traveling 10,000 miles with each step. Above the carriage was a middle-aged man who was seemingly taking a stroll in his own backyard. Each step spanned 10,000 miles as he aimed towards the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though this man's stature was not huge, his majestic presence was no different from a golden mountain or jade pillar. It was enough to pierce the heavens. Regarding this man who was adorned with a dragon robe and a royal crown, he towered above all others with an unmissable aura of a generational tyrant. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King. Seeing as how this person's domineering aura was filling the sky with his tyrannical presence, people couldn't help but murmur. In the Grand Middle Territory, many lords, sect masters, and even the undying old men from the previous generation were very wary of the Heavenly Jewel Mortal King. Previously, there were 2 great geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. The first was the Mortal King of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and the second was Demon King Luan Ri of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Even though they were born during the difficult Tao era, they still powerfully trod forward with their cultivation paths. Both had looked down on the world before as they traversed the mortal emperor world. During their era, even the seclusive old men that accomplished ancient saint or heavenly sovereign had nothing but praises for them. Some people commented that if they didn't live during the difficult Tao era, the Mortal King and the Demon King would have been able to aim for immortal emperor. Another one said this about the Heavenly Jewel Mortal King, with his despotic aura, was an overlord of a generation. Demon King Luan Ri, with his penetrating insight, was a wise ruler of a generation. Many people were attracted to the sudden journey of the Mortal King for they knew that a storm was coming. The Mortal King who once dominated the world had been silent for 100 years. And now, he suddenly began to take action. How could people not become shocked? Cleansing incense ancient sect, I will give you 1 day to hand over Li Qie. Otherwise, I will annihilate all of you. As he stood on the sky outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect, he looked down on everything with a mighty expression as if he was an emperor sitting in the clouds. The warning bells of the sect instantly resounded loudly as the entire sect quivered. All the disciples and upper echelons were preparing for war. In a short period of time, lights pierced the sky from inside the sect as defensive formations were initiated. Unfortunately, the sect was no longer the same compared to its past. The Emperor Foundation of the sect had been lost. If its old Emperor Foundation could be activated, then a Supreme Grand Formation would activate. Even a virtuous paragon would not be able to break through. Many great powers and heritages also arrived after hearing the news that the Mortal King was outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect and demanded for Li Qie. Overnight, many great powers became attentive of this matter. What is your intention, Heavenly Jewel Mortal King? Su Yonghuang was still cultivating in seclusion, so Gutiesho, as the first elder in charge, stepped forward and stood above the sky as he gravely inquired. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King looked down at the entire sect and nonchalantly spoke, Li Qie killed my descendant. A blood debt must be paid with blood. Hand over Li Qie and I will spare your sect today, otherwise, I will bathe your sect in blood. Many powerful experts all glanced at each other after hearing the Mortal King's words. This little demon Li is devilish to the extreme and even dared to kill the ancestors from the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. He even came back alive from the underworld boat. With this little demon, there might be a chance for the cleansing incense ancient sect to rise again and reach its former glory as an emperor's heritage. The heavenly god sect will absolutely never let such a thing happen. A lord understood why the mortal king had to personally take care of this business. The cleansing incense ancient sect and the heavenly god sect were mortal enemies. 30,000 years ago, the cleansing incense ancient sect lost the war and even lost their kingdom. From then on, their prosperity was naught but an ancient past. Today, if the cleansing incense ancient sect regained its power, they would surely want to destroy the heavenly god sect. This was inevitable. Since this was the case, the heavenly god sect would naturally not want to see this revival. Killed your descendant. Gu Tiesho shook his head with a retort. Heavenly jewel mortal king, the grand Tao is long and tortuous where the strong reigns over the weak. As the mortal king, you should know this more than anyone else. Your Tao child Xingtian dying to our Li Qie was only because he was not skilled enough. As his elder, do you feel that you stirring up a commotion is proper? Gu Tiesho's words were not without logic as many experts and royal nobles stared at each other from afar. Of course, everyone understood that this was not just a simple personal vendetta. The strong reigns over the weak. You are right, Gu Tiesho. If you don't hand over Li Qie, I will personally annihilate your sect. This is the strong reigning over the weak. The heavenly jewel mortal king looked down at Gu Tiesho with an encompassing momentum and continued, even if you have currently reached the enlightened being realm, this outcome will still be inevitable. Gu Tiesho was an enlightened being with an emperor law as his fate merit. This was an extremely powerful enlightened being. However, the mortal king did not pay it any mind, and this shocked many spectators. In recent years, many people were speculating the cultivation of the mortal king and the demon king. Some said that they were already heavenly sovereigns while others maintained that they were actually heavenly kings. Their actual cultivations, however, were still a mystery. Today, when the mortal king did not think anything of Gu Tiesho, it was very indicative of his strength. The mortal king's words are quite bold. Gu Tiesho coldly spoke, our cleansing incense ancient sect isn't a pinch of flour that's so easily needed by anyone, and not just anybody can offend us. If you want us to surrender our disciple, then you must first crush our sect. What is difficult about crushing your sect? The mortal king glanced down at the sect and said with a chilling tone, I know that your sect still has a few secret powers from an immortal emperor, but what can one or two emperor possessions accomplish? Emperor possessions and immortal emperor life treasures aren't things that only your cleansing incense ancient sect have. Boom. The moment the mortal king finished speaking, a strand of emperor's aura surged from his body and caused earthquakes to spread throughout the sect. In the blink of an eye, all the weak disciples inside the sect were slumped on the ground. They could not resist the suppression from the emperor's aura that was controlled by the mortal king. That's an immortal emperor's life treasure, right? The moment the mortal king controlled this emperor's aura, many people were greatly shocked. If this was really an immortal emperor's life treasure, then the cleansing incense ancient sect was in great peril. If the sect did not have a supreme grand formation to stop it, then this one life treasure with the power of the mortal king might be enough to sink the entire sect. It's only an emperor's possession of immortal Emperor Sandao, yet you still have the nerves to bluster. At this time, a lazy voice appeared. Li Qie. A person exclaimed after seeing the guy who had just arrived. Li Qie sat on the tetra-war bronze chariot with a sleepy look. Li Xuangan, with a sword, was to his right and Chen Baojiao, with a saber, was to his left, dual maids with both the sword and the saber. The tetra-war bronze chariot. The heavenly jewel mortal king gravely said with a serious expression as he saw Li Qie approaching from afar on his chariot. This chariot was taken from the cleansing incense ancient sect by the heavenly god sect and then gifted to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. No one expected for it to return to its original owner. As the chariot stopped in the air, Li Qie glanced at the mortal king and said with composure, regarding emperor's possessions and true power, your heavenly god sect is still too young. Don't think that you will be able to crush my sect just by borrowing one or two emperor's possessions from the ancient kingdom. They are nothing more than broken junk. I wonder which immortal emperor's life treasure you managed to borrow from them. It seems like the lesson from last time was not enough. The imperial violet hammer was almost finished, yet you still dare to cause even more trouble. Such bold words. Some experts standing from afar were annoyed with Li Qia's tone. As for a few masters and lords who actually went to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground and saw Li Qia annihilate the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom's ancestors, they couldn't help but wryly smile. This brat had the power to be arrogant. Today is when I reclaim the Tetra-War bronze chariot. The mortal king coldly proclaimed as he raised his hand. With an explosion, a path appeared behind him as a giant Dao gate opened. Bang, bang. With waves after waves of roaring explosions, battalions of cavalry rushed out from the Dao gate. In the blink of an eye, almost 10,000 cavalrymen rode the air with a magnificent aura. It was as if they wanted to trample the void. In a flash, 10,000 cavalrymen, that resembled a flood made out of steel, suddenly surrounded the cleansing incense ancient sect with their murderous intent permeating the sky. In just a short amount of time, the entire sky became silent as a foreboding sense of war loomed over the atmosphere. Prepare for battle. After seeing such a scene, Gu Tieshuo, with a darkened expression, knew that this battle today was absolutely unavoidable. The heavenly god sect came prepared and wanting Li Qia was merely an excuse. Chapter 245, Our heroic blood is not cold and our magnificent aspiration reaches the clouds. Witnessing the entrapment of the 10,000 cavalrymen where even a drop of water could not drip through, the atmosphere of the cleansing incense ancient sect was extremely tense. All the disciples went back to their stations as the sect used a huge amount of refined jade without a care to open all their defensive formations. The battle was drawing close and Gu Tieshuo's expression had turned cold. However, his was not the only one. Many sect and gate masters observing from afar were quite emotional. In these last 10,000 years, the heavenly god sect and the heavenly jewel kingdom rarely mobilized like this against the other powers in their kingdom. Today, the heavenly god sect was determined to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect, and this greatly alarmed many heritages inside the heavenly jewel kingdom. If they dared to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect today, then tomorrow, it could be another heritage's turn. These are all the elites of the heavenly god sect. A few people were in dismay as they looked at the 10,000 cavalrymen and their tight blockade. Even the sects that were not situated inside the heavenly jewel kingdom were alarmed. A sect lord murmured, even though the cleansing incense ancient sect lost the battle 30,000 years ago, the heavenly god sect also suffered great losses, so they rarely underwent grand-scale invasions like this. I'm afraid that this has been in the works for a long time. It's not just a sudden whim. At this moment, everyone became aware that surrendering Li Qia over was just an excuse. Destroying the ancient sect was something that the heavenly god sect must do. The cleansing incense ancient sect is at a disadvantage. No, to be exact, the 9 Saint Demon Gate is at a disadvantage. I heard that it has lost the support from the War God Temple, and even their demon king Luan Ri is being suppressed at the War God Temple. A Saint Lord knew a bit of information and gently lamented, this is a 1 in 1,000 chance for the heavenly god sect. Without the support of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the backing of the War God Temple, while they have the backing of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, this is their best opportunity to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect. Not only this might also be their best chance to annihilate the 9 Saint Demon Gate as well. The cleansing incense ancient sect sought its own death by having a disciple like Li Qia. Making enemies everywhere, it would be a miracle for the cleansing incense ancient sect to not be destroyed. Some people who had grievances with Li Qia were having quite a good time since the cleansing incense ancient sect was not able to escape from its impending doom. At this moment, the 10,000 cavalrymen surrounded the sect, but Li Qia remained calm. He glanced at the cavalrymen and was still as leisure as before while commenting, not bad. It seems like revenge for Dao Child Xingtian is only an excuse. I am a bit sad for the group of Dao Child Xingtian. They are being taken advantage of even after their deaths. Hand over all of your virtuous paragon and emperor laws, then I might withdraw my troops. At this time, the heavenly jewel mortal king coldly exclaimed. He revealed his fangs and his true intentions. The heavenly jewel mortal king's words sent chills to all the spectators. As for the cleansing incense disciples, they glanced at each other and exclaimed with outrage, even if we are killed to the very last one, we will not let them get what they want. Emperor laws. Virtuous paragon laws. These were the things craved by everyone. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had declined, in the end, it was still an immortal emperor lineage. It had lost the majority of its powerful laws after the battle that year, but it still had powerful ones, such as the Kunpeng's 6 variants. Daylight sky immortal secret. The heavens will secret law. Someone murmured. At this time, many great characters felt a burning heat rising in their hearts and even some temptation. Lichia had performed a heavens will secret law at the burial ground. If the cleansing incense ancient sect was to be destroyed at this moment, it would be a good time to take advantage of the situation to obtain this law. Heavenly Jewel Mortal King, even if we are killed to the very last man, we will absolutely never hand the Emperor laws over. Gutiesho said coldly with a commanding attitude. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King's eyes glimmered with a flash as sharp as a sword and chillingly spoke, "Since your sect seeks its own demise, I shall help you. Engage." Gutiesho cried out to let the disciples prepare for battle. "This is the last warning, will you hand them over or not?" The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King gazed down at the sect below, then at Gutiesho and Lichia. 10,000 cavalrymen. However, Lichia was still calm as he spoke. "I wonder if the azure mysterious ancient kingdom behind you also came or not. If not, then 10,000 cavalrymen is not enough as an appetizer." Lichia's arrogant words left Gutiesho dumbfounded with a wry smile. The 10,000 cavalrymen before them were all elites from the Heavenly God sect. They were absolutely capable of breaking their sect. They essentially could not stop such a force. This kid turned crazy from fear. These 10,000 elites is plenty enough to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect even if they do not use all of their power. He's still speaking nonsense at the verge of their sect's destruction. Someone shook their head and commented. "Foolish little thing. Wait until I destroy your sect, then I will take my time interrogating you." The Mortal King shouted, "Go, kill without mercy." There was no doubt that the Mortal King wanted to capture Lichia alive for his heavens will secret law along with his immortal physique law. Boom. At this time, the 10,000 cavalrymen took a step forward with a power that overwhelmed even the mountains and rivers with an extremely orderly formation. Their formation gave off a cold-blooded and murderous aura, causing the entire ground of the sect to shake. Everyone could only imagine the fate of the sect once this cavalry descended from the sky. How could the cleansing incense ancient sect deter this unstoppable cavalry? Stop. At this time, a shout resonated through the sky, shaking even the mountains and rivers. Even a character like the Mortal King changed his expression with some surprise. An old man void stepped in the sky to arrive at the scene. Each of his steps seemed akin to the movement of the celestials as the heaven and earth shifted. His blood energy resembled the endless wave. With extreme domination, it was as if his blood energy was able to overturn all things. Even people who did not recognize him still became astonished by the old man's blood energy. One lord recognized his identity and exclaimed in horror, "Elder Jiang, an outer sect elder of the War God Temple." An elder of the War God Temple. Hearing such words, even people who didn't recognize him were in dismay. The War God Temple was the most ancient existence in the Grand Middle Territory and was built during the Desolate Era. After millions of years passed by and as immortal emperors came and went, countless sects had disappeared amidst the river of time and numerous heritages were destroyed, but the War God Temple still stood strong. The sudden arrival of this old man caused the Mortal King to be greatly alarmed. They had received news that the War God Temple no longer supported the 9 Saint Demon Gate and even locked the Demon King in their temple. Because of this, he led the troops to annihilate the cleansing incense ancient sect and even to destroy the 9 Saint Demon Gate in one breath. He was 100% sure of victory due to the support of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. If this battle was successful, then he will achieve a peerless status at the Heavenly God sect. In the future, his prestige will be equal to the progenitor of the Heavenly God sect. It would be more than enough to go down in the historical annals. His heart sank, as he knew that the matter was not looking good with the arrival of the War God Temple. Heavenly Jewel Mortal King, this matter ends here. Quickly withdraw your troops. Elder Jiang looked at the cleansing incense ancient sect, then he ordered the Mortal King. At this moment, the cavalrymen all stared at the Mortal King, awaiting for his order. The War God Temple is extending your grasp a bit too far. At this moment, a cold voice appeared. A man emerged from the void. This man wore a court official hat while standing in the clouds. A blue energy surrounded his body like a flying immortal in the sky. The national teacher of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. After seeing this person, a person exclaimed with a pale face, then he murmured, "That year, even the 9th ancestor of the ancient kingdom praised his exceptional aptitude." Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Li Qiyan narrowed his eyes and observed this national teacher of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom that had just arrived. At this time, the mortal king also glanced at the national teacher. He needed the powerful support from the ancient kingdom. Even though their heavenly god sect was formidable, they did not have the capability to oppose the war god temple. However, it would be a different story with the backing of the ancient kingdom. Qingxian Xiong. Elder Jiang of the war god temple glared at the national teacher and gravely said, "Don't make a mistake. Opposing the cleansing incense ancient sect is akin to being enemies with our war god temple." His words changed everyone's demeanor, including the mortal king. Before, the Nine Saint Demon Gate had the support of the war god temple, but a third-rate sect like the cleansing incense ancient sect was not valued by the war god temple. Today, the war god temple showed their stance in front of everyone. This truly shook everyone's mind. The war god temple strongly supported the cleansing incense ancient sect. They didn't even mind being enemies with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Why the sudden change? Keep in mind that the sect was no longer the same as it once was. This caused everyone to glance at each other in confusion. As for the group of Gutiesho along with the cleansing incense disciples, they were extremely excited and emotional. They didn't think that the temple would actually support their sect. It was unbelievable that they have obtained the temple's support even though they had never managed to get into such a giant power's grace before. Even Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan glanced at each other. At this moment, they seemed to be aware of something. Only Li Qiye was calm and nonchalant and no one knew what he was thinking. Your war god temple's heroic spirit can even devour the heavens, ya. National teacher Qingxian Xiong of the ancient kingdom snorted and continued on, I'm afraid that even your war god temple in the present day cannot protect yourself. Your temple is too rotten, you should worry about yourselves first, don't reach out beyond your grasp. The Grand Middle Territory is not a domain for just yourselves. Chapter 246, Reigning over the 9 worlds and sweeping through the 8 desolaces. Qingxian Xiong's statement caused some debates amongst the spectators, especially a few undying old men. They were even more shaken. 1 year ago, the war god temple buried a coffin on an underworld boat. Could it be that the war god temple was currently in a collapsed state? It is also not the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's turn to cover the sky in the Grand Middle Territory with one palm. At this second, another voice resonated in the sky without any trace of anger. An old man wearing a hemp robe was standing in the sky. No one saw how he got there. There was another man with a powerful royal aura standing next to him. It was Demon King Luan Ri. The old man spoke without anger and converged his blood energy. One could not see his strength, but even Demon King Luan Ri could only be an attendant next to him. Master. Li Xuangan became spirited the moment she saw Demon King Luan Ri. At this moment, she understood that her speculation was correct. Ancestor Mu. Even national teacher Qingxian Xiong of the ancient kingdom turned pale before the sight of this old man and took many steps backward. Mu Chen. An undying old man who had just arrived saw this person from afar and became terrified. What? The legendary disciple of war god Mu. In just a short period of time, all the old undyings who were enemies of the war god temple immediately went into hiding. The news of the heavenly god sect attacking the cleansing incense ancient sect was spread throughout the Grand Middle Territory. After hearing the news, a few old undyings immediately flew here with their swiftest speed in hopes that they could fish in troubled waters and steal the sect's emperor laws during the chaos. However, the moment these reclusive old undyings saw Mu Chen, they seemed like mice encountering a cat and immediately fled. Many of these reclusive old undyings were renowned even before the difficult Tao era. They were heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings, but they lost all of their courage the moment they saw Mu Chen. Is he really the disciple of war god Mu? These words frightened everyone. The name war god Mu was like a resounding thunder to all. Even though he was not an immortal emperor, he lived for 2 generations. This was already invincibility. Even if he isn't war god Mu's disciple, he is still an ancestor of the war god temple. A royal lord with a pale expression also went into hiding the moment he saw this old man. As for the group of Gutiesho, they were in disbelief that an actual ancestor of the war god temple had came. Any character from the war god temple would have been an extraordinary person. However, their ancestor personally came to save the cleansing incense ancient sect. What kind of great favor was this? The ancestor even said that anyone who touched the cleansing incense ancient sect would be making enemies with the war god temple. Even Qingxian Xiong, who came from the ancient kingdom, lost all of his colors and couldn't believe it while staring at Mu Chen. Outer sect elder Jiang coming personally was enough to surprise him, but the appearance of their ancestor completely left him dumbstruck. Outside of Qingxian Xiong and the old Undyings, who were renowned before the difficult Tao era, very few of the younger generation knew who he was. Is this old man that powerful? A royal noble couldn't help but ask a high elder from the previous generation of his sect. His high elder's expression turned sour and immediately stopped the royal noble's words before whispering, a real heaven-defying existence, he's rumored to be a disciple of war god Mu himself. Even if the ninth ancestor of the ancient kingdom personally comes, only death awaits him. This royal noble didn't know Mu Chen's preeminent past, so he was frightened after hearing such words. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom had 9 ancestors, and the 9th one was the most powerful. He had challenged immortal Ta Kong before, even though he was flicked away by just one finger from immortal Emperor Ta Kong, it was a defeat filled with honor. In contemporary times, some people placed the 9th ancestor of the ancient kingdom on the same level as the ancestor of the heavenly god sect. Today, the ancestor of the heavenly god sect was considered invincible and unreachable by the royal nobles all the way to the ancient saints. Why did he come here? A few old Undyings exclaimed as they noticed Mu Chen, sending shivers all over their bodies and draining their faces of color. This is a monster of the legends. Shouldn't he be suppressing his blood in the era bloodstone right now? Why did he come here today? A previous generation supreme elder of a great sect took a deep breath with chills running down his spine as he started to murmur, what is the current situation of this cleansing incense ancient sect? To actually make a war god temple's ancestor personally take action for them. This is really unexpected. Go back from where you came. At this time, Mu Chen decisively spoke. In his eyes, even the 10,000 cavalrymen and the absolutely talented mortal king of the heavenly god sect and even the Azure mysterious national teacher could not stop him. He threw in one carefree phrase that symbolized his supreme will. With an aghast expression, the heavenly jewel mortal king didn't dare to say anything. Even if their ancestor came here today, he would not be able to change the situation. You want to leave? However, the forever calm Li Qie, at this time, spoke, since you have arrived, don't think about leaving. The moment his words came out, many named heroes and royal nobles who were spectating became confused. The mortal king and Qingxian Xiong immediately changed their expressions as well. Little demon, don't be so unreasonable. Qingxian Xiong continued on with a cold tone, today, it is not because I am afraid of your cleansing incense ancient sect, it is simply sparing some face for the war god temple. Although he could not contend with an existence like the war god temple's ancestor, but as the national teacher of the ancient kingdom, he simply did not consider the cleansing incense ancient sect as anything and especially did not care for Li Qie. The war god temple's face. Li Qie nonchalantly retorted, even without the war god temple, I will still massacre all of you today. Anyone who offends me shall be killed without mercy, even if they have an immortal emperor backing them. Many people now assumed that the arrogant Li Qie had become too defiant and unruly just because of the war god temple's backing. However, no one dared to say anything in the presence of an existence like Mu Chen. Qingxian Xiong quickly glanced at Mu Chen, but Mu Chen did not reveal any attitude. He then glared at Li Qie with a fierce gaze and coldly asked, little demon, if we want to leave, you think you can stop us with just you? Kill all of them. Li Qie was too lazy to glance at Qingxian Xiong and slowly declared, let everyone in the Grand Middle Territory know that there is no mercy for those who offend me. After his words fell, no one took any action. Gu Tiesho was in a daze for he was without any option at this point. He then bit his teeth and shouted, go, kill all of them. Is the cleansing incense ancient sect crazy? They just avoided a calamity yet now they want to go on the offensive. A sect master couldn't help but murmur. Just with your cleansing incense ancient sect. Qingxian Xiong snorted while the mortal king's gaze also turned cold. If the war god temple chose to not interfere, then their 10,000 experts would absolutely massacre all of these people. I'm not talking about you guys. Li Qie shook his head towards Gu Tiesho, then he signaled with a hand wave to tell the cleansing incense disciples to stop. Boom 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 boom. The moment he finished speaking, 4 stone giants descended from the sky and stood around Li Qi's tetra-war bronze chariot. After seeing these 4 stone giants, Demon King Luan Ri was astounded and almost cried out. Even Mu Chen was shaken as his eyes became serious with a profound light. Tetra-war stone protectors. Today, I shall let you experience the true power of my cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qie calmly stood above his chariot and declared, "Kill all of them. Kill." The 4 stone giants actually spoke in human language and took action in the blink of an eye. They walked forward step by step before stomping down. Open the formation. The feet that were as gigantic as the heavens itself rendered the mortal king in horror. He crazily roared and commanded his disciples. The grand formation initiated as the 10,000 cavalrymen of the heavenly god sect chanted their battle cry, "Kill." In an instant, blades and blades of gigantic divine sword light soared into the sky, wanting to stop the monstrous feet from stomping down. Boom. But after an explosion shattering the heaven and earth itself, all the gigantic divine swords were broken. They could not repel the 4 giant stone feet. Miserable screams resounded through the sky as a rain of blood poured down when the giants' feet stomped on more than 1,000 experts of the heavenly god sect, crushing them into minced meat. At this moment, no life treasures nor foreign mysterious weapons were able to stop the 4 stone giants. Retreat, retreat, retreat. With a horrified expression, the mortal king realized that he greatly underestimated the terrifyingness of these 4 stone giants. He opened a Dao path into a Dao gate and ordered the cavalry to immediately retreat into the Dao gate in order to teleport away from this place. We reign over the 9 worlds and sweep through the 8 desolaces. Even though Li Qie maintained a nonchalant expression, his heart was quite moved. He recalled when his tetra-war bronze chariot soared in the sky with the 4 tetra-war stone protectors as its defense. In the battle to massacre the immortals, it was a bloody battle all the way until the heaven's destruction. How great was that battle? How many legendary existences lost their lives? It was one battle to massacre even immortals as their heroic spirits covered the sky. Today, he once again witnessed the noble aspiration of that year. Chapter 247, Smiling while massacring 10,000 enemies. Boom. Another deafening explosion occurred, and the Dao path that was supported by numerous refined jades began to crack. The 4 stone giants would not allow for the cavalry of the heavenly god sect to retreat. One stone giant stomped the path into nothingness. Even the refined jades ornamented on the path while exuding an endless world's essence could not stop this gigantic foot. Fight! The heavenly jewel mortal king's eyes turned red and crazily roared. Suddenly, a wisp of emperor's aura flew to the sky. He held an emperor's possession as its emperor's power and immortal intent turned into a war hammer as he mustered an invincible force to slam it towards this stone giant. The emperor's aura filled the sky the moment this emperor's possession appeared, sending shivers to all the spectators. They knew that, even if they were more powerful, death would be inevitable once they were to be struck by this emperor's power. Zhang. However, this stone giant exuded universal laws in the shape of stars flying to the sky. It was like a heaven-defying waterfall pouring down on this stone giant's hand. At this time, it ferociously unleashed a fist and split even the heaven and earth. The primordial void appeared as the stars in the sky fell down while the earth began to crack. The power of this fist slamming down made even ancient saints lose all their strength as they quivered, struggling to stand still. Boom. The stone giant's fist that was covered in divine universal laws slammed straight towards the warhammer formed from the emperor's aura. Following a loud explosion was the shattering of the firmament. The stone giant slightly trembled, and the warhammer took great damage for it lost its brilliance as a huge amount of emperor's aura was expended in just a flash. This immediately prompted the mortal king to use his emperor's possession for protection instead. His emperor's possession could not slay the stone giant in front of him. What is this thing? Such a display of might quaked everyone's hearts. The stone giant was able to counter the emperor's aura. The aura couldn't even slay him. This was reaching a legendary level. Elder Xiong, what are you waiting for? Even the mortal king was ghastly pale and screamed towards Qingxian Xiong. Go. At this time, Qingxian Xiong, with a terrified expression, screamed and did not mind wasting a huge amount of blood energy. He summoned an immortal emperor life treasure that emitted an sound. A divine bridge actualized. It sucked in a large amount of cavalry from the heavenly god sect and saved them from the 4 stone giants' massacre. This immortal emperor life treasure was also a foreign Tao mysterious treasure. It allowed for a heaven-defying method of flight. No one would be able to stop the retreat once this treasure was summoned. 1. Azure Mysterious Immortal Arch. Seeing this immortal emperor level 4 Tao mysterious treasure, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Seize it!" Boom. After Li Qiye's command went out, the 4 stone giants worked together in 4 hands, in a flash, turned into an absolute spatial power that headed straight for the Azure Mysterious Immortal Arch. They wanted to steal this great treasure. However, before the 4 stone giants could suppress the arch, Qing Xiong, who was controlling it, crazily spewed out a gulp of fresh blood. At this moment, he didn't care for anything else, for he knew that staying behind would only result in his demise. This longevity blood was extremely precious, and it stained the arch. The arch then suddenly emanated a blinding light that covered the sky and, in a flash, managed to stop the absolute spatial power that was unleashed by the 4 stone giants. Go. Qing Xiong didn't care for the other disciples who didn't get rescued. The Azure Mysterious Immortal Arch coiled and carried him, the Mortal King, and more than 1,000 disciples as it disappeared after a flash, escaping from the spatial blockade of the 4 stone giants. Truly worthy of being an immortal emperor level 4 Tao treasure. Li Qiye said with some disappointment as he watched the arch save those people. Even his Tetrawar stone protectors could not stop this treasure from vanishing. Kill the rest. Li Qiye then dismissively glanced at the remaining disciples of the Heavenly God sect and commanded. The 4 stone giants took action once again against the despairing disciples left behind. Amongst them were named heroes, royal nobles, and even enlightened beings. However, they could not escape from this fate even if they were stronger. Fight! The abandoned disciples of the Heavenly God sect crazily screamed and wanted to break through one last time. However, under the giant fists of the 4 stone giants, even the stars shattered as the Grand Tao was slashed. They could not escape, and only waves of screams resonated in the air amidst the rain of blood. Ah! Shrill screams of despair resounded throughout the world as countless bodies fell down from the sky. The Heavenly God sect's cavalry arrived with the complete confidence of destroying the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, they were the ones slain, not the cleansing incense ancient sect. This is a massacre. Momentarily, many big characters watching the battle from the distance felt a chill as their bodies were dripping with cold sweat. No one knew where these 4 stone giants came from. Their frightening prowess even surprised the old undyings. Such existences could really massacre even them. Named heroes and royal nobles were fundamentally not even worth mentioning. Is this the secret strength of an immortal emperor lineage? A demon monarch murmured in astonishment. The world recognized the fall of the cleansing incense ancient sect and, in the eyes of all, it could not possibly stop the advance of the Heavenly God sect. However, the opposite happened and the Heavenly God sect was massacred instead. Yes. Yes. Such a good massacre. At the moment, the entire cleansing incense ancient sect was extremely excited. They initially thought that it would be a bloody battle until the end, so they didn't expect to see the site where the Heavenly God sect would be completely annihilated. The person most affected by all of this was Demon King Luanri. Keep in mind that the 4 stone giants were the heavenly protectors of their 9 Saint Demon Gate, but the gate didn't know just how powerful the stone giants were. Today, after witnessing their might, Demon King Luanri was extremely shocked. This was the real strength of their 9 Saint Demon Gate. With the protection of these 4 stone giants, it would be difficult for the 9 Saint Demon Gate to be destroyed even if they were to wish for it. Today, he actually saw the invincibility of their heavenly protectors. No wonder why their patriarch left them behind to protect their 9 Saint Demon Gate. Ah! In a very short period of time, all the disciples that were left behind from the Heavenly God sect were annihilated, and their blood stained the earth while the corpses were scattered everywhere. More than 10,000 cavalrymen arrived in the sky, but the ones that were able to escape with the help of the Azure Mysterious Immortal Arch numbered less than half. The rest were completely massacred in this place. In a short amount of time, there was a scene of utmost silence outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Everyone held their breath and didn't even dare to make a single noise. Tetrawar stone protectors, Tetrawar bronze chariot. At this point, Muchen couldn't help but murmur while staring at the protectors surrounding Li Qiye's chariot. He had heard his senior brothers talk about a legend. This legend stated that the Tetrawar bronze chariot was the carriage of a supreme existence, and the Tetrawar stone protectors were the vanguards that opened the path. In an era long ago, even gods had to retreat at its sight, and immortal emperors quickly gathered to personally greet its coming. He never thought that these two things would both appear today. The more frightening thing was that they swore their allegiance to a young disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This was truly inconceivable. Mu Qian couldn't understand why a young disciple like Li Qie was able to control the chariot and the four protectors in the legend. Even a legendary character like him could not master such existences. Go back now. Li Qie's heart was filled with numerous sentiments. Ever since he brought the four protectors from that area, they had always been together with him. Later on, he bestowed them to the 9 Saint Demon Gate because of the prestigious merits of 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. Ever since then, the stone protectors had been sleeping inside the earth vein of the sect and borrowed its essence to power their hibernation. Whoosh! The 4 stone giants traversed the sky in a flash and disappeared. Even though the 9 Saint Demon Gate was very far away, this distance was nothing at all to existences of their level. Within the 9 Saint Demon Gate, all the elders, protectors, and even the supreme elders were in a daze. The 4 stone giants suddenly left, so they thought a great matter had happened, but not long after, all 4 returned. They didn't know what event had actually transpired. In fact, even the cleansing incense ancient sect at the scene didn't know the exact details. They didn't know who the 4 stone giants were, outside of Nan Huiran and Protector Mo. The outsiders, however, were greatly alarmed. Many experts mistakenly believed that this was the cleansing incense ancient sect's true strength. They thought that the giants were its protectors. Isn't the calamity god the protector of the cleansing incense ancient sect in the legends? And didn't it disappear? Where did these 4 stone giants come from? A person puzzlingly murmured. At this point, the experts of the great sects and powerful countries underwent some depression. An immortal emperor lineage was truly unfathomable. Even the declining cleansing incense ancient sect still had such terrifying might. No wonder why the heavenly god sect didn't dare to attack the cleansing incense ancient sect for the last 30,000 years. At this moment, a few named heroes and royal nobles speculated such thoughts in their minds. At this time, Mu Qian slowly declared, "Everyone, disperse. Today's matter is over." With Mu Qian's declaration, all the spectating experts could finally relax as if they had been pardoned. Even all the hiding, undying old men quickly escaped and used their swiftest speed to leave this place. This matter was a great disturbance throughout the Grand Middle Territory as it set off many monstrous waves. Before, countless people desired the cleansing incense ancient sect's emperor laws, but all the great powers had anxiety in their hearts at this moment. Now, very few people dared to have thoughts about its emperor laws. Not to mention the 4 stone giants, it already gained the support of the war god temple. Beforehand, as the temple's ancestor personally came to help. This fact alone was dreadful enough to all the powers, for none of them wanted to oppose the war god temple. The cleansing incense ancient sect used the highest honor to greet Mu Qian. To Gutiesho and the rest of the elders and protectors, today was their most nervous day of their entire lives. Even Gutiesho, who had experienced countless waves and winds, had cold sweat dripping on his forehead. 1. For endow mysterious treasure is even a step higher than regular treasure. This was mentioned in the shop with the immortal writs back in Ancient Sky City chapter 248, dealing with the war god temple to Gutiesho and the cleansing incense ancient sect, not to mention an ancestor like Mu Qian. Even an elder like Elder Jiang in the modern times was a character outside of their reach. What honor this was to have an ancestor of the war god temple personally visit and support the sect. Gutiesho and the other elders also understood that this support from the temple was because of Li Qie. Mu Qian did not linger around to speak with Gutiesho's crowd. He wanted to speak privately with Li Qie. Even a character like Demon King Luan Ri could only attend next to Elder Jiang. As for the group of Gutiesho, they were not qualified to participate in a meeting of this level. On the other hand, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao were able to accompany Li Qie by his side. Up at the lonely peak, only Li Qie was at ease inside the room. He glanced at Mu Qian right across from him and spoke with a dismissive tone. "I heard that recently, your temple has not been very comfortable." Mu Qian could only wryly smile. Even an experienced character like him, who was feared by many great powers in the world, did not dare to put on airs in front of Li Qie. "We couldn't help but become a bit restless when it came to the matter of life and death regarding our ancestor. Mu Chen replied. However, he was very happy at this moment, otherwise, he wouldn't have personally acted for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Your old man has returned alive, so you should give me my items, right? Li Qiye didn't want to waste his breath with formalities and courteous speech, so he waved his sleeve and unenthusiastically asked. To this, Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan, next to Li Qiye, were quite surprised as well. They saw the war god temple's coffin being buried inside the underworld boat with their own eyes and didn't think that the forefather would come back so soon. In fact, even Demon King Luan Ri was shocked from excitement. Li Qiye had truly accomplished the unimaginable. He had picked the right person. He knew that he would not misjudge a person. Demon King Luan Ri took a breath of relief. Their 9 Saint Demon Gate had exerted everything for this transaction, including all of its wealth and he, himself, as the assurance. He bet that he had not picked the wrong person, for he trusted his own insight. It might seem as if the 9 Saint Demon Gate did not have any direct benefit from this transaction, but Demon King Luan Ri was still extremely ecstatic. Their indirect gains were apparent the moment Ancestor Mu Chen personally came out for support. This was something that he would have never dared to imagine before. Even with their hardest efforts, they would not be able to invite an ancestor of the War God Temple to protect the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but they might have won that chance today. All of this was because of Li Qiye. Luan Ri's wisdom in judging people was the reason why this transaction was successful. The two kings chose two different sides. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King chose to win the favor of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, while Demon King Luan Ri aimed for the support of the War God Temple. Without a doubt, Demon King Luan Ri was more successful. At this time, Mu Chen handed a treasure box to Li Qiye. After accepting it, Li Qiye opened it for a look and noticed 3 keys inconspicuously lying inside. Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao right beside him were taken aback because of this. This transaction could be considered a grand exchange. Li Qiye extended the life of a supreme character inside the War God Temple. They assumed that Li Qiye's item would also be a supreme treasure. It could even be of the immortal emperor ranking. However, they never expected that it would be 3 keys. It is them. Li Qiye looked at the 3 keys for a bit and became quite satisfied. In fact, he had always wanted these 3 keys before, but the War God Temple had always considered them to be their treasure child. This time, the War God Temple had met a dead end and became willing to use these 3 keys for the deal. Before our forefather went into a deep hibernation within the Blood Era Stone, he wanted to ask whether if young Noble Li was interested in joining the Hidden Immortal Hall or not. At this time, Mu Chen asked with a serious expression. Hearing this left Demon King Luan Ri shaken. Joining the Hidden Immortal Hall was an amazing matter. Even the disciple with the highest aptitude of the War God Temple was not qualified for such things. The forefather of the Hidden Immortal Hall had always been hibernating and basically never took in disciples. Take me in as a disciple. Li Qiye smiled for a bit and shook his head. Your Hidden Immortal Hall is indeed amazing. I also know the items hidden inside are craved by everyone. However, I don't want to be tied up by a bunch of stinky rules of the War God Temple. Plus, if I have to live with old men like all of you, maybe one day, I will become rotten with outdated doctrines as well. Young Noble Li, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this time, Demon King Luan Ri couldn't help himself from trying to convince Li Qiye. No one should be able to reject such an opportunity. One had to know that the Hidden Immortal Hall was the most mysterious and fear-inducing existence of the War God Temple. If the Hidden Immortal Hall wanted him, he would join it without any hesitation. I know the level of the Hidden Immortal Hall, but I am not interested. Li Qiye gave a smile towards Demon King Luan Ri and shook his head. Demon King Luan Ri couldn't help but wryly smile as he lamented the irritating unfairness of this world. The rest of the world dreamed about joining the Hidden Immortal Hall while Li Qiye essentially didn't care for it. If young Noble Li is interested, how about becoming a disciple in name for our War God Temple? You will not be restricted by our temple. And I trust that young Noble Li could always use our assistance. Mu Chen did not give up and gave Li Qiye another offer. You finally understood. At this time, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed while looking at Mu Chen as he slowly spoke. I am a bit interested in an offer like this from you. Mu Chen was quite glad to hear Li Qiye's reply. The War God Temple, of course, would not let go of such a talent like Li Qiye. He was someone absolutely worthy of an investment in their eyes. If young Noble Li becomes our war god temple's disciple in name, we are willing to protect your path of Tao. Mu Chen expanded his offer. Li Qiye slightly waved his sleeve and shook his head. No need for Tao protection. How about this? I will register my name under your war god temple as a disciple in name. After I travel the 9 heavens and shoulder the heavens the future glory will have a part of your war god temple. In my generation, I will protect the war god temple. I promise that I will lend you a hand in the future if your war god temple becomes rotten. In return, I need your people. Even though your old men are a bit conservative and outdated, there is no doubt that your teachings are great, just like the Heavenly Tao Academy. My cleansing incense ancient sect wants to borrow a few old men to teach our younger generation. How about it? Li Qiye looked at Mu Chen and slowly continued, this deal is definitely worth it for your side. Demon King Luan Ri was amazed at Li Qiye's confidence. To be able to say without any sense of doubt about ascending over the 9 heavens and carrying the heavens will. Keep in mind that there will only be one immortal emperor with the heavens will for each generation. Mu Chen stared at Li Qiye in silent contemplation. In this short period of time, the focus of everyone was on him. In the end, not many young people could barter with an ancestor of the war god temple. In the end, Mu Chen slowly placed a token on the table and slowly pushed it before Li Qiye as he spoke. This is the order of our war god temple, there are only a few of these. How about we make another little bet? Our war god temple has enough resources, and we can support you. We don't want a lot. In the future, once you shoulder the heavens and reach the peak, just leave behind one immortal physique law, one emperor weapon, and some karma. What do you think? Mu Chen's words truly shocked everyone present. Today, Li Qiye was but a mere junior. Mu Chen's condition was truly unbelievable. Could it be that Mu Chen really thought that Li Qiye will be able to climb to the peak and accept the heavens in the future? At this time, even Elder Jiang was quite astonished and needed to take a long breath. This bet was a bit too grand. As the outer elder of the war god temple, Elder Jiang began to think again more carefully. Li Qiye was able to prolong the life of their forefather, maybe this was not just luck. 1 out of 10,000 was not an optimistic chance. Maybe it was not so simple, and Li Qiye was worthy of an investment. You ought to know that there are several different kinds of immortal physique laws, and some of them are priceless. Li Qiye gently shook his head and said, even emperor laws are not as valuable as immortal physique laws. Mu Chen slowly replied, our requirement is not high. Once you reach the apex, the physique law we want does not have to be priceless, it only needs to be complete without defects. I know that there are different types of immortal physique laws in this world, but my war god temple can use our full power to support you. Li Qiye began to ponder while narrowing his brows. Of course there were several different types of immortal physique laws. Some were created by immortal emperors or other great paragons while others were formed by invincible existences with grand completion immortal physiques. Naturally, his immortal physique laws were the number one in this world, truly priceless existences. Even emperor weapons were not necessarily more valuable than immortal physique laws. This was because these laws were even more rare on this earth. I am a bit tempted with your words. My sect really does need quite a bit of materials for support. Li Qiye squinted his eyes and answered. To Li Qiye, his supreme immortal physique laws were not up for trade, but fortunately, he also knew a few other immortal physique laws in this world. Even though he did not have them in his memories at the moment, but one day, he will be able to find those created by someone else. Chapter 249, A Long Journey, so, it is a deal. Mu Chen looked at Li Qiye and handed the token over to him. The war god temple had stood strong from the immemorial times till now, they had ancient laws, emperor laws, and even immortal emperor true treasures. However, they wanted immortal physique laws even more. Li Qiye nodded and finally spoke, this will do. Wait until I reach the peak and accept the heavens all these promised things will happen. Li Qiye made such a deal not for himself, but for the cleansing incense ancient sect. He couldn't spend too much time training the sect, so he needed a heritage with power and experience, like the temple, for its protection. Regarding disciple training, the war god temple was truly great. Eventually, Li Qiye and Mu Chen settled on a deal and Li Qiye used his true fate to formalize it while Mu Chen used the prestige of the war god temple. This time, by coming into being, I have spent enough time in the mortal air. I'm afraid I will be spending time and suppressing my lifespan again inside an era bloodstone. Before leaving, Muchen told Li Qiye, however, the war god temple will still be able to satisfy your demands, just directly communicate with Elder Jiang from now on. A person who had lived through eras like Muchen could not last so long by just relying on himself. He needed to borrow the era bloodstone to seal himself and suppress his blood. The price necessary for an ancestor like Muchen to come into being was inconceivable. This time was because Muchen wanted to bury their forefather. Moreover, before sealing himself again, he wanted to do a good job negotiating with Li Qiye, for this young disciple was completely worthy of the temple's support. To someone like Muchen, time was gold and he didn't want to linger around much longer. He quickly left along with Elder Jiang after the pact. The moment when the group of Gutiesho found out that the war god temple will send people here to teach the cleansing incense disciples, they became extremely excited. The sect of today was not only lacking resources, the most crucial thing was the absence of wise teachers. Even though they had lost many emperor laws, there were still numerous virtuous paragon and heavenly king laws. These were enough to strengthen the sect, however, they still needed good teachers. Now, not only will the war god temple pour resources into the cleansing incense ancient sect, but they will also be sending teachers to guide their disciples. How could the group of Gutiesho not be stirred from excitement? This is really amazing. I really can't even dare to imagine this. Gutiesho was a bit at a loss for words when he saw Li Qiye. He knew that Li Qiye strived for this ending just for the sect. Compared to their excitement, Li Qiye was still calm and collected. He slowly spoke, no matter how much they will be supporting us, there will always be a limit, their resources are not left entirely to our request. Their wise teachers will not always be here at our sect. To us, the support of the war god temple is nothing but a chance for us to rise up, a simple pillar. However, true strength must be won by our own abilities. In order to sweep this world with powerful strength, we can only rely on ourselves, we can only develop and work on it ourselves. If we just rely on the war god temple, it will be nothing more than being a dependent. We want to become a powerful lineage and be able to rely on ourselves alone. Li Qiye spoke without haste, each word contained an air of solemnity and gravity. Li Qiye's words were like bells waking up the excited Gutiesho. Li Qiye was correct, the war god temple will not always support the sect without other conditions. They must rely on themselves alone in order to become powerful. I will remember these words well, and the rest of the cleansing incense ancient sect will also remember. At this moment, Gutiesho reached a moment of clarity, for Li Qiye words had awoken him. Good. Li Qiye nodded. Even though Gutiesho was old, he was still worthy of an enlightenment. Even though he will never be able to reach virtuous paragon in this life, he still has room to grow. Moreover, within the cleansing incense ancient sect, his insight was not bad. For this reason, Gutiesho brought together all the elders and protectors of the sect for an overnight meeting. During this night, the entire cleansing incense ancient sect became excited with ambition and surging motivation. All of their hearts contained a renewed heroism of wanting to revive the sect. Demon King Luanri stayed as a guest for a few days at the sect. Before leaving, he formally spoke to Li Qiye, as long as you say the words, no matter what it is, my 9 Saint Demon Gate will muster all of our strength to complete the task. Even Muchen was willing to help Li Qiye, so needless to say, their 9 Saint Demon Gate will also do the same. There was no one else more worthy of investment than Li Qiye in Demon King Luanri's eyes. Regarding Demon King Luanri's powerful rhetoric, Li Qiye simply smiled and did not reject it. If other people were willing to become his friends, he'll be happy to make an ally. Li Qiye became even more assured after winning the support of the war god temple for the sect. He wanted to go on his path without having to worry about the sect's matters. After Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao formally began their isolated cultivation, Li Qiye started his trip to the eastern 100 cities. Li Qiye took out Su Yuha's coffin from the yearning lunar peak and started on his trip. Before leaving, Nan Huiran and Niufan also wanted to come along. However, Li Qiye did not bring them. What he did do was pass down the true solutions to Niufan. Niufan's loyalty was able to withstand the test, so Li Qiye passed it down to him. In the future, the sect needed a heavenly ancestral snail like Niufan. Just like the calamity god in the past who was the sect's divine beast protector. As Li Qiye's henchman, Nan Huiran naturally wanted to follow by his side and exert his strength for him. Unfortunately, Li Qie thought that his path would be long and tortuous, so he didn't bring Nan Huiran along. The Eastern Hundred Cities was truly too far from the Grand Middle Territory. They were separated by millions upon millions of miles. Who knew how many years it would take to reach it just by walking or flying? Because of this, the sect didn't mind consuming a huge amount of refined jade to open the Dao Gate for Li Qie to go to the Eastern Hundred Cities. Li Qie immediately went to a place the moment he reached the Eastern Hundred Cities territory. He wanted to first bury Su Yuha at a particular place because he had promised her. In a deep green forest and mountain, at an empty place with weeds and wild grass everywhere, there were only beasts and birds at this place. There wasn't any sign of humans. Under a small hill was a peach tree. The peach tree nearly died of old age, but it still stubbornly survived in this place. Its roots had grown here for who knew how many years as young shoots were growing from it. It did not seem to have much time left, as it seemed as if it could die at any time. However, for those with discerning eyes, they would be able to see that there were marks of lightning at the roots of the peach tree. This was a punishment from the heavens. In the end, it could not reach grand accomplishment for its grand Tao. The old heavens will not allow it. Seeing the lightning scars on the peach tree's roots, Li Qie murmured, "Who knows how many more years this will take?" Li Qie had too many memories about this humble, old peach tree. Who actually knew that this old peach tree had been blessed and lectured by immortal emperors? A very long time ago, there used to be a village at this place. This was immortal Emperor Min Ren's home when he was still a young boy in love with martial arts. There was a peach tree planted in front of his house. After his parents passed away, this old peach tree was the only thing by his side. As the Dark Crow, after taking Min Ren in as a disciple, Li Qie had spent a long time at this place. Under this peach tree, he accepted immortal Emperor Min Ren as his disciple and led him on the long and tortuous path of the Tao. It was not until much later before he brought immortal Emperor Min Ren from this place. Below this peach tree was the sweat and blood of immortal Emperor Min Ren. There were also times when immortal Emperor Min Ren happily smiled as Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, stood watching him atop of this tree. Later on, once immortal Emperor Min Ren carried the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor, he came back here and opened this peach tree's mind to grant it sentience. He used to preach the scriptures to this old peach tree, hoping that, one day, this old peach tree will be able to be reborn again out of its grand Tao. However, to reach the grand Tao as a tree was not so easy. This was not tolerated by the high heavens, so this old peach tree had withstood more than just one heaven's punishment, and it struggled from the ancient era all the way till now. Even though it could not reach the grand Tao, it was still able to survive till the present. Eventually, Li Qie dug a grave under the old peach tree and placed Su Yuha's coffin inside. Li Qie then gently sighed and also placed the ancient zither into the grave before saying, "This zither followed little brat Min Ren his entire life. Now, I have buried you in the place that gave birth to immortal Emperor Min Ren. This can be considered as the fallen leaves returning to their root." The last yearning sentiment of Su Yuha was buried at this place, a place filled with immortal Emperor Min Ren's laughter and sentiments. After becoming an immortal emperor, even Su Yuha's yearning sentiment rarely saw immortal Emperor Min Ren smiling happily. Even as an immortal emperor, he was not happy like he was during his youth, and his brilliant luster was no longer there. It was especially so after Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, disappeared into his hibernation. Immortal Emperor Min Ren talked to her the most about this old peach tree. He couldn't forget about it, for there were too many memories at this place. Because of this yearning sentiment lingered for a long time without dispersing. Its final aspiration was to be buried under this old peach tree. 1. I don't know if immortal emperor here is plural or singular. Chapter 250, Remembrances at the Eastern Hundred Cities. At this point, the yearning sentiment emerged once again as Su Yuha's figure came out from the coffin. She prostrated before Li Qie and bowed before speaking. "This is the second time Your Excellency Dark Crow buried me. I am very grateful. No, this bond was formed because of me, so I should be the one to end it." Li Qie then gently sighed and said, "Go, there is nothing in this world that is worthwhile for you to linger around any longer. You shouldn't continue to be a yearning sentiment. Disperse without any burden and become part of the heaven and earth again." Su Yuha bowed again and got an apricot vase from the coffin, then she handed it over to Li Qie. "I hope that this vase will be helpful to Your Excellency in the future against the ominous thing under the cleansing incense ancient sect." Li Qie gently accepted the apricot vase and nodded his head. "All karma formed by humans will disperse. Rest in peace." Suyuha deeply prostrated. The moment she lied down in the coffin, a gentle and flashing breeze blew by as the yearning sentiment that took the shape of Suyuha finally floated up before disappearing from this heaven and earth forever. Suyuha no longer existed in this world. The only person who remembered this name might only be Lichie in the present times. With another lamenting and gentle sigh, Lichie buried the coffin deep under the old peach tree. Standing beneath it, Lichie couldn't help but become melancholic. Little brat Min Ren was such an enthusiastic and optimistic boy at this place. Unfortunately, this all changed in the future because of the Heavens Tao, because of the simple woman that was simple to the point of stupidity, because of General Su, because of his master, the Dark Crow. Even though he became invincible in the 9 worlds with the Heaven's will, immortal Emperor Min Ren was not as happy as he was during his youth. In the end, Lichie gently stroked the old peach tree before turning around to leave. He might never come back to this place again. After Lichie was far away, the dispersed flashing light below the old peach tree was absorbed by its root. Suddenly, the old peach tree gave birth to young branches. It was as if it was a dried tree meeting the coming of spring and once again exuded signs of life. The Eastern 100 Cities was just as lively and prosperous as the Grand Middle Territory. Its origin was very simple. There was a legend that stated that there were 100 extremely ancient cities in the east of the mortal emperor world, so the eastern area was referred by others as the Eastern 100 Cities. 2. Even though the Grand Middle Territory was more vast, its population was quite scattered. This was not the case for the Eastern 100 Cities with its countless populated cities. It was the largest enclave of the human race within the mortal emperor world, and there were even many other races gathered at the Eastern 100 Cities. It was considered the starting place of the human race. Legend has it that during the Desolate Era, humans took their roots here, and after the chaotic war between the races during the Desolace Expansion Era all the way until the Dark Ages of the Ancient Ming Era till the Splendid Emperor's Era, the human race was still firmly rooted in this place. Needless to say, this was the domain of the human race during the Emperor's Era. It was not preposterous to say that all humans in the mortal emperor world originated from the Eastern 100 Cities. With countless powerful sects, countries, and sacred grounds, there were many ancient heritages at this place. For example, there were the Eternal River School, the Heavenly Tao Academy, the Brilliant Ancient Kingdom, the Ice Feather Palace. They were all ancient and powerful immortal emperor lineages. Regarding ancient heritages, the Grand Middle Territory truly could not be compared to the Eastern 100 Cities. One could say that too many immortal emperors of the human race came from the 100 Eastern Cities. Even the Patriarch, immortal Emperor Min Ren, of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect originated from this place. Lichie traveled through a location that had vast and countless cities along numerous ancient veins. Lichie, step by step, traversed through this place while cultivating and immersing in the Tao. Back into the mortal world and arriving at his past homes, Lichie recalled many things, for these places were filled with his memories. Since time immemorial, he had went to the Eastern 100 Cities many times. At the ancestral ground and origin of the human race, he had found many great seeds, trained countless invincible existences, and had buried many remains at these cities. To the Dark Crow, Lichie, this place had too many joys and sorrows. The relentless years were heartless as the landscape underwent transformations. Many cities had turned into ruins, mountains were shaped into bustling towns, and then there were rivers that had run dry. Also, there were some places where the earth had sunk. Lichie slowly walked through one place after another while cultivating. This was not only for remembrance, but also as a type of motivation so that he could immerse himself within those heroic years. In a city with a great abundance of people, Lichie went into a small alley. However, this place was already abandoned. There used to be a monstrous clan in this place, a heritage that had been passed on for countless years. Sadly, it could not withstand the torture of time and was eventually destroyed and turned into ruins. Lichie gently sighed while standing amongst these ruins. During the Desolace Expansion Era, he had a general who had followed him during his conquest across the world. After their success, the general retreated and established an extremely powerful heritage in this place. However, time was endless and even powerful heritages will become smoke in the end. Lichie, alone, walked upstream along a great river before stopping at its source. He stood silently at this place while leisurely watching the flowing river. Who knew that this place was the resting place of an invincible existence? At that time, the Tetrawar bronze chariot was next to him, a maid next to him would frighten the 9 worlds the moment she unsheathed her sword in order to enforce his myriad of rules. The years were too endless and heartless. Even the most devastating war came to an end as all became nothingness in the gentle breeze from the inevitable decay. The sword maid that had followed him to all of his battles, a woman that was loyal to him for life. She didn't want to be like those who lingered on a borrowed life with their last breath. She was willing to leave this world in her most graceful bearing and carefree attitude. In the end, he buried his lifelong sword maid at the place of their first meeting. During that era, who knew that the goddess with one sword that frightened the 9 worlds used to be a daughter of a fisherman? Because of the training from a crow, she eventually became the most amazing sword goddess in the 9 worlds. Fallen leaves returning to their root, this is but an impossible wish for me. 3 With one final glance at this resting place for all eternity, Li Qiye eventually drifted away. Above the mountains on a high peak, Li Qiye silently stared at a shattered column. This used to be a monstrous and prosperous city. Unfortunately, the heartless torment of time had turned this place into a wilderness with towering trees. Pictures of the grand heaven appeared one after another in his mind. This was the area where he met Empress Hong Tian for the first time. At that point, she was just a stubborn girl and nothing more. Who would have guessed that she would eventually become an invincible character in all the domains? As the Dark Crow, an eternal existence, Li Qiye had developed many invincible characters and not just one immortal emperor. However, the most exceptional was still Empress Hong Tian. An entire generation as an invincible empress who put an end to the 1000 Emperor Gate. This was one gate with 4 emperors in a row. At that time, even the soaring immortal sect would not dare to compete with the 1000 Emperor Gate. This was the 1000 Emperor Gate that reigned over the 9 worlds, yet it was ended in the hands of Empress Hong Tian. Even a genius with the highest talents and probability to become an immortal emperor was killed in the hands of Empress Hong Tian. This was a time when they were always together and shared many experiences. In the end, because of conflicting ideologies, because they aimed for different paths, they were separated and even became enemies. Li Qiye stood in this place with a heavy heart. It seemed that there were some things that couldn't be helped, for there was no other option. He had his own principles, and so did she. The master and disciple, lifelong friends, became enemies in the end and never met each other again. Why must you pick such a route? Li Qiye finally murmured, time is endless, there will be a day when even the ocean dries up and the mountains erode, a time where even the blue seas turn into mulberry fields. Why the need to suffer like this? For in the end, Li Qiye dejectedly sighed before leaving this place. Empress Hong Tian had become a legend forever. There were too many secrets buried behind her that were not known to the world. Li Qiye walked and contemplated some more. Cultivating and traversing the mortal world while heading eastward, he was not only thinking about the past. By walking along this land, it immersed him in a mysterious state of selflessness. This indescribable state allowed him to lay down a solid foundation. 5 After several days, Li Qiye's heaven's primal had reached grand accomplishment and he began to step into the soul creation realm. 6 Soul creation was another big step for cultivators. Soul creation cultivators were considered experts, and even vagrant cultivators could join and accept the title named hero from many countries. They were quite welcomed and could even be bestowed their own territory to become lords of their own domain. Named heroes and royal nobles could be considered the temporary masters. During the difficult Tao era, all the enlightened beings and ancient saints were living in seclusion. As for the legendary heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings, they were even more hidden inside their blood era stone, for they did not want to endure the torturing difficult Tao era. Because of this, the contemporary world was a battle stage for named heroes and royal nobles, especially before the end of the difficult Tao era. 1 More literal is, this human fate, Su Yuha and Min Ren, was because of me, so this fruit should also be ended by me. Mortal fruit is the literal words used by the Chinese to describe karma caused by humans. 2 This is one of those moments where I fist-pumped myself because choosing 100 in the title was the perfect choice. Translating Chinese to English without context can be difficult, especially for names. 3 Meaning that Li Qiye thinks he will most likely die away from his hometown. 4 Blue seas turn into mulberry fields indicates a transformation. In this case, this is a transformation caused by the vicissitudes of eternal time. Interesting note, this particular line is a passage from Magu's mythology. 5 I would say selflessness here is akin to nirvana. The actual Ross say, forget self, so I kept it close since selflessness still made a bit of sense. The general idea is enlightenment/nirvana, but I didn't want to use those particular terms because of accuracy reasons. The words for those are different. 6. Reminder, soul creation used to be fertility. God Chapter 251, Ji Xiaodao. While traversing the eastern 100 cities, he was cultivating while also honing his treasures. Inside his second fate palace was the auto-refining pristine worldly metal turning itself into a bow. The speed at which this bow was forming shocked even Li Qiye. This divine bow was Li Qiye's first life treasure, and it was the type personally fed by him. In fact, Li Qiye originally wanted to grow little Silly's Dao bone inside his second fate palace. Unfortunately, the pristine worldly metal was too domineering and took over the spot. Li Qiye gave this divine bow a name, the 9 words true bow. This was a peerless true bow created from the supreme true mantras of this heaven and earth. After being ferociously beaten by the stone, the pristine worldly metal lost its initial arrogance as if it had thought things through. After it turned into a true bow, Li Qiye had always been trying to resonate with it. Meanwhile, this 9 words true bow also accepted Li Qiye, so the master acceptance ceremony went extremely smoothly. Keep in mind that this bow was refined from a pristine worldly metal with its own consciousness. This was a bow with perfect and complete 9 sets of true mantra. These types of weapons had their own sentience and it was extremely difficult to force them to submit. However, this bow became smart after being beaten by the stone egg and easily accepted its master. During his eastward journey, Li Qiye also contemplated on the mysteriousness of the 9 words true bow. After testing its power again and again, Li Qiye couldn't help but become astonished. One had to know that he had even used a ferocious weapon like the immortal's blood spear, and there were not too many things in this world that could excite him. However, the 9 words true bow actually moved Li Qiye. Once he became an immortal emperor in the future, this will surely be his number 1 bow. Cultivating and remembering along his eastward way, he eventually came across a mountain range with very few inhabitants. There was an old ancestral temple in this place. The ancestral temple was hidden inside a cedar thicket. This place had become ordinary, but one could still faintly tell its past glory. This ancestral temple used to have ancestors with heaven-soaring prestige. The old bricks and tiles were now green while all the carved walls and columns carried mottled appearances. There were flourishing weeds, proving that this place had been abandoned for a long time. Squeak. Li Qiye opened the doors and entered this ancestral temple. This hall was worshipping a mighty and majestic stone statue of an old man. Even though it had not been taken care of for a long time, one was still able to see that when this old man was alive, he was an awe-inspiring figure capable of disdaining all directions. Even the Ji clan has fallen. Li Qiye lamented after seeing the empty incense burner without any signs of recent visitors. This was the ancestral temple of the Ji clan. Its ancestor used to be one of the most powerful generals under him. However, the immortal massacre war was too cruel and countless people died in the battles. Wise sages of the human race fell one after another. However, after one fell, a new one took a step forward in the never-ending struggle as blood filled the rivers and mountains were made from bones. So many people by his side died in that war. Like the ancestor of the Ji clan, he was one of the most powerful existences. During the Immortal Massacre War, the Ji clan ancestor was the commander protecting the rear. He stayed behind in order to protect and allow Li Qiye's Tetra-War bronze chariot to reach the center of the battlefield. He used his blood to stop one flank after another. Because of this, Li Qiye was able to reach his destination. In the end, it was a victory, so the sacrifices of all the human wise sages were not in vain. The Ji clan ancestor had a great contribution in this matter, but he also died in battle during this war. As the Dark Crow, Li Qiye had agreed to protect the prosperity of his Ji clan for 3 generations, then he brought the ancestors' remains back to the Ji clan's ancestral ground. For the next 3 generations, the Ji clan was protected by the Dark Crow, so they prospered for its entirety. After millions of years, he came here again today to look at this old ancestral hall. The Ji clan that was once protected by him for 3 generations had fallen. Time was heartless, and even an immortal emperor lineage like the cleansing incense ancient sect would eventually fall. The years are so relentless in the end. Li Qiye finally looked at the old man's stone statue and bemoaned. This was one of his most powerful generals with great contributions during the Immortal Massacre War. After looking at the stone statue for a bit, He left the ancestral temple and walked through the cedar thicket before inadvertently stopping at an old pond. Ah! Before Li Qiye reached the old pond, there was a loud scream that resonated to the far reaches. There was a young man standing before the old pond. His fate palace hung above his head with a turtle image. His entire body exuded a bright light, creating an illusion of a lion. It rushed towards the emerging turtle and bit this image. After a roar, the light around his body eventually disappeared and his fate palace went back inside his meridian. At this time, the turtle and lion both disappeared while the young man looked as if he had just been through a harsh battle. His entire body was sweating as he sat straight on the ground with a tired expression. Li Qiye from afar was surprised from this scene as he murmured while walking towards the old pond, "It has been a long time since I've seen a person with this fate line." "Who?" Li Qiye's footsteps immediately alerted the young man next to the pond. He suddenly stood up and turned around to glare at Li Qiye. "Who are you?" "Just a passerby." Li Qiye gave a friendly wide smile at this young man before him. This young man was a bit older than him and he had a clear and bright expression. He was dressed in black from head to toe to give off an unusually awesome look. His eyes flashed a brilliance that revealed an unyielding resolution. "Why did you come to this place? There is no beautiful scenery to be found here." The young man was on full alert after seeing a stranger like Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled a bit and replied, "I had read many ancient books about the Eastern 100 cities. However, people do say that reading for 10 years is not as great as walking 1,000 miles. I am on a vacation and wanted to see a few legends. It was written that this place used to be the ancestral temple of the Ji clan, so I came here for a look to see if it was the truth or not." "Oh, so you are trying to find the ancestral temple? I will lead the way for you to see." The young man became relieved after hearing Li Qiye's answer. Li Qiye did not look like a bad person, so he had a good impression of him. This young man was truly friendly and immediately led Li Qiye to the ancestral temple. He was walking while talking. "My name is Ji Xiaodao, what is your name?" "One." So it was a descendant of the Ji clan. Li Qiye smiled and was a bit surprised. He didn't think that he would meet a descendant of the Ji clan. Li Qiye then told the young man his name. "Where are you from?" Ji Xiaodao was a talkative person and immediately struck up a conversation after meeting Li Qiye. "The Grand Middle Territory, it's very far from here. I went on this trip so that I could see this world." Li Qiye calmly and leisurely responded with a smile. "The Grand Middle Territory, wow." Ji Xiaodao was quite surprised and became even more curious as he struck up even more small talk. A few moments later, Li Qiye followed Ji Xiaodao back to the ancestral temple. While looking at the stone statue, Li Qiye glanced at Ji Xiaodao once and smiled, "The Ji clan's ancestor. So the ancestral temple of the Ji clan was at this place." "Yep, this is the ancestral temple to honor my maternal ancestor." Ji Xiaodao looked at the statue and said with some emotion. Li Qiye acted as if he was in a daze. He looked at Ji Xiaodao and asked, "Your maternal ancestor? But your last name is also Ji." Ji Xiaodao smiled and explained, "My grandfather was a live-in son-in-law at the Ji clan. My grandfather's last name initially was not Ji, but we all followed our grandmother's last name so it is now Ji. Too, you know, my grandfather's clan before was not any lesser than the Ji clan. My grandfather's ancestor was also an unfathomable character, and people called him Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Legend has it that he was an invincible existence, and some rumors even stated that he was a grand completion immortal physique." Ji Xiaodao loved to talk so he chatted up about his clan's story to Li Qiye. Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Li Qiye was a bit taken back after hearing this. This world was really too small. Back at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, he had tricked the tyrannical immortal saber from Lion Monarch Ba Xian and had formed a positive karma with him. He didn't expect to meet his descendant at this moment, and he also didn't expect that the future generation of the Lion Monarch married the future generation of his general. "You have also heard about the ancestor of my grandfather?" Ji Xiaodao excitedly asked. Li Qiye nodded his head and spoke, "I have. Lion Monarch Ba Xian was a great character during Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's era. Even when Immortal Emperor Tun Ri was alive, the Lion Monarch was still an amazing character." After knowing that the ancestor of Ji Xiaodao's grandfather was Lion Monarch Ba Xian, Li Qiye now clearly knew just what had happened with Ji Xiaodao. This was a rarely seen conflict between the fate line and physique. After hearing Li Qiye's response, Ji Xiaodao was even more ecstatic as he continued on. No wonder why you like old tales about the Eastern 100 Cities. So it turns out you know so many historical stuff like this. My grandfather's ancestor, Lion Monarch Ba Xian, was quite great, but in fact, my maternal ancestor was even greater. Legend has it that my maternal ancestor was an invincible character, that he participated in a heaven-frightening war and managed to save the human race. His name was immortalized. Ji Xiaodao couldn't help but become proud when mentioning the glorious deed of his ancestor. It was as if he could reimagine the scene where his ancestor swept through the 9 worlds and 10 earths. Yes, the immortal massacre war. Li Qiye softly sighed. 1. Xiaodao equals little saber or knife. 2. Live-in son-in-law is quite a shameful thing in ancient China. Very, very shameful. No MC would marry the prettiest girl in the world if they have to be a live-in son-in-law. Chapter 252, Old Pond Golden Turtle. Right, that's the name. I heard that my maternal ancestor participated in such a war, but I didn't know the exact name of it. Ji Xiaodao continued on with excitement. You really do know a lot. No wonder why you are here to see my Qi clan's ancestral temple. Yep, in order to remember the great hero of the human race and recall the glorious memories of the past. Li Qiye said while looking at the statue. The excited Ji Xiaodao couldn't help but become dejected. He glanced at the statue and softly sighed. Unfortunately, both my Qi clan and my grandfather's clan are no longer the same as before. After my grandfather's clan fell, he then came to the Eastern 100 Cities and eventually met my grandmother. They got along well, but our family only had my grandmother as the main descendant. He then passed down the Lion's Roar country and Lion's Roar Gate to my grandfather, so, in the end, he became a live-in son-in-law for the Qi clan. Ji Xiaodao couldn't stop himself from feeling this sad pathos. Both his Qi clan and grandfather's clan used to be extremely powerful heritages. Unfortunately, his grandfather's clan had completely collapsed in the present day. Even though the Qi clan of now still controlled a country, it was no longer as powerful as before. Time is heartless, declination is a part of nature. Even a more powerful heritage, like an immortal emperor lineage, will not escape from the eventual fall. Li Qiye smiled and comforted him. In the end, Ji Xiaodao was a cheerful person. He lifted his head and smilingly said, "You are right. However, I still hope that one day, I will be able to revitalize my Qi clan." He clenched his fists as he spoke, but he became melancholic again after thinking about his own situation. After conversing with Li Qiye, Ji Xiaodao then left towards the old pond again. Li Qiye looked at him and asked with a smile, "Are you staying at this place?" "No, I stay at another location." Ji Xiaodao shook his head and replied, "Recently, I wanted to train. I heard that my ancestor used to train near this old pond and became powerful. Starting from this place, he finally became an invincible existence. I want to train at this place to see if I could get pointers from the ancestor spirit to become enlightened and break through my own shackles. I'm afraid your ancestor spirit will not be able to guide you from your current situation." Li Qiye shook his head and continued on, "I know 1 or 2 things about your situation." "You know?" Ji Xiaodao suddenly turned around and said with some emotion. Li Qiye smilingly responded, "I can see it. You are stuck at the soul creation realm. The most important thing about the soul creation realm is to pay attention to the true fate, to control the inner physique, and to support the life wheel. However, your inner physique cannot control your true fate. During your stagnation, you can clearly feel a mad force breaking out and suppressing your true fate, rendering you unable to channel your fate palace and thus resulting in a halted blood energy. It should be just like being unable to breathe." "How do you know this?" Ji Xiaodao was extremely shocked. Li Qiye's words revealed the full extent of his situation, all of the main signs. Li Qiye elaborated, "Like I said, I like reading ancient texts the most. Regardless of whether it is a random one or a secret scroll, I like them all. I have seen your situation in an old classic. This is the lion biting the turtle from the legends. I understood it better once you explained the situations of your ancestors. You have a turtle fate, but also a lion physique. The truth is that your fate palace is a truly rare type. Most fate palaces are king fates or saint fates, but you are a turtle fate. This situation is really rare. Meanwhile, your grandfather's ancestor is Lion Monarch Basian. Even though you didn't inherit his furious immortal tyrannical physique, you obtained the Hotian physique, the tyrannical lion physique. Coincidentally, your fate and physique oppose each other, lion biting the turtle. This results in your true fate not being able to control your physique, thus you are stuck in the soul creation realm. Li Qiye elegantly explained as if he had it memorized just like the palm of his hand. Is this curable? After hearing him outline his situation so clearly, the emotional Qi Xiaodao stared at Li Qiye and urgently asked after witnessing a sign of hope. Li Qiye pondered for a moment and said, in a different old book about alchemy, I had seen a method that can change one's fate. Your fate is a turtle and it cannot suppress a lion physique. If we can change your fate and upgrade it one level to a heavenly turtle fate, then it will be able to suppress your lion physique. Fate changing. Qi Xiaodao was in a daze. He had heard of such theories before, but they were out of his reach. Fate changing was a technique that belonged to the legends. Only legendary alchemists and even emperor alchemists would be able to change one's fate. It was because this was the most profound technique of the alchemy Dao. After hearing this, Qi Xiaodao was like a deflated ball as he lost all strength in his body. He bitterly smiled and said, fate changing, this is an alchemist technique only found in the legends. Who will know of such a technique in this world? This is such a coincidence. Li Qiye calmly spoke, I coincidentally am practicing a few alchemy arts and maybe I will be able to change your fate for you. Really? Qi Xiaodao's heart trembled after hearing Li Qiye's words, but he quickly regained his mind and cautiously asked, what are your conditions? What do you want? Qi Xiaodao was very cautious, it was as if he was watching out for thieves. This made Li Qiye unable to hold back his laughter. It seems like you don't believe me and think that I am swindling you. Qi Xiaodao was a straightforward person. He embarrassingly smiled and said, you and I met by chance, and it is indeed a bit too coincidental. I have found many alchemists and I was swindled badly by a little thief. He cheated a large number of medicinal materials along with refined jades from me when he swore that he would fix this issue of mine. Thus, you cannot blame me for this. After being fooled once, I have learned to be more cautious. I don't blame you. Li Qiye smiled and said, I would be cautious as well. At this moment, the two of them had arrived at the old pond. Even though Qi Xiaodao was wary of Li Qiye, he still didn't give up. He couldn't hold it back and asked, my problem can really be fixed. Do you trust me? Li Qiye smiled. Qi Xiaodao hesitatingly stared at Li Qiye before finally replying, frankly, we have just met once. It would be a lie if I were to say that I trust you. Li Qiye let out a smile and then looked at Qi Xiaodao to say, how about this, you will swear for me. Then, I will let you know a secret. You will never tell anyone about this, not even your closest family members. Use your true fate to swear. This is not possible. Qi Xiaodao shook his head and rejected the idea. Using a true fate oath is too serious. A true fate oath was not ordinary and would have implications throughout one's life. They were just strangers, so how could he make this oath? I understand. Wait for a while until you trust me, then it will not be too late to make a true fate oath, right? If not, then I can only leave. Li Qiye smiled and said. What could be so serious? Qi Xiaodao noticed that Li Qiye was not messing around and asked with some confusion. At this time, Li Qiye was staring at the old pond ahead and leisurely said, have you ever been down this old pond? I have. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but shiver after this old pond was brought up, then immediately said, this pond does not seem that big, but it is unbelievably large down below, just like an endless cavern with countless branches underground, just like a labyrinth. I went down it once and almost died there. At this time, Li Qiye stood next to the pond at a specific location and said, you jump down from here. After diving a bit, you will see many caves. Then, go into the 13th cave on the right and keep right. After going into the underground river path at the 32nd layer, you need to calm your mind and focus to listen. After you hear a particular sound, follow that sound. I trust you will find something nice. People would not dare to believe Li Qiye's words for they sounded just like he was reciting an old tale. Jump down. At this time, Li Qiye put on a solemn demeanor and spoke with an unquestionable and dignified manner. With a trembling heart, Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and then jumped down the pond. He suddenly disappeared from sight into the water. Li Qiye quietly stood next to the pond as his expression became natural. He was at ease again. It was as if he was enjoying the scenery. He had his reasons for selecting Qi Xiaodao. The boy's nature was not bad and was worthy of passing down some teachings. The more important part was because the Qi ancestor was extremely loyal to him back then, and he also made great contributions. At the same time, he had agreed with Lion Monarch Ba Xian about having a good karmic relationship with his future descendant back at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. These two things combined and resulted in a great choice for Li Qiye. Because of this, he selected Qi Xiaodao and will train him for a bit. Whether he will be successful or not will depend on his personal efforts. Some time later, with a splashing sound, Qi Xiaodao's head suddenly sprouted from the pond as he excitedly exclaimed, "I found something, I found something. Look, what is this thing?" He was talking while raising his hand at the same time. He was holding an item grasped in his palm. There was a golden turtle in his hand. It was not big and seemed to be alive. In fact, it was not a living golden turtle but rather a golden-colored stone turtle. Qi Xiaodao jumped up from the pond and opened his palm, then he cheerfully spoke, "It is too amazing. The moment I held this golden turtle in my hand, I felt my halted blood energy flowing again. It was as if this golden turtle was made by the heavens just for me." Compared to the excitement of Qi Xiaodao, Li Qiye, on the other hand, was quite calm. This was within his expectations. Only he and the dead ancestor of the Qi clan knew this secret. "What is this treasure?" Qi Xiaodao handed the golden turtle over to Li Qiye and asked him with astonishment. However, Li Qiye didn't take this golden turtle. He simply smiled and said, "This is yours. This treasure belongs to you." Its last name is Qi. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but become startled. In a short period of time, he changed his expression many times. It all seemed so coincidental and unbelievable. I forgot to make a note about this, but this chapter made it a bit more clear. Qi means pond. Chapter 253, Lion's Roar Gate. Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath before asking, What is this treasure?" He had an indescribable feeling when he grasped this golden turtle in his hand, just like what Li Qiye had said. It was as if this golden turtle's last name was really Qi. "How did you get it?" Li Qiye answered with a question instead. Qi Xiaodao earnestly answered, "I followed your instructions and dived to the end of the cave. Eventually, I saw a huge and majestic stone foundation with this golden turtle lying on top of it as if it was growing there, so I just caught it." Li Qiye gently sighed and said without any clearly discernible emotions, "This place is the origin of your Qi clan. There is a golden turtle earth vein down below, and the entrance is precisely this old pond. A golden turtle earth vein can give birth to a heavenly stone golden turtle. Outsiders might not be able to use this heavenly stone golden turtle, but it is a different case for a Qi descendant, especially you. At this point, he continued on, keep carrying this heavenly stone golden turtle on you. This thing can change your fate and, in the future, it might be able to raise your turtle fate into a heavenly turtle fate." Really? Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but feel jubilation after hearing Li Qiye's words. He was filled with both excitement and happiness. Li Qiye nodded his head and said, "However, to actually advance to a heavenly turtle fate, fast would be 1,000 years, slow would be 5,000 years. However, regardless of what happens, there will be many benefits by carrying this golden turtle on your body in the future." After hearing that it would require 1,000 to 5,000 years, Qi Xiaodao became discouraged. At that time, he might be too old to even walk, or he might not even be around in this world anymore. Which is why you still need to change your fate. Li Qiye smiled and said in response to the discouraged Qi Xiaodao. Calming his mind once again, Qi Xiaodao looked at Li Qiye in surprise and said, "How do you know all of these things? Even my Qi clan didn't know about this." This is why people say to read more books. The more you read, the more you know. Li Qiye said with a smile, "However, you need to make the vow right this moment. You will never speak of this matter to anyone else, including the ones closest to you. This is the origin of the Qi clan, and it's also the root of your Qi clan." Qi Xiaodao was astounded to find out that this place was the origin of his Qi clan. In the end, under the urging of Li Qiye, Qi Xiaodao used his true fate to make the vow in order to protect the secret of the golden turtle earth vein. can I really change my fate? After making the vow, Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but to ask again. Li Qiye smiled and smiled some more before saying, if you can trust me, then there is absolutely no problem. We need time and a huge amount of medicinal ingredients. After the preparations are complete, changing your fate will not be too difficult. Good, then let us return. You will go with me back to my sect. I will prepare whatever you need. Qi Xiaodao immediately answered. At this time, it would be hard for him to not believe Li Qiye, not to mention that he really wanted to fix his own issues. Li Qiye smiled and nodded in agreement. Qi Xiaodao came from the Qi clan, and the Qi clan controlled the Lion's Roar Gate while the Lion's Roar Gate reigned over the Lion's Roar country. Prior to this, both the gate and the country were not named Lion's Roar. A long time ago, the Qi clan was once a powerful and ancient family that reigned over a gigantic country. Unfortunately, they had declined in future generations all the way until the era of the first ancestor of Qi Xiaodao. Even the little country of the Qi clan was in turmoil. It was not until Qi Xiaodao's grandfather, the descendant of Lion monarch Ba Xian and live-in son-in-law of the Qi clan, showed up that the Qi clan started to show positive signs as the country stabilized due to his powerful personal strength. Because of this, after the union of the two clans, the Qi clan was considered to be reborn and its foundation, from then on, became the Lion's Roar Gate and the Lion's Roar country. And Qi Xiaodao's grandfather was referred to as Lion's Roar Heavenly King. He could be considered a top character within the Eastern 100 cities. In fact, the current Lion's Roar Gate compared to the truly fallen cleansing incense ancient sect was still much more powerful. At the very least, it still had its own country while the cleansing incense ancient sect only had control over a remaining ancestral ground. The sect could not be called a country. There were more than 10,000 disciples at the Lion's Roar Gate. Many disciples began to enthusiastically greet Qi Xiaodao as he brought Li Qiye back to the gate. Qi Xiaodao could be considered the descendant of the Lion's Roar Gate as well as the heir for the Lion's Roar country. However, he was not arrogant and mingled with the disciples in the gate with an air of friendliness, so he was quite well received by others. And so, after his return, many disciples quickly came to give their greetings. One of them even asked, "Senior, did anything major happen this time? Did Junior Qi get any inspiration after going back to the ancestral ground?" Another senior sister jokingly asked. Another senior brother saw Li Qiye and also asked, "Junior Qi, you wouldn't be bringing another alchemist back, right?" Qi Xiaodao and the other disciples were having fun with laughter while Li Qiye slowly walked into the Lion's Roar Gate and enjoyed its scenery. Regarding the magnificence of its mountains and rivers, it was not as great as the cleansing incense ancient sect's ancestral ground. However, its scenery was flourishing with rolling pavilions that carried quite a grand momentum. Even though it was from the Qi clan of that year, it still had some power. Qi Xiaodao arranged for Li Qiye to stay at his own compound. Li Qiye did not waste time and handed a list to Qi Xiaodao. "All the materials on this list are necessary, it is better to get them as soon as possible." This was not Li Qiye's first attempt at changing one's fate. One could say that no one in the contemporary times could compare to him regarding the art of fate changing. He and the alchemy god traveled fairly far on this path, and fate changing could be one of the most essential things regarding the alchemy Tao. Plus, fate changing was very complex. Different situations required different den recipes. The fortunate thing was that Li Qiye's alchemy god's grand canon had the most den recipes in this world, so this was not a problem for Li Qiye. "I have to ask the elders about this first." Qi Xiaodao looked at the list while wryly smiling and scratching his head. "My father is at the royal city to preside over the country, so I can only ask the elders." Finished speaking, he orders for servants to take care of Li Qiye before quickly leaving. Qi Xiaodao returned not long after with a not-so-good mood. After he met Li Qiye, he wryly smiled and helplessly said, "The other elders are in secluded meditation, and the third elder refused to agree. He was afraid that I will swindle your medicinal materials." Li Qiye smiled a bit and said. These words made it very awkward for Qi Xiaodao as he dryly smiled. "The third elder can't be blamed for this. I was truly cheated by a little thief last time, so if the elders don't forgive my debt, I don't even know how long it will take for me to get these herbs and refined jades. So this time, there was no way the third elder would have agreed for me." Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. This was understandable because the medicinal materials he needed were extremely valuable. There was no chance for consideration if it was someone else. However, since Qi Xiaodao was the descendant of the Lion's Roar Gate and the heir of the Lion's Roar country, Li Qie gave him such an opportunity. I still have a little savings left. Qi Xiaodao violently gripped his hair and made a decision. So be it, I will go borrow from the senior brothers and senior sisters. I'll see if I can gather enough money to buy this group of materials from the gate or not. Then go. Li Qie smiled and replied. In fact, he had the ability to obtain these medicinal materials because of the War God Temple's support. It was not a difficult matter if he truly wanted them, but he didn't want to make a move at this particular juncture, for he wanted to first test Qi Xiaodao. In the next few days, Qi Xiaodao busily borrowed money from the senior brothers and sisters everywhere in the Lion's Roar Gate. He even borrowed money from the uncles. Many seniors reminded him with good intention to not be tricked by someone else again. Despite the warnings, Qi Xiaodao was quite loved at the sect. So many brothers, sisters, and uncles all lent him money. In a few days, it was enough for him to buy half of the medicinal materials. While Qi Xiaodao was busy trying to get money, Li Qie, on the other hand, was enjoying the scenery of the gate. On the 5th day, Qi Xiaodao quickly left to go borrow more while Li Qie stayed behind in his grand hall. He didn't expect to have a visiting guest who directly went to meet him. Please leave the Lion's Roar Gate. The moment they met, these were the first words this female guest spoke to Li Qie. Li Qie, with his always nonchalant expression, lifted his head and looked at the girl in front of him. The girl before his eyes was adorned with a complete phoenix garment. This was not a traditional phoenix dress, as the upper dress was more like a phoenix spreading its wings. These two wings accentuated the towering breasts of this girl, while the lower portion of the dress revealed a narrow and soft waist as white as snow, extremely tender and smooth. The skirt was like a phoenix that had its white feathered tail fanned out, swaying and flowing. It created a very beautiful scene that matched quite well with its wearer. The woman before him was the embodiment of both nobleness and arrogance. With their golden pupils, her bright eyes easily moved others. What was even more charming was that her hair resembled strands of golden silk, creating an exotic allure. She was just like a canary, both elegant and full of pride. There was somewhat of an overbearing style, but her appearance still contained a dignified air that dispelled any trace of shallowness. Leave the Lion's Roar Gate. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh after hearing the first sentence of this girl in front of him. After seeing her golden hair, he immediately knew her identity. Without a moment of delay, he thought of Lion Monarch Ba Xian quickly after, for his hair was also golden. This girl ahead of him sharply glared at Li Qie and deepened her voice. I have heard of the matter between you and my little brother. Changing one's fate is an impossible matter. My little brother might be fooled by you, but the Lion's Roar Gate will not be subjected to your trick. Fooling him. Li Qie smiled and understood why this girl wanted to chase him away. She assumed that he was cheating Qi Xiaodao. Chapter 254, Qi Xiaodie. In fact, most of the people in the Lion's Roar Gate thought that Li Qie was fooling Qi Xiaodao. It was just that they didn't want to stomp on Xiaodao's parade. After all, Qi Xiaodao had always been a hard worker and his innate aptitude was not bad, either. Moreover, the gate itself had poured a lot of effort into him, yet his cultivation had always been stuck at the soul creation realm. It would not advance to royal noble. Everyone could understand his desperation and willingness to try anything, so, after Li Qie's arrival, most of the seniors all assumed that Li Qie was fooling Qi Xiaodao. Back when Qi Xiaodao went around to borrow money, his seniors also reminded him of this fact, but they didn't go as far as this girl who directly wanted to chase Li Qie away. Am I not correct? The girl glanced at Li Qie and said, fate changing is the most profound technique of the alchemy Tao. For a little brat like you who's only around 17 to 18 years old, are you able to grasp it? My little brother is sick in the head, so he believed you, but this does not mean that you can also fool other people. Li Qie smiled and looked at the girl before him to say, first, even though I am a bit young, this does not mean that I am unable to grasp the profundity of fate changing. Have you never heard of the phrase, the first to be enlightened is the senior? Second, these medicinal materials might be precious in your eyes, but they are nothing in mine. They are not worth my effort to try and swindle from you. Third, we'll pretend that I am a swindler. If this was the case, then I would not pick your Lion's Roar Gate in the first place. Your gate has nothing that's worth my time to swindle. 1. I can't believe you have the nerves to bluster like this. The girl snorted with a retort, all alchemists that are capable of fate changing in the current times are renowned, and I'm afraid they have to be legendary alchemists. You are a little brat whose hair hasn't even fully grown yet, and you dare to say that you have grasped the profundity of fate changing. Such a big tone. Li Qiye then glanced back at her with a smile. You haven't seen my naked body, so how do you know that my hair isn't long enough? Little girl, don't be nonsensical. Even though your knowledge might be shallow, that does not mean other people aren't capable. You. While pointing her shaking finger at Li Qiye, the girl was angered to the point where her face was flushed red due to Li Qiye's words. Her milky round breasts rose up and down, creating a very pleasing ripple. So, catgut your tongue. Li Qiye smilingly said. It was one thing if he kept quiet, but if it was an argument with someone else, who would be able to defeat his razor-sharp tongue? The girl took a deep breath as her golden eyes revealed a cold flash with a pressing aura. She then spoke in a serious tone, if you don't leave now, it will not be as pretty when my lion's roar gate forces you to leave. I'm so afraid. Li Qiye patted his chest a couple of times with a playfully frightened expression, causing the girl to almost vomit blood from anger. Big sister. Right when the girl was about to explode, Qi Xiaodao hurriedly rushed in and saw his big sister and Li Qiye's expressions. He immediately knew that something wasn't right, so he quickly separated the two of them. In fact, the moment he heard that his sister had returned, he immediately went back, for he knew that his sister would find Li Qiye. She would definitely chase Li Qiye away because she must have thought that he was fooled by Li Qiye. Because of this, Qi Xiaodao no longer continued to borrow money and ran back just to stop Li Qiye from fighting his sister. In order to resolve the tense atmosphere between Li Qiye and his sister, he quickly introduced the two of them to each other. The girl before him was Qi Xiaodao's big sister, Qi Xiaodie, the princess of the Lion's Roar country. Her status could be described as the high above golden branches with jade leaves. Compared to Qi Xiaodao, Qi Xiaodie's cultivation was a bit stronger. She was at the royal noble realm. It was not an easy matter for the current Lion's Roar gate to support Qi Xiaodie to the mysterious fate realm, so she was absolutely worthy of being called a heaven's proud daughter. Naturally, the gate must have expended a considerable amount of effort and resources on her. An ordinary disciple would not be able to enjoy such a fortunate upbringing and have the same cultivation as her today. Xiaodao, you need to know how to judge people a bit more when you travel outside. There is a saying, you might know someone in their face, but not their heart. Even though Qi Xiaodao wanted to thwart the grievances between the two, Qi Xiaodie was quite antagonistic towards Li Qiye. She was already being sensible. If Qi Xiaodao wasn't here right now, she would have outright called Li Qiye a swindler. Qi Xiaodao quickly defended Li Qiye. Sister, brother Qiye is not a swindler. He will definitely be able to cure my problem. He is the one who knew the most about my situation out of everyone I've met. No one has been able to clearly recognize my issue after just one glance before. Even I myself was not so sure, but brother Qiye was able to tell me very clearly, so I trust that he has the ability. In order to earn Qi Xiaodie's trust, Qi Xiaodao, once again, repeated Li Qiye's words and clearly explained, in detail, about his matter of the lion biting the turtle. Lion biting the turtle. After hearing his careful explanation, Qi Xiaodie's eyes couldn't help but become serious. Li Qiye's detailed analysis was indeed the first and most reliable theory that she had heard. Despite this, she was still not convinced and spoke with a grave tone. Even if his diagnosis of your problem is correct, fate changing is not something an ordinary person can grasp. This is the most profound and mysterious art within the alchemy Tao. Rumor has it that before one reaches the level of legendary alchemist, no one would be able to grasp the mysteries of fate changing. Qi Xiaodie's attitude was much better compared to earlier. Big sister, a small age does not represent one's abilities. Qi Xiaodao was extremely convinced by Li Qiye, so he quickly added, Brother Li is the most knowledgeable person I have ever seen. His deep knowledge is not something that our generation can compare to. He is also not someone who speaks nonsense. I trust that someone like Brother Li will not swindle my medicinal materials. Qi Xiaodao really wanted to reveal the secret regarding the Qi clan's ancestor that Li Qiye told him, but he made a vow so he couldn't say it no matter what. If it is really the lion biting the turtle, then this matter of fate changing cannot be rushed. Qi Xiaodie continued on, fate changing is not a trivial matter, and it could hurt you without having careful preparations. We need to tell Royal Father to find the most renowned alchemist in the Eastern 100 cities. What do you think? Sister, I trust brotherly. Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and exclaimed with a firm attitude. As for Qi Xiaodie, she was wondering just what kind of medicine Li Qie fed to Qi Xiaodao to completely win this trust after only meeting him for a short amount of time. Li Qie could only shrug against Qi Xiaodie's killer gaze as he said, "You don't need to glare at me like this, I didn't feed your brother any weird medicine. I dare to say that in this era, only I can change your little brother's fate. Even if you find a legendary alchemist, they would not be able to do it as well as me." Such big words. Qi Xiaodie couldn't help but snort and said, "Do you even know what a legendary alchemist is? You're so young yet so arrogant already." Legendary alchemist. Li Qie leisurely smiled then answered, "They are only alchemists who are capable of refining 7th or 8th transformation fate pills, they're no big deal." Qi Xiaodie was completely speechless, it was her first time meeting such an egoistic person. Even Qi Xiaodao, who trusted Li Qie, became silent. A legendary alchemist, this was an existence of extremely high status. Even a heavenly king would have a hard time inviting such an existence even if he personally went to do so. At this moment, Li Qie made it sound as if they were only chefs who could make decent meals. "Well, I don't care if you believe it or not." Li Qie lightly waved his sleeve and said, "This time, the reason why I am helping him is purely to form a positive fateful bond with your Lion's Roar Gate, and it's also to end a karmic fruit. I have not obtained any benefits from you, yet you feel afraid of the possibility that I might swindle your little brother's materials. You all can just keep the materials then, the moment when I need to use them, you can stay and watch. Of course, if you feel that I am not trustworthy, then this matter concludes here. The opportunity is in your hands, whether you can seize it or not is up to you." Li Qie's words caused Qi Xiaodie to be a little bit lost. What was this about forming a positive fateful bond, and what was this about ending a karmic fruit? No one would be able to understand such a thing. Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and earnestly spoke to Qi Xiaodie, "Sister, I trust brother Li, and I have confidence in him." Li Qie didn't even hesitate the slightest bit when he told him a secret like the ancestral vein of the Qi clan. Even a great treasure like the heavenly stone golden turtle was not worth a glance to Li Qie. Xiaodao believed that Li Qie would not swindle his medicinal materials. Seeing her brother show such determination caused Qi Xiaodie to gently sigh. As his big sister, she naturally wished for his problem to be solved and, no matter what, she wouldn't want his cultivation to always be stuck at the soul creation realm. "The elders will never give you these medicines." Qi Xiaodie became soft under the firm resolution of Qi Xiaodao, she couldn't do anything but to say this. Qi Xiaodao nodded his head and replied, "The elders have already rejected my request, but I will gather enough refined jades to buy it from the gate at whatever the market price is." Qi Xiaodie looked at her little brother and asked, "How much did you manage to borrow right now?" "A little more than half." Qi Xiaodao wryly smiled and didn't answer. The medicinal ingredients that he needed were all very precious. He pretty much borrowed from all the seniors in the sect, but it was still not enough. Qi Xiaodie paused for a moment, then she said, "I still have a little savings. If you still don't have enough, then take from my treasure trunk until you have enough." "Sister, the items in the treasure trunk were given to you before grandfather went into secluded meditation. They are meant to be your future dowry, I absolutely cannot touch them." Having heard this, Qi Xiaodao shockingly replied. Once Qi Xiaodie made up her mind, there was no way to change it. She deepened her voice, "Just take it for now, you can return it to me later. If you delay any longer, then you will miss out on the best time to cultivate. Besides, I'm not going to marry, so there is no need for a dowry." In the end, Qi Xiaodie coldly spoke. 1. The full phrase is, "There is no seniority in learning, the first to be enlightened is the senior." It is saying that there is no young or old in academia, and even older learners can be humble and learn from a younger person without shame. The other meaning is that there is no age limit to learning, all should strive for it. Chapter 255, Qi Xiaodie's doubts. Because the matter of his sister's marriage was brought up, Qi Xiaodao softly sighed as his normally cheerful mood was dampened. Even though his sister was the princess of the Lion's Roar country and was made out of golden branches and jade leaves with her high status, she couldn't decide her own fate. After winning the support of Qi Xiaodie, Qi Xiaodao finally gathered enough money and went to buy the medicinal ingredients from the sect. After he left, Qi Xiaodie glared at Li Qie with her golden eyes, revealing a cold glimmer. She said with some gravity, "If you dare to trick my little brother, I will be the first one to kill you." Li Qiye didn't care as he shrugged and smiled, "You want to kill me? You are welcome to try, but unfortunately, you have to wait in line. There are too many people who want to kill me at this moment. But no matter how this line was formed, you're definitely not the first in this line, ah." Qi Xiaodia simply snorted at Li Qiye's attitude. Without a doubt, she didn't trust Li Qiye as she was maintaining her antagonistic and cautious attitude towards him. On the other hand, Li Qiye essentially didn't care for her attitude. He smiled and left the yard to take a stroll throughout the Lion's Roar Gate's territory. At the same time, Qi Xiaodia scowled and followed Li Qiye. Of course, she was not friendly enough to be his guide, it was more accurate to say that she was supervising him. "There's no need to be my tail and follow me like this. This much property of your Lion's Roar Gate is really not enough for my taste." Li Qiye nonchalantly stated his thoughts about Qi Xiaodia's supervision. Qi Xiaodia was very unhappy with Li Qiye, so she drily retorted, "You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth, so conceited and ignorant. A dog's mouth will never be able to spew out ivory." Of course, Qi Xiaodia was annoyed with Li Qiye's response. Even though their Lion's Roar Gate was not a grand heritage, it still had a considerable amount of strength and their outlook was still quite optimistic. At the moment, Li Qiye spoke as if it was not worth a single coin, so how could Qi Xiaodia remain at ease? A girl should be more soft-spoken and have a gentler attitude. Li Qiye glanced at Qi Xiaodia and freely spoke, "If you are a bit more friendly, then maybe out of love for your ancestor, I can think about taking you in as a maid. Personally, I still want a maid to take care of my daily necessities." "You." Her complexion immediately turned ashen from anger. With a clanking sound, she suddenly drew her sword and, with a murderous shimmer in her eyes, she coldly spoke, "Do you believe that I will kill you right now or not?" How could she not become angry? She was the golden child of the Lion's Roar Gate, the princess of the Lion's Roar country. As a royal noble, it was not outrageous to call her a heaven's proud daughter. And now, this little demon before her was spouting out craziness. And even wanted to take her in as a maid. This was truly degrading her. It would be strange if she didn't lose her colors from rage. "Forget it, it is you who chose not to take this opportunity." Li Qiye only glanced at her while gently shaking his head, he was too lazy to say anything else. At this moment, Qi Xiaodia was shaking with anger. She had met many arrogant people, but this was the first time she had seen such an overbearing egotism to this extent. While looking at this little demon ahead who had his don't give a damn attitude, her face turned beet red and she wanted to chop him up with her sword. However, in the end, she managed to calm it down. As he casually strolled through the Lion's Roar Gate, he eventually glanced at Qi Xiaodia and asked, "Recently, did your Lion's Roar Gate get besieged by a powerful enemy?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Qi Xiaodia angrily exclaimed, "My Lion's Roar Gate does not have bad relationships with outsiders, so how could we have an enemy besieging us?" "Is that so?" Li Qiye stroked his chin and let out a long laughter. "In my opinion, the younger generation of your gate is actually really relaxed. There are plenty of ordinary ones coming and going. On the contrary, experts of the last generation are hiding, and they are not leaving their positions. Is this the state of secluded meditation of your elders and protectors? What does it have to do with you?" Qi Xiaodia's expression slightly changed as her golden eyes narrowed. It was as if she was in deep contemplation due to a certain something. Li Qiye noticed the change in her demeanor and smilingly commented, "You are not too dumb. It seems like there is a problem with your Lion's Roar Gate. It is just that they are not telling your group of juniors. Humph, stop blabbering at this place. If the elders hear you, they will take you in and question you." Qi Xiaodia coldly warned. While her words were cold, her heart was shivering. She thought about something, and this something had to do with her. She did not pay attention to this matter prior to this. However, with Li Qiye's reminder, she couldn't help but recall about this particular matter. While being slightly shocked, she glanced at Li Qiye and didn't expect that this arrogant brat was so observant like this. During the afternoon, Qi Xiaodao came back after buying the medicinal ingredients from the gate. He immediately spoke after seeing Li Qiye, "I've bought all the other ingredients, but I'm still missing one rotten underworld bean." Rotten underworld bean. Li Qiye's eyebrows slightly batted after hearing this. He then said, "I almost forgot about this. This item is indeed a bit hard to buy. We will go outside a little bit, maybe the stores run by the immortal emperor lineages will have it." We should go to Eastern Descent City. Eastern Descent City can be considered the first or second best city in the Eastern 100 cities. That place will surely have it. Qi Xiaodao quickly suggested. Li Qie nodded his head and said, I will go as well. You are still a novice and I'm afraid you won't be able to discern the rotten underworld bean. If you actually buy an underworld bean that was rotten, then it will be a great loss. 2. I will go with you guys. At this moment, Qi Xiaodie, who was gazing at Li Qie, also exclaimed. Qi Xiaodie was gazing at Li Qie as if he was a thief. This caused Qi Xiaodao to feel quite awkward, for he was at a loss of what to do. Fine. Li Qie didn't mind Qi Xiaodie's attitude, so he leisurely replied, It is a nice thing to have a beauty as company during a trip. The only flaw is the lack of gentleness, otherwise, it would be quite fitting to cure one's loneliness. Having said this, Li Qie then winked at Qi Xiaodie. Once again, Qi Xiaodie was driven livid by Li Qie. Countless people always adored her and repeatedly spoke flattering words, yet this little brat right here dared to say such things in front of her. It would be strange if she was not exasperated. It is best to watch your foul mouth. In the end, Qi Xiaodie snorted and turned around to leave. After she left, Qi Xiaodao finally became relaxed. His eyes turned and began to laugh. Hee hee, brotherly, what do you think about my big sister? About what? Li Qie looked at Qi Xiaodao's strange demeanor and replied, She's very far from being virtuous. 3. Qi Xiaodao wryly chuckled and didn't give up. He continued to ask, The truth is, my big sister is very protective of me and is only afraid that I will be tricked. Normally, she is actually very gentle and virtuous. Hee hee, in my opinion, Big Brotherly is talented and knowledgeable, definitely a dragon or phoenix amongst men. You'd make the perfect pair with my sister. Qi Xiaodao actually wanted to pair his sister together with Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at him and only smiled without saying anything else. He didn't want to diminish Qi Xiaodao's goodwill. With his requirements and expectations, taking in Qi Xiaodie as his maid was already very forced. Out of sentiments for the Qi clan ancestor and lion monarch Ba Xian, he could still train her for a bit. However, as for becoming his wife, since Brotherly did not object, does that mean you are interested? Hey, do you want me to say 1 or 2 good things about you to her? Even though my big sister may say some harsh words, her heart is very soft. Maybe it won't take too long to change her opinion of Brotherly. Since Li Qie did not voice his disagreement, Qi Xiaodao kept on trying to pair the two of them together. I am still young and I still have a very long road to tread. Li Qie smiled a bit and slightly shook his head. When you think it through later, you have to let me know. I will be the one to connect the red string for you too. For although he was disappointed, Qi Xiaodao still didn't give up. At this time, Qi Xiaodie impatiently urged them on from the outside, Hurry up, what are 2 grown men gossiping about inside? Let us go. Qi Xiaodao smiled and told Li Qie. Eastern Descent City was a famous city in the eastern part of the mortal emperor world. It had been established for a very long time. Someone even said that when the mortal emperor world came into being, Eastern Descent City was already there. It was extremely prosperous, and this had a lot to do with its ancient history along with the geography. It was adjacent to the 4 most powerful heritages and countries of the Eastern 100 cities. To its east was the Eternal River School, the west was the Heavenly Tao Academy, the north had the Ice Feather Palace, and the brilliant ancient kingdom was to its south. Keep in mind that outside of the Heavenly Tao Academy, the other 3 were all immortal emperor lineages, one could only imagine their might. As for the Heavenly Tao Academy, it was not any weaker than an immortal emperor lineage. Its prestige ran side by side with the war god temple, and the world's inhabitants referred to them as the 2 original lineages of the human race. Even though Eastern Descent City was adjacent to these 4 powers, it did not belong to any of them or any sect. Its status was very special. As the source of the human race, it was untouchable by any sect. Because of its geographic and social advantages along with its independence, it became extremely prosperous as one of the richest cities in the Eastern 100 cities. Although the Lion's Roar Gate was only a small country, it was very close to Eastern Descent City and the Heavenly Tao Academy, so it did not take long for the group of Li Qie to arrive. While standing outside and overlooking the walls of this ancient city, Li Qie's heart began to recall a myriad of memories of this ancient city that belonged to the human race. It was not an exaggeration to call it the place that gave birth to the human race. 1 golden child is originally 1,000 gold, but that sounds a bit weird in English. However, 1,000 gold is a common phrase to describe royal/noble ladies. 2 my guess is the actual rotten underworld bean isn't rotten. 3 virtuous here is the virtues of a lady/wife, wise and kind/perfect in her traditional roles. Personally, I think gentleness fits here more for a localization, but I'll leave virtuous in. 4 red string of fate is also referred to as the red string of marriage, and other variants. This is an Eastern Asian belief that originated from a Chinese legend. According to this myth, the gods tie an invisible red cord around the ankles of those that are destined to meet one another in a certain situation or to help each other in a certain way. Chapter 256, 9981 Transformations. Eastern Descent City was extremely vast and there was no end in sight for its city walls. The citadel pillared all the way to the clouds. Among its ancient walls, there were countless mottled holes with numerous scratches from arrows and blades. Even up till now, one could still find broken arrows nailed to the walls. Even though it was old and tattered by the arduous workings of time, the walls still had flowing lights running throughout. Each brick and boulder contained Tao runes, for these walls were reinforced by countless wise sages of the human race. Because of this, it was able to withstand countless years without falling. Li Qiye started to recall the past while looking at this ancient city. Did modern society understand the past where the human race lived in a dark and tortuous era? At the mortal emperor world, the human race was once driven away with no place left to go. During that era, Eastern Descent City was one of the last bastions of the human race. In the present times, how many people knew about the plethora of bloody battles that occurred right outside these walls during the human race's darkest times? The enemy attacked one after another while the human race endured time and time again. The city had been shattered many times, but the human race never stopped rising again to rebuild these walls and reinforce them again and again while holding out to the very end. Sad emotions filled Li Qiye's heart, for this city carried many memories for him. However, he didn't want to think about the era of the ancient Ming again, the darkest time of the human race. At that time, how many people by his side died in battle? In that era, how many invincible beings under his banner fought till their death? He went on like this while standing in a daze outside of the city. No matter the occasion, his heart always dimmed down when he recalled the darkest era. "Brotherly, what's wrong?" While he was in a daze, staring at Eastern Descent City, Qi Xiaodao called for him several times, but no response was found. Qi Xiaodie looked at the stunned Li Qiye and angrily said, "What are we waiting for? Don't tell me you have never seen such a huge and prosperous ancient city like this. Weren't you boasting all the way to the high heavens earlier? Are you finally nervous now?" Li Qiye was in a bad mood, so after hearing such words, he coldly glared at her and slowly said, "Even if you don't talk, no one will think that you are a mute. One is without all criticisms regarding a gentle and virtuous girl." Li Qiye's sudden outburst had an unspeakable dignity, leaving Qi Xiaodie to be stunned for a bit. After regaining her wits, she was a bit embarrassed as she glared at Li Qiye and wanted to explode. We should go inside. There is not much to look at here." Qi Xiaodao quickly tried to smooth things over and changed the topic the moment he saw the quarrel that was likely to ensue. Qi Xiaodie snorted and ignored Li Qiye, then she went inside the city. Li Qiye was not in a good mood, so he was too lazy to care for her. After entering Eastern Descent City, anyone would be affected by its bustling atmosphere. There were so many people as they had to walk shoulder to shoulder. One could see people flying in the sky and walking on water. There were even those who were sightseeing underwater. One could see a wide variety of races at this city, but of course, humans were the most abundant. As the origin of the human race, one couldn't even count all the mortals, let alone cultivators. One could even see the demon race here at the city whenever they want. Even demons who have not completely escaped from their beast bodies were very plentiful: human body with a serpent head, bird head with a serpent body, tiger body with a human head. Mortals have seen so many of them. Even the rarely seen ghost immortal race, stone golem race, and blood race could be found inside. For anyone who wanted to buy or sell treasures, Eastern Descent City was definitely the best choice in the eastern region. This was the origin of the human race, so it had many great stores erected by the great powers. Because of this, a particular phrase was well known in the city: Eastern Descent City, there is nothing you can't buy, there is only you lacking money. However, after visiting many of the biggest alchemy shops in the city, they still weren't able to buy the rotten underworld bean. What is this rotten underworld bean? Why is it so hard to buy? Qi Xiaodia asked Li Qiye after not being able to find it at many of the biggest shops. At this time, Li Qiye's mood had gotten better, so he slowly explained, "It is not too strange to have a difficult time finding the rotten underworld bean. It is not precious before maturity, it has to be buried with the dead in the same place for a long time in order to obtain a great medicinal effect before finally becoming precious." They went into several more shops without any results. As they were finding even more shops, they met a street vendor at the corner of a street who was trying to sell his treasure. "Hi, immortal sir, look at this for a moment. This is an unrivaled sutra passed down by the soaring immortal sect. How about trading a virtuous paragon life treasure for this?" The street vendor put on a dignified look, creating an appearance as if he came from a great and ancient sect. There were countless street vendors at Eastern Descent City, so it was not strange to see someone advertising their treasures. However, Qi Xiaodao, who was by Li Qiye's side, immediately became excited the moment he saw this street vendor. He immediately jumped up and shouted, "Little thief, give back my medicinal ingredients." The moment he saw Qi Xiaodao, the street vendor who was trying to sell his treasures to passers-by was like a mouse who had just seen a cat. He turned around and quickly fled through the sea of people. This vendor disappeared in just a second. Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodia, who wanted to chase after him, were not able to even see his shadow anymore. "Follow me." At this time, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he shouted. He walked into the sea of people and reached for a fat middle-aged man while gravely declaring, "I actually want to see how many times you can transform." This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man amongst the crowd was completely different from the street vendor from earlier, but the moment Li Qiye's hand approached, this middle-aged man lost his colors and immediately retreated. He then disappeared into the crowd without the same figure as the fat man just now. "Keep on running then." However, Li Qiye immediately followed into the crowd and reached for an old hunched-over woman. This shocked old woman suddenly shifted her position and rushed into another avenue filled with people. She went out of sight once again while Li Qiye was in hot pursuit. This left Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodia, who were right behind Li Qiye, dumbfounded with stars in their eyes. The escaping street vendor once again transformed into a pretty girl with jade-white skin, then a sickly person who coughed after every 3 steps, and then a buffed heroic man. This street vendor always naturally became a part of the crowd without any openings. No one could ever relate his new transformation to his previous street vendor form. Even if it happened right before their eyes, the sister and brother duo would still not be able to tell that this was the little thief who swindled Qi Xiaodao. However, regardless of his transformation and how he blended in with the crowd without any flaws, Li Qiye could easily find and distinguish him. This really amazed the two who were following right behind him. It was as if this little thief's transformation could not hide from Li Qiye's eyes. The 4 of them kept on running from one street to another. As for the pedestrians, they did not find this to be strange, for this kind of thing occurred many, many times every day. Eventually, the vendor stopped after entering a small alley and no longer tried to escape after all of his transformations failed to elude Li Qiye's gaze. How is this possible? The little thief stared at Li Qiye in astonishment with a pale expression and said, "This is not possible, my 9981 transformations have never failed before. Even an old undying would not be able to figure out my 9981 transformations. You, how did you do it?" The little thief believed that his 9981 transformations was extremely magical and no one would be able to guess his transformation. He turned from one person to another and no one would be able to link the two. Even with a magical pair of eyes, one could not see any flaws in this technique. It would be as if his transformation was a real person. However, his time-tested 9981 transformations had met its nemesis. No matter what he turned into, Li Qiye was able to tell with just a single glance. This was simply too unbelievable. And so, this little thief looked at Li Qiye in a daze and didn't think about escaping anymore. Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodia were just as surprised. They used magical gazes and still were not able to see through the thief's transformations. In their eyes, his transformation compared to his true form were two completely different people that was without any discernible connection. Moreover, his transformation speed was extremely fast, within the span of a blink. They had no way of distinguishing between true and false. However, this magical transformation was not a match to Li Qiye's eyes. This was simply inconceivable to the utmost extent. 9981 transformations, do you know its true origin? Li Qiye gave him a glance and lightly said. The thief was stunned by Li Qiye's words. He obtained this 9981 transformations by chance. After he managed to cultivate it, it proved to be very useful. He could escape completely unscathed from many dangerous situations, but he knew nothing about its true origin. Don't tell me you know its true origin. The confused thief answered with a question. 1. The last sentence was a bit hard to translate to English, so I did change it a bit. The more literal version is, young girls, gentleness and virtues are unlikely to be wrong. A phrasing fix will make it, gentle and virtuous young girls are without criticism, but this still is confusing, so I added an outsider perspective to make it adhere to the original meaning. 2. This statement was a bit weird because there should be more mortals than cultivators, but since this is a cultivator's city, it does make sense. Chapter 257, Sikong Toqian. Li Qiye glanced at the thief and said in a dismissive manner, I know its origin better than you. How could he not know of the origin of the 9981 transformations? He was the one to create it during the Désolé era before becoming powerful enough. As the Dark Crow, he used this art to escape pursuits one after another. Once he reached the true apex of power, he would rarely use this art and so, he just casually handed it to a junior nearby. This art was personally crafted by him to escape countless times, so how could anyone in this world understand it more than him? The advantages and disadvantages of this art were all clear in his mind. This little thief using the 9981 transformations before him was simply displaying one slight skill before an expert, merely seeking his own doom. But of course, the little thief in his wildest dreams would never expect the person who created the 9981 transformations to be right in front of him. If he did, he surely would have not used such tactics. Reveal your true body, don't play games in front of me. Li Qiye nonchalantly demanded. The little thief stared at Li Qiye without saying a word. Keep in mind that he would not easily expose his true body in front of outsiders. He had many enemies and once people knew his true form, it would then be an unpleasant time for he would be chased by people all over the world. Li Qiye noticed the hesitation so he casually added, are you going to reveal your true form, or do I have to personally force you? Trust me, when I personally take action, it doesn't matter who you are because you will never be able to stand up again. Li Qiye's plain and leisurely tone carried no threatening presence, but after hearing these words, the little thief and the Qi brother and sister duo couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, they had no doubt about Li Qiye's words. The little thief took a deep breath as his body eventually flashed once. He suddenly became a totally different person, his true body. He would not easily reveal himself in front of strangers, but his intuition was telling him that this seemingly young man before him was far more dangerous than he could imagine. Just like the young man's words, if he didn't reveal his true body, then it would be big trouble. The moment his true body came to light, both the brother and sister were stunned. In their mind, this little thief was a swindler, so he should have a wretched and lowly appearance. However, in actuality, this little bandit before them had a handsome and proper appearance, making it difficult to connect him to a swindler. The little thief bowed down before Li Qiye with his true body and said, "Brother is truly amazing. My 9981 transformations has never failed before, I can turn into a different person in just a second. It is essentially impossible for anyone else to discern it, yet brother could do it with just a glance. This still leaves me perplexed even now. Because you are simply displaying your slight bit of skill before a true expert." Li Qiye spoke while narrowing his eyes towards the little thief. "I don't care how you received the 9981 transformations, but from today on, remember two things for me. Make sure to be smart when standing in front of me. If you are a dragon, then coil yourself and behave. If you are a tiger, then lie down peacefully. Don't play games with me. Second, I don't care what you do, whether they are good deeds or crooked matters, I will not question your tricking and swindling behavior. However, remember to keep a bottom line in mind and never cross this particular line. If you cannot do these two things, then from now on, never use the 9981 transformations again. You must obey my two rules if you want to keep using this art, otherwise, I will personally remove your bones one by one, understand?" Li Qiye uttered these words with a flat tone, but, at this moment, Li Qiye had changed. It was as if he was sitting on his throne above the 9 worlds and grasped the entire universe as he looked down on the rest of the world. At this very second, even the gods and devils would be in awe from his aura. It was not only the little thief, Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodie were also intimidated by Li Qi's grandeur as their hearts shivered with a chilling sensation. An instinctive, primal fear appeared from the depths of their souls. At this moment, all of them trusted that Li Qi would do anything he said, and they could even imagine Li Qi personally removing the little thief's bones one by one. They couldn't help having their hair stand on end as they coldly trembled. Especially the little thief. His background was amazing, and he had experienced even more waves and winds compared to the Qi sister and brother duo. However, although he was much more mature, the fear remained irrepressible deep within his heart. He felt that he had met an unfathomable person who was even younger than him, and his terror was absolutely there. He trusted that if he provoked this young man, he would die without a grave. Having thought to this point, even his self-proclaimed courage doubted itself. In her daze, Qi Xiaodie was also perplexed. Li Qi's aura did not resemble someone who would trick her brother's medicinal ingredients. With such an aura, maybe it was just as he said, he did not care for the treasures of the Lion's Roar Gate. All 3 of them were shocked. If the 9981 transformations of the little thief could turn someone into someone else, leaving others unable to recognize them, then Li Qi's aura, this divine might high above the 9 heavens, was not something that could be replicated. Even the little thief's transformation art could not turn into such a thing. I will bear brother's words in mind. The little thief turned cautious and didn't dare to act presumptuously. He bowed towards Li Qi. In his eyes, messing with this young man before him was absolutely akin to dying without a proper burial. Li Qi glanced at him and asked, "What is your name?" At this time, his earlier aura that was capable of dominating the 9 heavens had completely dissipated as he resumed his ordinary teenager appearance. "People call me Sikong Totian." The little thief finally took a sigh of relief after Li Qi withdrew his aura. Li Qi's presence from earlier was just too frightening. He would rather face the old undyings of the great powers than to face Li Qi's divine aura again. It was too scary. He was sure that his dream will be a nightmare tonight. After hearing the name, Sikong Totian, Qi Xiaodie glared at the little thief ahead and said, "You are the Sikong Totian whom everyone wants to beat up in the eastern 100 cities. So many people curse you as a wicked merchant, grave digger, thief, shameless dirty thief, miss. Rumors like this are not credible and shouldn't be trusted." Sikong Totian was quite embarrassed after Qi Xiaodie listed so many nicknames like that and retorted, "I am only a street vendor, although I sometimes coincidentally pick up a few things that are thrown away by other people. I am not a wicked merchant and definitely not a thief." "Bullshit. Then what about when you swindled my materials? You still dare to say you are not a little thief, but you clearly stole a lot of medicinal ingredients from me. Little thief, you really caused a lot of trouble for me. I'm not gonna let you go today." Qi Xiaodao jumped up and cursed Sikong Totian while pointing at his face. Sikong Totian was quite embarrassed after being cursed at by Qi Xiaodao. He wryly smiled and said, "Brother Qi, this, I really didn't want to deceive you. The truth is like this, at that moment I really wanted to treat your problem. At that time when I had just started, I thought that your physique and blood energy were too powerful and hard to control, so I thought about calming down your blood energy. But when I actually started your treatment, I found that it was not the case. At that point, I understood that your issue was not just a simple overpowering physique and blood energy, it was an extremely rare condition of the lion biting the turtle. The truth is, my heart really wanted to treat you, but I was powerless. Your condition must be treated by changing your fate, but this is very difficult. You should also know about this. This matter is even harder than traversing to the high sky, and it needs a supreme and appropriate den recipe. Not to mention, you also need a supreme alchemy Dao to treat it." Sikong Totian was very embarrassed as he defended himself. Sikong Totian's words stunned the sister and brother for a bit, especially Qi Xiaodie. She was shocked, for Totian's words were exactly the same as Li Qi's. "But this isn't an excuse for you to swindle my ingredients." At this time, Qi Xiaodao's anger had dissipated quite a bit, but he was still very upset and spoke. With another forced smile, Sikong Totian replied, "Brother Qi, at the time, I didn't really want to swindle your ingredients. I also thought about fixing your issue while making a bit of profit along the way. I more or less should get some materials, right? But when I began to cure you, you didn't have the problem I originally thought you did, so it was impossible to cure. To tell you the truth, Brother Chi, at that time, I was bragging the whole time, so I didn't want to lose face, thus I ran away. I really didn't want to steal your ingredients. I don't care whether you intended to cheat me or not, give me back all of my medicinal ingredients. Qi Xiaodao said with much annoyance. After being caught, Sikong Toqian had no choice other than to acquiesce, so he smilingly said, "Fine, wait until I gather all of Brother Qi's materials. I will bring them to the Lion's Roar Gate for you. I don't buy your nonsense." Qi Xiaodia snorted and demanded, "You better hand them over right now to my little brother. This is a bit difficult. I don't have so many medicinal ingredients at the moment." Sikong Toqian awkwardly smiled and spoke. Li Qie interrupted their conversation and asked while looking at Sikong Toqian, "You know how to rob graves?" "Brother is playing with me. With my little skill, how could I dare to say I know how to rob graves? I'm simply picking up some stuff left behind by other people at the cemetery." Sikong Toqian immediately denied. He was still a little afraid of Li Qie. Li Qie didn't care for such things and continued, "Since you know how to rob graves, then do you know a place that will sell a rotten underworld bean at Eastern Descent City?" Rotten underworld bean. After hearing Li Qie's question, Sikong Toqian paused for a moment before conveying, "This item rarely appears. I heard that there was one underworld rotten bean that surfaced, but it was quickly purchased by the Eternal River School. This toy is very useful and versatile, so it is very hard to come by. Do you know any other places?" Li Qie asked once again while looking at him. 1. Toqian equals Stealing the Heavens Chapter 258. Sima Longyun. Sikong Toqian couldn't help but to scratch his head and ponder for a bit. After a while, he finally clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Yes, I've got it. There is a grave auction outside of the city at the Forgotten Wasteland. This grave contains an alchemist who was amazing when he was still alive, and he probably buried many ancient herbs with him. The grave auction will happen not long from now and many people will come. You guys can also go, maybe there will be a rotten underworld bean there." Grave auction. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and nodded afterwards to say, "Come, take me there to check it out." Sikong Toqian was not quite willing in his heart. He wished to be as far away as possible from this god of death before him, but once he was gazed by Li Qie's eyes, he became frightened and didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately led the way for Li Qie's group. Another grave auction. I wonder if there will be anything good. Sometimes it is too hard to get anything at a grave auction. As Sikong Toqian was leading the way, Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but murmur. The grave auction was a very popular type of auction at the Eastern 100 cities. In fact, the entire mortal emperor world also had grave auctions, but it was not as common compared to the Eastern 100 cities. The reason why it was popular was very simple. As the base of the human race and an existence that was able to be traced back to the ancient times, there were many ancient burials under the city. Who knew how many invincible characters were buried below its earth? The grave auction was really just a regular auction. The auction organizer would ask the owners of the mountain peaks or territories to buy the graves. Once the organizer managed to buy the graves, there would be two approaches. The first was simply to auction the entire grave to someone, the second was to open the grave and take the items out to have auctions right on the spot. After the auctions were over, the corpses without any value would be returned to the previous grave's owner. Outside of satisfying those who wanted to find rare and new items, this type of auction also attracted those who wanted to make some profit. Of course, a grave auction and grave robbing only had a thin line of distinction. If it was a grave without an owner, there will be those who will open the graves to steal the treasures and then begin the auction. In fact, for the organizers dealing with grave auctions, they needed sufficient power to carry out such a task. In the end, valuable graves, especially those of extremely powerful characters, carried murderous dangerous. Some were even impenetrable and could not be opened. This was why any auction organizers who dared to do grave auctions were quite formidable. Without a doubt, the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion was an extremely powerful auction site. It was not only powerful but also extremely ancient. Its origin even went back to the Desolace expansion era, or it could even be older. Legend has it that back at their peak, their auction houses spread out all across the 9 worlds. Today, the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion was number 1 throughout the Eastern 100 cities. Even though the Forgotten Wasteland was described by Sikong Totian as outside of the city, it was in fact almost 10,000 miles away. This was a vast wilderness with weeds and wild grass everywhere and also a pervasive trace of human presence. However, the place where the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion was conducting its grave auction was a small green and luscious valley. It was completely different from this wasteland. So when everyone stepped in this small valley, the first thing they felt was a green freshness of life, so they couldn't help but nod in approval. It seems like this area is indeed a bit extraordinary. I can easily tell that this is the resting place of an alchemist. A truly powerful alchemist is able to give birth to a myriad of existences, so even after death, this many ancient herbs and vines will become his friend. In fact, after receiving an invitation from the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion, many cultivators traveled the far distance, including named heroes and royal nobles from the great powers. Many cultivators were very interested about grave auctions since they all held the intention of profiting from such an endeavor. An ordinary auction house would have underwent heavy selection, so there was a very unlikely chance for profit. However, a grave auction was different. Even if the appraiser had keen eyes, there would still be times when they are wrong. In the end, there will always be errors at these moments. Before the auction began, the small valley was filled with people. Vagrant cultivators and experts from the great powers kept on coming. Even if the vagrant cultivators didn't have the power to bid, they still wanted to watch the fun and increase their knowledge. I heard that this grave belongs to someone who was a legendary alchemist when he was alive. This valley used to be the property of an alchemy clan, but unfortunately, it has completely fallen. The descendants of this clan were no longer able to cultivate, so the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion was able to buy it with a relatively low price. Before the auction began, many people were discussing this matter. It is not certain whether we can unearth any astonishing artifacts from this grave or not. The biggest gamble is whether we can find any ancient medicines from it. In the end, ancient medicines are quite rare nowadays. A cultivator with some great background also talked about this matter. Another one opened their mouth and added, "I heard that the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion didn't invite the sect masters and royal lords. There is only one explanation: the value of this grave is quite limited. It is really hard to find a good grave right now at the Eastern 100 cities. However, even if people can find a good one, they wouldn't be able to open it, for it would be too powerful. Didn't the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion buy a tomb last year? They attacked for 9 whole months and it was all for naught. I heard that many experts were killed, they only entered and didn't leave. In the end, they couldn't do anything else besides giving it back to the family. That time, the pavilion only lost money and even got sick from it." An older cultivator commented. 1. The value of this alchemy grave is ordinary. No grand character came this time. In the valley, many cultivators formed their own groups and started to converse before the start of the auction. Sima Longyun of the furious immortal saint country came. A cultivator lifted his head and pointed at a young expert from far away while speaking with a person next to him. It was a spirited young man who wore a set of golden armor while suppressing his battle intent. His aura was like a bull that was capable of crumbling the mountains and rivers with one stomp. A dominating aura exuded from his body. Plus, his entire set of golden armor made him look like the son of a god. Virtuous disciple Sima of the furious immortal saint country. Even cultivators from the previous generations were surprised after seeing this young man. At this time, many cultivators, including royal nobles from the great powers, all came to greet this young man one after another. This young man was quite proud of his popularity. It was as if he was basked in sunshine. His elegant appearance was what other people would refer to as a dragon amongst men. Many people shuddered when the furious immortal saint country was brought up. It was definitely part of the grand countries in the Eastern 100 cities with a very old legacy. Even though an immortal emperor never came from it, its progenitor was a grand completion immortal physique and was invincible in this world. One could even say that he was comparable to an immortal emperor. 2. It was one of the few countries within the entire mortal emperor world that had an immortal physique law. That year, its progenitor was a grand completion furious immortal tyrannical physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. He created a supreme immortal physique law named Lower Tyrannical Immortal Physique Law. 3. Because of this immortal physique law, the furious immortal saint country was able to create a foundation that has stood strong to this day. I never thought that this ordinary grave auction would be able to draw good nephew Sima. For many cultivators went to greet Sima Longyun, including the older ones. Even the royal nobles from the great sects were willing to become acquainted with him. At this place, Sima Longyun could be described as a fish meeting the water and was extremely welcomed. He was also very flushed with success, so he smilingly answered, "I heard that the owner of this grave is an amazing alchemist, so I hope to find ancient medicines in his grave. My golden savage bull physique is complete, so my seniors found an ancient den recipe for me to create a physique paste. However, it does need a few ancient herbs, so I wanted to see if I can find them here. If I'm successful, then not long in the future, it will not be a problem for me to step into the tyrannical saint physique." Everyone knew Sima Longyun was bragging. However, there was no other way. This guy truly had the ability to brag, so after hearing his words, even royal nobles from the previous generation quickly congratulated him. Meanwhile, Sima Longyun was enjoying this vanity of being the moon surrounded by the stars. Although Sima Longyun was showing off, he really was a person with some capabilities. He came from the furious immortal saint country and was a natural-born golden savage bull physique. One had to know that the golden savage bull physique was a Xiantian physique that belonged to the furious immortal tyrannical physiques family. It was also one of the 48 Xiantian physiques. Most importantly, the saint country also had the supreme furious immortal tyrannical physique law, and, with Sima Longyun's conditions, there was a chance that he might be able to be valued by the elders of the country and be able to cultivate the supreme immortal physique law. Therefore, one could say that Sima Longyun's future potential was limitless. This time, if there are any ancient herbs that are appropriate for my ancient den recipe, then no matter the price, I must have them. Sima Longyun released such a statement in front of everyone. This was not only a warning against those who wanted to compete against him for ancient medicines, but also to show off that he was from the saint country, a genius royal noble, and that he never lacked money. Smart people shouldn't compete against him. Brother Sima is the talented pillar of the saint country. If there are really any ancient herbs in this grave that Brother Sima need, I trust that everyone will leave it for you. Who would be dumb enough to compete with Brother Sima, right? Isn't that the same as not giving the furious immortal saint country any face? A few disciples from other sects were flattering Sima Longyun by his side. Regarding Sima Longyun's arrogant attitude, many people were actually quite annoyed. However, what else could they do? The guy really had the capital to be cocky, and the saint country was not something that could be messed with by just anyone. The last one is a proverb, but I think the meaning is clear enough to leave it in. 2. Because of the saint prefix, I don't know whether it is a kingdom or a country. However, it is definitely not an ancient kingdom. I chose country because it didn't even have an immortal emperor. 3. The word lower here has a lot of different meanings, but usually it is a part of two, upper and lower. Down/downward/below/lower/later/next, weak etc., /second, of two parts, /to decline /to go down. These were all the possible choices, but I went with lower in case there is an upper version later and it sounds better than the others. 4. Good nephew here is an address used for flattering. Chapter 259, Ice Feather Palace. The grave auction had not yet begun when the group of Li Qie arrived at the little valley. However, the inheritance ancient pavilion's grave digging had entered its last phase and a corner of the buried tomb had been revealed. Witnessing the revealed corner of the tomb, Sikong Toqian quickly spoke to Li Qie, "This grave does not seem to be that big. It clearly isn't a tomb of the alchemy emperor level. At best, it will only be the grave of a legendary alchemist." At this time, Sikong Toqian had turned into an ordinary-looking young man. Anyone who previously saw him would soon forget his original appearance after averting their eyes. This brat didn't dare to use his real figure in a place with so many people. Just like Qi Xiaodia said before, this guy had committed many nasty acts, so his enemies were all over the eastern 100 cities. Li Qie didn't say anything and simply focused his gaze to analyze this place. No one knew what he was thinking. Since Li Qie didn't say anything, Sikong Toqian especially didn't dare to utter the wrong choice of words. Even without taking his remarkable background into consideration, Sikong Toqian had always been daring, but he was very dreadful of this man who was even younger than him. Since his debut, what type of trouble had he not been able to surpass? He dared to trespass the ancestral grounds of the great powers, and he even dared to dig the graves of their ancestors. However, after meeting Li Qie, he was filled with fear. His intuition told him that this young man before him was an absolutely terrorizing character, someone who could even eat people without spitting out their bones. Messing with him would only result in a sad demise. Sister Qi also came. While Li Qiye was looking around, Sima Longyun, like the moon surrounded by the stars, noticed Qi Xiaodie and his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately went to greet her with great enthusiasm. Qi Xiaodie's expression suddenly sank down after seeing Sima Longyun. She was quite annoyed at his proud and smug look. However, Sima Longyun was without such awareness. He still approached and enthusiastically asked, "Sister also came to bid for antiques. What does sister want?" Qi Xiaodie ignored him and Qi Xiaodao was pushed out as a shield. He had no choice but to put on a friendly face as he smilingly spoke, "So it is Brother Sima, are you here for ancient herbs? I heard that Brother Sima is now a grand completion golden savage bull physique, congratulations, congratulations." The truth was that Qi Xiaodao was also reluctant in dealing with Sima Longyun. Everyone knew about Sima Longyun's intentions regarding his sister, it was not a secret at all. Even though Qi Xiaodao didn't like him, he still put on a friendly smile to greet this fella. "Brother Qi is messing with me." Sima Longyun laughed out loud with a proud demeanor that he didn't try to hide at all. He smilingly replied, "On another day when I visit the great scenery of your esteemed gate, I hope that Lion's Roar Heavenly King will teach me a thing or two about the supreme immortal physique law." Lion's Roar Heavenly King was Qi Xiaodao's grandfather and also the person who was in charge of the gate. However, he has already been in secluded meditation for a long time now. Sima Longyun's words sent a shiver to Qi Xiaodao's heart. He quickly replied, "Brother Sima is teasing my Lion's Roar Gate. The Lion's Roar Gate is only a small sect, we don't have an immortal physique law. The items passed down by my ancestors were already missing during our time of declination." This was the thing Qi Xiaodao feared the most. His grandfather's ancestor was Lion Monarch Ba Xian. There was a rumor that Lion Monarch Ba Xian left behind a supreme immortal physique law. However, even though the Lion's Roar Gate controlled the Lion's Roar country, it had declined and could not compare to the great powers. Qi Xiaodao and the rest of the gate were very anxious of people talking about the matter of this law, for it could cause a sect-destroying disaster. While Qi Xiaodao was dealing with Sima Longyun, Li Qiye didn't say anything as he simply looked around the geography of this place. After millions of years, the mountains and rivers had changed. Li Qiye didn't have too many memories about this particular place. In fact, he seldom came to this place, so he was looking for a memory that had been covered in dust for a long time now. This was not something he personally experienced, it was a legend. From that year, a part of an anecdote. In fact, this matter was not considered earth-shattering nor anything that special, he only occasionally heard it in passing. At this moment, while standing at this place, he felt a bit strange and wanted to compare to see if this had anything to do with the matter of that year or not. At the same time, Qi Xiaodie hated Sima Longyun, so she stood next to Li Qiye at the side. This attracted Sima Longyun's attention, so he stared at Li Qiye at this time and asked, "Who might you be? You're very unfamiliar, ah?" Sima Longyun's attitude was very clear. He wanted to warn Li Qiye, "Brat, you should know better and get the hell out of my way." Meanwhile, when the low-key Sikong Toqian saw Sima Longyun provoking Li Qiye, he was quite excited with schadenfreude. He actually wanted to see how Sima Longyun will die. This brat actually thought that just because he was from the furious immortal saint country, he would be able to do whatever he wants. Hey, provoking this guy in front of him. Even if he came from the saint country, he would surely be eaten alive. Even though Sikong Toqian had not personally seen Li Qiye take action, as a thief and as a qualified grave robber, his instincts were telling him that Li Qiye was even more terrifying than a fierce prehistoric beast, dangerous to the extreme. Even though he appeared to be quite harmless on the surface, he was definitely an embodiment of terror. Sikong Toqian trusted that his intuition was not incorrect. He traveled underground and hid in the shadows, he cheated and fooled in the face of countless dangers, and it was always his intuition that saved him in times of great peril. He had met dreadful and ominous things underground. It was a creepy feeling, something that instilled fear deep in his heart, but even this ominous thing was not even close to Li Qiye's dangerous nature. In contrast to Sikong Toqian, who was happily waiting to see someone else get in trouble, Li Qiye had no reaction. He kept on looking at the terrain. To him, a character of Sima Longyun's level was not worth paying any mind. Even though he knew Sima Longyun was talking to him, he was too lazy to even glance at the guy. This no-name junior daring to ignore him caused Sima Longyun's mood to sink as his eyes became cold. This person is my friend. Qi Xiaodao immediately smoothed things over after seeing Sima Longyun's change in expression. They came here for the rotten underworld bean, so he only wanted to get it without any trouble. He especially didn't want to provoke someone like Sima Longyun. Is that so? This friend of Brother Qi is a bit too arrogant. Sima Longyun coldly sneered at this point. At this time, Li Qiye slowly turned around and glanced at Sima Longyun. He slightly opened his mouth, wanting to speak. However, before words could come out, a majestic hymn appeared like a heavenly orchestra descending down, resulting in everyone inside the valley to be stunned into a daze. At this time, immortal flowers fluttered down from the sky like raindrops. This caused everyone to look up to the sky to watch. And this wasn't even the strangest part. After the rain of flowers descended, burst after burst of sweet-sounding immortal music resounded. Then, women from the sky began to land. The moment these women nearly reached the ground, ice flowers began to blossom right below their feet to hold them up. These women who suddenly descended from the sky were all wearing clothing decorated with plumes and had a silky veil covering their faces. It was as if they were goddesses from the heavens itself. The Ice Feather Palace also came. Even royal nobles and enlightened beings from the last generation became serious as they murmured after seeing the blooming immortal flowers. The Ice Feather Palace was one of the most powerful heritages at the Eastern 100 Cities, and it was also an immortal emperor lineage. It was created by immortal Emperor Bingyu on top of a high snowy peak. And immortal Emperor Bingyu was one of the few female immortal emperors since the ancient times. Even though the Ice Feather Palace did not create their own nation to rule over one domain like the other emperor heritages, they were above a snowy peak and had an aloof aura. They wanted to be removed from the crowd. However, even without a nation, no one ever dared to disdain the Ice Feather Palace. Even until now, the Ice Feather Palace has been unfathomable with great hidden powers. It seems like I am not too late. At this time, a very pleasant voice appeared, followed by several figures descending down from above. Everyone became shocked the moment they saw these people falling from the sky. These women were all charmingly beautiful like newly bloomed lotus flowers above a pond. It was such a visual pleasure to witness so many beautiful women appearing at the same time. And all of these beautiful women were like stars orbiting around one man. No, they were surrounding a girl cross-dressing as a boy. The girl surrounded by these women was not any less than those around her, she was even a bit more dazzling. She had a pair of pretty eyes like the morning stars that had an alluring charm, like the brightest glittering stars amidst the night curtain. With red lips and snow-white teeth along with a fine and tall sculpted nose like a prime piece of jade, her face was as white as powder. There was a glow filled with health and vigor amidst her eyes. This was absolutely a country and city-toppling beauty. However, such a charming beauty like this was cross-dressing. Even the loosely laid crescent robe adorned by males on top of her body could not hide the jade peaks before her chest. One could easily see the visible rolling ridges, and it only added even more to her charm. This cross-dressing beauty before them did not cause people to be taken aback. Instead, they were filled with exultation from witnessing such grace and allurement, causing their hearts to beat faster. Bingyu. Even the arrogant Sima Longyun lost his colors after seeing this cross-dressing girl. He definitely didn't want to mess with such a person. Even though the furious immortal saint country was ancient and powerful, the Ice Feather Palace was even more mighty. An always aloof immortal emperor lineage. And not to mention, immortal Emperor Bingyu was an invincible existence who was even feared by the true gods. The descendant of the Ice Feather Palace. Many people shivered at her sight. Even though a girl dressing as a man was quite humorous, but at this moment, no one dared to laugh at her. 1. Eat people without spitting out their bones is a metaphor to describe a vicious and ruthless person, eating someone alive, bones included. Chapter 260, Cross-Dressing Bingyu, Ice Feather Palace. Li Qiye couldn't help but narrow his eyes after seeing this girl dressed like a man in front of his eyes. He recalled a memory from his past, immortal Emperor Bingyu. He couldn't help but smile after thinking about a certain matter. Everyone erred on the side of caution to avoid Bingyu from thinking that they were laughing at her. At this moment, Li Qiye was the only person who was smiling, and it immediately attracted Bingyu's attention. It seems like this is not a tomb belonging to an alchemy emperor. At this moment, Bing Yuxia glanced at the grave site that was still being excavated and smilingly declared. Her smile was extremely beautiful. She was initially a city-toppling beauty, yet she chose to wear men's clothing. Her smile carried 7 parts of a woman's charm while the other 3 belonged to the attractive handsomeness of men. When combined together, this smile was especially attractive. Even women could only sigh at such a scene. At this time, the female disciples of the Ice Feather Palace who came with Bing Yuxia also prepared a pavilion on the highest place of the area. Even though the pavilion was not large, it had everything from an ice stove to teapots with a soft bed. Everything one could think of was at hand. Bing Yuxia lay on the soft bed in complete enjoyment and ease while carrying a lazy attitude with an indescribable comfort. Meanwhile, the beauties by her side were serving her as she slightly smiled and hugged 2 of them, one in each hand, just like a perverted young master. She even occasionally teased the beauties next to her as waves of cheerful laughter resounded. It was as if she was not a girl, but a peerless, handsome young man who was enjoying the endless, fortunate pleasure of beauties with pretty girls all around him. This absurd and flowery scene silenced many spectating cultivators. One from the previous generation lamented the shift of attitude in the new generation, while a younger cultivator couldn't help but become envious and imagine that it was he who was enjoying so many beauties like this. Bing Yuxia was clearly a girl, yet she was acting like a shady young master. However, with her gentleness like the jade and impressive and personable aura, if she was truly a man, then she will definitely enchant numerous young girls. Her romantic style caused men to be envious and women to lament with praises, such an amazingly dirty young master. Compared to Bing Yuxia, the self-proclaimed outstanding and extraordinary Sima Longyun became abandoned goods. Even though Bing Yuxia was a girl pretending to be a boy, her aura was graceful and completely natural. It was without any trace of pretension, completely contrasting the previous performance of Sima Longyun. A comparison would only cause others to become even more annoyed at Sima Longyun. Her appearance immediately stole Sima Longyun's spotlight completely. Just earlier, he could be considered a talented prodigy, for he was a grand completion Xiantian physique as well as being a disciple of the furious immortal saint country that garnered much attention. However, the moment Bing Yuxia arrived, she was the real dragon and phoenix while Sima Longyun was simply an earth dragon at best. Although Bing Yuxia stole his fame, Sima Longyun didn't dare to utter a single grievance. Even as the disciple of the saint country, he was still way too lacking compared to Bing Yuxia. Bing Yuxia was the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace and had an unreachable and awe-inducing status throughout the entire Eastern Descent City. Not to mention, the Ice Feather Palace was an immortal emperor lineage and was much more powerful compared to the Saint Country. And not just Sima Longyun, even the crown prince of their Saint Country would have to give Bing Yuxia some face. Bing Yuxia enjoyed the pavilion by herself along with all the marvelous satisfactions that life had to offer. Li Qiye couldn't help but to wryly smile while watching such a scene. He couldn't help but remember immortal Emperor Bing Yu. It had been so many years, yet the Ice Feather Palace still didn't change this particular tone. This girl really wanted to copy their Ice Feather Palace's ancestor. She even learned her ancestor's style, but how much of immortal Emperor Bing Yu's actual abilities had she learned? It's coming out, it's coming out. Not long after, inside the valley, the inheritance ancient pavilion finally finished digging up the entire tomb that was underground. This tomb was quite old and had experienced uncountable years. It was built by divine rocks as the Tao lines still traversed throughout the surface. Without a doubt, this tomb was enforced by a powerful character. However, it had been eroded by time, so the Tao lines became much weaker. At this point, the experts from the pavilion lifted up the entire tomb and placed it in the middle of the valley. After a short cleanup, the auctioneer finally came out. Ahem, fellow Taoists, this tomb belongs to a legendary alchemist from an old era. He came from an alchemy clan, and after our appraisal, we have determined that this is absolutely the real thing and has a fair price. We guarantee this on our golden plaque and reputation for the past millions of years, the auctioneer declared after stepping up. At this time, with great focus, all eyes were on this tomb. According to our inheritance ancient pavilion's grave auction rules, we will first start with an auction for the entire tomb. If there is no one willing to bid, then we will open the tomb to start the second auction. The auctioneer spoke as he glanced at everyone. How much do you plan to auction this tomb for? After hearing his words, a cultivator became impatient and loudly asked. Even though this tomb that belonged to a legendary alchemist did not necessarily have any invincible manuals or peerless treasures and weapons, it was likely to have some valuable ancient medicines. Many alchemists, before dying, would bury all of their precious medicines and grass along with themselves. Many cultivators with special needs, especially grand characters of the royal noble and enlightened being levels, highly valued ancient medicines. For example, Sima Longyun needed ancient herbs to refine his body. Even though a physique paste was appropriate to temper every kind of physique and the paste formulas were readily available to the world, high-level physique pastes and their required ingredients were not easy to find. The finest ranked ones were even more difficult to obtain. Physique pastes were universal and applicable for any physique, but there were heritages with their own recipes, or they would use an ancient recipe to temper a specific physique. Because many of these ancient recipes required ancient medicines were quite a hot commodity. Sima Longyun was looking for ancient medicines that could be used for the ancient recipe to refine his golden savage bull physique. After noticing the eagerness in all the cultivators that were present at the scene, the auctioneer coughed and carefully said, "I don't think I need to repeat that. Outside of the Forbidden Grounds and ancient earths, the majority of ancient medicines can only be found underground. Good ancient medicines are well received universally. After our appraisal, we guarantee that there are quite a few ancient medicines inside this tomb. We have decided that this tomb will start at 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades." All the cultivators at the scene immediately exploded into an uproar after hearing this. It was not a sum that vagrant cultivators or even royal nobles from the great sects could afford. Even the great powers would not necessarily be able to come up with such a sum. Even if they did, they would have to gauge whether this was worth the price or not. What a joke! A demon monarch began to speak. "This is a price up high in the sky. One could buy a finest rank Saint Physique paste with such a price. If I were to exaggerate a little, one could even buy an immortal physique paste. Who would be willing to gamble 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades on a legendary alchemist's tomb?" These words resonated with quite a few grand characters as they jumped on the bandwagon. Another enlightened being shook his head and said, 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. Even the lowest rank amongst virtuous paragon refined jades already have a monstrous price. This price is way too high. Change it a bit, maybe 900,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades is a lot more reasonable, and one would actually think about it. However, finest heavenly sovereign refined jades will still be a bit expensive. That's right. Many other people quickly echoed, "This price is too illogical. If this was the tomb of a virtuous paragon, then your inheritance ancient pavilion can name this price without anyone questioning it. However, for a legendary alchemist, this price is unreasonably expensive. Gentlemen, everyone knows that the status of a legendary alchemist has always been very high. It is not any less than a virtuous paragon. Taking into account the prestige of a legendary alchemist, this tomb is worth the price." The auctioneer was not angry and smilingly answered with a harmonious tone. This was the benefit of attending a grave auction. If it was just an ordinary auction house, then the moment an item was appraised, there would be no room for bartering. However, it was possible to do so at a grave auction. As long as one was capable, they could try to lower the price. That is only when he was still alive. Another alchemist opened his mouth and retorted, "A living legendary alchemist could be said to have an even higher status than a virtuous paragon, but this is not the case when he is dead. As an alchemist, the items left behind to his future generations would only be a few ancient medicines." The auctioneer remained smiling as he said, "This price is still acceptable. Maybe there is a 9 transformation soul grass amongst these ancient medicines. Everyone is aware that a 9 transformation soul grass buried for millions of years is truly unfathomable. If it is synthesized with an ancient fate pill recipe, then it will definitely be a priceless treasure. It will have an even greater effect for virtuous paragons of the previous generation. You speak of 9 transformation soul grass so easily. Even a legendary alchemist would not be able to see a 9 transformation soul grass more than a few times in his entire life. Just 1 or 2 times would have been plenty." A royal noble shook his head and said, "It is acceptable for alchemy emperors to be buried with 9 transformation soul grass. As for legendary alchemists, this is impossible. Why would he not pass such a priceless treasure down to his descendants? 900,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades, if you guys want to sell at this price, then I will want it. An enlightened being offered. Impossible. 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. The auctioneer shook his head and named a new price. At this time, an ancient saint spoke after some pondering. 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is still completely impossible. If you guys really want to sell it, then it must be 50 virtuous paragon refined jades. In a short amount of time, great characters with some capital started to haggle with the auctioneer. After a few rounds, the auctioneer finalized the price at 200,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. 600 virtuous paragon refined jades. If you want to get rid of it, I would want it at this price. In the end, the highest bid was from Bing Yuxia of the Ice Feather Palace. The difference in price between the bid and the desired price of the inheritance ancient pavilion was too high. The pavilion would not want to do such a business no matter what. Chapter 261, Graves auction. The bids from the buyers and the auction house's desired price was too far apart. After the unsuccessful call for the lowest possible price, the auction house was no longer willing to cut the sum. In that case, open the tomb then. The Ice Feather Palace's descendant, Bing Yuxia, said, "It is just a waste of time with everyone being long-winded like this. If the inheritance ancient pavilion is so sure of this tomb, then I'm sure there are great items inside. That's right, hurry up and open the tomb. If there are good stuff, then everyone will compete for them." Many buyers couldn't wait any longer, so they started to shout out. Sikong Toqian kept a low profile while standing next to Li Qiye, then he quietly inquired, "What does brother think about this particular tomb?" Li Qiye glanced at him and answered with a question, "What do you think about this tomb? I heard you robbed quite a few graves, so your insight should not be too bad." After arriving at the scene, although Sikong Toqian maintained a low profile, the reality was that his eyes were still continuously sweeping everywhere. "Brother is messing with me. I simply picked up a few pieces of trash, how could I dare to rob graves?" Sikong Toqian wryly smiled, but under Li Qiye's glare, he didn't dare to be stubborn, so he had to continue, "This tomb is a bit poor, it's only a legendary alchemist after all. Especially when he came from an alchemist clan, there will not be too many valuable things buried with him because he most likely left them behind for his descendants. The only shining light is the ancient medicines. How should I say this tomb is a bit different. With my experience in traveling underground, this tomb is a bit strange. I'm looking at the geography and feng shui of this tomb, it is burying the yin and carrying the yang, a bit unconventional. If it is only a legendary alchemist's tomb, it is not worth a few 100,000 virtuous paragon refined jades, even if the jades are of the lowest level." This guy had always said that he was only picking up trash to avoid the grave robbing matter. In reality, however, this guy was a professional when it came to this matter. Li Qiye gave him a look and smiled without saying anything. This brat truly had some abilities. Does brother have any good input? Sikong Toqian didn't give up and kept on asking. He felt that Li Qiye had a unique perspective regarding this tomb. Ever since his arrival, he had been watching this entire valley. "You will see." Li Qiye only smiled and didn't answer Sikong Toqian. However, he recognized Sikong Toqian's outlook. This tomb buried the yin and carried the yang, it was indeed a bit unconventional. At the same time, there was one thing that Sikong Toqian was left unaware to. This was an extremely ancient matter. In fact, Li Qiye himself didn't personally experience such a thing. It was merely a rumor during that era, and no one knew whether it was true or false. Good, since there is no buyer that's willing to pay the high price, the tomb will be opened right now. In the end, the auctioneer of the inheritance ancient pavilion declared. After the confirmation, the grand characters from the pavilion used an amazing method to open the dome of this tomb. In just a second, the inside of the tomb was exposed before everyone in full view. At this time, the auctioneer went inside the tomb while the grand characters blocked it once again. He began to look at the treasures in order to identify them. Even though everyone could see everything inside the tomb through the exposed dome, the tomb itself was sealed so no one outside could hear the appraisal from the auctioneer as he evaluated each of the items. Everyone could see a coffin in the middle of the tomb. It was completely black as if it was made from gloomy divine wood. Outside of the coffin in the middle of the tomb, there were many bottles and jars laying around everywhere. In addition, medicinal racks were present as well. Whether it was because of rotten wood or some other unknown reasons, these racks already collapsed to the floor. There were a few bottles and treasure boxes scattered on the ground along with a few decayed wooden boxes. By now, the appraiser had already evaluated all the items. Even though there were many bottles inside the tomb, the appraiser's ability was of the finest level, so their speed was quite swift. At this time, the buyers in the valley were holding their breaths while gazing intensely at all the items in the tomb as well the appraiser, hoping to see a few clues. In the end, it was a test for the experience and insight of the buyers. Sometimes, an experienced buyer would still be able to pick up some good deals. It is indeed a tomb of an alchemist. Just like what everyone thought, only ancient medicines were buried. There are no life treasures nor manuals. A buyer murmured after seeing that all the buried items inside the tomb were medicinal bottles. Another experienced buyer sighed in relief and commented, "Fortunately, I didn't buy the entire tomb, otherwise, it would have been a big loss." Of course, the buyers who came for ancient medicines were happy and hoped to be able to buy their needed drugs. Many people began to speculate after seeing all these bottles on the floor. This was a legendary alchemist, so his buried items should not be too bad. Hopefully, there will be one or two supreme immortal medicines. A person was quite excited and exclaimed. Many alchemists had a habit of burying a few spirit medicines and immortal grass along with them when they died. Even a weak alchemist would also do the same. It would be a waste of being a prestigious alchemist if they didn't have one or two precious materials buried along with them. Okay, we will begin the grave auction in the order that the items were appraised, not by the price. The auctioneer declared the rules to everyone. At this time, the first medicinal bottle was brought up. This was an item where the value could be accurately determined. The auctioneer opened the bottle and a sour, rotten fruit flavor immediately lingered in the air. It carried a bit of a tangy stench along with a faint treasure sandalwood smell. This strand of sandalwood essence immediately livened the spirits of others. This is a bottle of natural dan fruit. After our pavilion's examination, this natural dan fruit has 700,000 years of medicinal spirit, and it has been sealed inside this bottle for more than 1 million years. Everyone should know that a 700,000-year natural dan fruit is quite precious. It could even be considered an ancient medicine. I don't need to say more about its value. This natural dan fruit will start with 5,000 ancient saint refined jades, and they have to be of the grand saint level. The auctioneer spoke to all the potential buyers. Refined jades of the same realm also had different levels. For example, refined jades meant for ancient saints were called ancient saint refined jades, but when it was made from the purest world's essence within this realm, then it will be classified as grand saint refined jades. So it really is a natural dan fruit. At this moment, everyone stared at the treasure fruit inside the bottle. Ordinary longevity medicines and this natural dan fruit were a bit different. The fruit had been sealed underground for too long, and it had turned into a dark reddish brown. This was the sign of an ancient medicine absorbing the eon essence of the underworld. 2. I bid 5,000 ancient saint refined jades. A royal noble of the previous generation immediately declared. I bid 6,000. A different sect master immediately shouted. There were many people who competed. Another royal lord quickly bidded 10,000. A natural dan fruit was one of the most important side ingredients for refining longevity medicines. Having a 700,000-year-old medicinal spirit meant that it could be used to create a true medicine. This level of medicine was loved the most by royal nobles and enlightened beings, especially the older ones. Thus, it was quite sought after by the experts of the previous generations, resulting in its rarity. The royal nobles and enlightened beings of the last generation whom had some formidable backgrounds had most likely used a lot of ordinary longevity medicines. Maybe it was not their first time trying to extend their lifespan. To them, even true longevity medicines became much less effective due to the tolerance they built up. At this point, no matter how many longevity medicines they used, they would not be able to prolong their life for much longer. Because of this resistance, ancient medicines became their aspiration and goal. Since they have not used longevity medicines made from ancient medicines before, their resistance to it was quite little and the effect would be quite great. Because of this, this natural dan fruit buried for 1 million years became quite a hot item. Ultimately, this bottle of natural dan fruit was sold for a price as high as the sky. At 80,000 ancient saint refined jades, this price was much higher than the initial starting price of 5,000. Moreover, only the old royal nobles and ancient saints with a little bit of life remaining bidded for it. Naturally, they were willing to pay a high price to buy an item that could increase their lifespan. The second item for auction, this is the profound vessel wood. The second item being brought up was a piece of treasure wood. It was stored in a jar. The moment this jar was opened, a wooden fragrance caused everyone to be intoxicated. It was quite a marvelous scene. The value of the profound vessel wood goes without saying. The auctioneer continued, each expert will eventually undergo a fate calamity. If they have a piece of profound vessel wood on their body at the moment of their fate calamity, I trust that their true fate will never become lost. This profound vessel wood had been buried for millions of years, and its wooden fragrance had been coagulating for just as many years, making it even more powerful. This piece of profound vessel wood will start at 100,000 enlightened being refined jades. 3. A furor broke out after people heard that it was a piece of profound vessel wood. The people of the younger generation with high aptitudes were especially excited as their hearts started to beat faster. Cultivators who wanted to reach the apex would always meet two deadly obstacles. If they couldn't rise above these two deadly Tao obstacles, then they would die with their Tao lost and become mere puffs of smoke in the sky. These two Tao obstacles were fate calamity and life reduction. There was a phrase circulating amongst cultivators, a fate calamity was the devil of the mind and the life reduction was the withering of the heavens. A fate calamity was a disastrous tribulation of the true fate. Any cultivator at the grand achievement mysterious fate realm or peak royal noble must face their fate calamity. If they could not break through their true fate's tribulation at this level, then they will become nothing. This was a great disaster to all cultivators. It was extremely difficult to surpass, and once they failed, then all of their effort throughout their life would go down the drain. 4.1. I'm sure immortal grass and spirit medicines here are more like adjectives and not literal in this case. 2. Earthine would be the literal translation here, but in essence of the underworld seems to be more clear. 3. Ra here is 100 plus 1000 plus 10,000 years, so it's 1 billion years in actual text, but this is just an adjective for a very long time, so I chose millions to fit the context better. 4. The original phrase for go down the drain is water flowing to the east. Its meaning is everything was for naught. Its origin is from Dream of the Red Chamber. Chapter 262, Competition for the Rotten Underworld being so when this profound vessel wood appeared, it became very popular, especially towards the gifted young crowd. To them, breaking through royal noble and becoming an enlightened being was only a matter of time. Even royal nobles of the last generation who wanted to reach enlightened being did not want to miss out on this block of profound vessel wood. 150,000 enlightened being refined jades. The first to bid was Sima Longyun. He immediately raised the price by 50,000 with a must-win attitude. 160,000, even though ordinary experts were wary of Sima Longyun, this did not mean that no one else would dare to compete against him. 170,000, the competition for this piece of wood was mainly amongst royal nobles. In the end, they wanted to become enlightened beings, so they had to face the inevitable fate calamity. 3,700,000 enlightened being refined jades. In the end, this profound vessel wood had a sky-high price, and the person who crazily bidded such a high price was Sima Longyun. Bidding more than 3 million jades immediately made many people give up. This price was unreasonably high. Even if some other buyers had the money, Sima Longyun acted as if he must have it, so they were not willing to compete with him any further. In the end, it was not a wise choice to become enemies with the furious immortal saint country. The third item is an urn of ivory rock water. We'll start at 320,000 soul creation refined jades. The third item's value was worth far less than the previous two items. Each buried item was brought out one after another for the auction after being evaluated by the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion's appraisers. The majority of these items had something to do with spirit medicines and soul grasses. There was no doubt that the owner of this tomb was indeed a legendary alchemist. Only an alchemist of this level would be able to seal so many ancient medicines to bury alongside them. After seeing that the buried items all had something to do with ancient medicines, Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodie became quite spirited. Maybe there will really be a rotten underworld being that they needed amongst the buried items. The 45th item for auction is a pot of rotten underworld beans. Under Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodie's eager anticipation, a pot of rotten underworld beans finally came out. A rotten smell rushed out the moment the auctioneer opened the pot. It was really a pot filled with rotten underworld beans. Each of them was the size of a soybean and had a brown color. Li Qiye sniffed right when the pot was opened to carefully check the smell of the rotten underworld beans. This pot of rotten underworld beans will start at 4,000 royal noble refined jades, the auctioneer declared. The Qi sister and brother duo were ecstatic because this was the thing they needed. Even though the price was higher than their expectations, they were still able to afford it. I will. The moment the auctioneer finished naming the price, Qi Xiaodia was unable to hold back. However, before she could say anything, Li Qiye immediately interrupted her and pulled her to the side. Qi Xiaodia, who was dragged by Li Qiye, immediately glared at him and shook his hand off. She then drily said, "What are you doing? We need the rotten underworld bean." This scene was caught by Sima Longyun, who had always been watching Qi Xiaodia. He stared at Li Qiye with cold glimmers flashing in his eyes, but he gently talked to Qi Xiaodia instead. "Sister wants the rotten underworld bean. How about I buy it for you?" Qi Xiaodia looked at him and said, "I will buy it myself." Finished speaking, she wanted to bid but was stopped again by Li Qiye, who was shaking his head. A fiery anger flared in Sima Longyun's heart. He didn't know the relationship between Li Qiye and Qi Xiaodia, but his furious immortal saint country had proposed to the Lion's Roar Gate. "I bid 5,000. At this time, someone else decided to bid on this pot of rotten underworld beans. "I bid 10,000. Sima Longyun immediately challenged the bid and then spoke to Qi Xiaodia, "As long as you need it, I will help you get it." With that said, he then snorted and glared at Li Qiye. Li Qiye immediately laughed after seeing Sima Longyun's attitude as he leisurely offered, "I bid 20,000. Li Qiye's attitude was a challenge in Sima Longyun's eyes, and thus, his eyes turned fierce. Nobody actually dared to provoke him. "What are you doing?" Qi Xiaodia immediately glared at Li Qiye. Even though they must obtain the rotten underworld beans, bidding required a particular method. If someone acted like Li Qiye, who was only raising the price without any finesse, then they would only lose out in the end. Li Qiye looked at her, then he nonchalantly smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I will grab it for you. Money is not an issue as long as you like it." Having said that, he then revealed an ambiguous and misleading smile. Disgusting, Qi Xiaodia felt the creeps and uttered after seeing Li Qiye act like this. She didn't know why Li Qiye suddenly became crazy and spoke such words. "I bid 30,000. Sima Longyun was furious after seeing such a display. Nobody was competing for his woman. Truly tired of living. Li Qiye raised his eyelids once, then he slowly said, "I bid 40,000. Qi Xiaodia glared at him and coldly asked, "Are you out of your mind?" They truly needed the rotten underworld beans, but their refined jades were not earned without any effort. It was all from Qi Xiaodao's tedious gathering, completely unlike the carelessness of Li Qiye's bidding. "It's no problem. I might be missing a lot of things, but money is not one of them," Li Qiye leisurely answered. People who didn't know better would actually think that he was trying to win her favor. The flashy point garnered from this scene, in the eyes of the spectators, was that Li Qiye wanted to please his beauty and didn't care about throwing money away like trash. And Qi Xiaodia, on the other hand, was worried about her dear lover's money, so she didn't want her beloved to spend too much. They looked as if they were quite in love. Sima Longyun was particularly annoyed by such a scene as his expression dimmed with surging murderous intent. The Saint country had proposed to the Lion's Roar country, so this matter was 80 to 90% certain. Yet at this moment, a nobody suddenly appeared and competed for his woman. He must be tired of living. "I bid 50,000. Sima Longyun looked at Li Qiye and proudly said, "My furious immortal saint country does not lack anything, especially refined jades. I bid 100,000. Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye and bid a higher price with complete ease. Qi Xiaodia was driven mad by Li Qiye. Would they even need to buy it when the price of the bean was this high now? This was truly insanity. Qi Xiaodao, on the other hand, kept quiet. He was personally delighted to see the two getting together because he wanted them as a pair. Meanwhile, Sikong Toqian was hiding to the side, waiting to watch the fun, for he knew it was fast approaching. Really crazy. There were a few people who wanted to bid on the beans, but after seeing Li Qiye and Sima Longyun's attitude, they immediately dropped the thought. This matter was as clear as day to anyone. They wanted to have a competition of wealth. Only big losses would come from this if other people were mixed in. Lacking experience, full of vim, lacking age, full of money. Such a good thing. A cultivator from the previous generation couldn't help but lament. Everyone was quite perplexed by Li Qie, this nobody who appeared out of nowhere yet dared to compete with wealth against Sima Longyun, who came from the St. Country Point 100,000. 100,000 going once. Any other bidders? Naturally, the auctioneer was quite excited. This price was far higher than his expectations, so he immediately shouted. After being provoked by Li Qie like this, especially in front of the lover in his dreams, how could Sima Longyun swallow this anger? He immediately exclaimed, 200,000. I bid 200,000. 500,000. Li Qie's demeanor remained calm as he bid a new price in a carefree manner. Qi Xiaodia was shaking from anger and wanted to explode into a tantrum. This price had completely exceeded their hopes. On the other hand, Qi Xiaodao only awkwardly smiled. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. At this point, Sima Longyun gazed intensely at the smiling Li Qie, who simply shrugged and said, money is not something I lack. 500,000 just to see a smile from a beauty is not an egregious matter. 1 million. Sima Longyun's enmity pierced the sky itself. He came from the furious immortal Saint Country, thus he was always high above everyone else, who would ever dare to offend him. 5,000,000, Li Qie slowly enunciated. Crazy, this is truly crazy. There was a sudden uproar right after Li Qie's bid. Even buyers with some wealth were startled by this price. This was 100 times more than the price of a rotten underworld bean. 5 million. 5 million. Is there anyone else with a higher bid? The auctioneer was crazily ecstatic. This would definitely be the most exciting scene of this auction. 10 million. Sima Longyun decisively made a decision and looked at Li Qie in disdain as he sneered, I have plenty of money. In fact, 10 million royal noble refined jades to buy one pot of rotten underworld beans was extremely insane, but since Sima Longyun's arrow had been shot, he had no choice but to follow through even if it was a big loss. However, he couldn't lose face, especially in front of Qi Xiaodia. At this time, Li Qie cheerfully smiled and leisurely gave him a thumbs up as he spoke, so rich. 10 million to buy one pot of rotten underworld beans. I quit. Li Qie's sudden withdrawal left an annoying sensation in Sima Longyun's mind. It was as if he mustered all of his strength to deliver one devastating blow only to find that it missed completely. Nevertheless, Sima Longyun still sneered and proudly said, competing with me with just someone like you. Still so lacking. 10 million. 10 million. Is there anyone else who wants to go even higher? The auctioneer shouted with much excitement. This was most likely the most expensive pot of beans in his auctioneering life. It was hundreds of times higher than the ordinary price, extremely ridiculous. 10 million, this bottle of rotten underworld beans goes to young noble Sima of the furious immortal Saint Country. Ultimately, the auctioneer repeated 3 times without anyone else bidding, so Sima Longyun became the highest bidder. 2 statements that probably sound better in its original prose. A youth lacking experience is filled with vigorous and red-blooded energy. A youth lacking in age has a lot of money. These are just phrases to describe Li Qie and Sima Longyun in this particular situation, and I do say that they are quite apartment. Chapter 263, You're still too inexperienced to compete against me. Everyone became astonished due to the final price of the rotten underworld beans. It was too illogical, even someone who needed it would not be able to accept such a price. In the end, the pot fell into the hands of Sima Longyun. Why did you suddenly go insane? Seeing Sima Longyun successfully obtain the pot of beans, Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but explode and shout at Li Qie. The rotten underworld beans was something that they must get, but because of Li Qie's meddling, Sima Longyun was able to grab it with such a sky-high price. Even if Sima Longyun didn't win it, they wouldn't have been able to afford such a ludicrous price. At this time, Qi Xiaodia became exasperated because of Li Qie's troublemaking. If he didn't go all out on bidding, then maybe they would have been able to grab this pot of beans at an acceptable price. Sister doesn't need to be angry. If you need it, I'll just give it to you. Money is only an external thing, it doesn't matter at all. Right now, Sima Longyun immediately handed the pot of rotten underworld beans over to Qi Xiaodia. 10 million jades for a pot of rotten underworld beans was outrageous even for Sima Longyun, but if it could earn Qi Xiaodia's favor and strike a blow to his love rival, Li Qie, this was plenty worth it for him. This is all your fault. Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but announce her displeasure towards Li Qie with a deep tone. Li Qie remained unperturbed and answered with a smile while looking at Sima Longyun, the rotten underworld bean has a great effect. However, a pot of useless beans is not useful at all. Using a pot of useless beans to please a beauty, this matter is really too embarrassing. What do you mean? Sima Longyun's expression turned cold after hearing Li Qie's words. Many people present were also surprised at this sudden development. Li Qie smirked and slowly explained, as an alchemist, I will provide you with some common sense. Correct, rotten underworld beans are not valuable right after maturity, they need to be buried for a long time before becoming something worthwhile. Clearly, there are a few complications when this alchemist buried them. When he sun-dried these underworld rotten beans, they must have been next to lustrous bloodworms. 1. What's wrong with sun-drying rotten underworld beans next to lustrous bloodworms? An older cultivator couldn't help but ask. Li Qie leisurely smiled and continued, if you use the beans immediately, there will be no problems. However, because the beans were stained with blood energy and because they were sun-dried next to the bloodworms, the moment the beans were buried and basked in underworld energy for millions of years, the medicinal effect of the beans had been completely corroded. This turned these beans into waste without the slightest bit of value. Li Qie continued on with a bright smile, therefore, when a few alchemists eventually die from old age, they need to make sure to never sun-dry rotten underworld beans together with lustrous bloodworms. Nonsense. Sima Longyun coldly retorted, the inheritance ancient pavilion appraised these rotten underworld beans. Li Qie glanced at him with a carefree expression and said, if you don't believe it, then you can crush a bean to see if it's true or not. Sima Longyun maintained a fierce stare at Li Qie and finally snorted before saying, I'll pinch one just so that you can stop acting like you actually know something here. Having said that, he immediately took out one bean. However, the moment Sima Longyun crushed this rotten underworld bean, a black water immediately came out, a sudden terrible smell appeared. Sima Longyun immediately became shocked and went to crush many beans right afterwards. However, one after another, it was all the same, all of the bean cores were eroded. It really is like this. This is too strange, I have never heard of such a matter. Many people couldn't help but clamor after seeing this scene. Even alchemists were amazed for they have never seen or read such an occurrence before. Of course, Li Qie was well aware of this because he and the alchemy god had tasted countless grasses and tried numerous medicines. What kind of medicines ever managed to elude their grasps? How could anyone understand the Tao of alchemy more than he in contemporary times? Not to mention, he also had the peerless and supreme alchemy god's grand canon in his hands. Right when he carefully sniffed the scent of these beans, he immediately knew that there was an issue with the pot. Due to Sima Longyun's provocation, he used this chance to push him down the hole so that he would pay a sky-high price for this pot of beans. Qi Xiaodia became a bit stunned after seeing the new development. She was unable to say a word for quite some time. At this time, she understood why Li Qie raised the bid to such a ridiculous amount. With a slight change in her expression, she understood that even if she obtained it, it would have just been a pot of useless beans. Your eyesight is pretty bad to be giving a pot of useless beans to a beauty. Li Qie looked at the livid Sima Longyun and leisurely smiled. Wonderful, such great alchemical knowledge definitely opened everyone's eyes today. The Ice Feather Palace's descendant, Bing Yuxia, applauded while sitting in her pavilion. What is going on? Sima Longyun was no longer able to contain himself and shouted at the auctioneer, could it be that your inheritance ancient pavilion is auctioning these useless beans to fool everyone? The auctioneer remained calm and answered, young noble Sima, do not be angry. Everyone in the Eastern 100 cities clearly knows that grave auctions are an equal risk for both the auction house and the buyer. From the tomb opening until now, the entire process was observed by everyone. Our pavilion did not commit any shady business. As for the issue of the buried item, it could only be described as a mistake on our appraiser's part. Say, if someone gets a bad deal, will they then ask our pavilion to make up for their loss? This is something everyone knows very clearly. Our inheritance ancient pavilion has been prestigious for many years. If there was a problem with an item in a formal auction, then we will repay the difference 10 times over. However, Everyone knew the rules of a grave auction. We appraise and observe the item together before auctioning it on the spot to have everyone share the venture and risk. Regardless of whether it be problems with the items, buyers getting a good deal, or we incorrectly appraising an item, these are all within reasonable limits. If you can see it, then you can buy it. This is not fraud on our part, so we will not bear the responsibilities. The auctioneer eloquently clarified because this was not his first time dealing with such a matter. One can only accept his misfortune when such an issue occurs at a grave auction. A formal auction would have some insurance, but the starting price would be much higher. A cultivator nodded in agreement. All the cultivators in the eastern 100 cities knew the rules of a grave auction. They understood that the pavilion did not commit fraud, so naturally, they didn't have to bear the responsibilities. Sima Longyun's complexion turned pale. He wasted 10 million royal noble refined jades to buy a pot of rotten underworld beans in order to please the beauty. He didn't expect to treat money like trash and waste this much to buy a pot of useless beans. The lost money was not the issue, it was losing all face in this seemingly prodigal endeavor. To simply put it, this matter was a joke to all the present spectators, so how could he not turn pale from anger? At this moment, the initially angry Qi Xiaodia also turned silent. If it wasn't for Li Qiya's troublemaking, she would have most likely paid a high price for these useless beans. If little girl doesn't understand, then do not speak nonsense, lest you cause more misunderstandings. At this time, Li Qiya glanced at her and nonchalantly said. Qi Xiaodia immediately became annoyed with a stomach filled with hot air, but she could only hold it in. She glared at Li Qiya with quite a bit of exasperation. The next item up for auction. The grave auction continued even after such a commotion. Everyone became alive again and did not hesitate to bid just because of the rotten underworld beans matter. Afterwards, a dozen or so items were brought up for bid, and they were all buried precious ancient medicines. The items inside the tomb became fewer as many of them were sold. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but bitterly smile because there were no more rotten underworld beans amongst the remaining buried items. At the end of the auction, there were a few buried items that even the pavilion's appraisers had difficulty identifying. Next is the cheapest item up for auction. The auctioneer declared as a wooden box was being brought up. This wooden box had completely decayed and there were many patches of rotten mud stained on the top. There was no need to look any further, even if there were ancient medicines inside the box, they were most likely rotten. If it wasn't for the rotting mud sticking on it, then this wooden box would have decayed entirely. This item is a rotted wooden box. After our appraisal, there is a medicinal scent inside, and it could be precious spirit medicines. We will not open the wooden box to take out the medicines. This ancient medicinal box will start at 300 royal noble refined jades. The auctioneer said. What a joke! Buyers immediately booed after hearing the auctioneer. One of them exclaimed, this ancient medicinal box looks completely rotten, yet you still want 300 royal noble refined jades. This is straight-up robbery. The auctioneer replied, our appraisers have examined it. The inside is definitely filled with precious spirit medicines. There is a herbal aroma of jewel sandalwood, extremely pure. This is a very rare spirit medicine. At this time, Li Qiya also carefully took a whiff of the wooden box that had basically turned into mud to check the medicinal scent inside. Even if it is a precious ancient medicine, it still isn't worth anything. One would instantly know after just taking a look at the wooden box. It has decayed into mud, so any ancient medicines inside would also be rotten. In my opinion, at best, it will only be worth 100 heavens primal refined jades. Use this low price so that everyone can gamble to see if there are any remnants of drugs inside this mud. An alchemist offered his opinion. 300 royal noble refined jades, this is the lowest price. If no one wants to bid, then our inheritance ancient pavilion. We'll have to take it back. The auctioneer maintained this bottom line and declared to all the buyers. 1. Could be insect/worm here, can't tell without more descriptions. However, the word blood makes it sound like bloodworms, right? Maybe I play a bit too much World of Warcraft. Chapter 264, Turning something rotten into something magical. The auctioneer was this persistent because their appraisers determined that this box once sealed an amazing ancient medicine. Unfortunately, it was not sealed correctly and had rotted away. We'll begin at 300 royal noble refined jades. At this time, the auctioneer hammered down. No one made a bid. After a second hammer, there was still no one who gave an offer. It has turned into useless residue. It's definitely not worth 300 royal noble refined jades. An alchemist shook his head and stated. Even though 300 royal noble refined jades was not a ridiculous amount to most of the present buyers, there was no sense of profit from buying a slab of mud. 300 royal noble refined jades, going one last time. After the last hammer, the auctioneer shouted loudly. "One, I'll buy it for 300 royal noble refined jades." Li Qiye declared at the very last second. At this time, many people stared at Li Qiye. 300 royal noble refined jades to buy a slab of mud, this was akin to having too much money with no place to spend it. Someone shook his head and said, "This brat truly likes to gamble." 300 royal noble refined jades, are there any other bidders? The auctioneer inquired with a shout, but no other buyers were especially interested towards this slab of mud. In the end, this item was obtained by Li Qiye using 300 royal noble refined jades. After seeing Li Qiye winning this auction, Sima Longyan sneered and said with disdain, "This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Buying a slab of mud and bringing it back home will at least let people know that you have traveled and participated in a grave auction. For a poor brat like you, using 300 royal noble refined jades to buy some sense of vanity can be considered a good thing." Li Qiye initially wanted to store this item away after winning the bid, but Sima Longyan actually stepped on his head. He revealed a smile and looked at Sima Longyan before saying, "What would an idiot like you know about ancient medicines? Only an idiot like you would waste 10 million royal noble refined jades to buy a pot of useless beans." After this humiliating situation was brought up again, Sima Longyan's expression sank once more. In the end, he coldly stated, "I do not mind wasting 10 million refined jades. At the very least, I still have more face than a lowly broke who wasted 300 refined jades to buy a slab of mud." Li Qiye leisurely looked at Sima Longyan and laughed before saying, "Only a fool would think that this is a slab of mud. I'll let this fool see what is truly considered an ancient medicine." Finished speaking, he pulled on the slab of mud that had become rotten, splitting it apart. The moment this slab of mud became separated, one after another, rotten underworld beans rolled out. They were quite big and inside the muddy color was a faint yellow color. As these beans rolled out, a medicinal fragrance that gave a relaxing and comfortable sensation permeated the souls of others. Rotten underworld beans. After seeing these beans come out, many buyers were surprised. An older alchemist shockingly exclaimed, "These are finest grade rotten underworld beans, they have a trace of golden shade. Each of these rotten underworld beans is worth more than 10,000 royal nobles refined jades at the current market price. These are the finest within the finest. Finest rotten underworld beans with 1 million years of medicinal spirit." At this time, even an appraiser from the pavilion could not sit still. He was completely frozen after seeing Li Qiye storing them away, completely filling a pot with rotten underworld beans. At this time, all the buyers present were astonished. One alchemist murmured, "How is this possible?" At that degree of decay, even other ancient medicines would become rotten. These rotten underworld beans are not only rotten, but their medicinal spirits became even more refined and pure. Could it be that this legendary alchemist did it on purpose when he buried them? If I knew this beforehand, I would have done something. In the market, this pot filled with rotten underworld beans would probably be worth millions of royal noble refined jades. These finest beans are absolutely a hot item. Another ancient saint with some purchasing power couldn't help but stomp his feet with feelings of regret. Qi Xiaodao was ecstatic from seeing this pot filled with finest grade rotten underworld beans. He needed these beans, and he didn't expect Li Qiye to be able to easily buy so many finest beans with such a low price. This was simply unthinkable. Qi Xiaodie also felt the same way as she stared intensely at Li Qiye. At this time, she didn't feel that Li Qiye was lucky, rather, this little demon that she considered to be a swindler was becoming more and more unfathomable and mysterious. Fellow Taoist, what is the principle behind this? At this time, an ancient medicine appraiser of the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion quickly went up to Li Qiye and bowed once. Even he felt that this matter was impossible. It was a completely rotten ancient box, yet the beans inside were of the finest quality. There must be a principle behind this, something unknown to outsiders. This is another common principle, but unfortunately, I cannot tell you. Li Qiye said with a smile. This appraiser had no choice but to gently sigh. It was understandable that he didn't want to reveal this matter. The appraiser still respectfully bowed again and didn't say anything else. What now? I spent 300 refined jades to buy this slab of mud in contrast to you spending 10 million to buy useless beans. Li Qie looked at Sima Longyun and idly spoke. If other people dared to step on his head, then he certainly would not hesitate from giving them a good slap without leaving them half a trace of face. Sima Longyun was absolutely livid as an ugly to the extreme expression was revealed. Today, he failed twice. The first was when he bought the useless beans with a sky-high price, the second was to sarcastically mock Li Qie for buying a slab of mud. He didn't expect to be violently counterslapped by Li Qie. Okay, next is a jar of ancient medicine. Since it is difficult to appraise, we'll start at 700 enlightened being refined jades. At this point, the auctioneer presented an ancient medicine that the pavilion had trouble identifying. This jar of ancient medicine, for unknown reasons, had turned into a medicinal contraption, and one couldn't tell what the medicinal contraption was. I'll bid 1,000. An old alchemist immediately declared after the auctioneer finished his introduction. I'll go with 1,500. A different ancient saint hurriedly bidded right after. I'll do 2,000. Suddenly, many people bidded and were even competing just to bid. They followed in Li Qie's footsteps, someone who managed to grab a great deal with the lowest price. 300 refined jades to buy finest grade rotten underworld beans that was worth more than 1 million refined jades. This caused many people to become extremely interested in ancient medicines that were not able to be appraised by the pavilion. They all wanted to be like Li Qie, who greatly profited. Ultimately, all of the unidentified ancient medicines were sold with fairly good prices. Unfortunately, these buyers who wanted to test their fortune had far worse insight than Li Qie, so they didn't have much of a harvest. Regarding this result, these buyers had nothing to say, for they understood the risk. Open the coffin, quickly, open the coffin. Let's see if there are any finest ancient medicines inside or not. After everything in the tomb was auctioned off, the buyers present became impatient and all loudly shouted. One of them excitedly said, "That's right, hurry up and open it. As a legendary alchemist's tomb, we still haven't found any monarch medicines or even 7 transformations. Soul grass, this is a bit unacceptable." Medicines and grasses older than 3 million years were referred to as monarch medicines. Of course, monarch medicines were extremely rare. Countless alchemists spent their whole life searching only to never be able to see a true monarch medicine. Good, open the coffin. In the end, after the pressure from the excited mob of buyers, the pavilion decided to open the coffin. All eyes were glued on it as everyone held their breath in eager anticipation for the items inside. Keep in mind that any grand character, before dying, would bury the most precious and valuable item of their life next to them. At this point, everyone wanted to see what items this legendary alchemist buried with him. Heavenly cauldrons, immortal Dan, ancient medicines, or a manual regarding the alchemy Tao. With a cracking sound, the coffin was finally opened. There was a small trace of remains inside. Its owner seemed to be an old man when he was alive, and the bones appeared to be bent like those that belonged to a hunchback. It was as if he was curling his body when he died. It didn't feel like a spectacular nor formal type of funeral. The thing that was more shiver-inducing was that this body was completely black. It was as if he died from being poisoned. Outside of the black and tiny corpse, there was another item that was more than 3 feet long. It appeared to be a measuring stick. With an inky color and distinctive outlines, this measuring stick seemed to be made out of wood. No one could really tell the specific type of wood it was made of. The corpse inside the coffin gripped this stick really tightly as if it was extremely important. However, once the buyers saw the small, black corpse, they couldn't help but become disappointed. Seeing that the thing buried with him was only a measuring stick, their disappointment increased even more. It seems like this legendary alchemist had left all of his treasures behind to his descendants and didn't bury anything amazing with him. A disappointed person remarked after seeing the inside of the coffin. This alchemist might have died in an accident. Another older alchemist speculated after seeing the black corpse, his entire body is jet black, there is a chance that he died during a pill refinement session. It could have been an ominous medicine and he died from suffering the medicinal spirit's backlash. An ancient saint carefully examined this corpse and also nodded in agreement, that is plausible. There is no divinity in this corpse even though he is a legendary alchemist. Outside of an abnormal death, there is no better explanation. Only experts would have corpses with divinity. Normally, they would have to be at the heavenly sovereign or heavenly king level to have divinity. For example, after a heavenly king passed away, it wouldn't matter if his body had decayed, there would always be a part that will not be rotten, like a finger, or the bone between the eyebrows, or an eye. This meant that this part was his most powerful aspect when he was alive. The remains with divinity could be sold at a high price. For example, a finger bone of a heavenly king could have an absolute power to be reckoned with once refined into a treasure. 1. Going once, going twice, sold. This is what I know, but the Raw says third time, which isn't the regular style. 2. Medicinal contraption here is the refined part of the actual ancient medicine once placed in a cauldron flame, at least, within Emperor's domination. Chapter 265, a wooden ruler bringing about a storm. The appraisers of the inheritance ancient pavilion busily tried to identify this body along with the 3-foot-long wooden ruler. In fact, this body did not need to be appraised, the integral focus was all on this wooden ruler. However, after a long discussion between the appraisers, they couldn't come up with any specific result, they couldn't even identify the wood that this ruler was made out of. One had to know that the appraisers of the pavilion could be considered the absolute authority regarding this field. The inheritance ancient pavilion was one of the oldest auction houses, and its appraisers were part of a group that had seen the most treasures in this world. However, they couldn't even determine the material of this wooden ruler. Li Qiye's gaze was locked on the corpse the moment the coffin was opened. After a long while, he then gazed at the wooden ruler instead. After a meticulous observation, a brilliance flashed in the deepest parts of Li Qiye's eyes, causing him to remember the rumors of that one era. With a slight shudder, Li Qiye thought about an even older legend that had something to do with a mythical race. It is strange, it is a bit strange. At this time, Sikong Toqian, who had been standing silently next to Li Qiye, couldn't help but murmur. Li Qiye glanced at him and idly said, "What's so strange about it?" This, Sikong Toqian wryly smiled before finally answering, "I have seen many different types of wood, and I'm quite knowledgeable about wooden materials used to craft coffins or divine wood used to create treasures. However, this wooden ruler. It is an oddity, I have never seen this type of wood before. There is a myriad of vegetation in this world, it is normal that you haven't seen all of them." Qi Xiaodia shook her head and said. Sikong Toqian pondered for a bit before replying, "What you say is completely true. Who can say that they know all the different species of wood in this world?" At this point, he turned around and asked Li Qiye, "Dao brother, do you have any insight?" Li Qiye gave him a look and said, "It's hard to say. All in all, this is not an ordinary piece of wood." A different thought had appeared in his mind. "What are you all still debating about? Hurry up if you want to continue the auction. Everyone has to leave, you know." Seeing the appraisers from the pavilion debating for a long time without any result, a dissatisfied buyer demanded. Many other buyers also protested, "That's right, just decide on a price with some decisiveness. Hurry up and don't waste everyone's time." In the end, the inheritance ancient pavilion arrived at a unanimous decision. The wooden ruler will be auctioned, but not the corpse because it didn't have any divinity. Normally, once the auction ended, the corpses would be returned to the owner of the tomb or the descendants of the corpse. This is a divine ruler, everyone can first take a look at it. The auctioneer raised the wooden ruler with both hands and declared to the crowd. At this time, everyone came closer to take a careful look at this wooden ruler. Some people were sniffing and others went as far as to lick it, but there was no discernible taste nor smell. As they were observing the ruler, they found that there were engravings of little ghosts on it. There were 99 of them. Each and every little ghost carving had a different expression that was shown with great clarity. Those who were more cowardly would be scared and nervous after seeing these seemingly alive little ghosts on top of the ruler. "Brother Zhu Yan, what are these ghosts? Which branch are they from?" After looking carefully at this wooden ruler, an ancient saint asked a great character who came from the ghost race. This person who came from the ghost immortal race observed the ruler with a serious expression, then he shook his head to say, "I also cannot tell. Even though the ghost immortal race is considered to have 100 different branches, I really haven't seen these little ghosts before, and I've never heard of them either. It could just be that the crafter of the ruler made up some images." The ghost race referred to itself as the ghost immortal race, and it was one of the great races in the contemporary time along with the human race, the demon race, the heavenly devils. However, the mortal emperor world was the domain of the human race. So it was relatively rare to see the demon race, the ghost race, and the heavenly devils. Although they considered themselves as ghost immortals, a few branches within the ghost race had the exact same appearance as the human race. It was extremely difficult to tell them apart. The most direct and effective method to differentiate between them was to look at their blood. The ghost race's blood was a violet color, extremely red with some purple. This was a unique trait that belonged only to the ghost race. 2. Just what is this ruler? All the buyers present looked at it attentively, some even held it in their hands. This wooden ruler was much heavier than expected, like a heavy iron with a cold sensation. Everyone was thinking about the origin of this wooden ruler, but they couldn't figure it out. In reality, even the appraisers of the pavilion were unable to do so, thus it was even more difficult for outsiders to correctly identify it. Li Qiye carefully pondered about this wooden ruler. He already had the answer in his heart the moment he studied the 99 little ghosts on its surface. This ruler is extraordinary. The Ice Feather Palace's Beng Yuxia carefully contemplated about this wooden ruler before finally murmuring. Of course, only she herself heard these words. Gentlemen, everyone has seen this ruler now. As the last buried item within this tomb, our inheritance ancient pavilion will use the grave auction rules to sell this off. This ruler was created by using divine wood. Since it has a great and extraordinary origin with the ghost race, the starting price will be 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. The auctioneer declared. These words were met by an immediate uproar as the scene became rambunctious. A buyer couldn't help but counter, "You're kidding. The origin of this wooden ruler isn't even clear and the wooden material is not known, yet it is starting at 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. This is too much of a cheat." Yeah. I think that even if it was 3,000 heavenly king refined jades, it would still be too expensive. 3,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades might be worthy of consideration. Another buyer echoed the sentiment. The auctioneer shook his head in response. This wood is as hard as steel, these engravings of the 99 ghosts. They are a supreme creation from the ghost race. Our inheritance ancient pavilion does not dare to make any baseless statement regarding this ruler, but we can absolutely guarantee that this ruler is made from divine wood. As for the type of divine wood, there is a need for further deliberation. Of course, if there is someone willing to let us know, we would be happy to accept the assistance. Fellow Taoist is correct. At this time, Li Qiye smiled and said, this ruler starting with 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is indeed a bit too much. In my opinion, this ruler was crafted from a harmonious ghost tree. This ruler is odorless and has spiral shell patterns on the actual wood. Combined with the faint white amidst the black, these are the characteristics of the harmonious ghost tree. It is indeed rare within the mortal emperor world, but there is not too many marvelous uses for it. 3. Harmonious ghost tree. All the buyers were surprised after hearing this name because many of them had never heard of such a tree. Harmonious ghost tree. An appraiser from the pavilion who specialized in wood became serious after listening and slowly said, this is a rare species of trees in the mortal emperor world, they only grow in the burial grounds, away from the sight of mortals. Even though this wood is indeed rare and precious, it is completely accurate to say that there is not much use for it. If you don't trust my words, then you can carefully look at it to see if the wood outlines of this ruler contain spiral shell patterns with a faint white within the black shade or not. This is a special characteristic of the harmonious ghost tree. Li Qiye smilingly spoke. All the buyers took turns looking at it. And then someone said, it really does have that spiral pattern with the white and black color scheme. I heard about a legend relating to the ghost race, something to do with their origin. Legend has it that the progenitor of the ghost race was the soul of an ancient corpse, and it finally came back to life. It married a mortal and gave birth to future generations. There is another legend that states that there are 99 descendants, each of the descendants built their own tribe, which is why the ghost race is also named the 100 race. At this time, Li Qiye said with a smile. For Li Qiye's statement was immediately refuted by a master from the ghost race. He coldly shouted, nonsense. The progenitor of our ghost race was a ghost who became an immortal and eventually gave birth to our ghost race. In our veins flows the blood of the ghost immortal. There were 3 different theories regarding the origin of the ghost race's progenitor. The first was that he was a ghost who became an immortal, another was that he was a soul of an ancient corpse, the last was that he was the result from a relationship between a ghost and a mortal. In fact, their ghost race only accepted the first theory and were especially averse to the soul from a dead corpse theory. the entire ghost race vehemently denied this theory. And as for the last one, some believed it while some didn't. Li Qiye smiled and replied, even though all of your ghost race currently denies this theory, it is undeniable that, during the ancient era, there were ghost members who believed such a theory. Humph. Those are just heretics. They are not qualified to be a part of the ghost race. The master from the ghost race coldly proclaimed. Li Qiye continued on with a grin, whether it is heresy or not, it is all in the past now. However, it is a fact that there were ghost race members who believed in this theory. Therefore, during immemorial eras, ghost race members carved the images of the 99 ghosts in order to honor the origin of the ghost race. I trust that this wooden ruler came from the heretics of the ghost race, and it is a memento of the ghost race's origin. The harmonious ghost tree is indeed precious, but if it is only a memento, then I'm afraid it doesn't have much value. If that is the case, then 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is too much. Let it be 3,000 ancient saint refined jades, then. After Li Qiye's explanation, another buyer immediately exclaimed. Yes, 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a memento is totally not worth it. I don't even want it for 3,000 ancient saint refined jades, how about 3,000 royal noble refined jades? Many buyers here began to cause a commotion. Another buyer also lamented his bad luck as he shook his head in dejection. I actually thought a legendary alchemist would be buried with great drugs and ancient medicines. I didn't expect this guy to be a heretic of the ghost race. If the other ancient medicines buried along with him weren't worthwhile, then this grave auction would have been meaningless. At this moment when many buyers were clamoring, Bing Yuxia, who was relaxing under her pavilion, stared at Li Qiye with a strange expression. She seemed determined to see through him. Help me act out a play, go ahead and bid. At this time, Li Qiye elbowed Qi Xiaodia next to him and whispered. Qi Xiaodia angrily glared at him and replied, why should I act with you? I am not interested. 1. Note, the word for 100 here can also mean numerous. And I believe a lot/many fits more here rather than 100, but further below in this chapter is the reason why I chose 100 instead of a quantitative descriptor. 2. It seems like the ghost race here is similar to the devils in hell, teaser image, but we already had heavenly devil, MO, so they have to be ghost, Gue. This is a more physical form of ghosts, unlike the Western spiritual ones. It was a bit hard to translate Gue, MO, and Yao into English, especially without physical descriptions during the first times I used the terms. I usually do Gue equals ghost, MO equals evil/devil, and Yao equals demon, but both heavenly devils and immortal ghosts have a physical appearance just like humans in Emperor's domination, so the Western equivalents can be inaccurate. I didn't want to use fiend as a replacement for ghost since that has a greater connotation of evil which might be reserved for something else in the future. Edit 2. Further below in this chapter is another description of the ghost race, so it actually makes ghost quite fitting. I'll leave this really long note here, though, because it is another insight to my translating. Victory. 3. Harmonious can also mean leaf, here. 4. I don't know if the corpse comes back to life, or the soul took/got a new body. This wasn't clear here in this part. Chapter 266, Sky High Price, Hurry. Li Qiye said slowly. This gentle word carried a dignified tone without a hint of anger. Qi Xiaodia's heart shivered for a moment after being stared at by Li Qiye. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly acquiesced at this moment as she angrily spoke, fine, I'll bid then. At this time, Qi Xiaodia loudly shouted amidst the clamoring crowd to the auctioneer, if this ruler starts at 3,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades, then I will be willing to bid. Qi Xiaodia's sudden declaration of 3,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades attracted the gaze of many people. It was not a small amount, a memento worthy of such a price would be quite amazing. 3,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades to buy a wooden ruler memento. Are you crazy? Is this broken ruler really worth that much money? Li Qiye looked at Qi Xiaodia and exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Qi Xiaodia was fed up since she was supposed to act with him, but right now, he was making fun of her. How could she not be angry? She angrily glared at him and snapped, what does it have to do with you? I like to collect mementos. If I like it, then I'll buy it. Unsuspecting spectators watching their noisy scene actually thought that they were quarreling lovers and laughed at the interesting spectacle. If sister likes it, how about I buy it for you? Seeing an opportunity, Sima Longyun immediately voiced his concern. Qi Xiaodia coldly glared at him and responded, I will buy the items that I like myself. It is not only your furious immortal saint country that has money. Sima Longyun could only smile awkwardly after being met with Qi Xiaodia's response. Little sister, if you like it, then I'll buy it for you. At this time, Bing Yuxia actually decided to join in as she cheerfully smiled, a girl like a noble canary with some temper, my favorite type. How about I buy it for you? Finished speaking, she told the auctioneer, 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. I want this wooden ruler. This is too crazy. Everyone immediately became lost in a furor the moment Bing Yuxia stated this price. 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a ruler like this was truly having too much money without an outlet for spending. But what can one do? This person came from the Ice Feather Palace and she was the descendant, she truly had such wealth. Even if Sima Longyun wanted to buy the wooden ruler to please Qi Xiaodia, with Bing Yuxia bidding 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades, he didn't have any other option. And it wasn't just not having 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a wooden ruler, even if he did, he would be scolded to death by his elders. Even if he did come from the saint country, this amount was still monstrous to a young disciple like him. The auctioneer immediately shouted, 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. Is there a higher bid? He didn't think that 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades was a sellable price after Li Qiye's interference. However, with Bing Yuxia's gesture, this was the best chance to profit. Crazy, the other buyers all shook their heads and let go of this thought. Such an amount of refined jades to buy a useless wooden ruler, this was too insane. For what reason will a little girl dress like a boy all day? At this time, Li Qiye had to repress the urge to curse in his mind. He wanted to buy it cheap, but he didn't expect for this Bing Yuxia to interfere and ruin his plan. Bing Yuxia didn't care for Li Qiye's expression. She stared at him with her pretty eyes that flashed a hint of happiness and leisurely said, It is my hobby, does fellow Taoist have something to say about it? I can't believe Miss Qi is so beautiful and charming, are you interested in visiting my Ice Feather Palace as a guest? Having said that, her eyebrows slightly raised, giving off a playful expression while teasing Qi Xiaodia. Qi Xiaodia was at a loss for words. Bing Yuxia was clearly a beauty, yet she, time and time again dressed like a man and even went as far as teasing other girls. Quit your bullshit. Li Qiye put on a rough appearance and pulled up his sleeve to say, Oh how grand you are. You, this pervert, actually wants to steal my woman. 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. Your father will go with 4,000. As long as Miss Qi likes it, I will buy it even if it is at a higher price. This is so crazy. This brat's boldness truly reaches the sky, he actually dares to oppose the Ice Feather Palace's descendant like this. The buyers present couldn't help but to rowdily discuss this matter after seeing Li Qiye's display. Another buyer added, This is called a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. This brat probably just recently came out with high spirits so he doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth, this is probably why he dares to provoke the Ice Feather Palace. 4,000. 4,000. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer immediately shouted after hearing Li Qiye's bid, 4,000. Just 4,000 jades and then you can obtain the happiness of the beauty and bring her back, this is absolutely worth it. One as for the heroine of this stormy competition, Qi Xiaodia's face became hot and didn't think about how this matter was getting more and more ridiculous. You think you are deserving of little sister? Why not look in the mirror first? Sima Longyun became furious at the unknown junior who competed with him for a woman, so he coldly shouted, I bid 5,000. 10,000, I bid 10,000. At this time, Bing Yuxia was still as relaxed as before. She looked at Sima Longyun and slowly asked, Do you dare to bid 20,000? Sima Longyun immediately lost his temper after being provoked by Bing Yuxia. In fact, his bid of 5,000 was only a momentary impulse from being blinded with jealousy. It was too ridiculous to use 5,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a wooden ruler like this. He essentially didn't dare to follow up to the end after Bing Yuxia's new bid. If Miss Bing likes this wooden ruler, then I won't compete for something you like. Sima Longyun cupped his fist with a personable demeanor. This was an easy ladder to step down on while maintaining his gracefulness, truly perfect. Ladder to step down on is an easy way to get out of something without losing too much face. The latter, in this case, is his excuse of not competing for something she likes. 10,000. 10,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. The auctioneer immediately cried, "Is there a higher bid? Do you still want to bid?" At this time, Bing Yuxia stared at Li Qiye with a cheerful smile and a provocative furrow of her brows. Initially, she was a great beauty, but dressing as a man gave her a different attractive flavor. "My grandmother. Why are you, a girl, competing with me for a woman?" Li Qiye couldn't help but curse with a rude attitude. "Your father only wants to lose money, but not lose the battle. I will do 20,000. In fact, he wanted to tell her to stop. This was really messing up his good matter. He could initially buy it with a low price, but now, it was a sky-high price. So insane. At this moment, everyone became staggered with shock while shaking their heads. This was no longer an auction, but rather, a competition for one's lover. "You're crazy." Even Qi Xiaodie could not bear to watch any longer. Spending 30,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy this wooden ruler was too irrational. However, her attitude, in the eyes of others, made her seem to be a distressed lover who was sad about her honey wasting money. Sima Longyun was especially cold to the extreme as his eyes flashed a frightening murderous intent. 20,000. 20,000 refined jades. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer couldn't contain his excitement. Naturally, he wished that this love competition would become even more intense. "Oh, quite a character." Bing Yuxia laughed and looked at Li Qiye with simpering eyes. She leisurely said, "It seems like I have to bid 30,000, then." Li Qiye was quite annoyed. He could have bought this for a much cheaper price, but because this young miss was causing trouble, his plan completely failed. "You are a girl, so why are you causing a ruckus here? If you were a boy and came here to flirt, then I wouldn't blame you, but why is a girl like you competing for a girl with me? Do you have nothing else to do? You're just a little girl, don't pretend to be a boy all day long. Go back to your ice feather palace, go to the Grand Monarch Ridge and take a good look at the heaven-cutting tablet. This is something a girl should do." Li Qiye snappily scolded her with some rude gestures. However, Bing Yuxia was quite shocked when Li Qiye brought up the Grand Monarch Ridge's heaven-cutting tablet. Her eyes became serious as she glared at Li Qiye. This brat is too arrogant. He actually went as far as to offend the Ice Feather Palace like this. Buyers were quite amazed at Li Qiye speaking to Bing Yuxia in such an unrestrained manner. Sima Longyun, on the other hand, was sneering in his mind. This thing that doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. He dares to provoke Ice Feather Palace like this, truly courting death. But right when everyone thought that Bing Yuxia would explode, she suddenly revealed a beautiful laugh that was capable of toppling cities and kingdoms in her male outfit, stirring an indescribable feeling in others. "Fine, since you want to buy this item to please the heart of the beauty so much, I will oblige and let you have it." Bing Yuxia beamingly smiled and said. Li Qiye rolled his eyes a bit. If it wasn't for this girl messing around, he would have been able to buy this wooden ruler at a much lower price. 20,000. 20,000. Does anyone else want to go higher? The auctioneer shouted after seeing Bing Yuxia withdraw from the competition. Other people naturally would not bid against such a price to buy a wooden ruler. Only a madman would do such a thing. Some buyers were curious, so one guy asked, "What is this brat's origin?" 20,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is not a small number. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to get so many refined jades, so a few grand characters were quite curious. Li Qiye eventually grabbed this wooden ruler, and the auction was now over. The majority of the buyers already left, but one buyer couldn't help but to express his feelings of regret. "It is a shame that there were no monarch medicines like within my expectations." Sima Longyun was filled with anger, but right before he left, he still maintained a gentlemanly air. He said goodbye to Qi Xiaodie and sent her an invitation. "Would sister be available to visit my furious immortal saint country as a guest? I am willing to be your tour guide." Qi Xiaodie was not very fond of Sima Longyun, so Qi Xiaodao quickly defused the situation. "Brother Sima, when we have time in the future, we will surely visit your country." Before Sima Longyun left, he gave Li Qiye a fierce glance while Li Qiye was too lazy to look back at him. The bring her back here is actually carry/embrace her back, which is more of an expression about winning a lady's heart, not literally. But it is still funny because it sounds very sexual. 2. The raw here for, look in the mirror, is actually, use a puddle of pee to look at yourself first. A lot more foul than the English version, but it sounds a bit weird. Chapter 267, Heaven-cutting tablet. Li Chiye put away the wooden ruler, then he said to the Chi duo, we are going back. He didn't want to garner too much attention after grabbing this wooden ruler, so he planned to leave this area. As they began their departure, someone blocked their path before they could return to the Lion's Roar Gate. Heavenly flowers fell down from the sky as immortal hymns resonated about. A group of beautiful women descended from the sky and below their feet were blossoming ice petals. Right afterwards, Bing Yuxia appeared before everyone. Her sudden appearance along with the Ice Feather Palace disciples alarmed the group of Qi Xiaodia. Sikong Toqian also lost his calm and said, this hard-to-mess-with girl is eyeing us. The wary Qi Xiaodia and Qi Xiaodao both knew that the Ice Feather Palace was absolutely a monster that their Lion's Roar Gate couldn't afford to offend. How about the two of us talk for a bit? Bing Yuxia walked forward as if she was dancing and cheerfully smiled towards Li Chiye. Li Chiye narrowed his eyes at this strange Bing Yuxia before him and smiled, we can talk. My favorite thing to do is to speak with pretty girls with our knees pressed close. Look, young miss should be careful. Your man is a womanizer. Bing Yuxia smiled cheerfully at Qi Xiaodia and continued, why not follow me instead of this heartless lover? He is not my man. Qi Xiaodia angrily snapped, I have nothing to do with him. Li Chiye was still as calm as ever as he waved his sleeve and dismissively said, girl, don't linger on these things. If you want to talk, then hurry up, otherwise, I will not accommodate you. Li Chiye's arrogant attitude caused Qi Xiaodao to breathe in a cold breath. This was the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace, a future powerhouse. There weren't many people amongst the younger generation who would dare to speak with such a big tone towards Bing Yuxia within the Eastern 100 cities. Good, we will talk then. Bing Yuxia smiled. At this time, the female disciples of the Ice Feather Palace summoned a treasure. In the blink of an eye, a courtyard appeared before everyone. At this time, the Ice Feather female disciples entertained the group of Qi Xiaodia while Li Chiye and Bing Yuxia walked together to enter the premise. Only the two of them were inside the building. Bing Yuxia sat in the high position with her male clothing and smilingly spoke to Li Chiye, where are you from? Cleansing incense ancient sects disciple, Li Chiye. Li Chiye calmly answered with a smile without hiding anything. Bing Yuxia's pretty eyes narrowed and stared at Li Chiye before saying, not long ago, I heard about such a person. Some people say that you are the most arrogant little demon in the Grand Middle Territory. It seems like your Ice Feather Palace is very much interested in the Grand Middle Territory. You have very good intelligence. Li Chiye was not surprised in the least bit. In fact, the Grand Middle Territory was very far from the Eastern 100 cities. A sect privy to intelligence from the Grand Middle Territory while situated at the Eastern 100 cities would absolutely be powerful. Bing Yuxia laughed. Her laughter in her male clothing was 7 parts beautiful and 3 parts as bright as the sunshine. There was even a trace of charm mixed in. This type of appearance was quite alluring. Li Chiye looked at her captivating style and shook his head. A girl like you didn't learn anything except your patriarch style of dressing like a man. Isn't this a bit too strange? Bing Yuxia withdrew her smile as she became serious and replied, so you know our patriarch very well. The Ice Feather Palace was just like its progenitor, immortal Emperor Bing Yu. She was an invincible existence that had swept through the world and carried the heavens' will, absolutely peerless. He couldn't help but smile after thinking about immortal Emperor Bing Yu. He then shook his head and said, not very well, but I have heard a thing or two about immortal Emperor Bing Yu. I heard that she was an arrogant lady that was as cold as ice. Even though you dressing as a man does have a little charm, it is not like your patriarch. Her arrogance, I heard, really made others very uncomfortable. Li Chiye was probably the only person in this world who dared to comment about immortal emperors like this. Such a big tone. Bing Yuxia scowled while looking at Li Chiye. A bit later, she continued on, I didn't come to find you to talk about such trivial matters. We need to talk about the heaven-cutting tablet. Heaven-cutting tablet. Li Chiye burst out in laughter and shook his head. It seems like besides that girl, immortal Emperor Bing Yu, no one else is able to understand it. In other words, you know a lot about the heaven-cutting tablet. Bing Yuxia's eyes became serious as her words carried more gravity as well. Li Qiye, on the other hand, smiled with a relaxed look compared to Bing Yuxia's austere countenance. He nonchalantly spoke, "It's not worth mentioning, but that item originally did not belong to your Ice Feather Palace. Even though your patriarch, immortal Emperor Bing Yu, truly had some arrogance, she was not a foolish person. Her method was insufficient, thus she moved it outside. Who on earth are you?" Her pretty eyes turned cold as she glared at Li Qiye. Still as calm as ever, Li Qiye looked at her and slowly continued, "A cleansing incense disciple. In reality, who I am is not important to you. The crucial matter is the heaven-cutting tablet, don't you think? You must really know a lot about the heaven-cutting tablet." Bing Yuxia gravely said. "This is the result from reading many works. A girl, should stay at home and study well, read a bit more. This will be very beneficial for you. Maybe you would be able to find the answer. I hope to hear your answer even more." Bing Yuxia slowly responded. At this point, her casual air was no longer present. She carried a cold and exalted demeanor. In the end, she was the descendant of an immortal emperor lineage, very formidable. Her aura had no effect on Li Qiye. He was still at ease like before. "Why must I tell you the answer?" A cold glimmer flashed in Bing Yuxia's eyes, creating a chilling and penetrating air that dug all the way to one's bones as she spoke. "Surely, you do not wish for me to invite you back to the Ice Feather Palace as a guest?" With a glance at her, Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head and retorted, "Girl, your ability is great, however, do not boast in front of me. If you dare to act without bringing immortal Emperor Bing Yu's true treasure here, watch out or I will capture you and turn you into a bed-warmer maid." As the successor of the Ice Feather Palace, Bing Yuxia's power was unfathomable. She was a girl but she always dressed as a man without a care for the world. However, she was still very famous within the Eastern 100 cities and others had always been wary of her. Yet today, this little demon in front of her didn't think much of her despite her threat. He maintained his calm as if victory was already within his grasp. "It seems that you are confident enough." Bing Yuxia slowly spoke. It was rare for someone to bluster like this in front of her. Even the descendants from ancient kingdoms would not necessarily be able to speak such arrogant words. Li Qiye glanced at her and smiled to say, "Because I am Li Qiye." They were such dull words yet they carried an imposing and majestic aura that shot straight to the sky. "Because I am Li Qiye." Such a sentence exuded a sensation of being above all. This kind of confidence was capable of being the sole ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not bad, this phrase, "because I am Li Qiye." After a while, Bing Yuxia laughed in a valiant and refreshing manner while exuding an alluring charm. After cracking up for a while, Bing Yuxia asked Li Qiye, "What do I have to do to convince you to talk about the heaven-cutting tablet? How about I connect the strings for you with some people? Within the Eastern 100 cities, whether they be the princesses of ancient kingdoms, saintesses of grand sects, fairies of sacred gates, I actually know quite a few of them. Do you want me to hook you up?" Li Qiye smilingly shook his head and said, "Women who can grab my attention aren't limited to the few around you. Even though they are not bad, they're still a bit short. How about this, if you stay by my side and be my maid, I will tell you an ultimate secret regarding the heaven-cutting tablet of your Ice Feather Palace. The fact that your patriarch was too arrogant cannot be denied. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only brought back the heaven-cutting tablet that year. However, your patriarch was also exceptional and possessed heaven-frightening intelligence. As a frog at the bottom of the well, she was able to comprehend the whole picture while being limited to just one star. She was capable of understanding the mysterious profundity to finally become a generation of invincible immortal emperors. If you stay behind as my maid, I will let you know the true origin of the heaven-cutting tablet. At that point, your harvest will not simply be the heaven-cutting tablet." Finished speaking, Li Qiye then glanced at Bing Yuxia. Bing Yuxia suddenly shivered as she stared at Li Qiye and said, "You know our patriarch, I wish I could meet her, but unfortunately, I was born millions of years late. Otherwise, with my supreme and peerless charm and also being born in the same era as your patriarch, I would have been the best Tao companion for her." Li Qiye laughed then shook his head. Li Qiye's statement was half true and half false so people couldn't decipher its validity. Enough narcissism. You think a little demon like you would be favored by our patriarch? When our patriarch was alive, even the flowers and the moon shied at her presence, and she viewed all the men in this world like dirt. In regards to a little demon like you, I'm afraid my patriarch wouldn't even give you a single glance. Bing Yuxia looked at Li Qiye and shook her head disapprovingly. Li Qiye simply smiled in response and didn't say anything else. What do you want before you're willing to talk about the heaven-cutting tablet? A moment later, Bing Yuxia asked with more gravity. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while staring at the cross-dressing Bing Yuxia before him. Even though Bing Yuxia and little girl Bing Yu's appearances were different, their charm was quite similar, especially when both of them were cross-dressing. However, Bing Yuxia, right now, was not as great as immortal Emperor Bing Yu that year. Bing Yuxia was just a little girl who was arrogant to the extreme. Nevertheless, she really had the ability to be so domineering. Forget it, I am the type who finds joy in helping people. This is all because I've read so many books and became this knowledgeable, resulting in gaining greater responsibilities, am I right? Li Qiye smiled before. Continuing, I'll give you a little hint. Don't waste time on the inscriptions on the tablet. The meaning of the inscriptions is that it is fundamentally meaningless. 1. Knees pressed close equals shoulder touching shoulder, something intimate. Chapter 268, Wooden Ruler's Secret. Having heard this, Bing Yuxia couldn't help but murmur, the inscription's meaning is fundamentally meaningless. Little girl, don't be cross-dressing all day long. A girl should be a girl, don't try to be a man. Don't be like your matriarch who lived alone for the rest of her life. In the end, Li Qiye said with some emotions, then he turned away and left. Upon hearing this, Bing Yuxia suddenly became shocked. She looked up to find Li Qiye, but he had already left the pavilion so she couldn't see his expression. In the end, Bing Yuxia left along with the female disciples of the Ice Feather Palace. Before leaving, she closed the fan in her hand like a gentle young noble and smilingly said to Li Qiye, if fellow Li is interested, I will connect your red strings in the future and introduce a few princesses from ancient kingdoms to you. Li Qiye could only force a smile at Bing Yuxia's still not caring for the world appearance. When he was watching her back during their departure, he couldn't help but to softly sigh. Although she looked nothing like immortal Emperor Bing Yu, her charm reminded him of immortal Emperor Bing Yu, the arrogant little girl. Even though he did not train that little girl in the past, he was the one who led her to join the War God Temple. Unfortunately, the old men from the War God Temple could not grasp the opportunity in the end, and they couldn't do a good job of training her to become an immortal emperor. Ultimately, that little girl left the temple and proudly traversed the 9 worlds by herself to finally become an invincible immortal emperor. The proud and cold as ice girl was always domineering and arrogant. She had one life of invincibility, yet she became alone for the rest of her life. That girl. In the end, Li Qiye silently lamented. That girl must still be hating him more or less in her heart. 1. She left already, what are you still looking at? Seeing Li Qiye's expression of being at a loss, Qi Xiaodia looked at him and said with disdain. Qi Xiaodao also curiously asked, Brother Li likes Goddess Bing. He had always wanted to hook Li Qiye up with his sister, but if Bing Yuxia wanted to join in, then his sister really couldn't compete with her. Like. Li Qiye smiled and said, that little girl is not bad, I can accept her as a maid. A toad trying to eat swan's meat. Qi Xiaodia angrily exclaimed, do you know who she is? Yet you still dare to say things such as wanting her to become your maid. You really do not know the height of the sky and the vastness of the earth. She's only the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace. Even the female successor of the soaring immortal sect is nothing too great, she only barely qualified to be my maid. Li Qiye said without a care in the world, my 2 maids are not any worse compared to any saintess or princess in this world. Li Qiye's words left the Qi duo in silence. What could they do in front of such outrageous arrogance? It took some amazing skill to be able to say such words in this world. Meanwhile, Sikong Toqian looked at Li Qiye with a strange expression. If other people said that they wanted the Ice Feather Palace descendant to become their maid, he would laugh at it. Who in the Eastern 100 cities would be able to take such a high-above person in as their maid? However, when Li Qiye said such words with all the calmness in this world, it caused his heart to shiver. It was as if this impossible matter was completely trivial to Li Qiye. His attitude bore no sense of arrogance nor ignorance. Oh, 3 fellow Taoists, even if the mountains do not move, the rivers will. We will meet again in the future, see you again. At this time, Sikong Toqian wanted to slip away. He was still very wary of Li Qiye and didn't want to stay any longer. Li Qiye glanced at him and didn't intend to make him stay. This allowed Sikong Toqian to finally take a sigh of relief. However, Qi Xiaodao, on the other hand, jumped up and said, "Hey, little thief, you still haven't given me back my medicinal materials." "Of course I will return them, of course I will." Sikong Toqian immediately swore, "Next time, I will bring Brother Qi's materials to the Lion's Roar Gate, not even one branch will be missing. Let him go." Li Qiye smiled and said, "I trust that he will pay you back." "Thank you for Brother Li's trust." Sikong Toqian thanked Li Qiye, then he immediately ran off. Li Qiye didn't say anything else and went back with the Qi duo to the Lion's Roar Gate. "Take it and prepare the materials carefully, I will change your fate in 3 days." After they got back to the gate, Li Qiye threw the pot of rotten underworld beans to Qi Xiaodao and said. The moment Qi Xiaodao caught the pot, he puzzlingly said, But, this is yours from winning the auction. Finest grade rotten underworld beans such as these, on the market, were worth millions. Not to mention, regarding this type of finest grade beans, even if others had it, they wouldn't necessarily be willing to sell it. Consider it our meeting gift, lest your sister continues to suspect me of swindling your materials. Li Qiye laughed and turned around to enter the room. Qi Xiaodao was quite stunned for a bit. One had to know that Li Qiye had already given him a meeting gift, the heavenly stone golden turtle. Egomaniac. Qi Xiaodao grumpily stomped her foot and then left in anger. Back at the grave auction, she had to play along with him yet, at this moment, this egomaniac was looking down on her. As for Qi Xiaodao, he could only gently sigh. He really wanted to pair the two of them together, but it seemed like Li Qiye did not think highly of his sister at this moment. After the Qi duo left, Li Qiye then solemnly took out the wooden ruler he obtained from the grave auction. He, once again, meticulously analyzed every single detail of this thing. 20,000 virtuous paragon refined jades, even if they were of the lowest grade, it was still a monstrous sum to any cultivator. Even a sect would have a difficult time producing 20,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. For some people, it was complete insanity to use this amount of jades to buy a memento. Even the most prodigal son wouldn't be this wasteful. However, Li Qiye clearly knew that this was not a memento. Bringing up this so-called harmonious ghost tree was just his attempt at tricking the inheritance ancient pavilion. Yes, the wooden patterns of this ruler did resemble the ones of a harmonious ghost tree. However, it was not made from a harmonious ghost tree. Li Qiye was absolutely certain of this as he held the ruler in his hand. This wooden ruler was made from ghost ancestral wood. There was only one ghost ancestral tree in the entire 9 worlds. Li Qiye did not lie entirely back at the time of the grave auction. This item truly had something to do with the ghost race and even its origin. There were 3 claims to the origin of the ghost race. The first was the theory proposed by the ghost race themselves, and it was also the most credible theory. This theory stated that the ghost race's progenitor turned from a ghost into an immortal and finally left behind descendants in this world. Afterwards, 100 tribes were established, resulting in the current ghost race of today. Because of this theory, the ghost race was also called the ghost immortal race. Another theory was that this progenitor was a true ghost. By combining with a mortal woman, he finally gave birth to descendants which resulted in the current ghost race. There were both skeptics and believers regarding this theory within the ghost race. The majority did not deny nor admit this claim. The last theory had always been vehemently denied by the ghost race. The ghost race was also called the 100 races with many side branches. However, all of the branches essentially denied this last theory. It stated that the progenitor was a corpse that eventually gave birth to a soul and became alive, then it bred with a mortal woman and its descendants became the current ghost race. Any believers of this last theory would be considered heretics within the ghost race. Future generations did not know why the ghost race was so antagonistic to this theory. In fact, even the ghost race themselves did not know why. The denial of this claim had existed since the Desolate Era and had continued up till now. However, Li Qiye had lived for countless years and knew some inside stories regarding this last theory. It was indeed not an aimless arrow. In a very far and ancient era, an ancient corpse coming to life did appear. No one in this world knew how long this ancient corpse had lived before this. As for this corpse giving birth to a soul, future generations could not find out whether it was the progenitor of the ghost race or not. However, Li Qiye knew a secret unbeknown to the future generations. The origin ground of the ghost race had a ghost ancestral tree. It was the one and only tree of its kind in this world. It was absolutely worthy of being referred to as a supreme immortal tree or peerless god tree. This ghost ancestral tree, to a certain extent, was related to the origin of the ghost race. In an extremely ancient era, legend has it that the ghost race's progenitor left behind a key, and it could unlock the secrets of the ghost race's origin. This key had a lot to do with the ghost ancestral tree. This key was called the ghost's origin ancestral key, and it had a heaven-frightening secret embedded within. In a future generation, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, heard of another rumor. A certain alchemist clan at Eastern Descent City became in-laws with a ghost tribe. People said that this ghost tribe once had an unfathomable character, and there were whispers of him being a true ghost. Unfortunately, this ghost tribe believed in the third theory of the ghost race's origin, which eventually led to the tribe's complete destruction. And this grand character, who was possibly a true ghost, was able to escape into Eastern Descent City and hid in the alchemist clan to escape this calamity. This time at the grave auction, after looking at the geography of the burial ground, Li Qie felt that this had a chance to be the land of the alchemist clan in the legend. After opening the coffin and seeing the pitch-black corpse, Li Qie was sure that this was not the coffin of a legendary alchemist, it was merely using this name to bury someone else. He was the grand character of the ghost tribe. Moreover, he had underwent suppression when he was alive, so his divinity withered away. 1. The word hate here is hatred, dislike, resent, hate. It is different from the regular word hate that is more similar to our Western usage of the word. It has a stronger emotion to it, not just a casual hate, but the meaning of this particular usage is that it is a hateful resentment out of endearment. When a girl uses this word to say, "I hate you," it means that she has some feelings for you to an extent. Of course, this is just the usage of the word, I'm not making any assumptions about their relationship. Chapter 269, Fate-Changing Legends also stated that this ghost tribe truly believed in the third origin theory, and that they tried to find the true secret of the ghost race's origin no matter the cost. Later on, this ghost tribe was fortunate enough to actually find the ghost ancestral tree in the legends as well as the ghost's origin ancestral key. As a result, they were able to solve the secret of the ghost race. Because of this, the tribe became even more trusting of the third theory, and in their attempt of solving this mystery, it brought about a catastrophe to them. Ghost's origin ancestral key. Li Qie gently stroked the wooden ruler in his hand and couldn't help but smirk. Back at the grave auction, the moment he saw this wooden ruler, he immediately guessed its origin. Now, with it in his hand, he was completely certain that this was the ghost's origin ancestral key. In fact, the ghost race always held a suspicious attitude regarding the ghost's origin ancestral key. They believed that it was just a non-existent item made up by a few heretics. It was not strange for them to adopt such an attitude. In the end, no future generations had ever seen this key before, let alone solving the secrets of the ghost race's origin. However, Li Qie knew more than the ghost race and others when it came to the ghost race's corpse in the ghost ancestral tree in the legends. He knew that there was indeed such an ancient corpse, but whether it was the progenitor of the ghost race or not, it was still worthy of further deliberation. 99 Little Ghosts. Li Qie gently stroked the wooden ruler and murmured, just like the legends. I also want to see what secrets and harvests you will bring me. You absolutely must not let me down. Above the wooden ruler were 99 little ghosts with different expressions. In fact, Li Qie knew that these 99 ghosts were not carved on it. Although the ruler was in his grasp, Li Qie still needed time to research it. It was not such an easy matter to understand the mysterious profundity of the ghost's origin ancestral key. However, 20,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy this key was absolutely worth it. This was an item that was desired by him. As the saying goes, being unable to find the destination after wearing out iron soles, then inadvertently finding it without any effort. Once Qi Xiaodao prepared the materials, Li Qie was ready to change his fate. The elders that were not in secluded meditation wanted to observe Li Qie's fate changing to determine whether it was true or false, however, Li Qie rejected this. Li Qie only allowed Qi Xiaodao to observe from afar. The truth was that Qi Xiaodao was worried as well. In the end, fate changing was not a trivial matter. Qi Xiaodao would become a cripple if there was a mistake. Before they began, Qi Xiaodao was still quite restless as she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this too difficult?" Fate changing, this is defying the heavens and it will bring about the heavens' wrath. Qi Xiaodie's fear was not unjustified. Even a legendary alchemist would not necessarily have the ability to change one's fate. Fate changing was an extremely mystical matter. Some legendary alchemists spent their whole life yet they were not able to understand its mystery. Li Qie glanced at her and answered, "Don't worry, this is a trivial matter. To be more exact, this is not fate changing but fate advancement. Xiaodao is of a turtle fate, and your Qi clan are all natural-born turtle fates with a great chance of passing on this characteristic. Your progenitor was of the heavenly turtle fate, so this is only advancing his true fate back to its original level, nothing more. True fate changing is another story. For example, if you had an ordinary fate type and you want to change it to a saint fate, that would truly be fate changing. Such a heaven-defying matter would bring about the heavens' extermination. The high heavens would never allow for such a thing to happen." Li Qie said dismissively. Li Qie was 100% certain regarding this type of fate advancement. During an older era, he and the alchemist god had actually performed true fate changing. They even worked on what was called the immortal fate in the legends. Later on, he had performed true fate changing a few times. No one in the present times knew more about fate changing and life extension compared to him. Qi Xiaodie, still with some apprehension, inquired further, "Will this type of fate advancement bring about the heavens' wrath?" She was concerned about her little brother more than anyone else. She didn't want anything unexpected to happen, otherwise, how could she face her mother's entrustment? A minor heaven's wrath should not be an issue. "I have thought about this before agreeing to do it for him." Li Qie flicked his sleeve and said, "Okay, don't stand here and bother me with your chit-chat. I'm going to start." Qi Xiaodie was quite annoyed by Li Qie and responded with a glare. As a heaven's proud daughter, countless people always indulged her whims, especially the young geniuses. They were even more obedient towards her. However, this little demon simply didn't put her in his eyes, so how could she not become angry? "Sis, you can rest assured. I believe that Brother Li absolutely has this ability." Qi Xiaodao quickly comforted his sister. He was really afraid that these two will argue again. "Good, get ready for it. Do you remember the method I told you before?" Li Qie asked Qi Xiaodao. Qi Xiaodao then took a deep breath and gently nodded his head. "Brother Li, I am prepared. Go for it." Li Qie summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron and slightly shouted, "Open." As his words rang down, the myriad heavenly cauldron fell to the ground and turned into a gigantic cauldron with its frog mouth shut tight. The inside became its own vast heaven and earth. At this time, Li Qie's left hand touched the cauldron's body and channeled his alchemy Dao. The myriad heavenly cauldron's origin flame blazingly appeared. One flame contraption immediately formed and transformed as an ancient medicinal fragrance arose. Inside the transforming flames were faint divine trees with magical arts, mysterious and inscrutable. Seeing the transformations of the flame caused the Qi duo to become shocked. They had seen the alchemists in the sect refining Dan, but they had never seen such a level of flame control or contraption creation. As the fire continuously changed its form, the flame contraption finally turned into an ancient-style medicinal contraption. With roars of tigers and lions resonating from within, it was extremely huge and could contain 3 to 5 people. "Put in the materials." At this time, Li Qie gazed at the transformation of the medicinal contraption and commanded. Qi Xiaodie didn't dare to hesitate and immediately placed the prepared materials in order. The intervals in between were all according to Li Qie's command. Li Qie used his alchemy Dao to control the contraption to refine all the medicinal materials. In a flash, these materials became part of the contraption. Li Qie shouted and the cauldron suddenly changed. It took the medicinal dregs out of the contraption and put them into the cauldron's origin flame, so there were only the purest of essences inside the contraption. Such a removal method astonished the brother and sister even though they weren't experts on the alchemy Dao. This was absolutely the technique of a master. At the very least, no alchemists inside their Lion's Roar Gate were able to do such a thing. "Your turn." At this point, Li Qie shouted towards Qi Xiaodao, who then jumped into the medicinal cauldron without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. After he jumped into the cauldron, his entire body was dipped into the medicinal concoction. At this second, explosions resonated from within as strange images consisting of flying dragons and phoenixes started to appear. Next were the Z, Z, Z sounds. The medicinal concoction pierced into Qi Xiaodao's meridians like fine needles. This immediately caused him to tremble with unbearable pain. His face became distorted, revealing his state of extreme pain. Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but to hold her breath while witnessing such a scene. Her heart was hanging on a thread as she clenched her fists tightly from being worried. As the medicinal concoctions were piercing Qi Xiaodao's meridians, a lion's roar resounded. A golden lion emerged in all of its incomparable tyranny. Qi Xiaodao's body was immediately on the verge of exploding as his muscles bulged. They were filled with outbreaking power. "Open your fate palace." Li Qiye immediately shouted right when Qi Xiaodao's tyrannical lion physique appeared. Qi Xiaodao roared as his fate palace appeared above his head along with his true fate. At this time, there was an old turtle inside his fate palace. This was an extremely rare true fate. Many other cultivators only had a pure true fate without anything else to accompany it, but not Qi Xiaodao, who had the old turtle as his friend. The tyrannical lion acted as if it had seen its enemy the moment it laid its eyes on the old turtle. It immediately rushed up, aiming to bite this old turtle. "Go!" In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye shouted and the entire cauldron shook. A dragon made from medicines jumped out of the medicinal contraption as the dragon roars pierced the 9 heavens. It coiled its body and immediately clung onto the tyrannical lion. Rawr! The lion retaliated, thus resulting in a battle inside the medicinal contraption between a lion and dragon. With continuous cries, the dragon tried to coil itself around the lion while the lion tried to snap it away. "Get ready for the pain!" Li Qiye cried out. In a flash, his right hand lifted up the cauldron's origin fire and this fire immediately turned into a long and thin acupuncture needle. Poof! Li Qiye struck like lightning with his fiery needle into the old turtle's body. In a split second, the old turtle was writhing around in pain. Qi Xiaodao also had a difficult time bearing this pain. This was a type of suffering from the depths of the soul. It was far beyond the pain threshold of flesh. He screamed out in pain as he nearly crushed his teeth in agony. Chapter 270, Tyrannical Lion Physique, Heavenly Turtle Fate, Settle down, Li Qiye cried out. His voice was like a morning bell, waking the suffering Qi Xiaodao and enlightening him with perfect wisdom. Qi Xiaodao immediately mustered all that he could to calm his mind. Despite doing so, his body was still shaking in extreme agony. At this time, Qi Xiaodia was still clenching her fists tightly and was nervous to the point where she almost forgot to breathe. Li Qiye's right hand was magical as it controlled the fiery needles piercing into the old turtle. It moved and wove inside Qi Xiaodao's body and, in just a flash, it created profound mystical patterns that became engraved in the deepest parts of the old turtle's soul, exuding all of its dazzle. Begin. Right when these profound mystical patterns were completely woven, Li Qiye's left hand that was placed on the cauldron activated the medicinal contraption. Immediately, a phoenix hymn resounded as the contraption turned into a phoenix that carried the entire medicinal concoction. It then flew up and rushed towards the old turtle. In this instant, the fiery needles that were weaving these magical outlines suddenly exploded with an unstoppable blinding force. These magical outlines then swallowed the approaching phoenix along with the whole medicinal concoction and used an unbelievable speed to absorb its medicinal effects. Poof! These outlines suddenly grew bigger after absorbing the essence of the medicinal concoction and then it took root in the old turtle's body. Go! At this time, Li Qiye commanded the dragon. The dragon then roared once and let go of the tyrannical lion. In the blink of an eye, it flew towards the rooted magical outlines inside the old turtle's body and was completely absorbed in an instant. Once it devoured all the essence of the medicinal concoction, these magical runes acted just like an outbursting root. It turned into a gigantic tree that was capable of covering the sky. In just a second, the magical outlines and the old turtle suddenly integrated into one. At this point, the tyrannical lion lost its opponent. It then crazily roared and aimed straight towards the old turtle, intending to give it a bite. At this second, the old turtle suddenly opened its eyes that were burning like divine torches. Bang! The old turtle swiftly flicked out its giant claw. Boom! This one claw was able to pin the tyrannical lion down. The lion struggled to get up, but under the suppression of the turtle's claw, it simply couldn't do so. At this time, divine brilliance flowed on the old turtle's body and aggregated above its shell before turning into a blue sky. The majestic old turtle, at this time, shouldered this blue sky as if it had turned into a god turtle capable of shouldering the 9 heavens. Boom! At this time, the old turtle slammed down its claw and struck the tyrannical lion, flying away. The shivering lion wanted to rush in again, but it paused in the end while staring at the old turtle with some hesitation in its eyes. The old turtle emanating its heaven-shouldering momentum frightened the lion, so the lion went back to hiding inside the inner physique. Success, Li Qiye slightly nodded in approval after seeing such a scene, while the unbearably suffering Qi Xiaodao also began to gradually recover. At this moment, the old turtle accompanied his true fate as he carried the blue sky on his back in all of its splendor, just like a true god turtle. Qi Xiaodao was both happy and nervous, for she didn't think that this impossible matter was actually successful. Boom, boom. Right when Qi Xiaodao breathed a sigh of relief, a thunderous lightning, as thick as a water-containing jar, descended from the sky and went straight for Qi Xiaodao with the intention to kill. Heaven's wrath. Qi Xiaodao became greatly alarmed the moment she saw this thick lightning striking down, as she exclaimed in horror. Go! In this moment, Li Qiye cried loudly as the myriad heavenly cauldron immediately opened its mouth wide. An origin flame from its deepest depths rushed out and turned into a gigantic, unfathomable mouth that was capable of devouring all existences. Before the Qi duo could react, the origin flame had already completely devoured the lightning without a trace remaining. This origin flame acted as if it didn't eat enough after absorbing all the lightning from the sky. At this time, it slowly went back inside the cauldron. Only a minor tribulation, yet you still dared to strike down, Li Qiye said without a care in the world after the origin flame devoured the lightning. Good heavenly cauldrons all have experienced lightning tribulations from the heaven and earth. As for the myriad heavenly cauldron, needless to say, it had undergone an uncountable amount of lightning tribulations, even far stronger ones. To this divine cauldron, such a minor lightning tribulation like this one was only an unfilling breakfast. It is done. Li Qiye withdrew his cauldron contraption and released Qi Xiaodao, then he calmly said while the Qi duo was still in shock. Qi Xiaodao was absent-mindedly standing there in a daze. It took her a long time to regain her wits, for the scene was simply too shocking. Fate changing was such a profound alchemy art and was something that countless alchemists aspired towards throughout their whole life, yet they still were unable to reach its boundary. Even legendary alchemists would have an extremely difficult time to perform such a task. Even though her little brother's case was only fate advancement and couldn't be considered a true fate change, it was still layered with arduous challenges. It required an extremely powerful alchemy Dao and a strong grasp on a profound fate-changing technique. There could not be a single mistake during the process. This was a chance that only appeared like a shooting star. Once the opportunity was lost, it would delay the fate-changing process and could even result in death. A matter such as this was extremely difficult for even legendary alchemists, yet it was nothing in the hands of Li Qiye. At this point, Qi Xiaodao's entire body was shaking like soybeans being roasted. The moment he opened his eyes, it revealed a pair of bright and spirited pupils. His blood energy became even more formidable, and others could even hear the sound of it flowing like a storm. This is amazing. I can feel my blood energy flowing like 10,000 stampeding horses. Qi Xiaodao was ecstatic. Before his blood energy came to a halt and his cultivation was stuck in the soul creation realm. But at this moment, he felt the magnificence and vastness in his tyrannical blood energy. This is the advantage of the tyrannical lion physique. Your blood energy is great, and at this moment, your true fate can control your physique. It is not a problem to reach the royal noble realm. Li Qiye looked at Qi Xiaodao's current state and approvingly nodded his head. The finally composed Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and then bowed down with much gratitude. I will never forget Brother Li's life-altering favor. If you ever need this little brother in the future, just say one word and I will not refuse walking through a sea of fire or a mountain of blades for you. Li Qiye accepted Qi Xiaodao's respectful gesture and nodded his head to say, stand up. Enjoy your new talents from having the tyrannical lion physique along with the heavenly turtle fate. Qi Xiaodao bowed 3 times again as the worries in his heart were swept away. Even though he was a cheerful person, being stuck at the soul creation realm with nowhere to go rendered his inner heart completely different from his external demeanor. But today, this nightmare has finally been dealt with. To him, the path was now bright and clear with an easy path to travel. Qi Xiaodao silently stood at the side. Prior to this, she once thought that Li Qiye was a swindler. When Li Qiye was talking about fate changing, she believed that Li Qiye was only speaking nonsense and didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. However, this impossible matter, in her eyes, and in the eyes of many others, happened in the hands of Li Qiye. It was as if all things were trivial under his doing, as if nothing was difficult at all. An uproar immediately shook the Lion's Roar Gate's upper echelon after the successful fate changing. All the elders found it to be impossible, but after examining Qi Xiaodao, the shocked elders knew that it was really successful. Having heard this, an elder who was studying the alchemy Dao immediately came out from his secluded meditation and didn't mind losing some face to ask a junior, Li Qiye, about fate changing. It is only a minor technique. Li Qiye only answered dismissively with this sentence to chase this elder away. Such a nonchalant phrase left the elder with a wry smile as he stood there silently for a long time. This was fate-changing. How many alchemists spent their whole lives to never touch such a magical boundary? Only legendary alchemists could do such a thing. Even though these words might have sounded arrogant, this elder couldn't deny the fact that Li Qiye had the qualifications to do so. He was at such a young age yet he was able to perform fate-changing. This was indicative of his unlimited future potential. He was absolutely capable of becoming an alchemy emperor. He didn't dare to say much even when Li Qiye wasn't willing to teach him the fate-changing art. Such a secret art would not be passed on to outsiders by any alchemist or sect. However, he still had the gall to ask Li Qiye about the alchemy Dao. Keep in mind that this elder could be considered as a big character. He had some accomplishments regarding the alchemy Dao. However, in front of Li Qiye, he acted like a respectful student with complete devotion as he came again and again beseeching for Li Qiye's teaching. Fine, taking your ancestor into account, I will teach you one or two things. In the end, Li Qiye agreed to teach this elder the alchemy Dao. Li Qiye was not interested in teaching the alchemy Dao to outsiders. However, this elder was indeed full of sincerity, and Li Qiye, out of love for the absolute loyalty of the Lion's Roar Gate's ancestors to him, made an exception to teach him once. Having heard Li Qiye's agreement, this elder bowed in extreme excitement. He was even willing to become Li Qiye's student. During these lessons, the elder was very astonished. Li Qiye's teachings immediately enlightened him. All of his previous unanswered questions were solved in an instant. What stunned him even further was that Li Qiye continuously taught him an alchemy Dao that brought him to the true orthodox path. At this time, this alchemist finally understood what the true alchemy Dao was. What he learned before was simply a minor Dao. Chapter 271, Qi Xiaodao's Secret Crush. Li Qiye stayed at the Lion's Roar Gate for a short period of time. During this time period, outside of teaching this elder about the alchemy Dao and cultivation, he was contemplating about the ghost's origin ancestral key. As a result of his contemplation, he began to see some clues and found out a few secrets of the key along with some of its profundity. The Lion's Roar Gate treated him as the most esteemed of guests during his stay. If Li Qiye didn't already have a sect, then the gate would have tried to recruit him. They would even let him enjoy the benefits of an elder. Brother Li, there will be a Dao lecture party later inside the Imperial City, do you want to go? Qi Xiaodao, who had disappeared for several days, rushed in and told Li Qiye. He was clearly unable to hide his excitement. Li Qiye noticed this excitement, so he immediately looked at him and said, "Your excitement, don't tell me your spring is coming. It is only a Dao lecture, do you need to be so excited for something so ordinary?" This, Qi Xiaodao was quite embarrassed after being seen through by Li Qiye and gave a mirthless smile. At this time, a voice rang from the door as Qi Xiaodao was standing right there. She looked at her little brother and said, "Princess Baoyun is coming." One Qi Xiaodao immediately forced a fake smile and spoke to cover it up, "There will be many people coming this time. One could say that all the heroes and young talents of the Eastern 100 cities will be there. However, Princess Baoyun will definitely be there, right?" Qi Xiaodao looked at him and finally said, "If you like her, why don't you tell her? Since you like her, don't worry about the Tiger's Howl Gate. Be courageous and tell her, then chase after her." With a greatly changed expression, Qi Xiaodao replied, "Sister, leave me alone. Even you, yourself, is not in control of your own situation. You clearly don't like Sima Longyun, so why didn't you oppose the proposal from the furious immortal saint country and speak to royal father?" Qi Xiaodao immediately lost her colors once the conversation changed to this matter. She didn't say anything before turning around to leave. Qi Xiaodao could only sigh as he watched his sister walking away and shake his head. He also wanted to help her, but his sister wouldn't talk to their royal father about it. There was nothing he could do. What is this matter about Princess Baoyun all about? After Qi Xiaodao left, Li Qiye smilingly asked Qi Xiaodao. Qi Xiaodao coughed and revealed some embarrassment, but he still spoke. She is the princess of the Baoyun clan. I met her at an event 3 years ago. You like her? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh at seeing his expression. Qi Xiaodao bashfully smiled and said, he hesitated for a bit before continuing, I don't know how to say this. I like her, but I don't know if she likes me or not. If you like her, then go after her, there's nothing to be afraid of. Li Qiye smilingly said, you are not bad at all. Don't tell me you feel that you are not good enough for her. Qi Xiaodao wryly smiled and shook his head, it's not like that. However, I heard that the Tiger's Howl Gate had already proposed to the Baoyun clan, and the master of the clan is very willing to become in-laws with the gate. I heard this matter will very likely be successful. Some news even said that Huyu of the Tiger's Howl Gate came several times to discuss about this marriage. Having said this, he gave a dejected look. Seeing Qi Xiaodao looking so sad, Li Qiye burst out in laughter and said, a free man and an unmarried woman, if you like her, then just go for it. The Tiger's Howl Gate is just proposing and she hasn't married him yet. You can compete for her against the Tiger's Howl descendant, this is not a big deal. Even if she was married already, you can still rob her away. That year, immortal Emperor Fei Yang did this kind of thing before. 3. Brotherly thinks too highly of me, you even compared me with immortal Emperor Fei Yang. I know who I am very clearly. Qi Xiaodao said with a wry smile. He hesitated for a moment before speaking, I won't hide it from brotherly. I also want to court Princess Baoyun, but unfortunately, he sighed at this point and then said with some disappointment, my Lion's Roar Gate, today, is not the same as the Qi clan of the past. We have fallen, and the Baoyun clan would not put my Lion's Roar Gate in their eyes with our current status within the Eastern 100 cities. At the same time, my gate cannot compete against the Tiger's Howl Gate. The current Tiger's Howl Gate is a grand sect. Even though it cannot compare to immortal emperor lineages, they are still quite illustrious and influential within the Eastern 100 cities. My Lion's Roar Gate is far too lacking compared to them. Qi Xiaodao then bitterly smiled and kept on going, if my grandfather personally came forward to propose for me, then there would be a little bit of hope. Unfortunately, after my grandfather went into his death meditation, he never showed his face again. 4. It is nothing special. Li Qiye smiled and said, so be it. I will be a good person to the very end. If you want to court girls, I will support you. Go ahead and boldly chase after this Princess Baoyun. As long as she likes you back, everything will be easy. If this Baoyun clan does not agree, I will help you beat them up until they agree. If this Tiger's Howl Gate dares to steal your woman, I will beat them until even their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. Qi Xiaodao's mouth was wide open after hearing Li Qiye's domineering words. This was a bit too tyrannical. But, the Tiger's Howl Gate and the Baoyun clan are great powers renowned in the Eastern 100 cities. It is not so easy to mess with them, my Lion's Roar Gate is definitely not their match. Qi Xiaodao hesitantly spoke. Li Qiye calmly declared, with me here, everything will be fine as long as you can win her heart. Your Qi clan and me are brought together by fate, so I will help you to the very end. The Qi clan ancestor was an absolutely loyal general under Li Qiye, and he died in the Immortal Massacre War. Today, Li Qiye also liked Qi Xiaodao so, out of love for his ancestor, Li Qiye decided to lend him a hand. Qi Xiaodao's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Before this, his cultivation was stuck, one could say that his heart had turned cold and became drowned in despair about this matter. Today, his matter was taken care of and he could cultivate normally again. This was his renewed hope as his will to fight surged once more. So, you don't even have the courage to chase after a girl? Li Qiye smilingly said after being met by Qi Xiaodao's hesitation. Qi Xiaodao clenched his fists and said, good, even brotherly will support me. If I don't try my best, then it would be a shame to your goodwill. Don't worry, brotherly, I will not back down. If she doesn't like me, then so be it. However, if she is willing, then no matter what, I will battle to the end. At this point, his blood was boiling as his fighting intent surged high. Li Qiye laughed and patted his shoulder before saying, now you sound more like a man. Qi Xiaodao was quite bold at the moment. At this time, his feelings were out of control and he wished that he could see Princess Baoyun right away. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile after seeing Qi Xiaodao's current appearance. Young love was quite a sight, worthy of remembrance. After traversing the eras, there might not be a woman capable of causing his heart to burn brightly like this anymore. So your sister will marry that little pretty boy, Sima Longyun? Li Qiye asked about a different matter. Qi Xiaodao was worried about this matter. He shook his head and said, not marry, but the furious immortal saint country had come to propose even as early as 2 years ago. And recently, they have been more fervent about it. My royal father is a bit unable to withstand their pressure while my grandpa has not said anything about it. What is your father's opinion on this? Or rather, what is your sister's opinion on this? Li Qiye asked. Qi Xiaodao shook his head in response, as for my sister, there's no need to say it. Basically, she does not like Sima Longyun. However, if my royal father truly tells her to marry him, then she has no choice. She had always sacrificed herself to protect the Lion's Roar Gate. If she were to decline, then maybe it would bring about some attacks from the Saint country. Even if my sister is not willing, she will agree to this marriage for the sake of the Qi clan and the gate. What is your father's opinion? Li Qiye asked. Li Qiye didn't have much to say about Qi Xiaodie, but out of love for the Qi clan ancestor, he will still lend her a hand. Qi Xiaodao bitterly smiled. If my royal father was willing, then he would have already married her off. Royal father believes that the saint country only wants our supreme immortal physique law and that they have no good intentions. If my sister wanted to marry, then he wouldn't stop her. If she didn't want to, then he wouldn't force her either. However, in my opinion, if the saint country keeps on pressuring my royal father, then I'm afraid my sister will agree to protect our country. Having said this, he couldn't help but sigh. He desperately wanted to help out his sister, but with his strength alone, how could he fight against a monster like the furious immortal saint country? Furious immortal saint country. Li Qiye smiled. He knew its progenitor, a grand completion immortal physique. He went on to say, the lower tyrannical immortal physique law, it is flawed. My royal father also guessed the same thing. Qi Xiaodao shockingly exclaimed, Brother Li also knows this secret. It is only a secret for now. Li Qiye smilingly said. The furious immortal ancestor cultivated the furious immortal tyrannical physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. After he reached grand completion, he swept through the 8 desolaces. This matter was quite shocking at that time. There used to be a saying in that era, unless an immortal emperor came out, no one would be able to defeat him. In fact, Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, had seen his physique in that era. The truth was that his physique was flawed. Even though people said that he created a supreme law for the furious immortal tyrannical physique, unfortunately, he was missing just one part. Logically speaking, he had no chance of reaching the grand completion stage of the immortal physique, but he obtained a miracle that allowed him to survive the powerful physique tribulation. If it wasn't so, then he surely would have died under the terrifying tribulation. Qi Xiaodao emotionally said, my royal father also thought the same. He speculated that they only want our immortal physique law. After their progenitor, they no longer produced another grand completion immortal physique, so my royal father guessed that there is a problem with their law. They want to start with our immortal physique law in order to find a solution. 1. Princess Baoyun equals Princess Jewel/Treasure Cloud. 2. Huyu equals Tiger Peak. 3. Fei Yang equals Soaring/Fly. There is another immortal emperor Fei, but Fei and Fei Yang are different. 4. Reminder, death meditation is a very important cultivation. Either break through successfully and leave, or die in there. It is a last chance/resort. Chapter 272, Goddess Mei Suyao. Qi Xiaodao's ancestor was Lion Monarch Ba Xian. The Lion Monarch cultivated the furious immortal tyrannical physique. During that era, people said that he himself personally created a supreme immortal physique law, but others said that he obtained an extremely ancient version of this physique law. Li Qiye looked at Qi Xiaodao and asked, does your Lion's Roar Gate have the furious immortal tyrannical physique law? A supreme immortal physique law was something coveted by all great powers. Even immortal emperor lineages wished to obtain such an item. Qi Xiaodao hesitated for a moment before finally answering Li Qiye, this is our Qi clan's secret, but since I owe Brother Li a great debt, I can divulge a thing or two to you. The truth is, I don't know the exact details. Our ancestors' supreme law has been lost, but 10 years ago, my grandfather went to the Heavenly Tao Academy because my maternal ancestor had cultivated at the academy. And so, my grandfather hoped to find an answer there. After his return, he underwent his death meditation and he never revealed the exact details to us. My grandfather is a natural-born saint physique. Alas, his youth was a struggle since he did not have a suitable saint physique law, thus his saint physique suffered great limitations. Regarding this meditation session, my grandfather told me that if he was successful, then he would obtain a grand completion saint physique. Because of this, outsiders always thought that my grandfather found our ancestors' supreme immortal physique law. However, since outsiders didn't have absolute certainty, there have not been people attacking all the way to our door yet. At this point, Qi Xiaodao was quite worried. Their current lion's roar gate was weak and far from being a match for a gigantic monster like the furious immortal saint country. Li Qiye smiled and understood the inside reasonings, then he asked, all the elders are devilishly training via meditation while maintaining a heavy guard. Is this to prevent outsiders from stealing the supreme immortal physique law, or is it for a different reason? I'm afraid that it is both. Qi Xiaodao wryly smiled and said, at the same time, it might be out of fear of an attack from the saint country, so they made good preparations. Ever since the saint country came to propose to my sister, my royal father ordered for us to be on guard. My royal father himself does not dare to leave the Lion's Roar Gate and had always been residing inside the imperial city, lest he risks internal unrest. Li Qiye stroked his chin and asked, when is your grandfather coming out? I want to meet him for a bit. He still had the treasure box of Lion Monarch Ba Xian in his possession. This was meant to be passed down to his descendant. The Lion's Roar Heavenly King, Qi Xiaodao's grandfather, was the descendant of Lion Monarch Ba Xian. It's hard to say, and I also don't know. Royal Father said that if grandfather was successful, then it could be within 3 to 5 years. If not, then it would not be any time in the foreseeable future. Qi Xiaodao said. Li Qiye pondered for a moment after hearing such an answer. His karma with the Lion's Roar Gate was not shallow. The Qi clan ancestor was his general while there was a karmic fruit formed between him and Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Brotherly. At this time, Qi Xiaodao lifted his head to look at Li Qiye while scratching his head, then he asked, how do you feel about my big sister? He wanted to hook Li Qiye up with his big sister. In fact, he also felt that Li Qiye was completely worthy of his big sister. Li Qiye simply smiled and didn't answer Qi Xiaodao. I understand. Qi Xiaodao wryly smiled. Even a supreme character like Bing Yuxia could only be a maid in Li Qiye's world, even though his sister was the Lion's Roar princess, but compared to Bing Yuxia, no matter whether it was their status, beauty, or talents, she was far from being Yuxia's match. Bing Yuxia could only be a maid in Li Qiye's eyes, let alone his sister. Brotherly must come to this Tao preaching. Qi Xiaodao became spirited and changed the subject. The person preaching the Tao this time is quite amazing, maybe this person could enter Brother Li's sight. Li Qiye smiled and asked, what makes you say that? The Tao preacher this time is the Eternal River School's goddess Mei, the contemporary #1 prodigy of the Eastern 100 cities. She can also be considered the #1 person in the region. Qi Xiaodao quickly explained to Li Qiye. He couldn't help but admire goddess Mei. In fact, no one would be able to stay calm when it came to goddess Mei of the Eastern 100 cities. Eternal River School. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and murmured. Qi Xiaodao continued on, yep, the Eternal River School, the Eastern 100 cities' #1 sect. Goddess Mei is its current successor, and she is also their spokesperson for this generation. Only admiration could be found when the name Eternal River School was brought up at the Eastern 100 cities. Even in the entire mortal emperor world, this name was like thunder next to one's ears. Eternal River School, 1 sect 3 emperors. One of the most ancient heritages in the mortal emperor world. There were only a few existences capable of being compared to the Eternal River School, such as the Southern Crimson Earth's mysterious bamboo mountain from the legends. 1 sect 3 emperors, just how frightening was this existence? A sect with dual emperors, like the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, was enough to become the most powerful heritage in the Grand Middle Territory. This 1 sect 3 emperor's Eternal River School was unfathomable. It was established in the ancient Desolate era and thrived all the way to the Desolace expansion era, to the ancient Ming era, and then the Emperor's era until now. It was a heritage that embedded itself through the rivers of time in the mortal emperor world. It could withstand the test of time without any sign of declination. This was indicative of its monstrous might. A bit interesting. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. Eternal River School, ah. In that distant era, it once had quite a memorable item. Qi Xiaodao went on to say, Goddess Mei is the successor of the Eternal River School. She is now traveling throughout the world in this era to cultivate. She has been part of the mundane world for very long now and had preached the Tao for many geniuses. In recent years, many prodigies chose to follow her. My royal father paid a hefty fee to invite her to preach the Tao at our imperial city during her travels. Upon hearing this, needless to say about the geniuses in my country, even the prodigies of nearby heritages and countries all came running in hopes to hear her preaching the Tao in person. It is not convenient for my royal father to show himself this time, so my sister is the host for this Tao preaching session. Qi Xiaodao explained. Li Qiye let a smile bloom and looked at Qi Xiaodao before saying, Is your father using this Tao preaching opportunity for your sister to meet some men, or is he using this opportunity to climb up the Eternal River School? Qi Xiaodao coughed and had to answer, probably both. Many geniuses from the powers nearby will come here to listen, and my royal father hopes that my sister could find someone she loves. If my sister marries away, then the saint country can't really say anything else. Li Qiye simply smiled and did not add anything else. He only thought that the royal lord of the Lion's Roar Gate truly gave his daughter a lot of consideration. For this Tao preaching session, my sister will be the host and I will only be helping out. Qi Xiaodao quickly said, How about brotherly help my sister out? I trust that brotherly can deal with anything. Although Qi Xiaodao understood that his sister didn't have a chance and that his efforts were useless, he still tried his best to create such an opportunity for his sister. I'll just watch from the outside. Li Qiye smilingly said, You and your sister can take care of such a small matter. How could he not know Qi Xiaodao's intentions? Qi Xiaodao said no more. After staying together with Li Qiye, he understood that one must grasp their own opportunities. His sister really missed a good chance and didn't win Li Qiye's favor. Goddess Mei's Tao preaching at the Lion's Roar Imperial City became sensational news throughout the entire country, maybe even the entire Eastern 100 cities. In just a short amount of time, there were many rowdy discussions. Countless cultivators came to see the famous person, especially the younger generation who were too excited in wanting to see the supreme heir of the goddess. Goddess Mei, the Eternal River successor, the person who entered the secular world, Mei Suyao. Anyone who had ever met Mei Suyao all proclaimed that a person like her should only appear in the high heavens. For what reason did she descend down to the mortal world? There were once countless saintesses and princesses along with noble daughters who were proud of their appearances and talents, but rumor has it that after these girls met Mei Suyao, they couldn't help but become dejected with low self-esteem from being utterly eclipsed. They became afraid of walking together with Mei Suyao and didn't dare to compete with her. Mei Suyao was not simply a person entering the secular world from the Eternal River School. Her fame was also not because of a shallow reason like her beauty. The more frightening part was that legend stated that she was a natural-born immortal bone, unrivaled and extremely rare even through the rivers of time. A cultivator's talents had to do with their life wheel, physique, and fate palace. Outside of these three things, other things rarely had a direct effect on cultivation, but an immortal bone was one of these rare things. Moreover, an immortal bone was extremely unique and rare. Rumor has it that a person with the Tao bone would be invincible in their era. There was even a rumor stating that a person with the Tao bone was comparable to having an immortal physique. Of course, they were only legends and people could not gather accurate speculations because ever since time immemorial, very few people had the Tao bone. However, Mei Suyao's Tao bone was even more amazing. Legend has it that her Tao bone was located between her eyebrows. This was the soul bone, so it was called the immortal soul bone. Two hearsay stated that the immortal soul bone was the number one immortal bone. Whether this was true or not, people did not have a way of finding out. However, Mei Suyao possessing an immortal soul bone was extremely frightening. The immortal soul bone could turn complexity into simplicity. This meant that no matter the merit law, even if they were emperor laws or heavens will secret laws, as long as Mei Suyao took a glance, she would immediately be able to grasp their profundities. She could learn anything in an instant. This was still not the most terrifying matter. Rumor has it that Mei Suyao's immortal soulbone far exceeded people's imaginations. She could drain the heavenly Tao and surpass the true gods. She was completely unique in this world. As the successor of the Eternal River School and someone who had entered the secular world, Mei Suyao's natural-born immortal soulbone was unfathomable. Not to mention the younger generation, even predecessors were wary of her. 1. Cool fact: the man with the wound in his chest and the coffin at the peak of the burial ground was most likely from the mysterious bamboo mountain. 2. Soulbone is a made-up term. Or eyebrows plus heart/soul/mind/intelligence is the area between the eyebrows, usually where their Tao markings or the third eye in Eastern literature is. It's an extremely important/profound part of cultivation. But this doesn't translate too well into English, and I especially didn't want a medical term, so I'll use soulbone for this. Chapter 273, Tao Preaching Event. The imperial city of the Lion's Roar country suddenly became very lively after the news of Mei Suyao coming to preach the Tao traveled far and wide. The sea of people was 10 times larger than normal. One could say that anyone who had previously heard of her good name all wanted to see her supreme elegance. Even if they had northwest way of getting close to the goddess, catching just a glimpse of her from the distance was more than enough. Rumor has it that she also wanted to go to the southern Crimson Earth before this. I didn't expect her to return so soon. In just a short period of time, the entire bustling imperial city, no, the entire country was talking about Mei Suyao. Yeah, I did hear that Goddess Mei went to the southern Crimson Earth to visit the mysterious bamboo mountain. An informed cultivator immediately spread the word. After hearing this news, there were some enlightened beings and ancient saints who were not too surprised. One ancient saint couldn't help but say, Eastern Eternal River, Southern Mysterious Bamboo, the two strongest contemporary forces of the mortal emperor world. Both of these grand heritages are one sect, 3 emperors. The descendants of these two sects has a tradition of competing against each other. Goddess Mei going to the Crimson Earth to visit the bamboo mountain is quite ordinary. The descendant of the bamboo mountain this time is also quite amazing. I wonder who won in their competition. A southern cultivator knew even more about this matter. Goddess Mei's Tao preaching is like the deluge of heavenly flowers fluttering down from above, causing others to lose their way back home. After it is over, it becomes ingrained into the hearts of the listeners and it won't dissipate for a long time. 3 years ago, I had the fortune of listening to Goddess Mei preaching the Tao back at the Eternal River School. I benefited so much from it that I won't be able to forget it for the rest of my life. A young prodigy who once heard Goddess Mei's Tao preaching before didn't mind traversing millions of miles to come here. Those who had previously heard her preaching became even more charmed and lost. The Lion's Roar Gate was only a minor country. There were very few great sects inside its territory and there was also a paltry amount of cultivators. However, after Mei Suyao arrived, there were so many cultivators here that it crowded the imperial city. The Lion's Roar disciples mustered all of their strength in order to maintain order within the imperial city. The entire gate expended quite a bit of effort regarding this matter. In fact, the royal lord of the Lion's Roar Gate spent a great deal of time contemplating in order to successfully convince Mei Suyao to have her preach the Tao at their imperial city. The country actually used the imperial palace's garden as the place for her Tao preaching. Countless cultivators wanted to enter the city in order to hear this Tao preaching session, but it was not such an easy matter. If everyone could enter the imperial palace, then the palace itself would be flooded. As such, they all had to go through a selection phase before being able to join in. First, all the older cultivators were declined at the door. This was because Mei Suyao's Tao preaching was extremely beneficial to the younger generation, so the older ones shouldn't take this opportunity from the young. Second, people with too low of a cultivation would also be kicked out. In the end, for the weaker ones, even if they were to hear the Tao preaching, they most likely would not be able to understand. It would be like playing the zither to an ox. Third, as the host and organizer for this session, Qi Xiaodia was extremely busy. Even Qi Xiaodao had to arrange many things and became as tired as a servant. Of course, even if he was even more drained, Qi Xiaodao would still be smiling non-stop. This brat was this cheerful due to a very simple reason, because the Princess Baoyun in his heart was also coming to listen to Mei Suyao. Especially after sweeping through all of his previous worries, Qi Xiaodao became even more bright. After winning Li Qiye's support, he was determined to chase after the princess and he wanted to see her as soon as possible. The only free person at the Lion's Roar Gate was Li Qiye. He stayed behind in secluded meditation without caring for external matters. He would stroll around the gate during his free time to bask in its scenery, so he spent his time quite comfortably. Li Qiye finally entered the imperial city one day before the Tao preaching event. He noticed that it was filled with people and shook his head, thinking that this was a bit too much. The current Mei Suyao of the Eternal River School was not necessarily able to transcend the Eternal River progenitor, immortal Emperor Xiao Shui. 3. Just imagine that year when immortal Emperor Xiao Shui, Zhu Tianyu, was preaching her Tao. Not to mention the mortal emperor world, even the cultivators and rulers from all over the 9 worlds came just to see her prestige. However, at that time, she was not even an invincible immortal emperor. For thinking back to that far era with its lustrous romantic spring filled Li Qiye with remembrance. During that era, he did not have the strength to personally groom an immortal emperor. Back then, immortal Emperor Xiao Shui was truly renowned in this world with her extreme talents, even the kings of all the 9 worlds fell over for her. Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui, the Eternal River progenitor, the person who formed the Emperor Foundation that allowed the Eternal River School to stand strong throughout the ages. Li Qiye couldn't help but become emotional as he looked towards the Eternal River School's direction. Their first meeting was truly something worth remembering. Eternal River School, 1 sect 3 emperors. Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui was its progenitor and one of the very few female immortal emperors. The school had 3 immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui, Immortal Emperor Nuzhan, and Immortal Emperor Guanfeng. Even though it was considered one of the strongest heritages of the Immortal Emperor world, only Immortal Emperor Nuzhan was human. Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui, on the other hand, belonged to the first branch of the Charming Spirit race. 5. The Charming Spirit race was the high heaven's favored child, and it could be considered the most gifted race out of the myriad of races. Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui came from the Charming Spirit race and finally became an invincible immortal emperor with the heaven's will. Her life could be considered to be the most brilliant during the desolate era. Even though many eras passed, even today, many people still relished in her old tales. Immortal Emperor, that year, Li Qiye couldn't help but lament after recalling the old matters from a long time ago. Goddess Mei has arrived. Right when Li Qiye was in a daze while recalling his past, the imperial city suddenly went into an uproar as waves of people like primordial wild beasts rushed out. As Li Qiye was just standing there, he was pushed around until he arrived at the side of the monstrous crowd. Goddess Mei is here, hurry and come watch. Suddenly, deafening cries resounded everywhere. Both men and women were excited, especially the younger males who were extremely obsessed. Li Qiye could only smile while shaking his head at the sight of these obsessed male cultivators. He had witnessed this familiar scene countless times throughout the ages. Gallop, 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 a horse carriage approached on a winding path that had faint green smoke, just like a rainbow in the sky. Anywhere this horse carriage passed seemed to turn into a paradise. It was as if there were hundreds of flowers showing off their beauty amongst the lush vegetation and flowing springs. One could feel the immortal rhythm even before the person appeared. The loud imperial city suddenly fell silent in an instant. It was quite frustrating being at this scene as countless cultivators in the imperial city were constantly pushing each other. However, when this carriage arrived, it was as if the ruthless summer had turned cold, a sensation penetrated one's soul, allowing them to be very refreshed. The carriage driver was an old man and Mei Suyao was nowhere in sight. The only discernible thing was a faint shadow inside the horse carriage. It was like a graceful present, like a fairy coming into being, extremely peerless. This graceful shadow swayed countless cultivators in the city. At this moment, all of them held their breath and stared at the faint shadow inside the carriage. It is Goddess Mei, a person excitedly murmured, but even with all of his enthusiasm, he didn't dare to say it loudly. Li Qiye glanced from the far distance with a smile while gently shaking his head. This was too exaggerated. However, the Eternal River School was truly formidable to be able to groom such a descendant. Li Qiye didn't look for a long time, so he quickly entered the imperial palace. When Mei Suyao's carriage traveled by, another unit came in suit. This unit was extremely gallant and all of their mounts were mysterious beasts, including heavenly stallions, winged tigers, and even dragon horses. This unit was led by a young man. He was extremely handsome and tall and was adorned with silver armor and a silver spear. His aura was extremely bright, he would be the swan amongst the chickens no matter where he went. It is Saint Child Qianyu. A person recognized his identity after seeing him. 6 An Eastern 100 Cities cultivator said, Saint Child Qianyu is truly sincere. I heard that he became charmed the first time he laid his eyes on Goddess May. He wanted to chase after her and was willing to be her follower, but unfortunately, Goddess May declined him. Yeah, I heard that when Goddess May went to the southern Crimson Earth to preach the Tao, Saint Child Qianyu also followed. Another cultivator added. Saint Child Qianyu was someone loved by all in the eastern 100 cities. How many girls have fallen for him? But who would have thought that he was willing to lose it all just to follow Goddess May? He's even willing to become her servant. A girl said with regret. An ancient saint predecessor shook his head to say, it is easier said than done regarding being accepted into the Eternal River School, especially its first branch. Being admitted into the first branch is harder than reaching the sky. The first branch, in the secular world, represents the Eternal River School. Only the amazing geniuses throughout the eras were able to join this branch. I heard that Immortal Emperor Nuzhan and Immortal Emperor Guanfeng all came from this branch. Saint Child Qianyu is indeed a dragon and phoenix amongst men within the eastern 100 cities, but it is impossible for him to enter the first branch. Otherwise, countless young prodigies of the cities would be willing to follow Goddess May. No matter what, we have to enter the imperial palace this time to listen to Goddess May. A young prodigy clenched his fists tightly and set his goal. Even watching Mei Suyao from afar or just a glimpse of her beautiful shadow was enough to swoon people and cause them to go crazy. 1. The royal lord is Qi Xiaodao's father. 2. This is a big deal because the imperial palace is always meant for the king and his harem. 3. Xiao Shui equals water sleeve. Sleeve made out of water. It is a bit of a weird title. Her affinity is of course water because it is the Eternal River School. Sleeve must be describing her gentle and elegant manner. 4. Her real name is Zhu Tianyu, meaning severing the heavens. 5. Nuzhan equals furious battle, Guanfeng equals observing phoenix or phoenix gate. 6. Saint Child Thousand Mountains. Chapter 274, Heaven's Secret Valley. This was the appeal of the Eternal River School, and this was the personal charm of Mei Suyao. Mei Suyao's Tao preaching event started right on time in the palace garden. The garden of the imperial palace was quite aesthetically pleasing as there were ancient trees and vines filled with the fragrances of grasses and treasure medicines along with pretty blooming flowers. There were also flood dragons swimming in the pond along with old turtles and spirit cranes. Although the lion's roar gate was no longer the same as it used to be and was far less powerful than the great powers, as the descendants of the Qi clan, it still had a certain strength that was apparent from witnessing the palace garden. Many young prodigies who qualified to be inside had entered for a long time before the start of the event to not miss such a rare opportunity. It was as if a waterfall made of people was entering the imperial palace. Some prodigies were riding their ancient chariots, signaling the pride of their clans. Others rode rare and precious beasts while some soared with their flying swords. Then, there were those who were sitting on their treasure mountains and came from above. In a short amount of time, the palace garden became very bustling and crowded. Most of these young prodigies all had exceedingly high statuses. There were princesses and saint childs as well as descendants from the great powers or giants from different countries. As the organizers, the Qi duo was quite busy. They quickly greeted the guests that came from everywhere without any breaks. The young prodigies all came in groups of 3 or 5. They were all dragons and phoenixes amongst men. It was quite a beautiful spectacle to behold when all the men were extraordinarily handsome and all the women were pretty enough to cause fishes to drown and the birds to fall down from the sky. These groups were talking about all the important matters inside the eastern 100 cities and other geniuses of the great powers. I heard Ba Xia was in the vicinity. I wonder if he will run here for this event or not. A young saint child said. Many of them were quite wary of Ba Xia. A royal prince shook his head and said, I hope he doesn't come here. That guy is too crazy and will always cause trouble wherever he goes. He has been even more insane recently. Some people said that his furious immortal tyrannical physique made some progress. I wonder if he had surpassed his minor physique tribulation or not. A different friend said. Ba Xia, the descendant of the furious immortal saint country, was the oldest royal prince. This was an amazing character, and he cultivated the country's defining treasure, the furious immortal tyrannical physique. A descendant from an ancient sect smiled and said, Don't worry, Ba Xia will definitely not come. Just recently, he was chasing a fierce beast and entered an ancient ridge. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back so soon. Basya might not come, but his martial junior brother, Sima Longyun, will definitely come. The royal prince said. A saint child sneered and said, "What is so special about Sima Longyun? He is only one of the 48 Xiantian physiques. He simply relied on the prestige of his older brother, Basya. He himself is very unlikely to be more powerful than me. Places with people will have Jianghu. Even the people of the younger generation of the Eastern Hundred Cities were not always friendly to each other. There was jealousy and revenge amongst many other things. One on the other side, there was another group of prodigies discussing the matters of the cities. An oldest disciple of an ancient sect with a lot of information revealed. I heard that great child Yao Guang came out from his meditation. All the sitting prodigies were shivering in their mind after they heard the name great child Yao Guang and changed their expressions. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. When it came to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, not too many people could stay calm within the Eastern Hundred Cities. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom was one of the oldest kingdoms in the Eastern Hundred Cities, one sect, 2 emperors. Very few heritages could compare to its true strength. Great child Yao Guang, Zhu Huangwu, was extremely talented as he also possessed 2 emperors' best techniques. 3 years ago, Zhu Huangwu came to the Heavenly Tao Academy to challenge Yue. After returning home, he went into secluded meditation without leaving. This time, since he came out, I'm afraid that he has merged both of his emperor's arts. At this time, Yue might no longer be his match and only Goddess Li would be able to suppress his prestige in the entire Eastern Hundred Cities. A royal noble emotionally said while sitting. A royal prince shook his head and rejected that notion, not necessarily. I heard that deity has arrived. Someone saw him descending down from the sky straight into the Heavenly Tao Academy with their own eyes. 4. Deity Jikong Wudi. When this person was brought up, even the prodigies sitting nearby were alarmed and they all came together. 5. The Space Trample Mountain's descendant wants to enter the secular world, truly great awe. Could it be that he wants to compete for the heavens will of this generation against Goddess May? Another great child lost his colors and said. The Space Trample Mountain's descendant, Jikong Wudi. Even though he debuted very recently, he has already become a legend. People regarded him as a deity. There was even a saying in the contemporary times that, outside of the eternal river Meisuyao, no one else was comparable to him. Even though deity Jikong Wudi was not from the Eastern Hundred Cities, his fame was widespread and eclipsed countless young geniuses. The Space Trample Mountain was immortal Emperor Ta Kong's heritage. Even though it was considered an immortal emperor lineage in the mortal emperor world, it was not situated in the 5 Desolaces, Eastern Hundred Cities, nor the Grand Middle Territory. It was built in a foreign space, high and hidden in the firmament where outsiders could not easily enter. Deity is coming. Even the most talented prodigies became dejected after hearing this name. A person comparable to Mei Suya was definitely not just in name. Li Qiye also came. He silently sat in an ordinary obscure corner of the garden and poured his own drink. Even though there were countless saint childs and princesses in the garden, Li Qiye didn't want to start a conversation with any of them. He simply sat there in silence in a forgettable corner. Li Qiye also didn't want to go bother Qi Xiaodao, who was very busy at this moment. Big brother is sure enjoying yourself. After Li Qiye finished drinking a cup, a person immediately poured him another. With a tanned skin color, this young man carried a heroic presence. His body was the embodiment of natural sunlight, especially his little smirk hanging above his slightly dark face, it gave him quite a different style. This person sat down and immediately poured a cup for Li Qiye while revealing a big smile. Li Qiye glanced at him and said, "Do you not feel itchy after changing your face every day? Isn't it a great thing to just be yourself?" Having said that, he started drinking along. He didn't hand another cup to the young man either. The young man dryly smiled and said, "Big brother is messing with me. I am not as confident as Big brother, heh. I have many enemies at the Eastern Hundred Cities, so I have to hide from the wind." This guy was not a new person, it was Sikong Toqian who escaped some time ago. At the moment, Sikong Toqian returned once again and actually penetrated the royal palace. This brat was truly skilled, however, he had completely changed his appearance at the moment, and outsiders did not know that he was Sikong Toqian. Of course, he couldn't escape from Li Qiye's eyes. Big brother, the Space Trample Mountain's deity also came. Sikong Toqian passed a message to Li Qiye. So what if the people from the space trample mountain came? What does it have to do with me? Finished speaking, he drank another cup. Sikong Tochien hurriedly poured another cup for him and said, I heard Big Brother killed Jikong Tian back at ancient Sky City. I'm thinking that Jikong Wudi will find you to get even. Sikong Tochien himself was quite amazing. However, in front of Li Qiye, he didn't dare to bluster and actually went as far as acting like a little brother. You really have some abilities, you actually ran over to the Grand Middle Territory in such a short amount of time and found out about this matter so clearly. Li Qiye glanced at him and said, Are you scheming against me? Sikong Tochien's expression immediately changed as he pointed his finger towards the sky and said, Big brother, your joke is too much. I, Sikong Tochien, am only a little punk. Big brother, you are a god from the 9 firmaments. Even if I am 100 times more courageous, I still wouldn't dare to have the slightest shred of disrespect towards Big Brother. Big Brother slays true gods in the 9 heavens and massacres demon kings in hell. As for such a lowly character like me, I am too busy being respectful and in awe of Big Brother, so how could I have time to even dare be disrespectful towards Big Brother? Fine, stop your flattering. Li Qiye continued on, if someone who comes out of the Heaven's Secret Valley was a punk, then there are too many punks in this world. Having said that, he placed his cup in front of Sikong Tochien. With a shiver in his heart, Sikong Tochien immediately turned pale after hearing Li Qiye's words. Ever since he came into being, no one had ever been able to see through his origin because it had always been a mystery. He had met countless powerful characters, including mortal kings of ancient kingdoms, but they were not able to recognize his origin. Yet today, Li Qiye easily revealed his secret. Sikong Tochien's heart fluttered for a moment before taking a deep breath. Then, he poured more wine for Li Qiye and immediately smiled, Big Brother's vision is as bright as a torch, nothing can hide from you. Don't worry, if you don't annoy me, I won't go to the Heaven's Secret Valley and flip over your mortal monarch palace. Li Qiye nonchalantly said as he looked at Sikong Tochien. The hands that Sikong Tochien was using to hold the wine gourd couldn't help but shake. He had met countless great characters, but no one was able to make him so fearful like Li Qiye. How is Old Man Ren doing? Li Qiye instilled even more fear into the dazed Sikong Tochien. Sikong Tochien took another breath to compose himself, then he forced a smile to say, I won't lie to Big Brother. In fact, I have never seen Ancestor Ren in all of my years. I heard the other ancestors say that Ancestor Ren had been cultivating for a long time. Since he was able to withstand the heavens, there is still a chance. Li Qiye leisurely said. It was very likely that no one in the contemporary times knew of a heritage like the Heaven's Secret Valley. People who were privy to this were all extremely ancient old undyings and could be considered legendary characters. If these characters were alive in this world, then they were all halting their blood force. 1. Jianghu, or rivers and lakes, is a hard concept to translate to English in 1 or 2 words. An easier way to think of the word Jianghu is that it is the cultivation world in a xianxia. 2. Yaoguang equals brilliance. 3. Huangwu equals emperor martial. 4. Deity here is not an actual god, but it is the combination of the 2 words god, shen, plus men, ren. It is signifying the greatness or transcending factor of this person, just a really prestigious title. 5. Wudi equals unbeatable or unequaled. One can clearly sense just how arrogant and great this name is, just like the character along with his title. 6. Old Man Ren equals RWX from an immortal emperor lineage named Wuxia World. He was a virtuous paragon who competed against the heavens will but lost to immortal emperor Bao in the end. Now he just translates his life away out of shame and seclusion as his era is now over. Chapter 275, Princess Bao Yun. Well, let's not talk about your Heaven's Secret Valley anymore, it is just an old and rotten matter. Li Qiye noticed the fear in Sikong Tochien and didn't want to make it hard for him. Sikong Tochien sighed in relief. He had always been very mysterious and he always hid his identity. However, he felt naked in front of Li Qiye as if nothing could escape his eyes. It is still better if Big Brother is more cautious about Jikong Wudi. Sikong Tochien regained his composure and whispered to Li Qiye, Jikong Wudi is definitely a demon, he is a natural-born Saint Fate, Saint Wheel, and Saint Physique. 3 saint aptitudes, number 1 in the contemporary times, even Goddess May's natural-born immortal bone might not be more devilish than him. Anyone who heard about the 3 saint aptitudes would faint from fear. From the ancient ages till now, not many people actually had 3 saint aptitudes. He is only a 3 saint aptitudes. Li Qiye smiled and said, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't care for his 3 saint aptitudes. But if he does, then even if he had 3 immortal aptitudes, I would still personally destroy his bones. Even if immortal Emperor Ta Kong was still alive, I would still find him to take care of business. He said as his eyes narrowed. He knew who committed the deeds back at the evil-infested ridge. If immortal Emperor Ta Kong was still in this world, then he would use his killing methods to annihilate the space trample mountain. However, if immortal Emperor Ta Kong was not in this world, then he was too lazy to find his descendants and destroy the space trample mountain just because of immortal Emperor Ta Kong's actions. Of course, if its disciples dared to come bother him, he would be happy to kill all of them. Sikong Tochien felt a dreadful sensation in his heart after hearing these words as a cold chill surged. He absolutely didn't think that Li Qiye was just blustering, he was definitely capable of carrying out this task. Oh, Brother Li is right here. Don't be offended at my lack of hospitality. Qi Xiaodao finally had a chance to take a break from his busy schedule. He noticed that Li Qiye was drinking in the corner, so he quickly came to see him. Li Qiye smiled and said, don't be so overly cordial with me, you are still busy. Look at your sister over there. Even though she is overloaded, she must be very excited. Ah, do you want me to tell my sister to give you a tour of the royal palace? Qi Xiaodao immediately smiled while looking at his sister. Li Qiye glanced at him and shook his head. Okay, brat, I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, nothing will happen to your sister. I will help her a little bit about that other matter. Qi Xiaodao would not let a single chance of hooking his sister up with Li Qiye slip by, but how could Li Qiye not know his good intentions? Li Qiye was very approving of Qi Xiaodao, but as for Qi Xiaodao, it was normal for a golden girl like her to have some arrogance, so he had no ill will towards her. Since Qi Xiaodao was trying so hard for his sister, Li Qiye would help Qi Xiaodao just to give Qi Xiaodao some face. Ah, is this a friend of Brother Li? Qi Xiaodao immediately greeted Sikong Tochien, who was sitting together with Li Qiye, because he did not recognize him. It is that thief. Li Qiye looked at the embarrassed Sikong Tochien and smilingly replied. The little bandit. Qi Xiaodao stared after hearing Li Qiye's words and immediately glared with caution at Sikong Tochien. Little bandit, why did you come to this place? Don't ruin this Dao preaching event is a grand matter to our Lion's Roar Gate. If you mess it up, then we will have an irreconcilable grievance. Qi Xiaodao's reaction was understandable. He especially didn't want to mess this event up, and Sikong Tochien, in particular, didn't have a good history with him. Who knows what heaven-frightening matter he would cause after sneaking into the royal palace. Must you be so dramatic? Sikong Tochien wryly smiled and said, I am a good person, I came here this time to give Brother Li some news. Really? Qi Xiaodao skeptically asked, you even dared to dig the ancestral graves of the Tiger's Howl Gate, who knows whether you are here to steal our treasures or not? Sikong Tochien was suddenly speechless, but there was nothing he could do. His notoriety was quite well known to the point where everyone wanted to hunt him down. Don't worry, I will observe him. Nothing will happen. Li Qiye didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Qi Xiaodao's caution and said. Sikong Tochien immediately smiled, is it okay now? With Brother Li's assurance, you can rest assured, I will absolutely be good and not do anything. I am only here to hear Goddess Mei's Dao preaching for a bit. If he dares to do anything, I will help you destroy his bones. Li Qiye also smilingly said. Sikong Tochien, who was excited for a bit, immediately became dejected, so he had to say, I definitely will not do anything, I will guarantee it right now. He patted his chest right after speaking. So, earlier you were still planning on doing something bad? Li Qiye looked at him and leisurely asked. No, absolutely not. Sikong Tochien immediately denied the accusation and pointed to the heavens to swear, Brother Li, do not worry. I will be a good boy in the Lion's Roar Gate's territory, I will not even touch a single blade of grass or a single petal on a flower. Qi Xiaodao did not trust this guy even when he swore. His bad name had traveled far and he had committed a plethora of bad deeds, ranging from digging ancestral graves to stealing treasures. When it came to fooling and tricking, he was a master scoundrel. However, Qi Xiaodao was at ease with Li Qie vouching for him. Is my character really so poor? Sikong Toqian couldn't help but moan after being suspected so heavily by Qi Xiaodao. Qi Xiaodao angrily exclaimed, "How can your character be any good? You still haven't returned my ingredients back to me. Once you give them back, then we can discuss about your character." Of course I will pay you back." Sikong Toqian embarrassingly smiled and assured him, "I have been a bit strapped recently. Wait until I find enough money, then I will personally hand everything back to you." Qi Xiaodao couldn't trust such words from Sikong Toqian. He already felt that the medicinal ingredients that fell into the hands of this little bandit were meat buns thrown at dogs. There was no hope of getting them back. At this time, a round of applause sounded with the arrival of a girl. The flowers would give way while the moon was ashamed at her appearance. There was a hidden sense of nobility which incited a sense of admiration from others because they instantly knew that she was a girl made from golden branches and jade leaves. The moment this girl came in, Qi Xiaodao, who was wary of Sikong Toqian, suddenly forgot everything and stared at her in a daze. "The princess of the Baoyun clan," Sikong Toqian explained. At this moment, even if Sikong Toqian didn't say anything, Li Qie would still know after seeing Qi Xiaodao's expression. "Xiaodao, hurry up and greet our esteemed guest." Qi Xiaodia immediately called for Xiaodao after seeing the arrival of Princess Baoyun. She wanted to give her little brother an opportunity. Qi Xiaodao regained his composure and glanced at Princess Baoyun from the distance. He was still a bit hesitant. "You're already shy before the battle, this attitude will not do." Li Qie reminded him, "Go, demonstrate a man's courage, you have to be bold to conquer a woman. Whether you are successful or not, you have to let go of it all for one gamble. Even if you fail, it is not a big matter for you didn't lose anything. If you don't even give it a shot, then your defeat has already been determined. Losing before the battle begins, this is even more shameful than completely losing after the battle. Remember well, even invincible immortal emperors had moments of defeat, let alone you. This is no big deal. Go, the beauty is waiting for you over there." Li Qie's encouragement shook Qi Xiaodao's heart. He took a deep breath and lit up his spirit. His eyes became bright and his aura changed, just like a gladiator inside an area. He walked towards Princess Baoyun with an impressive demeanor. "This brat's spring is coming." Sikong Toqian couldn't help but murmur after seeing Qi Xiaodao's refreshed air. "I apologize for our poor hospitality when Miss Baoyun came from so far away to visit." Qi Xiaodao was glowing with confidence as he went to greet Princess Baoyun. He was already a handsome man, so when he exuded so much confidence, it was indeed quite charming. Princess Baoyun also revealed a slight smile after seeing Qi Xiaodao and gently nodded her head. "Brother Qi, long time no see." Qi Xiaodia tried to create a chance for her brother, so she immediately told Princess Baoyun, "Little sister Baoyun, I can't accompany you at the moment, so my little brother will be your guide. If he does anything that lacks manners, then just give him a good beating." Princess Baoyun immediately laughed at Qi Xiaodia's words. Qi Xiaodao also used this opportunity to take the princess to another quiet place away from the people so that they could be alone together. Qi Xiaodao was a cheerful and talkative person, so, in just a short moment, voices of laughter came from that place. Without a doubt, he was getting along very well with Princess Baoyun. "I didn't think that this brat would be so good at courting girls." Sikong Toqian stared at Qi Xiaodao and Princess Baoyun having fun in the distance and said with some surprise. Li Qie gave a faint smile and said, "There are no cowards amongst the Qi clan's disciples." Back in the grand era of the Qi clan, even during the most dangerous of times, they had always moved forward with their heads held high. Although millions of years have passed and the Qi clan has fallen, how could the Qi descendants throw away the glory of their ancestors? Having said that, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Sikong Toqian was touched and didn't say anything. He had also heard of the Qi clan's ancestors, a generation of supreme fighters who fought in the Immortal Massacre War and were renowned in the historical annals. Sima Longyun came. Someone announced this and many young prodigies stood up. Sima Longyun came in with quite a personable and extraordinary bearing. His haughty air from his powerful background was apparent from just a glance. Many young prodigies stood up to greet him as he was quite popular. Both Sima Longyun himself and his upbringing from the furious immortal saint country decided that he would be high above in status and well received everywhere. 1. Golden branches and jade leaves just means a noble girl, or a beautiful girl with high status. I figured I'll leave it in instead of using peerless beauty all the time. Chapter 276, Arrogance with no consideration for the opponent. Although Sima Longyun was not the clan member with the most promising future, and that there was even quite a big gap between him in both background and talents compared to oldest Prince Ba Xia, but by being bestowed the royal noble title at such a young age and having a mysterious fate cultivation meant that he was truly a genius of the Saint country. He was quite well known in the Middle Eastern 100 cities as someone who has a bright future. Many of the younger generation cultivators were willing to win his favor. Sister is so beautiful tonight, anyone will surely fall in love at first sight once they see you. Sima Longyun immediately praised Qi Xiaodia upon his arrival. Even though Qi Xiaodia hated Sima Longyun, but as the host of this event, she had to put on a smile to greet the approaching Sima Longyun. After he took his seat, Qi Xiaodia let other disciples take care of him. Meanwhile, many other young prodigies immediately rushed forward to greet him in order to form some ties. As the moon surrounded by the stars and being called friends by everyone, Sima Longyun was riding high with quite an impressive aura. Even though some of the prodigies present did not like Sima Longyun, they couldn't deny that coming from a powerful country like the Saint country gave him some advantages that other powers could not compare to. Sima Longyun was laughing and enjoying himself as the star of the room, but when he saw Li Qie sitting silently in a corner, he suddenly became serious with a feeling of annoyance. He suffered quite a loss not long ago at the grave auction. He even lost quite a bit of face. Today, when he saw this nobody Li Qie at this place, how could he maintain his good mood? Today, at Goddess May's Tao preaching session, anyone who can enter are all exceptional people, all prodigies. Don't tell me a few nobodies took advantage of the situation and secretly snuck in. At this time, Sima Longyun coldly stared at Li Qie, and everyone here could hear his words. Thus, many people looked over at Li Qie, who had kept a low profile in his lonely corner this whole time. They only now noticed him after Sima Longyun's provocation. In fact, they didn't even know who Li Qie was. The Grand Middle Territory was too far from the Eastern 100 cities. The previous difficult Tao era had just ended recently, so very few of the younger generation entered the Grand Middle Territory. It was understandable that they didn't know about Li Qie. Many people felt strange regarding Sima Longyun's sudden attack on Li Qie. Of course, him being arrogant was not a matter of just 1 or 2 days, so they weren't too surprised. However, some of them carried a bit of schadenfreude while others lamented the person who provoked the Saint country. This was causing trouble for oneself, especially as an unknown junior. This was akin to courting death. Li Qie, who was drinking alone, lifted his head at this time and saw Sima Longyun provoking him. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. On the other hand, Sikong Toqian was laughing because he knew this Sima Longyun who doesn't know life from death actually came here to provoke Li Qie. He wouldn't even know how he died after the matter was over. Only contemporary heroes can come to this Tao preaching today. You're just a nobody yet you still dare to come here. Will you even be able to understand the mysteries of the Grand Tao? You aren't embarrassed at all? Sima Longyun smilingly said. A few young prodigies who wanted to flatter Sima Longyun also added with laughter, Brother Sima, even if they don't understand it, there are those who will pretend they do. They will close their eyes and meditate on the ground. Even if they fall asleep, at least others will think that they were listening to the Tao preaching. A wave of disdainful laughter suddenly appeared. As for the young prodigies who didn't want to mingle with Sima Longyun, they simply shook their heads and felt that this unknown junior ahead could only lament his misfortune. He would absolutely suffer humiliation after provoking Sima Longyun. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and also smiled back at Sima Longyun, sneering. Then he said, "Ah, isn't this the foolish Sima who used 1 million refined jades to buy some trash rotten beans? You're dumb to the point where you can't even distinguish between good and bad underworld rotten beans, yet you still came running here to listen to the Tao preaching session. In this society, even a little 3-year-old child would be able to discern between good and bad rotten underworld beans. You are even dumber than a 3-year-old child. Coming for the Tao preaching session, this is even more nauseating than an ox chewing on peony. At least, when an ox does it, it will learn the taste of the peony. As for you, I'm afraid you won't even know how to write the 2 words, Tao preaching, afterwards. You have such a low level of intelligence yet you still don't mind showing yourself in public. With your level of comprehension, even if you take off your pants and reveal the short to the point of negligible thing on your crotch, you would still be proud of it. It is not shameful to be foolish, but coming here as if you are afraid of others not knowing just how dumb you are, then starting to display your stupidity like this is just too embarrassing. You should just go back to your Saint Country's playground and play in the mud. But watch out, don't mistake the shit in the manure pit for mud, otherwise the stench on your body will be unbearable. Lichia leisurely spoke without any sign of annoyance. These words should be coming from a fishwife shouting profanity in the streets, yet when they came from the composed mouth of Lichia, they sounded as if they belonged to the preachings of a heavenly scripture. One Lichia's profanity turned many people here dumbfounded. Many thin-skinned girls couldn't help but cover their ears. One of them had to complain, this is way too vulgar. That really felt good to hear. I didn't think Brother Li's ability to curse people is also like preaching the Tao, continuous and readily at hand. This little brother feels inferior at your abilities. Sikong Totian burst out in laughter and clapped his hands to cheer Lichia. At this time, Sima Longyun immediately turned red and was ready to vomit blood after being enraged by Lichia's words. After such vulgarity, he couldn't muster a suitable retort. You, Sima Longyun pointed at Lichia while shivering. His blood energy then surged as he wanted to cut Lichia right at this moment. Lichia slowly glanced at him and said, You what? Don't come outside if you are so intellectually impaired. Stuttering the whole time and can't even finish an orderly sentence. Run and hide back in your Saint Country, don't show your face around here and embarrass yourself. You're seeking your own death. In just a second, Sima Longyun unleashed his rolling momentum towards Lichia. 2. What are you trying to do? At this time, Qi Xiaodia scowled as her pretty eyes became serious with golden lights. Qi Xiaodia already hated Sima Longyun. At this moment, even before the event had begun, he was already causing trouble. This was truly the same as destroying her reputation, so she was quite enraged. Sima Longyun replied, Sister, this is not me wanting to cause trouble, but this brat is going too far and doesn't know life from death. Today, I will teach him an unforgettable lesson so that he won't cause trouble in the palace. Sima Longyun was still a genius and somewhat witty, so he immediately came up with a decent excuse. Qi Xiaodia's angry heart became even more annoyed with Sima Longyun. If she was not cautious of the Saint Country, then she would have immediately kicked a person like this out of the royal palace. Brother Li is our Lion's Roar Gate's esteemed guest and has been in the palace for some time. How could he have caused any trouble? Qi Xiaodia said. Sister, Sima Longyun hurriedly said. But Qi Xiaodia cut him short and coldly said, I am the organizer of today's Tao preaching session. I do not wish for any controversy. Today, I will gladly welcome everyone who came to my royal palace as guests. However, if there are any grievances, then wait until the end of the event and take it outside of the royal palace to resolve it. Over the years, Qi Xiaodia had a very cautiously towards the Saint Country, so her attitude today was very tough. Fine, I will give some consideration to sister today. Sima Longyun took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He then stared at Lichia and coldly declared, You better not leave the Lion's Roar country, or you will die without a grave. Lichia was too lazy to give him another glance and continued to drink. Sikong Totian poured him another cup right away. To Sikong Totian, Sima Longyun was not someone that could get into his sight. Qi Xiaodia silently looked at Lichia and secretly shook her head in her mind. She knew that Lichia was a bit unfathomable, but she couldn't understand where Lichia got his confidence from. He actually dared to use the strength of one person to provoke the Saint Country. One has to know that the Saint Country was not so easily provoked in the Eastern 100 cities, not even by the other great powers. Qi Xiaodia's apprehension was not without reason. The Saint Country was indeed very formidable. Their power compared to the Heavenly God sect, as a newly risen power, was much more impressive. Unfortunately, Qi Xiaodia simply didn't know that Lichia didn't put the Saint Country in his mind at all. He even killed experts from the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, so was the Saint Country actually a problem for him? The atmosphere quickly recovered again after Sima Longyun's episode. Many prodigies began to have fun conversations again. At the same time, some of them were also inquiring about Lichia's origin. Unfortunately, Northwest One at this place recognized Lichia. Meanwhile, as the moment of the Tao lecture drew closer and closer, there were more and more young prodigies arriving. When the night curtain fell, a lively atmosphere permeated throughout the beautiful garden. Qi Xiaodia busily greeted these young ones from all the sects and countries throughout the eastern 100 cities. She prepared everything without asking for Qi Xiaodao's help since it was not easy for him to spend some time together with Princess Baoyun. At the same time, Qi Xiaodao and Princess Baoyun got along very well. They were alone in front of a quiet pond outside of the pavilion with quite a romantic atmosphere under the moonlight. Sometimes, there would be laughter from both of them. Clearly, they were very happy to be speaking to one another. Haha, big brother Li, to be honest, the little girl from the Qi clan is not bad. Sikong Toqian poured more wine for Li Qiye and said. Li Qiye glanced at him and asked, "How old are you?" "Around 500, but in front of big brother, I am still the little brother." Sikong Toqian smiled hee as he replied. Li Qiye flicked his sleeve and said, "Fine, stop the flattering, what do you want?" 1. I wonder if this is sexist, but it is a well-known joke that older ladies, especially vendors, in Asia are the best at cursing and retorts. 2. Raw is this thing doesn't know life from death, but I feel like I typed that out at least 50 times in ED already. Chapter 277, Who you, nothing. Sikong Toqian said with a smile, the Qi brat is actually not bad. Even though I cheated some medicines from him, I do want to become friends with him, the brat is a good person. I can see that the brat is trying his best to set you up with the little Qi girl. Although the little Qi girl is a bit arrogant, it is fine for she has not experienced enough things. However, since you treat the Qi brat quite well, if you don't mind the little Qi girl who has eyes yet does not see Mount Tai, then let her stay by your side, even just as a maid. This will be a great fortune to her. At the end of the day, you already have 2 supreme beauties by your side, adding one more isn't a big deal. Sikong Toqian busily tried to convince Li Qiye. Compared to the Qi duo, Sikong Toqian's eyes were much more experienced. The Qi duo were still too young and had not seen enough waves and winds. Sikong Toqian was different because he had seen many things in this world. He knew when to go forward and when to retreat as well as weighing the various situations. I will not take random people to my side. Those who are able to stay are at the very least people worthy of my grooming. Li Qiye glanced at Sikong Toqian and said, if you stay and work for me, I can think about it a bit. Sikong Toqian's personality reminded him of Nan Huiran, who was adept at dealing with people. However, Nan Huiran lacked the scoundrelly characteristic of Sikong Toqian. In fact, Nan Huiran's talent was not up to Li Qiye's standards and was not worthy of his grooming. However, Nan Huiran was the first to join his ranks when he first arrived at the cleansing incense ancient sect. Because of this loyalty, Li Qiye did not mistreat him and even obtained an emperor law for him. Li Qiye drank another cup and said with ease, I enjoy your deceitful nature. Follow me, and I will not mistreat you. As long as you follow me with your heart, you will be the second monarch of the Heaven's Secret Valley. These words immediately shook Sikong Toqian's mind. He definitely knew what Ancestor Ren represented in the Heaven's Secret Valley. And not just their valley, in all of the mortal emperor world, their Ancestor Ren was quite renowned. Unfortunately, his end was approaching and their valley could do nothing about it. Big Brother has seen our Ancestor Ren before. Sikong Toqian couldn't help but ask. Li Qiye smiled and drank another cup without saying anything. Meanwhile, Sikong Toqian was in a daze and even forgot to pour him another. The Tiger's Howl Gate successor, Hu Yu, is here. A small uproar occurred in the yard as many young prodigies stood up to come greet the person who had just arrived at the door. A young man with tiger-like eyes and a tiger-like forehead walked in at this time with a suppressive, beast-like aura like a tidal wave sweeping through the scene. Anyone met by his gaze would feel the sensation of being observed by a fierce beast, giving birth to an uneasy and dangerous sense of crisis. Qi Xiaodia also changed her expression at this young man's arrival. Rumor has it that Princess Baoyun was most likely betrothed to this person. This was her little brother's biggest love rival and also the most dangerous rival. Even though Qi Xiaodia held some hostility against Hu Yu, but as the host, she still personally went to greet him. Brother Hu Yu, long time no see. At this time, many young talents went up to greet Hu Yu one after another while clasping their hands together. No matter how arrogant they were, they couldn't afford to let it show. Even Sima Longyun from the Saint country came to greet him. The Tiger's Howl Gate was a very powerful inheritance within the Eastern 100 cities. Legend has it that their progenitor was a demon tiger who became a god, and he called himself a true god. He left behind a considerable amount of power to the gate. The Tiger's Hall gate was not necessarily stronger than the furious immortal Saint Country, but Sima Longyun did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Hu Yu. At the Eastern 100 cities, Hu Yu was a top-ranked youth. Someone actually listed the top young geniuses in the city, and Hu Yu was among the top 5. One could even say that Hu Yu was not much worse compared to Sima Longyun's martial brother and the oldest prince, Ba Xia. This was why the always arrogant Sima Longyun had to show some respect to Hu Yu. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes the moment Hu Yu came in. Like what Qi Xiaodao had said, Princess Baoyun was likely to marry Hu Yu, and the Baoyun clan was very happy about this possible marriage. This was Qi Xiaodao's biggest rival, and since he agreed to help Qi Xiaodao, he absolutely would not give Hu Yu a chance. This brat is also not simple. Sikong Toqian immediately said after seeing Li Qiye gauge Hu Yu, he is the successor of the Tiger's Howl Gate and is already a 5 celestials enlightened being. Rumor has it that in his veins runs the blood of their progenitor, the Tiger God. One of the younger generation, yet he was already a 5 celestials enlightened being. This was truly amazing and could even be considered supremely talented. No wonder why outsiders said that he had the blood of the Tiger God. Cultivators of the chosen celestial realm were called enlightened beings. This was an extremely difficult Tao test to pass on the cultivation path. As a 5 celestials enlightened being at such a young age, Hu Yu was indeed formidable, and he was not necessarily any weaker than the descendants of the immortal emperor lineages. After Hu Yu entered and nodded his head to greet everyone, his tiger eyes swept around as if they were searching for something. After seeing Qi Xiaodao together with Princess Baoyun, his gaze immediately turned cold, then he started walking towards them. He is walking towards the Qi brat. This guy is definitely his most powerful rival. At the moment, the Qi brat's cultivation won't do. He cannot compete against the other brat. Sikong Toqian murmured as Hu Yu walked over towards Qi Xiaodao. I hope he is smart and won't touch my little brother. Otherwise, I will break his bones. Li Qiye drank his cup in one gulp and slowly stood up. Since he agreed to help Qi Xiaodao chase after Princess Baoyun, naturally, he would not sit idly by and do nothing. Sikong Toqian immediately followed with excitement since there would be a fun show to watch. He had heard of Li Qiye's tales back in the Grand Middle Territory. This was a beast who dared to slay experts from an ancient kingdom and a monster who massacred the heavenly god sect. If Hu Yu truly didn't know when to back off, then he would die a miserable death. Qi Xiaodao, who was talking with Princess Baoyun, noticed Hu Yu walking over and his heart shook for a bit as he took a deep breath. He then stood up with surging battle intent, not willing to take a step back. Today, he will strike to make his own opportunity. Princess Baoyun also changed her colors the moment she saw Hu Yu. Her pretty face also turned cold. The one she did not want to see the most was Hu Yu, but this marriage was outside of her control. Qi Xiaodie was also quite alarmed at the scene since she knew something big was about to happen. She clearly understood that her little brother was far from being Hu Yu's match. In just a short moment, the atmosphere became tense to the point of being noticeable by those present as they all looked over at this direction. Then, the silence was broken. Brother Qi, thank you for your hospitality towards Baoyun in my stead. You are a busy person, so allow me to accompany Baoyun right now. Hu Yu came and spoke to Qi Xiaodao with polite words. Qi Xiaodao then took a deep breath to calm down and calmly said, Brother Hu is too cordial. Princess Baoyun is a guest, so I will do my best as the host. Hu Yu laughed in response and said, the Tao preaching session is about to begin, so I'm sure you are all busy. I'll stay with Baoyun, and we'll talk about the marriage between our two houses as well. Qi Xiaodao's expression greatly changed after hearing these words. Princess Baoyun's face also dimmed down, but she couldn't comment on it. At this time, Qi Xiaodie clenched her fists tightly, but the situation was not appropriate for her to act. So you are Hu Yu? Right when Qi Xiaodao was in a bind, Li Qiye's carefree voice appeared as he slowly walked towards them. Hu Yu's cold tiger eyes swept by and slowly said, I don't care who you are, I'm not interested in being polite at this moment. He carried an aggressive aura as he spoke. Polite. Li Qiye smilingly replied, you think too highly of yourself, I'm not here to be polite with you. Hu Yu immediately turned around as the cold flashes in his eyes became even brighter and oppressive towards Li Qiye. As a rising murderous air like a fierce beast, like a hungry tiger wanting to devour human flesh erupted, it caused all the spectators to become fearful. It doesn't matter who you are, if you are smart, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I don't mind staining my hands with blood even before the Tao event. Hu Yu's murderous aura instantly rose, causing many people here to have shivers without being cold. Li Qiye batted his brows and said, "A5 celestials enlightened being, right? Okay, today, I will break the bones of a 5 celestials enlightened being." Li Qiye's words were immediately met by an uproar. Many young prodigies glanced at each other, and a prince said, "This brat is too crazy, does he not know who he is messing with?" Suddenly, numerous people present all thought that Li Qiye was courting his own death. Hu Yu at the Eastern 100 Cities was a grand character. As a 5 celestials enlightened being, he could sweep across the younger generation. Blind little beast. At this time, Sima Longyan suddenly stood up and coldly shouted, "Ain't nobody like you is not worthy of brother who personally making a move. I alone will be enough to slay a little beast like you." Scram, one Li Qiye didn't even move his eyelids, his hand turned into a fist, and the fist turned into a hammer as he chopped downward. His hell-suppressing godly physique immediately exploded. Under this chop, thunder and lightning broke out and space itself shattered. The power of this fist was as strong as the earth itself, capable of crushing a myriad of domains. A minor completion immortal physique was unstoppable. 1, or roll, if you prefer that more. Chapter 278, Goddess toppling myriad kingdoms open. As his face greatly changed, Sima Longyan shouted and summoned a shield. With powerful blood energy, this shield confidently met Li Qiye's fist. Bang! This fist heavily assaulted the shield as was Sima Longyan continuously pushed back. The ground behind him was stomped by his feet and from the force exerted by his body, one hole formed after another. Then, with a snapping sound, the shield in his hand immediately cracked into several pieces that fell to the ground. The scene was suddenly silent, all the young prodigies were shocked. Li Qiye's casual punch was able to destroy a treasure shield in an instant. This was like a giant axe smashing into their hearts. What kind of frightening flesh was this? Little beast, you don't know who you are provoking. Upholding an ugly expression, Sima Longyan crazily roared. His blood energy immediately surged and the energy around his body turned into a powerful ox. At this time, his body was encompassed in a golden light as if it was a set of golden armor. A huge ox with golden brilliance surrounding its body as if it was made from gold appeared right before Sima Longyan's body. Moo. A cow's bellow rang as the ox's aura slammed into the air like a tidal wave. In a flash, it was as if there was an army of stampeding oxen breaking the dam. Golden ox physique. Many young experts lost their colors after seeing the majestic aura of Sima Longyan. A grand completion Xiantian physique. A person took a deep breath and murmured, "Only a minor art." At this time, Li Qiye turned around and didn't even bat an eye, for he did not place Sima Longyan in his sight. In a flash, Li Qiye's ocean-sized blood energy appeared along with his fate palaces. The Kuanpeng appeared in the air as its emperor energy also assaulted the atmosphere. The moment the spectators felt this presence, they couldn't help but exclaim, "An emperor's law." Even Sima Longyan was alarmed after hearing the words, "Emperor's law." He then coldly shouted, "Kill!" Bang bang bang. In just a second, the golden ox ran like crazy as its forehoofs punished the heaven and earth. Its steel heel kicked forward as fast as lightning with a force capable of destroying the mountains and rivers. Scram, the mad cow, with its steel hooves carrying a monstrous force, did not daze Li Qiye. He shouted and his hand that was akin to a heavenly rod suddenly smashed forward. The invincible hell-suppressing godly physique took action with an unstoppable, suppressive might. Boom. Li Qiye immediately struck the golden ox flying away. Sima Longyan's entire body also flew outside as he spat out blood. Next was a series of explosions as Sima Longyan slammed into and collapsed parts of the palace. He was quite a mess after he struggled to crawl up from the broken debris. This course of events rendered everyone astonished. With a grand completion golden ox physique, Sima Longyan, a royal noble, was struck flying away by one fist. The enemy simply did not regard him as an opponent. At this point, Qi Xiaodia was also quite amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Until now, she had always assumed that Li Qiye was only versed in the alchemy Tao and didn't feel that his cultivation was particularly stronger than her. However, it was one thing if he didn't take action, but once he did, it was quite unbelievable. Even Qi Xiaodao shouted out in fear from witnessing Li Qiye's dominance as he drew in a cold breath. Needless to say about other people, even Hu Yu's expression sank as the cold glimmers in his tiger eyes carried a frightening murderous intent. At this time, Li Qiye didn't bother to give Sima Longyun another glance. He turned around and revealed a calm smile as he spoke to Qi Xiaodao. I am always ruthless and cruel when killing tigers and dragons. Xiaodao, take Miss Bao inside the palace lest fresh blood spray on her. One Qi Xiaodao immediately understood Li Qiye's intention and asked Princess Baoyun to leave this battlefield in order to spare her from this difficult situation. With a darkened expression, Hu Yu wanted to step forward, but Li Qiye blocked his path. Li Qiye slowly rubbed his hands together and leisurely spoke. Earlier, someone said that they wanted to stain their hands with my blood. It seems that I would be doing a disservice to myself if I didn't kill a tiger at this moment. Silence permeated the atmosphere as everyone drew in cold breaths. If this was before, everyone would be laughing at Li Qiye for speaking such words. However, shivers ran down the spines of the spectators, for they understood that this person was not a nice fellow. Hu Yu's tiger eyes flashed with killing intent as he spoke. I don't care who you are, the Eastern 100 Cities is not the place for you to run wild. If you are courting death, then I will help you by personally tearing you to pieces. Run wild. Li Qiye slowly smiled and said, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are not many places where I dare to not run wild. As for you wanting to tear me to pieces. A short time ago, there was an old fool named Emotion from the heavenly southern kingdom. I almost forgot about it. I accidentally grinded him into meat paste, and I wonder if your bones are harder than his or not. Everyone present felt suffocated the moment they heard Li Qiye's words. Even though the 100 Cities' information regarding the Grand Middle Territory was sparse, everyone knew about the heavenly southern kingdom. It was definitely stronger than the Tiger's Howl School, not weaker. Humph, Hu Yu only snorted. He then took one step forward and, within this moment, tiger roars resonated. It was as if he became the king of beasts, one who was capable of ordering all the fierce animals in this world. He emanated waves of aura that resembled a prehistoric wild beast, causing many people to take several steps back. Everyone has come together to explore the meaning of the Grand Tao. Why should we kill each other? At this time, a pleasant voice like immortal hymns appeared. This sound immediately dissipated the murderous intent in the garden. In just a blink of an eye, the atmosphere of the scene was soothed as if spring had come again to the earth, as if a nice coldness came during the scorching weather, causing everyone to become relaxed with great spirit. This sound swept away the hatred and sternness of everyone's hearts. It was as if it was the sound of an immortal from the 9 heavens. Even a monstrous butcher who was ready to kill wouldn't be able to help but calm down. Li Qiye gently nodded approvingly at this sound. This girl had trained this supreme art to minor completion. Goddess May, at this time, everyone forgot about the battle earlier as they quickly turned around towards the voice. A woman adorned with a snow-white outfit arrived by treading on the moon. She carried an unrivaled ethereal appearance like a descending goddess, like a fairy beneath the moonlight. The pen and ink could not describe this woman nor her transcending aura. It was as if the flames and smoke of mundanity could not touch her peerless grace. Her shape was just perfect, a bit skinnier would be too thin, a bit more round would be too plump. Both her features and figure could be considered supreme. Too, along with a gentle atmosphere, strange images appeared due to her arrival. It made others feel as if they were merchants trapped in the desert only to suddenly find an oasis with hundreds of blooming flowers and budding seeds. The snow was starting to melt and the water began to form gurgling streams. These strange images made others forget about worldly troubles, leaving behind all disputes and grievances. Humans were truly susceptible to such an aura. Even Hu Yu, who wanted to deal with Li Qiye, lost his anger. He simply snorted towards Li Qiye before his gaze completely fell on the woman without being able to change his sight for a long time. Goddess May. Many people were toppled at her sight as someone murmured. Even all the delicate golden girls with noble birth couldn't help but suffer from an inferiority complex. Qi Xiaodie could be considered a heaven's proud daughter in both her appearance and cultivation. She was not the type to belittle herself, but after seeing Mei Suyao, she couldn't help but lament with a sigh, for she felt menial in comparison. Today, us virtuous friends came together to address the mysteries of the Grand Tao. As someone who was not tainted by the mundane world, Mei Suyao only used one word to resolve the conflict. This was indeed a frightening woman. Everyone sat down after Mei Suyao took her seat. They focused their thoughts with an air of solemnity while listening. To all the cultivators, being able to listen to Mei Suyao's Tao preaching was a great fortune. Many people had a great harvest after hearing just one of her lectures. Suyao will first reveal my lacking aspects and start with a section. If it is flawed, please correct me. Mei Suyao sat in an orderly fashion with the air of a supreme goddess. 3. The origin of the Tao is the heart, and it is also the origin of the heaven and earth, the origin of all the myriad of existences. Suyao's Tao preaching was pleasant and sweet to the listeners, it had the power to linger in their hearts for a long time. Her Tao preaching contained a profound content along with an easy-to-understand rhetoric. She used simplicity to explain complexity, then she turned complex ideas into simple concepts. Strange images started to form at the height of her lecture as the heavenly flowers bloomed amongst the golden spring that gushed forth from the earth. It was as if an immortal monarch was preaching the Tao as the visiting saints and the holy Buddha were also chanting. In just a moment, everyone here became fascinated. Many of their questions regarding the Grand Tao were suddenly solved. Many young people here felt as if their souls were drifting in the air, even characters like Huyu became spellbound from the lecture. While sitting in his corner and carefully listening to Mei Suyao, Li Qiye also nodded his head. It was truly not simple for a girl this age to understand such profundity. The Eternal River School was truly unfathomable to train a successor of this level. This girl was worthy of her natural-born immortal soulbone. Other geniuses could not compare to such a peerless advantage. Once one had such a supreme talent like the immortal soulbone, all techniques would be made simple and all Tao were common. It would be difficult for someone of this talent to not be heaven-defying. After listening to a section, Li Qiye silently left and entered the depths of the royal palace to truly enjoy its beauty. This time, Li Qiye did not enter the royal palace to listen to Mei Suyao's Tao preaching, he was only here to support Qi Xiaodao. At this moment, he had given Qi Xiaodao a chance, so after listening to a part of the lecture, he became disinterested and decided to leave in order to enjoy the dim moonlight overlooking the pretty scenery of the royal palace. 1. Huyu means tiger, Longyun means dragon. He isn't calling them dragons and tigers amongst men. 2. Treading on the moon here means she is flying in the air in a graceful manner. I don't think she is actually using a treasure moon to fly here. It is more of a literary expression of how godly she is in the night curtain. 3. The first part is just her being humble. Chapter 279, Alaya Heavenly Fragrant Tao. It was not because Mei Suyao's Tao preaching was insufficient nor was her lecture lacking profundity. In fact, Li Qiye was quite approving towards her teachings. However, Li Qiye had no need to listen. In this regard, he had traveled much further than Mei Suyao. Even without a technique like Mei Suyao's, he would still be able to create wonderful images from his Tao lecture. He once taught immortal emperors and dispelled true gods' confusion. He was once called the immortal emperor's teacher. Someone as young as Mei Suyao could not compare to him with regards to the comprehension of the Grand Tao. Li Qiye trod on the moonlight while watching the pretty scenery and lost track of time. In the distant past, he had came here before. He once protected the Qi clan for 3 generations, so he was very familiar with this place. However, compared to the past, the Lion's Roar country had fallen and didn't have its secret strength nor resources of the past. In the end, after millions of rolling years, the Qi clan descendants had used up all of the things left behind by the ancestors. Li Qiye planned to leave the Lion's Roar country because there was not much left for him to do here. The only remaining matter was to personally hand the treasure box left behind by Lion Monarch Ba Xian over to Qi Xiaodao's grandfather. Brother Li is feeling quite poetic. One night when Li Qiye was standing beside a pond to enjoy the moonlight, a heavenly and pleasant voice rang out. Li Qiye knew who it was without having to turn around. By treading on the moon like a goddess, Mei Suyao arrived. Anyone who saw such a graceful appearance from her would fall head over heels. Li Qiye was still quietly admiring the beautiful scenery ahead. Without turning around, he calmly replied, "The Eternal River School has good intelligence. You're truly worthy of being the #1 sect in the Eastern 100 cities. Brother Li is renowned all over the world. I will still know without having to ask around." Mei Suyao then stood side by side with Li Qiye. At this point, Mei Suyao was cloaked by the mist under the moonlight, giving her an ethereal and otherworldly appearance. Her intoxicating fragrance that permeated the lingering fog while standing next to Li Qiye left behind a relaxing sensation. Your lecture was not bad. At this time, Li Qiye slowly looked at Mei Suyao and nodded his head. This was not Li Qie being arrogant or rude, it was his normal attitude. Heaven Protector Goddess Zi Queening was not necessarily any weaker than Mei Suyao in either cultivation and background, however, she was also not much in his eyes. Mei Suyao gave an existence-toppling smile that shamed the flowers and dimmed the moon, then she said, if the lecture wasn't bad, then Brother Li wouldn't have left the party. If there were any mistakes, then please correct me. What kind of person was Mei Suyao? Her beauty caused all existences to become crazy and her prestige reigned over the Eastern 100 cities with countless fans. It was more than just her looks, the crucial part was her extraordinary abilities. Her cultivation was unfathomable and she had a profound understanding of the Grand Tao. She was also willing to preach the Tao and dispel problems for others as she traveled through the 100 cities. If outsiders heard of such a thing, they would be in complete disbelief. At the Eastern 100 cities, no matter how paramount one's talents were, they wouldn't dare to correct Mei Suyao's Tao understanding. Mei Suyao was definitely the authority regarding the Tao, and even characters of the previous generation felt that they could not compare with her. You really preached very well, you don't need to worry about this matter. I simply wanted to observe the scenery. Li Qie smiled and said. Mei Suyao then gently flicked her sleeve and said, after seeing you, Suyao immediately knows that you have an even more precious lecture in your mind, why don't you preach it? Li Qie gently shook his head and didn't say anything as he continued to look at the scenery. Could it be that you feel it is beneath you to have a discussion with me? Since your Tao is so high, Suyao eagerly awaits to listen. Mei Suyao spoke again. This time, a true mantra came out of her mouth with a harmonious grand Tao. It was like the warm sunlight in the snow or the breeze in the summer heat. It exuded an inexplicable presence as if one was entering an immortal gate, as if one was controlling the immortal Tao. A mystery that was even more unfathomable was the feeling one would get if they were standing close to Mei Suyao, along with a comforting air. This was the feeling when one was close to the Grand Tao and became intertwined with it as the gap disappeared. At this point, Li Qie slowly turned his head and looked at the peerless Mei Suyao before him to calmly say, "Girl, do not use the Alea heavenly fragrant Tao against me. Watch out or I will spank you." These words were very rude. Mei Suyao was the goddess in the hearts of countless people, and no one would say these words to her. How impudent. At the same time, a cold shout rang as a momentum swept by. The source was a young man with silver armor who stood in the sky. This was Saint Child Qianyu who wanted to follow Mei Suyao. It seemed as if no matter where Mei Suyao went, he would follow to those places. Li Qie was too lazy to look at him and leisurely said, "Tell your servant to not bother me. Otherwise, I will not only punish him, but I will take care of you as well." Saint Child Qianyu's complexion greatly changed. He held his spear in his hand with an intent to kill as his eyes locked onto Li Qie. "Saint Child, allow me and brotherly some alone. Time to chat, will you?" Mei Suyao spoke with her stainless air, still supremely elegant and charming. Even though Saint Child Qianyu was enraged, after hearing Mei Suyao's voice, his fire immediately extinguished. He simply glared at Li Qie then turned around to leave. Brother Li already foresaw this. After Saint Child Qianyu left, Mei Suyao's fairy-like voice came down from the sky. It was especially pleasing. Even an angry person would most likely become calm. Li Qie did not bother to look at her and said, "Girl, your future potential is incalculable, but don't get too caught up in being a saintess or a goddess." When immortal Emperor Su Shui left behind the Alea heavenly fragrant Tao, it was not for Tao preaching nor to enlighten all living beings. The great grand Tao is one where you stand alone and step towards the everlasting. This is the Alea heavenly fragrant Tao that you need to search for. You are wasting away your talent. The immortal soulbone combined with the Alea Tao is enough for you to compete for the heavens will in the future. Enlightening all living beings isn't something that you need to do. Moreover, you won't be able to enlighten me. Today, even if your progenitor, immortal Emperor Su Shui, personally came, she wouldn't necessarily be able to enlighten me. Don't use such a minor scheme against me in the future, otherwise, I will spank you in front of everyone. Finished speaking, Li Qie took his leave. Mei Suyao watched Li Qie's shadow as her peerless pretty eyes became extremely deep. She leaned her head in contemplation, resulting in a charm that affected all living beings. Even the blowing breeze became gentle. When Li Qie returned to the garden, the event had ended and all the prodigies had left. "Where did you go?" Qi Xiaodia hastily asked Li Qie after seeing him. I was looking everywhere to try and find you. Li Qie looked at her and asked, where is Xiaodao? He took Princess Baoyun back. Qi Xiaodia then continued, my royal father wants to meet you, what do you think? Fine, we'll meet for a bit then. Li Qie thought for a moment. If Qi Xiaodia's father was trustworthy, then he would hand Lion Monarch Ba Xian's treasure box over to him. Having heard this, Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but wryly smile in her mind. Normally, people who wanted to see her royal father would not be able to, however, this guy was actually reluctant. At this time, Qi Xiaodia couldn't say anything since she couldn't see through Li Qie. Under her lead, Li Qie met the Lion's Roar royal lord inside the royal palace. He was a middle-aged man around 50 who had a bright spirit. Qi Xiaodao was a lot like his father. For rulers of kingdoms with a cultivator's origin, their titles all had a certain meaning. Usually, they were all called royal lords, and there were those who were called mortal kings or demon kings. For example, Demon King Luan Ri and Heavenly Jewel Mortal King used those titles. Only extraordinary royal lords were called mortal kings or demon kings. Demon King Luan Ri and Heavenly Jewel Mortal King were the most talented geniuses of the last generations in the Grand Middle Territory. The royal lord of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom was also a mortal king. And because his country was an ancient kingdom, he was absolutely qualified to be a mortal king. Therefore, most rulers all claimed to be royal lords and did not dare to recklessly call themselves Demon King or Mortal King. The Lion's Roar ruler was one of these cases. The Lion's Roar country was only a minor nation, so he didn't dare to take the Mortal King title. Most royal lords were enlightened beings or ancient saints. Of course, a few rulers of small nations were only of the royal noble realm. As for mortal kings and demon kings along with the rulers of other ancient kingdoms, it was not something one could be certain of. They could be heavenly sovereigns or even heavenly kings. I truly appreciate fellow Taoist performing. The fate changing for my son's sake. Dao friend is my son's second parent, someone who gave him another chance. The Lion's Roar royal lord did not dare to be discourteous after meeting Li Qie. He clasped his hands together and spoke. Li Qie accepted the royal lord's gesture since it was a natural thing for him to do. The royal lord then quickly asked him to sit down. The Lion's Roar royal lord's cultivation was not shallow, and he was also a good ruler. He spent most of his time in the imperial city, especially in the recent sensitive time, so he didn't dare to leave the city. However, one could see a worrying trace amidst his brows. I wonder when the Lion's Roar Heavenly King will leave his secluded meditation. After taking his seat, Li Qie went straight to the point. The royal lord was a bit surprised when Li Qie's first words were about his father. What does Dao friend want to meet my father for? Li Qie shook his head and didn't say anything. As he was met by silence, the royal lord didn't press on. He pondered for a moment before speaking. I won't hide it from Dao friend, my father is undergoing his death meditation. Even I won't be able to see him. If you want to see him, I'm afraid you will have to wait until he exits. Li Qie contemplated for a moment and ultimately didn't hand over the treasure box. This was related to the Lion Monarch's inheritance, so he couldn't hand it over to the royal lord so easily. If his father, the true descendant, couldn't leave his meditation, then Li Qie would rethink about entrusting this treasure box to him. 1. The Ra is Yixing, and this is a harder term to translate. It is when someone has the urge to look at the moon, or reciting some poetry, or going to drink with a friend. It is a sudden spark of interest in doing something, usually an elegant and refined matter. 2. Reminder, Qianyu equals 1,000 mountains. 3. Enlighten or guidance, but this is with the added meaning of worshipping the person who guided you. Chapter 280, Princess as a servant. While Li Qie was contemplating about the treasure, the Lion's Roar royal lord was also pondering. He wanted to say something but hesitated, instead. If royal lord has something to say, then go ahead, we don't need to be so indirect. Li Qie spoke after seeing his hesitation. The royal lord wryly smiled and eventually said, I heard that Dao friend came from the cleansing incense ancient sect and has not been bestowed the title of royal noble. Ah, my Lion's Roar Gate is only a minor country, but I wonder if we are fortunate enough to dub Dao friend a noble. Each country had a different set of standards regarding the royal noble title bestowment. There were those who were extremely fastidious and strict, especially the ancient kingdoms. Cultivators who have been bestowed the title all had to be experts of the mysterious fate realm, so the cultivators of this realm were called royal nobles by the world. However, not all royal nobles were experts of the mysterious fate realm. Many minor nations that want to favor some great characters would also offer this title. However, for the majority of the nations, the first requirement for this title was indeed the mysterious fate realm. As for a weak nation like the Lion's Roar country, it was not easy for them to attract talents, which was why their royal noble bestowment had a lower requirement. They would not dare to bestow the full royal noble title and instead would only give out the noble title. Even though it was just one word less, it carried a prudent significance because they didn't dare to easily bypass the tradition. Li Qiye only smiled at the royal lord's proposal. Meanwhile, the royal lord hurriedly continued, even though Dao Friend will be a noble of our country, you can still obtain the title from a different nation. Moreover, Dao Friend will not be under our rule, you will not need to perform lord and follower ceremonies. I only hope that in the future when the country is in trouble, Dao Friend will lend us a hand. If Dao Friend is willing, then Dao Friend can take a piece of territory from my Lion's Roar country. The royal lord's conditions were already extremely favorable without any restrictions. This was an extremely rare thing to see. In fact, he wanted Li Qiye to stay. Li Qiye's cultivation was a different matter because, as an alchemist capable of fate changing, even though he was not a legendary alchemist, he was already extremely heaven-defying. If the world knew about such a talent, then not to mention their Lion's Roar country, but even the great sects and powerful nations would all compete for him. This was absolutely a highly sought-after talent. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then he replied, I remember that your Lion's Roar gate once had a block of territory named the Ancestral Divine Region. It is still there. It is a fiefdom to the north of my country. The royal lord quickly answered. Li Qiye smiled and said, okay, I will accept the noble title. Land is not an issue for me, so I will temporarily stay at the Ancestral Divine Region. Just like you said, if your country has a calamity in the future, I will lend you a hand. Li Qiye's condition left the royal lord and even Qi Xiaodiye in a momentary daze. They both assumed that Li Qiye would pick the richest region of their country if he was willing to accept the title, however, they didn't expect for him to pick the Ancestral Divine Region. This region that was situated to the north of the country could be considered far away from the central power. Moreover, the populace was quite sparse and it couldn't be considered a piece of fertile land. And in the end, Li Qiye chose this barren land. How could the royal lord and Qi Xiaodiye not be caught by surprise? Yes, okay, as long as it is something Dao Friend wants, it is absolutely no problem. After the royal lord regained his wits, he immediately nodded his head. This was even better than his highest expectations. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, the Ancestral Divine Region is desolate and I am missing an attendant. So be it, have Qi Xiaodiye follow me. These words greatly changed the royal lord's expression. Even though his nation was a minor one, his daughter was the precious jade in his hands. No matter what, he would never allow his daughter to become someone's servant. Don't worry, I am only missing an attendant, I will not do anything to her. Li Qiye smilingly said. This sentence left Qi Xiaodiye enraged with flames. It sounded as if she was a super ugly girl. Li Qiye wanting her to be a servant was far from being as annoying as his last phrase just now. Royal father, I will follow him. Right when the royal lord wanted to refuse Li Qiye's request, Qi Xiaodiye stood up and coldly said while looking at Li Qiye. About this, on the other hand, the royal lord was hesitating. He stared at Li Qiye, then back at Qi Xiaodiye. He was quite confused. He naturally didn't want his daughter, the jewel in his eyes, to become someone else's servant. However, at this moment, his daughter actually accepted the proposition herself. The furious immortal saint country Sima Longyun had come to propose. Even though his daughter didn't directly oppose it, as her father, he knew that she was not willing. Yet at this moment, she wanted to become Li Qiye's servant, thus resulting in him becoming a bit stunned. Never mind, do as you see fit. In the end, the royal lord gently sighed as a sign of acquiescence. Eventually, Li Qiye accepted the bestowment before the golden throne room. The royal lord handed the grand seal which signified one's sovereignty over the Ancestral Divine Region to Li Qiye, so Li Qiye immediately became the highest ruler and sole owner of this land. Li Qiye did not linger around. On the second day after the bestowment, he immediately headed for his territory with Qi Xiaodiye alongside him. At that time, the royal lord didn't want his daughter to go, he was still trying to convince her to let go of this idea. However, for unknown reasons, even with the status of a servant, Qi Xiaodia was determined to go as if she was possessed. In the end, he could only gently sigh and send Li Qie off with his daughter. Unfortunately, Qi Xiaodao didn't come to say goodbye. Qi Xiaodao had to bring Princess Baoyun back to her clan as her flower escort. Li Qie didn't want to bother Qi Xiaodao's good matter, so he didn't tell him the news. As for Xikong Toutian, after the end of the Dao preaching event, this brat had escaped to an unknown place. Even Qi Xiaodia, as the host of the event, didn't see where he had run off to that night. Li Qie didn't pay it any mind. The chance was in Xikong Toutian's hands, just like Qi Xiaodia. If she let go of this opportunity from her grasp, Li Qie would not catch it for her. Li Qie left the royal city and entered the ancestral divine region, but he didn't go towards the region's capital where the ruler presided. Instead, he kept on heading northwards. Are we not going to the regional capital? Qi Xiaodia was surprised to see Li Qie not intending to enter the capital. We are not. Li Qie casually threw the seal that signified one's power of the region to Qi Xiaodia and said, "In the future, you will take care of the ancestral divine region's administration. I will do whatever I want because I will only stay for a short period of time." Noble bestowment, this was only because your Qi clan and I have a karmic relationship. With her hand holding the seal, Qi Xiaodia took a moment to regain her composure as she was sent into a daze. She gently sighed in her mind. These words were very arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes, but she didn't say anything else. In the end, Li Qie brought Qi Xiaodia to a flat river. This flat river was thousands of miles wide, only a vast expanse was visible from a glance. Qi Xiaodia kept on following Li Qie. Her knowledge of this location was quite limited, she didn't know what this place was even though she was the princess of the country. Finally, there was a peak at the end of the river. It was not too high and not too low. Even further ahead across the range was a towering geographic spectacle with high mountains and foggy clouds. It was extremely splendid and majestic. Qi Xiaodia looked ahead and gave an evaluation. The rolling mountains before us are surely part of the Heavenly Tao Academy's territory. Then she gave it another careful look. This place seems to be the far western region of the Academy, and it is very far from the Academy's ancestral ground. Correct. Across these mountains is the territory of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Li Qie looked ahead and nodded in agreement. Qi Xiaodia was lost for a bit. She didn't know why Li Qie ran to this place. If he wanted to visit the Academy, then he should have gone east because its ancestral ground was in the far east. Even though in front of them was still the Academy's territory, its disciples would not come to this western land. Eventually, Li Qie and Qi Xiaodia climbed on the fair-sized peak. As she was climbing this peak, she noticed that there was an abandoned temple at the top of the peak. This abandoned temple had not been visited for countless moons and was extremely decrepit. The walls and the roof beams had lost their colors. Moreover, along with entrenched old vines, there were weeds and wild vegetation running rampant in all directions. Small creatures like rats and snakes infested this place. When they entered the abandoned temple, there was a thick layer of dust accumulated throughout the ages with spiderwebs everywhere. While standing inside, the only discernible thing was that there were two statues within the ancestral divine temple. Li Qie gently sighed with some emotion while standing in this tattered hall. Qi Xiaodia was also a bit confused as she stood in this place. She did not understand why Li Qie went to this ruined location instead of the prosperous regional capital. Take care of this place. I'm afraid we will have to stay at this place for some time. After taking a glance around, Li Qie commanded Qi Xiaodia. Qi Xiaodia was a bit startled. There were dust and spiderwebs everywhere. This type of cleaning up was something that she, a golden daughter, never had to do. Qi Xiaodia took a deep breath and channeled her blood energy. She rolled up her sleeves and flicked it towards the temple. Suddenly, the wind roared as dust flew everywhere. In just a moment, both of them were shrouded in dust. Do not be disrespectful to the predecessors. Use your hands to clean it. Li Qie casually threw a spatial pouch towards her and said, "There are items for your daily necessities inside. Do a good job of cleaning this place, I'll go out for a bit." Li Qie left behind the spatial pouch as he departed. 1. Flower escort is someone who protects women. Escort would have sufficed, but I think adding the flower part and keeping it similar to the raw makes it more flavorful. In modern novels, though, this term usually describes the male spectators/side characters who are yelling at the main character for even looking at the flower that they like. Chapter 281, 100 Battles. God. King Li Qiye left behind the spatial pouch, then turned around to leave. Qi Xiaodie stood inside the tattered temple in a daze without being able to say a word. She felt very aggrieved. Even though the Lion's Roar country was not comparable to grand sects or ancient kingdoms, it still had hidden forces and was far stronger than an ordinary minor country. As the princess and golden daughter who was adored by the heavens, Qi Xiaodie was always spoiled by others, yet today, she came with Li Qiye to this desolate area as a servant. This was already one thing, and now she even had to do this dirty and tiring work as well. She had never done such a menial task before, but today, she undertook this task like an ordinary servant in the secular world. Qi Xiaodie was speechless for a long time before she eventually picked up Li Qiye's spatial pouch and began to clean. Even though she was a royal noble, it was still a big challenge for her since this was her first time doing these menial tasks, dusting the floor and walls, then taking care of the weeds. Qi Xiaodie did quite a messy job, for she couldn't use her power, which resulted in a silly scene. Despite this being the case, Qi Xiaodie quietly did her job. Even though she felt wronged and dejected, she kept on doing this dirty work that was proven to be a challenge for her. She was angry, and she didn't know whether she was angry with herself or Li Qiye. To sum it up, Qi Xiaodie would never do such a thing in the past, and her previous self would be quite surprised to see her doing this in the present. Qi Xiaodie patiently endured her hot temperament with grief in her heart. Eventually, she managed to clean the temple. After leaving the ancestral divine temple, Li Qiye took a stroll around the area to gaze at the rolling mountains ahead. These mountains were like waves that reached all the way to the high clouds. There were also valleys with indiscernible depths, filled with unpredictable dangers, quite a magnificent spectacle. Li Qiye slowly walked forward, although they seemed to be nearby. After a closer look, one would find that these mountains were several dozen miles away. Li Qiye eventually reached the area opposite of the temple. This was a small peak. Compared to the high mountains and vast rivers before it, it was truly insignificant and garnered nearly zero attention. However, there was a Dao shrine with only 5 rooms above this small peak. It had green tiles and gray walls, and one couldn't tell how long ago it was built. The green tiles had become gray from the accumulation of dust with weeds that spanned amongst its cracks. However, compared to the decrepit ancestral divine temple, this Dao shrine was still doing much better since, at the very least, there were still traces of visitors. Once one approached the building, one could see that there was a plaque hanging on its main door with 2 words, "Lasting this courtyard." One couldn't tell how long these words had endured the passage of time, because the initially pitch-black words already became an indiscernible white. The gate of the shrine was wide open and unlocked, so Li Qiye slowly entered. Once inside, he heard a thunderous snore that shook the shrine. It emanated from one of the rooms. Li Qiye eventually walked in it to find an old Taoist lying on a bed. The old Taoist was lying face up in quite an unflattering pose. His arms and legs were spread wide to occupy the entire bed. It was quite unbecoming of a Taoist. He wore a shabby and old, oily Taoist robe that had not been washed for who knows how many years. It was fortunate that his disheveled hair was not smelly, contrary to its appearance. Otherwise, the stench would be unbearable. Although this old Taoist was unkempt, with a lion-like nose and broad mouth, his face was quite well sculpted. He was quite imposing, just like a traveler that was full of vigor and spirit. The old Taoist's slumber was quite deep. Even when Li Qiye walked in, the old man still continued to snore. His thunderous snoring made others wonder whether he would actually wake up if someone were to carry him out of the Dao shrine. Li Qiye then looked at the old sleeping Taoist without saying anything. He slowly glanced around the Dao shrine and meticulously analyzed each tile as if he was conducting an archaeological study. Li Qiye didn't touch anything and only let his eyes do the work. In the end, Li Qiye carefully looked at the name, "Lasting this courtyard," and then quietly left. Li Qiye arrived back at the ancestral divine temple when it was almost dark, and the temple had become bright again. The wild weeds and vines around the area were all picked. The interior of the old temple was thoroughly cleaned and the broken areas were also repaired. Even though it was not completely free from the stains of mortality, it was definitely much better. It now carried the appearance of a place fitting for human inhabitants and was without the previous rotten look. Once inside, Li Qiye saw Qi Xiaodia standing in the middle of the main chamber. There were 2 statues inside, and they were not deities worshipped by mortals. Qi Xiaodia looked at one of the statues in a daze. She felt that it was very familiar, but she couldn't recall its origin at this second. After Li Qiye came back, she asked, "Here. What statue is this?" This statue's body was half slanted in a very strange pose, as if it wanted to kneel, but it was still standing straight. It was seemingly waiting to be bestowed a title. Its eyes were also hidden no matter the angle it was viewed at. Clearly, there was a pair of engraved eyes, but one couldn't see them due to its odd posture. Qi Xiaodia had wiped them clean. When she looked at them, especially the statue in the strange pose, she felt a familiar yet unrecognizable sensation. Li Qiye also looked at the statue. He didn't give an answer and instead replied with a question, "What do you think?" He secretly sighed. The years were heartless, but the high-spirited time was just like yesterday. Qi Xiaodia wistfully responded, "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you." Li Qiye burst out in laughter, then slowly said, "This your Qi clan's ancestor?" Qi Xiaodia exclaimed after hearing Li Qiye's response in shock, "Am my Qi clan ancestor?" At this time, she understood why she felt that this statue was so familiar. The ancestral hall of her Qi clan also worshipped the ancestor, even though they rarely went back to honor him. Qi Xiaodia had seen it 2 or 3 times. She then inquired once more, "But why is the pose so strange?" She felt that Li Qiye knew everything. She, as the descendant of the Qi clan, did not know about its ancestor as much as an outsider like Li Qiye. Perhaps Li Qiye was right, one must read more. The more one reads, the more one knows. Li Qiye was silent for a moment while looking at the statue, then he said, "This was the pose he took when he was bestowed the title of 100 Battles God King." Qi Xiaodia was stunned after hearing this, 100 Battles God King. She did not know that her ancestor had such a title, so she asked in astonishment, "My ancestor was canonized as a god?" "You can put it that way. A legendary existence recognized your ancestor's feats, so he especially bestowed him the title of 100 Battles God King. It could be considered one of the most domineering titles amongst all the divine generals of that generation." Li Qiye softly sighed and went on to say, "During that era, your ancestor was the pride of the human race." Qi Xiaodia quietly muttered, "100 Battles God King." At this second, her blood was boiling. It was as if she personally saw her ancestor sweeping through the world and fighting against the gods and devils. How heroic and majestic was this! How honorable and grand was this endeavor! She could feel the glory of her ancestor from his legend as she became lost in a hard-to-recover-from state of shock. After a while, she regained her composure and asked, "How do you know these things?" Qi Xiaodia didn't know these matters as the descendant of the Qi clan, yet Li Qiye knew it like the palm of his hand. Li Qiye looked at her and said, "This is why I said to read more. Those who rarely read become mere straw bags. A girl with big breasts but no brains is not a good thing." Qi Xiaodia scowled from both anger and embarrassment. She turned around and glanced at the other statue. This carved statue was an ancient man with many hands. Each hand had a different action and each hand was different. Some hands wielded weapons while others shouldered the sky. There were also those with different hand seals. One Qi Xiaodia looked at this statue with many hands and asked Li Qiye, "Who is this?" One statue was her ancestor, so the other one shouldn't be a fictional character. Li Qiye looked at this statue and took a while before opening his mouth, "Myriad images, true God." Qi Xiaodia responded with some bewilderment, "Myriad images, true God." She had never heard of this title nor such a character before. She asked one more time, "Was this true God a follower of my ancestor?" One Ra for many hands was 10,000,000, 1,000 plus 10,000 adjectives, so I'll assume that it was not literal in this sense. Chapter 282, Ancestral Divine Temple. You'd be wrong. Li Qiye said with a smile, "God kings are not necessarily greater than true gods. There are many ways to call these beings, like gods, deities, or godly monarchs. The people with these titles were not necessarily real gods. God kings were one thing, but most deities and godly monarchs were false gods. Of course, some of them were also bestowed godhood." Li Qiye continued on, "As for the God kings, this title was not bestowed to just anyone, and there are many things to keep in mind. Not just anybody had the qualifications to bestow this title. During the desolate era, God king bestowment was quite a rare matter, and even living immortal emperors were quite envious of such a privilege. During the emperor's era, only immortal emperors could bestow this title. Qi Xiaodia inquired again, was it an immortal emperor who bestowed the title to my ancestor? Li Qiye shook his head and replied, no, even immortal emperors were not necessarily able to bestow the God King title. There were so many generals amongst the many races that spanned across the 9 worlds. Regarding the legends of the gods, the person who bestowed the title of God King was a supreme existence. He created a divine investiture platform, a platform of a true god. The person receiving the title must be accepted by the generals of all the races. Once one was bestowed the God King title, they would also be recognized by the true gods. An accepted God King was a real god, not a false god. What about true gods? Qi Xiaodia asked, are they the real deities? Li Qiye answered, you could put it that way. To bear the title of true god, one must have at least half the bloodline of a true god flowing in their veins. True gods are not humans nor part of the other races. Qi Xiaodia jolted at the revelation, then there is a true god race in this world. Just what kind of race is it? Qi Xiaodia had always thought that deities were only legends and had never heard of anyone actually seeing real gods. She wouldn't believe Li Qiye's words before, but now, she felt that they had a great degree of validity. Li Qiye didn't answer her, but she still couldn't help but to ask more questions. Who bestowed the title to my ancestor? Qi Xiaodia was quite curious. Who could it be if it wasn't an immortal emperor? Who was even more qualified than an immortal emperor to perform the ceremony for their Qi ancestor? Li Qiye gave her a look and said, I'm certain that it wasn't an immortal emperor. Qi Xiaodia's thoughts couldn't hide from Li Qiye's eyes, so he slowly spoke, the immortal emperor of that generation would not bestow your ancestor the title of God King. Do you know the name of the war your ancestor participated in? Qi Xiaodia said with a blank expression, I think, it was called the Immortal War or something. Qi Xiaodia pondered for a bit. She had heard of this legend, but as for the exact details, not to mention her, even the oldest member of the present Qi clan would not be able to answer because there were no records of that year. Li Qiye said, the Immortal Massacre War, also known as the Immortal Massacre Campaign. She then asked, the Immortal Massacre War. Could it be that it was about killing immortals in the mortal world? Are there really immortals in this world? Li Qiye shook his head and responded, no, not killing immortals, but an immortal emperor. In a flash, Li Qiye's gaze became profoundly deep. At this second, it was as if he had returned to the heroic yet tragic era of the past. Killing an immortal emperor. Qi Xiaodia didn't dare to imagine such a frightening thing. Before immortal emperors shouldered the heavens will to become invincible, there was a chance for others to defeat or kill them. However, once they carried the heavens will, they alone would stand at the highest peak and achieve solitary invincibility throughout the rest of their lives. It was too unbelievable that there were people who had killed an immortal emperor in the distant ancient era. Qi Xiaodia was shocked and lost her mind for a while after hearing this. She eventually murmured in a daze, Immortal Massacre Campaign, slaying an immortal emperor. No one would believe such a tale about the Qi ancestor participating in the Immortal Massacre Campaign and how he was present in a war to kill an immortal emperor. Even Qi Xiaodia couldn't believe it, but somehow she trusted that this matter actually happened. One did not need to envision such a scene, only hearing about the legends regarding slaying an immortal emperor was enough to make one's blood boil with excitement. After a while, she became calm again and took a deep breath to look at Li Qiye before asking, what was the outcome? She very much wanted to know the result of this mythical war. However, Li Qiye didn't answer Qi Xiaodia's question. He simply gazed at the far distance with a profound glare. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze. After a long time and then looked at Qi Xiaodia to say, you must be tired, go get some rest. There will be a lot more things to do in the next couple of days. At this time, Qi Xiaodia was quite dirty as her pretty face was covered in dirt. After a full day of manual labor, she almost turned into a stray cat. After hearing Li Qiye's words, she became spirited again. After smelling the unpleasant scent on her body, she was both angry and annoyed as she quickly went to take a bath. After she left, Li Qiye looked at the Qi ancestor's statue and slowly spoke, you were truly loyal that year and used your death to protect me. I gave your descendants 3 generations of prosperity so our karma was considered to be over. Today, I brought your descendant here in commemoration for your past devotion. Whether she will obtain a great fortune or not will depend on her and her alone. Li Qiye then changed his gaze to look at myriad images true God and whispered, "Today, I came to take it away since you promised me that year. As for the void gate, I will investigate it closely to find out the truth." Li Qiye had his reasons for picking the ancestral divine region as his fiefdom. In fact, this temple was built by him. Because he promised to protect the Qi clan for 3 generations, there was a period when he spent a lot of time at this place. The first reason was to give Qi Xiaodia great fortune as well as a chance for the Qi clan. Second, Li Qiye came to study the defining technique of myriad images true God. Third, Li Qiye wanted to learn about the void gate. This was an unsolvable mystery since the ancient times. In the distant past, Li Qiye once rescued myriad images true God from the Buddhist burial plateau, and then this god left behind his defining technique to repay the debt of saving his life. Li Qiye had never taken the true god's defining technique, 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. This time, by going to the eastern 100 cities and traveling to this area, Li Qiye was going to pick up this defining technique out of necessity. Today, Qi Xiaodia woke up quite early, but Li Qiye was up even before her. He stood inside the main hall in front of myriad images true God's statue. He was in a strange pose as both his arms were horizontal to his shoulders with his palms stretched outwards. He stood on one leg and was half squatting. While Qi Xiaodia was feeling strange while staring at this sight, Li Qiye suddenly moved. He used the tip of his foot to spin around like a spinning top at an inconceivable speed, becoming faster and faster. Qi Xiaodia became dazed from watching such a sight. And in the midst of her blurred vision, Li Qiye suddenly disappeared. Qi Xiaodia stared and rubbed her eyes. Li Qiye indeed disappeared, and it was not because of her eyesight. She was quite alarmed. Why did Li Qiye disappear when he was just here? She was gazing at him the whole time, yet he managed to disappear without her awareness. Li Qiye disappeared for a long time and Qi Xiaodia turned from calm to fearful. Qi Xiaodia was terrified and cried out, "Hey, don't mess around, I don't want to play with you." While Qi Xiaodia was horrified, the true God's statue suddenly lit up as a brilliance appeared on its chest. Then, Li Qiye jumped out from inside. With a blank mind, she was quite startled. She looked at Li Qiye, then back at the statue, then back at Li Qiye. She jumped up after regaining her wits and exclaimed, There is a secret inside." At this time, she suddenly understood that this was not just an ordinary statue. Obviously. Li Qiye put away the true God's defining technique, the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. This was one of his goals when he decided to come here. One, he looked at her with one eye and said, "Do I have so much free time as to just come to this unwanted location to look at the scenery?" 2. Qi Xiaodia was quite surprised. She didn't expect this old temple to have a secret that no one knew about. She took a deep breath and asked, "What kind of temple is this?" Li Qiye, once again, didn't answer the question. He stood in front of the Qi ancestor's statue and spoke in a grave voice towards Qi Xiaodia, "Sit down." Qi Xiaodia was caught off guard, but she suddenly realized something and sat at the location Li Qiye pointed to. The 5 minds to observe the heavens, the 5 bodies to communicate with the earth. Li Qiye corrected her posture and taught her how to reach samadhi. 3. After Qi Xiaodia reached a state of deep meditation, Li Qiye reminded her, "Look at your ancestor's eyes, always look at this pair of eyes." Qi Xiaodia quickly focused on her ancestor's eyes with a straight stare, but she couldn't see them at all. Li Qiye gravely instructed her, "Look with your mind, not with your eyes. This thing cannot be seen by ordinary eyes." Li Qiye put on the demeanor of a strict teacher. Qi Xiaodia followed his instructions, but she couldn't see the statue's eyes no matter how hard she looked. After several attempts, although she was not willing, she had no choice but to accept the reality, "I still can't see anything." Even after following Li Qiye's guidance and despite her hardest effort, she couldn't see her ancestor's eyes. 1. The raw was, "Are these not superfluous/wasted/nonsense words? I think the raw itself makes sense and it is a common saying but obviously seems to be better for the flow. Let me know which you prefer." 2. Unwanted raw equals where the birds don't even want to poop on, a location where even the birds do not want to poop at. 3. Samadhi, a state of intense concentration achieved through meditation. Chapter 283, 1000 Martial Divine Gaze Tao. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Li Qiye finally said, "Let me see your eyes." Qi Xiaodia then turned around and Li Qie held her face with his hands in order to open her eyelids to carefully look at her pupils. The two were so close that their breaths exhaled into the face of one another. Li Qie was carefree but Qi Xiaodia became flustered. This was her first time being so close to the opposite sex, so she was at a loss of what to do. Qi Xiaodia's eyes had a faint golden color, one wouldn't be able to see it without a careful look. Li Qie carefully examined her eyes and eventually let go with his hands while shaking his head. His gesture caused her to feel uneasy. With a negative sense of foreboding, she asked, "Is something wrong?" Li Qie didn't answer and simply replied, "You stay here, I will have to go out for a while." He decisively left after speaking. Qi Xiaodia was surprised but Li Qie had already left before she could ask him anything. She was not someone who gave up easily, so, after his departure, she continued to follow his instructions to look for the eyes of her ancestor. However, no matter how many times she tried, she was not able to see the statue's eyes. Eventually, Qi Xiaodia gave up because she understood she was missing something. She, herself, didn't know the part that was missing, but maybe Li Qie did. Li Qie left for many days and was without any news. Early on, Qi Xiaodia assumed that Li Qie was busy with something so he was late, thus she didn't pay it any mind. However, day after day had passed and Li Qie still hadn't returned. This caused Qi Xiaodia to be quite alarmed. Was Li Qie not returning? Had he abandoned her? Qi Xiaodia was lost with many inscrutable and negative thoughts. In the end, she calmed down while staying alone inside the ancestral divine temple. Li Qie's trip took 3 months. It was a morning when Qi Xiaodia woke up. Very early, she planned to cultivate but she became frightened the moment she stepped into the main hall because a person was standing there. After the initial scare, she noticed that Li Qie was sitting in the hall so she happily exclaimed, "You're back." But at this time, Li Qie ignored her. With one hand, he lifted his myriad heavenly cauldron while the other hand channeled a fire to refine a medicinal paste. A refreshing aroma of herbs permeated from within the cauldron. Li Qie then seriously commanded, "Go." He then took out a jade bowl and it sucked in the paste from the cauldron. The ointment was green in color, even though it had just left the cauldron, it was cold instead of hot. Qi Xiaodia felt the coolness while standing next to Li Qie. He commanded, "Come over here." Once she got close, he told her to sit down. "I'm about to apply the ointment on your eyes. It will hurt a lot, but try to endure." His words caused her to hesitate, but he then waved his sleeve, "Stop dawdling around. I had to sell a favor to the war god temple in order to refine this ointment. If you keep on standing there, the medicine will become hot and my precious, rare herbs will be wasted." Her heart shivered after hearing Li Qie's words. She then bit her teeth and lifted her head. She let Li Qie do whatever he wanted as he applied the paste onto her eyes. At first, Qi Xiaodia felt the medicine was cold and comfortable, it was no big deal. But a moment later, she began to scream miserably, "Ah!" A stinging sensation pierced her eyes. It was unbearable to the point where it was as if her eyes were being penetrated. A frozen winter overcame her eyes as her pupils loomed into the darkness. During her moment of pain, Li Qie grasped her hands and calmed her down. "Don't move, hang in there. You must let the medicinal essence refine your eyes." Qi Xiaodia cried out from the intolerable pain, "Ah!" Li Qie kept on shouting at her, telling her not to move, but this pain was indeed insufferable. At this moment, Qi Xiaodia felt as if her eyes were broken and the fear of losing her sight overwhelmed her. Lost in the darkness, her heart only held fear. However, Li Qie's hands were grasping her own. The pair of firm hands gave her power and this gradually calmed her heart. Amidst all of this, Li Qie's strong hands were Qi Xiaodia's pillar. She eventually settled down as the pain slowly disappeared. Li Qie reminded her, "The ointment needs to be applied to your eyes for a whole month until they are refined just right." Qi Xiaodia couldn't see anything at this time so she only became relieved when Li Qie was next to her. "What is going on? Your eyes have changed." Li Qie continued, "Fortunately, the change was not too drastic. Otherwise, even if the old men from the war god temple agreed to give even more treasure medicines, I still wouldn't be able to change your pupils." Qi Xiaodia asked with surprise, "You went to the war god temple? Could it be that Li Qie took 3 months just to prepare rare and precious medicines for her?" "No," Li Qie nonchalantly replied, "only to its outer elder's place." Qi Xiaodia was quite astonished. The war god temple in the Grand Middle Territory was renowned alongside the Heavenly Tao Academy of the Eastern Hundred Cities. Even its outer elders were high above characters. Her royal father wouldn't necessarily be able to meet them. However, Li Qiye not only managed to meet them, but he was also able to obtain many precious herbs from the temple. Li Qiye directed the treatment of her eyes with the ointment for 1 month. He was by her side the entire time because she found solace in his presence. Eventually, he took the paste off and carefully looked at her eyes while nodding his head in satisfaction, saying, "Good, it is fortunate that your natural eyes only changed a bit. Otherwise, there would not be any chance of salvaging them." Qi Xiaodia breathed a sigh of relief after being able to see the light again, then she curiously asked, "How are my eyes now?" "Look for yourself." Li Qiye handed over a mirror. Qi Xiaodia noticed a change in her pupils. Before, there was a faint golden color to them and others wouldn't notice it without a careful glance. But at this moment, her pupils had turned into a true golden color in its entirety. The pair of golden eyes exuded a divine glow as if the laws of the Grand Tao were hidden within. Li Qiye then commanded, "Whiten your eyes." Qi Xiaodia did it without any hesitation. Qi Xiaodia was scared out of her mind and threw away the mirror. It was because once she glared at the reflection, she saw a strange pair of golden eyes. It was as if they were crafted from pure gold and they were filled with a cold glitter. Qi Xiaodia was startled by her own eyes. What is going on here? It took her a while to regain her composure as she carefully looked again in the mirror. Her pupils had changed completely, they were without any white or black, there was only a golden glaze. Qi Xiaodia was still able to see clearly, so she was in a state of disbelief. These are called the eyes of God. Li Qiye slowly explained, "Your ancestor, 100 Battles God King, dominated his entire life with many amazing techniques and a vast amount of knowledge. There were 2 techniques that could be claimed his strongest, but these techniques were not passed down to the Qi clan." Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but wonder, why not? She had never heard of such a matter before. Thus, Li Qiye answered in turn, "Because not anyone can learn these 2 great techniques. Your ancestor was born with a natural pair of heavenly turtle divine eyes, extremely peerless. His 2 great techniques were formed with his natural disposition as the foundation." Li Qiye looked at Qi Xiaodia and continued on, "You inherited the blood of your ancestor, but alas, it is a bit too thin. You had a pair of divine eyes when you were born, but because your inherited bloodline was too diluted, your divine eyes transformed. This is why you have the eyes, but they are crippled without any special techniques. This time, I brought you here to see if you can inherit the 1,000 martial divine gaze Tao, one of your ancestors' 2 great techniques." At this point, Li Qiye shook his head and went on to say, "Unfortunately, your divine eyes were crippled and could not see your ancestors' eyes. However, within this misfortune, one can still find hope. Your eyes did not deform too much. Luckily, I also knew of a formula to fix your divine eyes." Qi Xiaodia was dumbfounded while listening to Li Qiye's long spiel. That day when Li Qiye said that he was lacking an attendant and wanted Qi Xiaodia, she agreed as if she was possessed by the devil. A princess like her actually becoming someone's servant, this was too unbelievable. She didn't quite understand her own state of mind at that time. It could have been to repay Li Qiye for changing her brother's fate, or to avoid Sima Longyun, or perhaps it was both. Chapter 284, Space Crossing Earthworm. Back when she made the agreement, she didn't think it through and didn't expect for Li Qiye to bring her here just to impart her ancestor's great technique to her. Qi Xiaodia suddenly froze and muttered, Why did you?" There were many unclear emotions mixed in her heart and she didn't know what to say. "Because of your talents, knowledge, and personality. I initially didn't want to train you," Li Qiye said dismissively, "but because of the Qi clan, I gave you another chance. If you can grasp it, it will be akin to grasping your own destiny." Qi Xiaodia was in a daze. If she didn't agree to become Li Qiye's attendant at that moment, it meant that she would have lost a chance granted by the heavens and would have to live in regret for the rest of her life. Li Qiye gravely spoke to her, "Don't think too much. Sit down, this is a good chance." Qi Xiaodia regained her composure after a deep breath. She slowly sat down according to Li Qiye's instruction and closed her eyes. Use your mind. The divine eyes use the mind to point straight at the source. If you can't see using your mind, then you cannot exert its power. The divine eyes build 10,000 Tao, but the source is not from the eyes and instead, the mind. The divine eyes are merely the windows. When the windows are opened, whether you can see the scenery outside or not depends on your own soul. Li Qiye instructed her. She couldn't see the first nor the second time. The third time, the Qi ancestor's statue suddenly appeared clearly in Qi Xiaodia's mind. It suddenly turned around and opened its eyes. At this very second, Qi Xiaodia saw her ancestor's eyes clearly and became startled by its golden glow. She happily opened her eyes and shouted, "I saw it." After opening her eyes, the statue's eyes disappeared again. Not bad. Li Qiye expressionlessly nodded his head and said, "Staring alone isn't enough. You must keep on gazing at them with your mind. It is up to your own fortune whether you can obtain the 1,000 martial divine gaze Tao from your ancestor or not." Qi Xiaodia took a deep breath and solemnly nodded her head, then she said, "I will try my best." Qi Xiaodia was obviously older than Li Qiye by several years, but at this moment, she acted like a proper student before him, creating quite an inconsistent scene. She closed her eyes and gradually saw her ancestor's eyes again. It was a golden pair of eyes that began to change gradually. Once they opened, the depths of the eyes caused Qi Xiaodia to fall into a world of grand Tao. The divine eyes slowly created many chains of universal laws as it built a new grand Tao that kept on changing without any order. Qi Xiaodia became immersed inside as her soul was drawn in by the mysteriousness of the grand Tao. For the next period of time, while Qi Xiaodia was lost in the supreme art of her ancestor, Li Qiye was staying at the ancestral divine temple and trained the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds technique taken from myriad images true God. The 1,000 hands technique was a supreme art and it was not inferior compared to other immortal emperors' arts. It could even compete against the most forbidden and heaven-defying arts. It was the defining technique of myriad images true God, so Li Qiye naturally knew its power. As he focused on his training, he lamented that he did not have enough suitable weapons. He didn't have many combat treasures at the moment, and this fact became more obvious after he trained the 1,000 hands technique. He could only use the 9 words true Bao and the fragmented realm spatial disc. He had already given the 6 Dao sword and tyrannical immortal saber to Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao. But she didn't ask and only followed Li Qiye like it was the only correct thing to do. Qi Xiaodia gradually developed a habit after spending such a long time with Li Qiye, the habit to not ask about certain matters. Right when they arrived in front of the lastingness courtyard, Qi Xiaodia finally knew that there was a Dao shrine situated directly opposite of the ancestral divine temple. She didn't know about it prior to this. She looked at this old and small temple and couldn't imagine there being any treasures inside. However, Qi Xiaodia now chose to believe Li Qiye no matter the circumstances, and there was no one more trustworthy than him in her eyes. She followed Li Qiye into this Dao shrine that was named the lastingness courtyard and heard the thunderous snores. Qi Xiaodia became startled at such a noise because she assumed there was no one inside. She whispered, "There is actually someone here." After standing by the door and seeing the old Taoist sleeping on his bed, Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. The old Taoist was still sleeping face up in the same position as the night when Li Qiye visited. Li Qiye glanced at her and then headed towards the inner hall of the courtyard. "Ignore him." Li Qiye walked around to measure the temple. He walked through the entire shrine in just a moment as if he was trying to figure out something. Qi Xiaodia followed right behind him while holding her breath. They were trying to dig up treasure, but if this disturbed the sleeping old Taoist, then wouldn't it all be in vain? Li Qiye measured back and forth and eventually stopped 3 meters from the Dao Shrine's gate. Li Qiye threw the shovel at Qi Xiaodia while he held the verdant iron bamboo. He reminded her, "When I pin down the 3 bamboo stalks, you need to dig 3 inches deep at these spots. You need to be fast, got it?" Qi Xiaodia took a deep breath and confirmed, "Got it." She gripped the shovel tightly and inadvertently became nervous due to Li Qiye's words. Li Qiye's eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed out a strand of glimmering light as he pinned down 3 verdant iron bamboo into the ground in an instant. Qi Xiaodia quickly dug with her shovel in complete unison with Li Qiye. Li Qiye's actions were extremely swift and, each time, he nailed down 3 bamboo at the same time. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaodia quickly dug and didn't dare to be careless nor slow. Finally, all the bamboo in Li Qiye's hands were rooted in the ground and they formed a circle. Li Qiye took the shovel from Qi Xiaodia and immediately dug the central location. Once he reached the right depth, he finally dug something out. It was a giant earthworm. Qi Xiaodia had never seen such a large earthworm before and became frightened. It was a giant earthworm with a fair-sized trunk made out of yellow mud on its back. Qi Xiaodia exclaimed after seeing such a strange scene, "What is this thing?" It was one thing to dig out an earthworm from the ground, but an earthworm carrying a yellow mud trunk was an entirely different matter. This is not an earthworm. After seeing that the earthworm was still perfectly fine, Li Qiye let loose a sigh of relief. Why did we dig it up like this? The earthworm was strange enough, but Li Qiye's digging style was quite bizarre as well. It is not a simple earthworm, it is a space-crossing earthworm. Even if you knew that it was underground, without pinpointing its exact location, you wouldn't be able to find it even after digging out an entire mountain. It is not in the same dimension as we are, so only when you know its specific dimensional location would you be able to lock it down. Li Qiye said, but this is still not enough. If you disturb it, this space-crossing earthworm will run away to another dimension in an instant. One must trap it down before digging it out. This worm has an earth affinity. So the thing to trap it must be of the divine wood affinity, and wood overcomes earth. That's why we needed the verdant iron bamboo with its high wood affinity. Qi Xiaodia further inquired, so as long as we have this bamboo, we will be able to trap it. Li Qiye then answered, no, once a space-crossing earthworm leaves the ground, nothing can trap it. Only when it is underground would one be able to use the property of wood overcoming earth to trap it. The moment it leaves the ground, it is a free bird flying in the vast sky, a loose fish diving in the wide sea. Space itself is its heaven and earth, and it could escape to another dimension in the blink of an eye. Qi Xiaodia was in a daze after listening to this, for this was her first time hearing about such a strange thing, about this space-crossing earthworm. At this point, Li Qiye lifted the earthworm and opened the yellow mud trunk on its back. Okay, I should really use a short version of this technique name. Chapter 285, Little Autumn. There was nothing inside when Li Qiye opened the yellow trunk, and this caused his expression to change. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out, "Are you looking for this?" The appearance of this person shocked Qi Xiaodia. The old Taoist who was sleeping in the Tao shrine was standing right next to them without any warning. His eyes still contained a blurry drowsiness and were half opened. The old Taoist carried a clay cannon in his hand. The cannon was not huge, but it seemed to be very heavy from his posture. Li Qiye jumped out from the mud as his eyes gazed at the clay cannon in the old Taoist's hands. The old Taoist lazily said, "Coming to my Tao shrine to steal stuff is not good." Li Qiye looked at him and nonchalantly replied, "Steal? You are the one who is stealing. My ancestor once buried the space-crossing earthworm at this place for generations just so that, one day, I could come and take it back in the future." With his tired eyes, the old Taoist glanced at Li Qiye and asked, "Your ancestor? Who is it?" His question was also something Qi Xiaodia wanted to ask, but she didn't want to pry. Li Qiye slowly placed the earthworm down and said, "You ask too many things. There are some matters that shouldn't be asked. Otherwise, one will die an unsightly death." "Really now?" The old Taoist beamingly smiled and said, "This old Taoist has been wanting to die for a while now, but it is simply not possible. Since you dug out the earthworm, you should just give it to me, right? Hee, last time, this thing escaped way too fast, otherwise, it would have been a side dish to accompany my wine. Old Taoist, you shouldn't touch such a thing." Li Qiye slowly spoke, "Did the patriarch of the Lastingness courtyard not tell you?" The sleepy old Taoist didn't care, so he grinned, "Hee, little demon, don't boast too much, this old man doesn't believe your ruse." Li Qiye narrowed his eyes while staring at the old Taoist and asked, "Where is Ma Gu? Where did Ma Gu go?" The old Taoist suddenly stood up and the initial drowsiness was dispelled completely. His old eyes gazed at Li Qiye intensely. They became extremely frightening, as if they were capable of swallowing all things. Qi Xiaodia was quite startled. Although she hadn't seen a real expert before, she knew that this old Taoist was very scary. However, she didn't understand why the old Taoist was so alarmed after hearing the name, Ma Gu. The old Taoist was aghast while he stared at Li Qiye. He then said with a grave voice, "You? Who are you?" The old Taoist then unleashed a bloody light. Qi Xiaodia could feel the suppressive aura that was capable of destroying all things. The old Taoist tried his best to hide his blood energy, but even the faint bloody light was enough to make Qi Xiaodia feel as if there was A dragon in front of her. Li Qiye slowly said without a worry in the world, "Old Taoist, it is best not to make a move against me. Even if Wang Yuan of your Heavenly Tao Academy crawled out of his grave, he would not dare to take any actions against me. Otherwise, I will destroy your Heavenly Tao Academy." Qi Xiaodia cried out after hearing the name, the second sage. Wang Yuan, this name was like thunder in one's ear, especially at the Eastern 100 Cities. Wang Yuan was not an immortal emperor, but he was no less prestigious than one. In an ancient era, he once revived the Heavenly Tao Academy, causing the fallen academy to rise once again. Because of this, his status in the academy was the same as its progenitor. Millions of years had passed and Wang Yuan had died a long time ago, but the academy still remembered his contributions, so they called him the second sage. Only Wang Yuan alone carried this title in the Heavenly Tao Academy. The old Taoist was stunned with his eyes wide open as they locked onto Li Qiye. He didn't dare to take any reckless action, so he slowly converged his blood force. Li Qiye ignored him and gently knocked on the yellow trunk of the earthworm with a rhythmic tapping pattern. A noise suddenly appeared, "Fu." A moment later, the space-crossing earthworm woke up and scurried far away. After creating some distance, it started cursing, "Ai ya. My mother ya. Which bastard sneak attacked your father?" Qi Xiaodia was frozen. She had never seen a talking earthworm that knew how to curse at people. This was really going too far. Hundreds of different flowers bloomed in the Eastern 100 Cities, and Qi Xiaodia had seen many great demons, but she had never seen an earthworm successfully cultivate the Tao. The space-crossing earthworm saw the old Taoist and then jumped up to exclaim, "Ai ya, my mother, it is this smelly Taoist ah." Seeing the old Taoist carrying the clay cannon, it became angry and yelled out in an angry tantrum, "Bastard Taoist! Stinky Taoist! Quickly give me back my divine cannon. Otherwise, this divine immortal will blow up your little shrine." The old Taoist narrowed his eyes and laughed, "Such a loud earthworm. Watch out or I will make you my wine side dish. My ass, your bullshit stinks so bad. You only managed to sneak attack me a couple of times. With just your lame skills, you still dare to dream about stealing my divine cannon. Bah, 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 stinky Taoist, return my divine cannon." The earthworm angrily threatened the old Taoist, "Otherwise, this boss will banish this place where the chickens don't even want to lay their eggs at, to a different dimension. Damn your ancestor. If this boss didn't promise to not leave this place, then I would have banished you and your shitty shrine a long time ago. Hurry up and give me back my divine cannon." Qi Xiaodia was shocked. It was not strange for a person to curse someone else like this, but a cursing earthworm was quite an unbelievable sight. Li Qiye patted the position next to him and told the earthworm, "Okay, little autumn, hurry up and come over here, I will get you back your divine cannon." The earthworm was extremely arrogant. It glared at Li Qiye and scolded, "Brat, just who do you think you are? You dare to call me little autumn? Do you want me to blow you into a strange dimension with a single cannon shot? Call me little autumn again and see if I won't banish you to a different realm, never to be able to return again." Li Qiye looked at the earthworm and slowly said, "Little autumn, don't make me throw you back to the Nihilite temple." The earthworm jumped and stared at Li Qiye in astonishment while saying, "How do you know about the Nihilite temple?" He was in disbelief and asked, "Who are you?" The earthworm with the foul and vicious mouth suddenly became cautious. Li Qiye leisurely replied, "I even know the bird that clipped you out from the Nihilite temple. If you keep running your mouth, I'll have it eat you. Mother." The space-crossing earthworm suddenly jumped up as if it had seen a ghost, and it started to stutter, Are you being serious? You tell me." Li Qiye spewed out a true mantra, and this true mantra turned into an orderly universal law that entered the earthworm's body. The earthworm then shivered and deafeningly shouted, "Oh my God! Young noble! Young noble is invincible in this world, in the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, in the 5 desolaces and the 6 Tao, in all the realms and myriad dimensions." This little autumn knew that nothing could stop young noble from returning. The king is back to reign over the world and all existences in the universe, to create 300 billion imperial concubines in your harem and marry millions and millions of fairies. The earthworm started to spew out a plethora of praises towards Li Qiye in just a moment. Qi Xiaodia and the old Taoist's eyes opened up wide. The arrogant earthworm that was cursing at everyone earlier could actually act like a sycophant in this manner. Li Qiye then told the earthworm, "Okay, if you keep on talking rubbish, I will throw you back to the Nihilite temple." The space-crossing earthworm hurriedly ran over to Li Qiye's side and dawdled around with an incomparably affectionate appearance. It seemingly wanted to win Li Qiye's favor. Li Qiye had to tap the yellow trunk on its back before it laid down next to him. With Li Qiye as his backing, the earthworm became even more arrogant. "Stinky Taoist, give me back my divine cannon." He shouted loudly at the old Taoist, "If you don't give it back, my young noble will knock all your teeth to the floor and break your home. No, he will destroy this rotten temple of your heavenly Tao Academy." Li Qiye tapped the earthworm again and said, "Okay, stop talking so much." The earthworm immediately became silent. Li Qiye looked at the old Taoist and said in a carefree manner, "Taoist should give the divine cannon back to my pet now." Li Qiye spoke in a polite and formal tone. There was no longer any trace of drowsiness in the old Taoist's sleepy eyes. He carefully looked at Li Qiye and pondered for a bit before forcing a laugh. "I was just kidding, it was just a joke with the earthworm and its rotten mouth. I only took its divine cannon when it was unprepared, but there is no malice behind it." The old Taoist then handed over the divine cannon in his hands over to Li Qiye. Li Qiye then placed the divine cannon back in the yellow trunk on the earthworm's back. However, the earthworm did not let it go so easily and cursed, "Your grandmother, you dared to sneak attack me before. This boss will let you off this time. I want to find Ma Gu." The earthworm was out of control with Li Qiye behind him. The old Taoist's face became frozen after hearing the name Ma Gu. Li Qiye appeased the earthworm and said, "Okay, fellow Taoist has given it back to you, so just let it go. You also borrowed the heaven and earth vein of the heavenly Tao Academy. Humph, it seems like this smelly Taoist is lucky this time." The earthworm was still feeling indignant, but it had no choice other than to eventually drop the matter. 1. After thinking it through, I chose Little Autumn instead of Little Fishy. Little Fishy actually makes more sense, and it carries the meaning of the raw over better, but it is still strange to call an earthworm a fish in the English translation. Just know that this fish would have been an eel or a loach, so it does resemble an earthworm. 2. Raw would be old, hollow, void, emptiness temple, but I do use the word void and emptiness a lot, and Nihilite sounds pretty cool with a sense of oldness within, so Nihilite temple instead of old void temple. Chapter 286, Old Taoist. Good, we should go, the matter here is now over. The worm happily followed behind Li Qiye. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaodie was still quite confused. This thing was too strange, an abusive talking worm. "Tao brother, please wait." The old Taoist quickly called Li Qiye back as he was leaving. "This old Taoist has a few hometown cuisines, would Tao brother like to try some of them?" Li Qiye turned around and nodded his head at the old Taoist. "Fine, one meal." Then he entered the Tao shrine again. The old Taoist was ecstatic and rushed back to the Tao shrine like a tornado. Banging sounds came from the kitchen and, in just a flash, the old Taoist carried out a tray filled with food. Azure phoenix liver, skyleaf grass, ice sea turtle, flood dragon fish eyes, summit bamboo shoot. The worm looked at all the dishes and shouted, "Smelly Taoist, because of this meal, this boss will not linger on the matter of you stealing my divine cannon." Finished speaking, a series of chewing noises appeared as it quickly devoured the delicious dishes. The old Taoist was also a food lover. After seeing the worm eating like a storm, he quickly screamed out and competed for the food, "Leave some for me." Qi Xiaodie was dumbfounded, not because of the two competing for the food, but she was surprised at the dishes on the table. She didn't dare to believe that such a meal would appear in a broken Tao shrine. She only knew 2 or 3 dishes from this meal. She had only eaten azure phoenix liver and summit bamboo shoot once. Her royal father would have to personally hunt for them in order for them to eat these 2 things. They were delicacies in this world and were quite useful for cultivators. Mortals would not be able to eat them. Try it, don't ever miss a good opportunity. Compared to the old Taoist and the worm with their ugly table manners, Li Qiye was quite nonchalant. He only tasted 1 or 2 things. Qi Xiaodie calmed down and joined in the battle without any reservation. It would be fortunate just to see such a great meal. The delicious meal was annihilated in the blink of an eye. The old Taoist and the worm were burping non-stop while Qi Xiaodie also had her fill. Even as the princess of a country, this was the best meal she ever had in her entire lifetime. She felt her body floating as her pores were opening with mist coming out. Only Li Qiye was carefree as he only had a few bites. The old Taoist quickly brought out a bottle of fine wine and poured it for Li Qiye. He then said, Tao brother should try it. This is a special brew of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Saint Seeping Spring Wine, good wine. Li Qiye drank a cup and praised, the world has this rumor which stated that Wang Yuan loved wine, but who knew that he was also adept at brewing good wines. Tao brother is truly someone who knows their stuff, wonderful. The old Taoist immediately exclaimed, this wine was brewed by our ancestor, second sage, and there aren't a lot left back at the academy. The old Taoist really cherished this wine and couldn't bear to drink it, but he poured a full cup for Li Qiye. Qi Xiaodie was quite moved. Wang Yuan was once an invincible paragon, extremely amazing. Who would have thought that this was his personal brew? Its origin was too great. What is so great about Saint Seeping Spring Wine? This smelly Taoist has not seen the best wine in this world. Back at the Divine Dynasty, Li Qiye then interrupted him from speaking too much by tapping the yellow trunk on its back. You ate enough, now shut up. The worm immediately shut its mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Li Qiye continuously sipped several cups and said, extremely good. I am done drinking, say what you want to say. The old Taoist laughed, ha, and rubbed his hands together, then he asked, where is Tao brother from? And what is your title? Li Qiye glanced at him and smilingly shook his head, fellow Taoist is mistaken, I am only a no-name junior from the cleansing incense ancient sect. I'm only an ordinary disciple named Li Qiye. The worm arrogantly spoke, ha, you may refer to my young noble as deity Li, no, as immortal monarch Li. Li Qiye tapped the worm again and said, don't speak nonsense. Little Autumn forced a wry smile and closed its mouth. The old Taoist stared at Li Qiye for a bit and sighed, then he stopped inquiring any further. It was not important whether Li Qiye's name was real or fake because he understood that Li Qiye was unfathomable. Li Qiye looked at him and asked, what is your name? Which generation are you from in the lastingness courtyard? The old Taoist clasped his hand together respectfully and said, I'll be candid with Tao brother. This old Taoist's name is Peng Keng. I am a disciple of the lastingness courtyard's 7th generation, and I'm also its only disciple. At the moment, I am in charge of this place. Li Qiye said, I am still young, don't refer to me like I am so old. You can call me young noble. Li Qiye said. At this moment, he paused and didn't say anything else. One old Taoist Peng looked at Li Qiye and waited for him to continue. Qi Xiaodie also felt that Li Qiye had something that he wanted to say. After a long period of silence, Li Qiye couldn't help but ask, is Ma Gu doing well? Is she no longer in charge of the lastingness courtyard anymore? After so many years had passed, Li Qiye initially didn't want to ask about the little girl in the past, but he couldn't restrain his emotions. Old Taoist Peng replied, Ancestor had lived in seclusion inside the Heavenly Tao Academy's secret ground and no longer wants to see the world. Even I cannot meet her. Li Qiye didn't ask any more about this matter. He glanced at old Taoist Peng and said, you cultivate the eternal physique, did your master not tell you that haste makes waste? Qi Xiaodie was quite shocked after hearing this. Eternal physique, this was one of the 12 immortal physiques, and the more unbelievable part was that this slovenly old Taoist ahead was actually cultivating the eternal physique. Absolutely incredible. The Heavenly Tao Academy was really a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The old Taoist was startled. He quickly stood up and bowed, please teach me a thing or two. When Master was alive, he did mention it. However, when I was young, I took the wrong step due to being impatient. I cannot help you. Li Qiye shook his head and said, the eternal physique is named eternal, you can only obey the law of nature through the long months and years and let it form itself. Do not try to change it, only then will you have a chance for rebirth and veer back onto the correct track. Old Taoist Peng was in a daze after this. He had cultivated the eternal physique for a long time, and he felt that Li Qiye's current suggestion made a lot of sense. He then bowed and said, thank you for the advice. 1. This sentence would make a lot of sense in the Ross. They have been using formal and respectful speech to each other. The old Taoist has been calling Li Qiye Tao older brother this whole time, but I omitted the older part because it is wordy. Just keep in mind that the old guy is showing a lot of respect to Li Qiye. Chapter 287, Ancient Secret. After old Taoist Peng sat down, Li Qiye said, I had several wishes when I came to this place, and now there is only one left. I want to hear about the Void Gate. The old Taoist became serious after hearing about the Void Gate. He shook his head and said, I am not sure. My junior brother sent news some time ago that recently, the earth vane fluctuated violently and the gate might open once more. However, as for the exact date, my junior brothers are still calculating. Li Qiye gently sighed in response, the Void Gate has always been a mystery. Who in this world was the most knowledgeable about the Void Gate? Outside of the deceased myriad images true God, there was only Li Qiye left. At that time, little Autumn was still ignorant. Old Taoist Peng opened his mouth. Ancestor Second Sage had gone inside to research, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the real door, or maybe there was never a real door in the first place. Little Autumn shook its head and said, the Void Gate exists for sure, but it is hard to tell where it is running off to. However, your Heavenly Tao Academy has a leftover door, and it is the best clue to finding the Void Gate. As for my instincts, I can't tell whether the gate will appear in this generation or not. Li Qiye was not anxious and said, we'll deal with it when the time comes. I'm not leaving this place for now, and I'm staying at the Ancestral Divine Temple. If your academy has any specific information, let me know. The old Taoist personally sent Li Qiye off all the way down the mountain before going back. After leaving the Lastingness courtyard, Qi Xiaodia curiously asked, what is the Void Gate? Li Qiye glanced at her and answered, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, the Void Gate. Qi Xiaodia exclaimed, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures. There were many strange things that happened today, but nothing was more shocking than this. She continued after being in a long daze, the 9 grand heavenly treasures and the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, aren't these the items from the legends? They don't actually exist in this world, right? Little Autumn said right away, little girl, you can just follow my young noble. You don't even know, the 9 grand heavenly treasures and scriptures really do exist, and the Void Gate is even more real. Here, Li Qiye glared at it so it shut up and was afraid to say anything else. Qi Xiaodia was too surprised to pay attention to his words. These treasures were part of the bedtime stories she heard when she was young. The world had always assumed that there were no such items. However, when Li Qiye said that the Void Gate was real, it became quite credible. She took a deep breath to calm down, but she didn't dare to ask more when Li Qiye remained silent about the matter. However, she still had one more question, does the Lastingness courtyard belong to the Heavenly Tao Academy? The academy was renowned in the Eastern 100 cities and even the entire mortal emperor world, but she had never heard of this courtyard before. It was established later on. Li Qiye said, the courtyard was not initially part of the academy, but Wang Yuan integrated it later on. Wang Yuan, second sage of the academy, he was not an immortal emperor but was just as famous. Why did Li Qiye always know these heaven-shaking secrets? After arriving at the Ancestral Divine Temple, Little Autumn couldn't help but feel strange with a sigh. Ancestral Divine Temple. Li Qiye commanded, find a spot for yourself. Don't mess anything up and don't speak nonsense. Having said that, he went back to his room. Meanwhile, Little Autumn stayed in the Grand Hall to look at the statue of the Qi clan ancestor. He lamented, 100 battles God King. Then, it crawled in front of myriad images true God and bowed down, Master, rest in peace. Little Autumn has been sleeping in a special dimension and finally escaped the nightmare of being trapped by those old monks. Don't worry, Master, in this life, I will definitely cultivate into a human form. It is quite a shame that Master couldn't escape the nightmare from that place. Damn their grandmothers. One day, young noble and I will definitely take that broken urine pot. Although Little Autumn's words were still quite crude, they respectfully worshipped the statue. Qi Xiaodia stared at Little Autumn's demeanor in confusion. She waited until it was finished bowing before asking, myriad images true God is your master? Then. Have you lived for a really long time now? He is my previous master. Little Autumn stared at the statue in remembrance. I haven't lived for too long. I have been hiding and sleeping in my own realm, and I woke up around 100 or 200 years ago. Could he be the descendant of myriad images true God? The he Qi Xiaodia was referring to was Li Qiye. She felt that this hypothesis was very likely to be true. Li Qiye was the descendant, so he came here to worship his ancestor and to take the things that were left behind. Little Autumn only glanced at Qi Xiaodia and smiled without saying anything. Qi Xiaodia didn't give up and continued prying. Where are you from? Could it be the world of the gods from the legends? Is there really such a place in this world? Little Autumn looked at her and said, Miss, don't inquire about my origin, lest it brings about a calamity. Little Autumn had a big mouth, especially after sleeping for countless years inside his realm. He wanted to talk a lot. However, after being warned by Li Qiye, Little Autumn knew what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, his young noble would really show him what's up. Without Li Qiye's permission, Little Autumn would not tell anyone that it came from the Void Gate. At that time, it was only an unwitting worm and its master, Myriad Image's true god, took it out. The idea that it came from the Void Gate was only its master's speculation. Later on, in order to explore the Void Gate, Myriad Image's true god actually went into the Buddhist funeral plateau to obtain an item, and they became trapped in a strange and inescapable place. Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, came to save them, but unfortunately, the true god couldn't surpass the arduous time. As for Little Autumn, it was put into its realm to escape the calamity and it had been asleep until now. Little Autumn asked while looking at Qi Xiaodia, why is Little Miss staying by my young noble? Qi Xiaodia was caught off guard and didn't know how to answer. Was she a servant? Not quite. Was she a maid? Also not quite. The truth was, Li Qiye never mentioned anything about accepting her as a maid, and she was only a temporary attendant at best. Little Miss needs to have sincerity and good faith. Only then will you have a good opportunity. Little Autumn gave her some advice. Geniuses are nothing, and heaven's proud daughters are also nothing. To my young noble, even fairies are nothing. I see that you are a type of princess or saintess, right? To my young noble, this status is not worth a single coin, think about it well. In the past, Little Autumn didn't follow Li Qiye for too long before Li Qiye went into hibernation. But in that era, it had seen many great characters around Li Qiye. Goddesses and fairies were only his maids. Little Autumn slowly went into a room while Qi Xiaodia was still standing there. The next day, Li Qiye told Qi Xiaodia, practice well, I have to go outside for a bit. Having said that, he took his leave. Young noble, wait for me. Needless to say, Little Autumn followed him like a shadow. Qi Xiaodia didn't ask where Li Qiye was going and stayed behind silently. She was used to Li Qiye's mysteriousness and knew that she alone couldn't influence his actions. Maybe, in his mind, she was only someone he was teaching a thing or two to. Thinking up to here, Qi Xiaodia sighed, since when did her emotions become affected by Li Qiye? Li Qiye left for the western border of the Heavenly Tao Academy with Little Autumn right behind him. The Academy's territory was vast, one could only imagine its inner power since it stood strong all the way from the desolate era until now. The Academy's barren western territory spanned for millions of miles with majestic mountains and rivers. Perilous peaks and valleys were found everywhere. Because of these dangers, humans were not around, only heavenly beasts and longevity spirits infested this zone. You, stay aware and check to see if the Void Gate can appear or not. Li Qiye told Little Autumn once they stepped into this area. He had calculated the time and was certain that the gate would appear in this generation, but the exact time remained a mystery. Roger. Little Autumn knew what to do without Li Qiye's command. It was likely born in the Void Gate, so it had a natural talent with space and void. It was capable of leaving and entering different dimensions. It was more sensitive to the Void Gate than anyone else, which was why Li Qiye dug it out. Little Autumn was sensing a fluctuation of the heaven and earth while following Li Qiye into the deep wilderness, checking the changes of the earth, step by step. Young noble, maybe the Void Gate isn't in this area of the Academy. Little Autumn continued on to say, in the past, Old Master had checked the Academy's door several times for an opening, but he couldn't find the real thing. Could it be that Old Master was misguided from the outset? The Void Gate, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, the space scripture was born from within. The space scripture was extremely mysterious, and since time immemorial, no one had ever heard of someone being able to enter the real Void Gate. Chapter 288, 9 words. True Bao. Li Qiye shook his head and said, I'm 80 to 90% certain that the way to the Void Gate is located in the Academy's territory. However, the exact location and generation that it will appear is hard to tell. Regardless, it will not be away from this territory. In the past, the progenitor of the Academy was knowledgeable about the heaven and earth. He calculated his whole life and eventually founded the Academy at this location. It had to be here because he noticed that the world's vein and the void space had something to do with each other. Little Autumn couldn't help but mutter, easier said than done. Old Master said that all the wise sages of the academy had always studied the void gate with a countless amount of effort. Even though they opened several portals, they couldn't find the real void gate. Lichia casually said, how could it be so easy? Since time immemorial, which immortal emperor did not lust after the 9 grand heavenly treasures? And which one of them actually obtained one of the 9? These treasures are even more unfathomable compared to the heavens will by 10,000 times since they already existed before the heaven and earth. Grasping even one of them is an extremely difficult thing. Little Autumn couldn't help but say, their grandmothers. If we have the space scripture, it would be so much easier. Those old monks back at the Nihilite temple are quite difficult to deal with. Lichia narrowed his eyes and replied, wait until the Buddhist gate is opened at the Buddhist burial plateau. I will then personally go to the Nihilite temple once. How could I ever let go of such an item? Little Autumn became frightened. Young noble, this is not a trivial matter. Last time, young noble almost faced great dangers. Even true gods would have no path of return once they go to that ghastly place. Little Autumn was shivering in fear when it talked about the Buddhist burial plateau and the Nihilite temple. His old master, Myriad Image's true god, was heaven-defyingly invincible. He was a true god, yet he still met dangers in the end. Lichia had to exert all of his efforts just to save both of them at that place, but even Lichia himself almost got sucked in. Lichia squinted his eyes and continued on, don't worry, this time I will have a formal Tao discussion with those old monks. It will be a straight and direct path, I will not use any other means. Tao discussion. Little Autumn's expression changed as he spoke. Even immortal emperors could not argue successfully against those old monks. Legend has it that only immortal Emperor Fei Yang managed to win a debate. That's right. Lichia nodded his head. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang was capable of spewing lotus flowers from his mouth, and he managed to trick a Buddhist stone statue out of that place. This old man was really great with many tricks and schemes. Later on, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai wanted to bet for the pot, but he wasn't able to win and had to forcefully leave with his invincible aura. From then on, he never dared to set foot inside the Buddhist burial plateau again. Immortal Emperor Hao Hai was too careless. Who would dare to gamble for that pot? Anyone who does so will surely meet a tragic end. Damn their grandmothers, I wish I could break that damned pot, but this is an impossible thing to do. Little Autumn felt fear in his heart when talking about this pot. Lichia softly sighed and said, that broken pot was already taken by Buddhist emperor, so future generations would have a hard time gambling for it. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to win this bet. However, there is still a chance to beat those old monks. The moment the Buddhist gate is opened, I will go to the Nihilite temple at once. Little Autumn was silent. It also wanted to take revenge for its old master and beat those old monks in order to expel its grievances. However, it didn't have the same heaven-defying capabilities as its young noble, so it could only depend on its young noble to defeat the Nihilite temple. That year, Little Autumn and Myriad Image True God went to the Nihilite temple for one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures. Even an invincible existence like the True God was defeated in the Nihilite temple, and Lichia had to save them using countless means. Even though the True God was saved at that time, he couldn't escape the nightmare and still died an early death. Little Autumn searched for the changes within the earth veins while Lichia was looking for heavenly beasts and longevity spirits amongst the wilderness. In the end, Lichia finally found a 500,000-year-old longevity spirit. Even ancient saints would lose their colors when hearing about a 500,000-year-old longevity spirit. Slaughtering one was extremely difficult. There would need to be 2 or 3 ancient saints just to kill one of these longevity spirits. The most frightening part was being tracked by one because this was more dangerous than anything else. However, Lichia was actually tracking a 500,000-year-old spirit instead. Anyone who heard of this would think that Lichia was crazy and was searching for his own demise. After silently tracking one, he took out the 9 words True Bow. Little Autumn had once followed the True God, so he knew his stuff. After taking a careful look at the bow in Lichia's hands, it lost its colors and said, "Oh wow, my mother. This is 9 words becoming a true mantra. A 9 words true mantra treasure medal found in the legends. It is extremely rare throughout the ages and even immortal emperors crave for it. Then it exclaimed in astonishment, It is the first true mantra in this world. This is pristine worldly metal. My grandmother. If it grows for billions of years more, then it could become another heavenly treasure. Little Autumn spit everywhere and said with greed, Ha ha ha. Young noble, I heard that you had a treasury in the past. Ha ha, I heard that even immortal emperors borrowed items from this treasury. How about you grant me 3 or 5 treasures? Li Qie glanced at Little Autumn and dismissively said, Help me find the real void gate, then it will not be a problem. Of course, Li Qie had a treasury, but it was not within his reach. It was buried in the most fortified location in this world. If Li Qie didn't personally open it, then even immortal emperors would not necessarily be able to enter. Little Autumn patted his chest and confidently said, Young noble can rest assured, I will definitely find the void gate for you. Unfortunately, as an earthworm, it didn't have a chest. Li Qie burst out in laughter. He also wanted to find the real void gate, but this was much easier said than done. Countless wise sages had searched for the void gate since the ancient times and they only came back empty-handed. Qi Xiaodia kept on practicing diligently after Li Qie's departure. 3 days later, Li Qie, along with Little Autumn, brought back a giant thing. Li Qie's body was stained with blood. Qi Xiaodia was quite frightened to see his state and cried out in surprise, You are hurt. Only a minor injury. Li Qie threw the giant thing on his back down to the ground. Boom. This giant beast hitting the ground created a large hole. Qi Xiaodia looked at the giant beast and exclaimed, A tyrant earth dragon, a 600,000-year-old heavenly beast. Qi Xiaodia was quite amazed. Even her royal father would not dare to mess with such a fierce heavenly beast. I just killed it and I didn't take out its marrow nor Dao bones. Li Qie continued, You are cultivating the divine gaze and it is not so simple to master. You need to grasp the making of the grand Dao as well as the weapon techniques. From today on, you will use a saber to carve into beasts until you are more than familiar with it. Qi Xiaodia was startled after hearing this. She didn't expect that he left in order to hunt and help her cultivate the divine gaze. Li Qie was a strict teacher and didn't spare any leisure time for Qi Xiaodia. He commanded, Start right now. Qi Xiaodia took a deep breath and focused her gaze. Her eyes suddenly became completely golden as a sound of metal clashing appeared. Qi Xiaodia's eyes created a divine saber that gleamed with golden light. Clank! The divine saber shot out from her eyes and slashed the tyrant earth dragon's chest, causing blood to spatter everywhere. Wrong. Li Qie's voice sank down. Weapon controlling is more than just pure force and more than just a divine aura. The most important part is the technique. You must grasp the technique before freely controlling thousands of weapons. Only when you are well versed in the technique will you be able to control any treasure, even immortal emperor life treasures. Then, you will also be able to understand its mysticism with a single glance and create immortal emperor life treasures. Li Qie gave her more pointers. The dragon's skin is hard and tough. You using brute force will only hack the beast marrow and damage the natural treasure that is its body. Your saber needs to slice off the skin, soft yet swift, strong but flexible, acute and sharp. Qi Xiaodia took another deep breath. She gathered her energy again and unleashed another golden divine saber to start from the beginning. With Li Qie's instructions, she slowly dissected the dragon's stomach step by step. Finally, she was able to dismember the entire dragon and separate its parts. After finishing, she took a sigh of relief and sat straight down, not caring about her appearance as a lady. This type of weapon controlling, to Qi Xiaodia, was more draining than a fierce battle against someone else. Very mediocre. Li Qie glanced at her and shook his head. Your ancestor's weapon controlling skill was arguably at the peak, it reached the highest level. It could create immortal emperor true weapons, and they were exactly alike with the divine auras of said weapons. If you want to reach this level, then you have to grasp the weapon controlling art, otherwise, you will only have brute strength in the end, and you will only be able to create disorganized weapons and fight wildly. This is not the weapon controlling way. Qi Xiaodia quietly listened to Li Qie's teachings. Although his words were harsh, she memorized each word and engraved them into her heart. While Qi Xiaodia was devilishly practicing the divine gaze, Li Qie would go to the mountain every couple of days to capture longevity spirits and heavenly beasts so that she could learn her weapon controlling art. Qi Xiaodia practiced diligently and considered each word and phrase of Li Qiye as gold and jade. Chapter 289. The storm began while Li Qiye and Qi Xiaodia were training in the ancestral divine temple. There was a piece of news that reached the eastern 100 cities. The Heavenly Tao Academy had opened its gates to accept students everywhere. This news caused the entire region to clamor as countless people were debating about this matter in astonishment. One cultivator said, "The last time the academy accepted students was 1,000 years ago. That time, the academy was only accepting vagabond cultivators or young cultivators without any sections." Many great sects and countries in the eastern 100 cities quickly heard this news. This time, the academy was accepting students from all the sects and countries in this world, no matter the size nor heritage. As long as the students' conditions were suitable, they were able to enter the academy. Momentarily, countless people were in an uproar. Until now, the academy usually accepted disciples, but disciples and students were two different matters. Disciples, once accepted, were disciples of the academy for the rest of their lives. Students were different. They simply trained in the academy and could leave at any time. They bore no responsibilities and only needed to have the right qualifications. Of course, the treatment between disciples and students were different. Even then, there were still many young cultivators who were willing to become a student of the academy, even those from the great powers. Many young ones ran to the academy to see if they fit the requirements. Disciples from the great powers and the secret grounds all came since these powers could afford this little fee. Although these great powers had power and secret forces, they still brought their descendants and inheritors to the academy, including immortal emperor lineages and ancient kingdoms. The academy students could not learn the academy's secret and main techniques, but the academy had an extremely perfect teaching system. Although it didn't impart merit laws to the students, it taught them about the difficulties on the Tao path, how to deal with the devils of the heart, merit law control, and metaphorizing. There were no other great powers with such a perfect system. The Heavenly Tao Academy had researched about this matter for millions of years. Indeed, the academy was very great in this regard. Since the early ages, many immortal emperors once studied in the academy and benefited greatly. After becoming an immortal emperor, they would come back and leave behind an emperor law or immortal emperor life treasure for the academy. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, these renowned names were engraved on the Heavenly Tao Academy's monolith by them personally. After carrying the heaven's will, they would come back and leave their names behind. One is for great characters like Lion Monarch Baxian, Saber Ancestor, and Martial God. There were too many of them engraved on the monolith. These giant names under immortal emperors were all characters capable of sweeping through the 8 desolaces and ruling over the world during their generation. There were too many students taught by the academy that went on to become great characters that traversed the 9 worlds, too many to count. This was why whenever the academy opened its door to students, even the great powers would send their descendants. It was not only for training, but also to broaden their horizons and knowledge. As geniuses from great powers everywhere were traveling, the first young genius had entered the academy. Hu Yu is also entering the Heavenly Tao Academy. Hu Yu, the descendant of the Tiger's Howl School, was already at the enlightened being realm. He could become a tyrant of one direction anywhere in this generation, and he had also entered the academy to learn. Next, an even more famous genius came to the academy. Baxia also came. These pieces of news traveled fast and shocked many people. Hu Yu and Baxia were the rising and famous geniuses in the eastern 100 cities. Their enrollment to the academy surprised many people. In a short period of time, carriages ran like a flowing river right outside the academy as numerous people came to sign up. Some came with their predecessors while others arrived alone. There were some uber-level prodigies who went by themselves with an extraordinary presence. There was one who was undergoing his inner physique tribulation, but he still soared past the trial straight into the academy. Another genius trampled on the sky to arrive. With one step, he traversed the far horizon and into the academy with a blood energy that pierced the sky. Boom. One genius descended from the sky while carrying a meteor, causing all the hills right outside the academy's gate to become flattened. A few geniuses came secretly. Only when the teachers of the academy found out their situations did they become popular. One hidden genius had a galaxy above his head while sucking in the energy of the sun and moon. An academy teacher was quite surprised. This is a lost secret technique found in the legends. Another genius came in the door and was examined by a master. A storm and clouds began to form everywhere with the roars of Chilance. An ancient saint who brought his junior here to study was astonished. This is an exceedingly rare Qilin physique, a Hotian physique. He has a Qilint's blood. Superb geniuses, one after another, came to the academy and became its students. Not long after, a young man rode the wind to arrive with a sacred light that encompassed a huge area. This young man walked slowly, but he was like a saint opening the path. He was protected by many sages and a divine light surrounded his body. He was like the son of the heavens, descending down to earth. Seeing this man, many young people who came to sign up, and even the cultivators from the previous generation, were amazed. Zhu Huangwu. Great child Yao Guang, Zhu Huangwu, the descendant of the brilliant ancient kingdom. He also came to sign up. Another peerless demon spawn came to sign up. In just a split second, many students who came felt a much greater pressure. Great child Yao Guang, the descendant of the brilliant ancient kingdom. Brilliant ancient kingdom, 1 sect, 2 emperors. As the descendant of an ancient kingdom, his influence was great. Everyone took a deep breath. With such a great rival, there will not be boredom inside the academy. Zhu Huangwu already increased everyone's pressure, but he was not necessarily the most devilish student. On another registration day, dragon roars emanated across the academy as if heavenly dragons were rampaging, generating rain and winds and creating a majestic presence as if a member of the dragon race was arriving. Someone found out what happened. The descendant of the sleeping dragon cliff from the northern Great Sea came to the academy. This news surprised many sect masters and royal lords. One sect master couldn't help but murmur, people from the northern Great Sea actually came despite such a distance, truly unbelievable. Within half a year of registration, many sects from the Grand Middle Territory, Northern Grand Sea, Southern Crimson Earth, and Western Desolate Wasteland all brought people here to enroll. On another day, a godly mountain suddenly appeared in the sky with divine circular lights hovering about, carrying an extremely domineering presence. The descendant of the heaven-sweeping mountain also came to the academy. Another demon spawn became a student at the Heavenly Tao Academy. This situation caused many people to become dumbfounded. This is too weird. This is not the first time the academy accepted students. The majority of the students are usually from the Eastern 100 cities. Why are people from other regions also arriving? The recruitment was no longer confined to the Eastern 100 cities, and this caused many people to look with widened eyes. A few masters and royal lords were debating this matter. This is the ushering of a new golden era. Only when Second Sage was in charge of the academy would there be so many geniuses throughout the world arriving. Even geniuses from the 9 worlds also came after hearing his prestige. However, there was another explosive piece of news. Goddess May has enrolled in the academy. Mei Suyao of the Eternal River School had also joined the academy. Impossible. People were aghast after hearing this information. Eternal River School, 1 sect, 3 emperors. There were not many heritages comparable to it. Mei Suyao was the chosen one from the school to enter this world, and there was no need for further discussions regarding her. The Eternal River School's inner strength could even be stronger than the Heavenly Tao Academy, but Mei Suyao still enrolled. This was the cause for many people's astonishment. What is actually happening? Cultivators who were not aware of inside information became quite confused at the situation. Not many days have passed after Mei Suyao's enrollment when another heavyweight character emerged. That day, a person came down from the sky. This person came alone, but the myriad of laws were his followers. One step caused the Grand Tao to shake, one step to become the ruler of the heaven and earth. In just a moment, the sun and moon lost their colors, his step alone trampled the mountains and rivers. Existences in the places trod by him were shivering as if a god had descended to the mortal world. He had not yet arrived at the academy, but someone had already shouted, "Deity is here." 1. Fei Yang equals soaring, How high equals grand ocean, Ta Kong equals space trample. 2. Zhu Huangwu equals martial emperor, Yao Guang equals brilliance. Chapter 290, Deity Jikong Wudi, Deity Jikong Wudi. Hearing this name, even geniuses who considered themselves extraordinary were shocked. Jikong Wudi, such a domineering name. He dared to call himself unbeatable, he was peerlessly supreme. 1. Jikong Wudi, the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain, the 6th-generation grandson of immortal Emperor Ta Kong with 3 saint aptitudes. There were not many cultivators comparable to Jikong Wudi in the entire mortal emperor world. Someone once said that only Jikong Wudi could compete with Mei Suyao's immortal bone by using his 3 saint aptitudes. He hadn't trod his Tao journey for a long time, but anywhere he passed by, his opponents would all be convinced by him, thus people called him deity. The arrival of deity brought about strange visual phenomena amidst the heaven and earth. This caused all the aspiring students to sigh in lamentation. Many arrogant geniuses all lost their colors after seeing deity's aura. Even the most conceited men would not dare to compete against deity. Goddess Mei Suyao had arrived, and same with deity Jikong Wudi. Overnight, this news flipped over the academy and the eastern 100 cities. Many powerful predecessors were sent into a daze after learning about the situation. This is too crazy. Does the representative of the Eternal River School need to join the Heavenly Tao Academy? At this point, she is capable of opening her own sect to preach her Tao. Another royal lord murmured, deity Jikong Wudi also does not need to join the academy. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong had only left for 30,000 years, and he left behind enough veterans to help deity Jikong Wudi become an immortal emperor. Where is the need to join the academy? Immortal Emperor Ta Kong was the last immortal emperor of the emperor's era, and he was also the most contemporary. His influence in this world was far greater than other immortal emperors who had left this world for a long time. This was why, even though the space trample mountain had only been created 30,000 years ago, no contemporary heritages dared to look down upon it. Because it was the newest immortal emperor heritage, its inner strength was enough to cause others to tremble. The fact that both Goddess Mei and deity Jikong Wudi joined the academy stunned many people. A previous generation ancient saint muttered, such a situation has only happened once or twice before. The first time was when immortal Emperor Hao Hai studied at the academy, and the second was when second sage Wang Yuan was in charge of the academy. 2 admittance time periods that recruited all the best geniuses in this world. Could this time be comparable to the first 2? Someone else murmured, the student acceptance period 1,000 years ago was not as great as the situation right now. Geniuses from all 5 territories in the mortal emperor world were arriving despite the long distance. Something is wrong. After these 2 joined the academy, a few undyings from the great powers suddenly realized something. Even though the academy opening its doors is indeed a large matter, it is not quite heaven-piercing. This news traveled way too fast. How could these other territories receive this news and send their descendants to the academy within just half a year? Is this really only for studying? After hearing the reports from their juniors, a few old men who were halting their blood force suddenly woke up from their era blood stones and wondered, could it be that the Heavenly Tao Academy's portal is about to open again? Only monstrous existences like the Eternal River School or the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom knew the real story. However, soon after, the old undyings of the other powers very quickly recognized that this was not an ordinary matter. All of them thought about one thing, the portal of the Heavenly Tao Academy from the legends. Since a very distant era, there was a legend about the Heavenly Tao Academy. It stated that the academy was built on the Void Gate's earth vein. The Void Gate was one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures. It could only be heard of but not seen by the inhabitants of this world. Everyone believed that the 9 grand heavenly treasures and scriptures never existed, that they were only a hoax. Despite that being so, the rumors about the academy's portal never stopped. In a very ancient era, there was hearsay information that the portal inside the academy could open the Void Gate, while others thought that the portal had nothing to do with the Void Gate at all, that it was only a portal to a divine realm or a great treasure left behind since the legendary era. Could it be that the Void Gate will open at the eastern 100 cities in this generation? This speculation caused many hidden characters and undyings buried in their coffins to become unable to sit still as their hearts began to beat faster. The Void Gate does not exist in this world. An undying that had lived for countless generations woke up and murmured, ever since the past, countless wise sages had explored the portal of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, Second Sage, and many others that were all invincible characters of their generations. They had all searched this portal, and there wasn't a Void Gate or anything at all. No matter whether the Academy's portal had anything to do with the Void Gate or not, at this second, countless reclusive masters and undyings at the eastern 100 cities lost their patience and followed this matter closely. To them, the relationship between the portal and the Void Gate was not important because the portal itself was a great opportunity. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, and Wang Yuan were all great characters. When they studied at the academy during their youth, they obtained their great fortune inside the portal. Many people, later on, attributed their future success to the fortune taken from inside the portal. A portal to reach a divine treasure, a path to reach a supreme fortune. How could these undyings who knew insider information not become excited? Today, Qi Xiaodia was dissecting a monarch fish that was captured by Li Qiye. Peng King ran out from the lastingness courtyard and said with a watery mouth, "Not bad, a river monarch fish, excellent. This thing becoming a demon is really rare, even in the Heavenly Tao Academy's territory." During this time, Li Qiye had captured too many fierce beasts, including heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, ferocious birds, and insect kings. After training for some time, Qi Xiaodia's weapon-controlling art became more masterful. Day after day, she was immersed in cultivation. Right now, her control of her golden saber was as simple as a cook using his knife. In just the blink of an eye, this river monarch fish was dismembered and each part was perfectly divided. "Now, let me make a fish feast for everyone." The salivating old Taoist Peng took out the ingredients and started to make a fish feast at the temple. After his cooking was finished, little Autumn came out of nowhere and jumped on the table. "Smells so good." Then, Li Qiye also came out. The old Taoist then cheerfully said to him, "Young noble, come taste my cooking skill." Although he said this, his hands were already competing with little Autumn. The two of them were as fast as the wind, they wished that they could devour the entire feast by themselves. Old Taoist Peng was a food connoisseur, and his cooking was also great. Qi Xiaodia was not shy as she also participated in this grand war for the food. Only Li Qiye was nonchalant. Since time immemorial, what immortal feasts had he not participated in? Li Qiye had eaten many banquets from immortal emperors. After eating his fill, the old Taoist spoke to Li Qiye, "The portal of the academy will open in this generation." Little Autumn tapped its stomach with a still unsatisfied appearance and shook its head. "No, smelly Taoist, this boss can guarantee that your portal will open within half a year, or maybe 1 to 2 years if it takes a longer time. Just wait and see." Little Autumn had recently followed Li Qiye everywhere within the Academy's territory to analyze the earth vein, so it clearly understood the changes. It then spoke with the tone of an expert, "Your heaven and earth vein is pulsing and changing too dramatically. I am sure that there is a problem." Li Qiye was not surprised in his idleness. One of the reasons why he came here was for the Academy's portal. He wanted to look for the void gate once more. Li Qiye glanced at the old Taoist and asked, "Is the Heavenly Tao Academy recruiting students again?" Li Qiye had heard some news after traveling around the Academy's territory. Old Taoist Peng smiled and said, "Yes, it is quite an unfortunate matter. Paper cannot wrap fire, so the truth will come out. The portal has opened several times before, and those undyings had always been watching closely. Thus, we might as well let their juniors come in." Li Qiye leisurely said, "The Heavenly Tao Academy has never been afraid of anyone." "That is true. My old little brothers crawling out from their coffins could indeed suppress anyone with bad intentions." Old Taoist Peng smilingly continued, "We'll just let them deal with this matter." Li Qiye looked straight at the old Taoist and asked, "Then what is your academy afraid of?" The old Taoist's heart sank and said, "This." He knew that he couldn't fool Li Qiye. He withdrew his carefree look and took a deep breath before saying in a grave tone, "This has something to do with our academy's divine beast protector." "Right." Li Qiye nodded his head and said, "Your divine beast protector is very old, and it would have become dust if it wasn't for the heaven and earth vein. Could it be that it will finally rest in peace and return to the earth in this generation?" 1. Woody equals unbeatable/matchless. Chapter 291, Heavenly Tao Academy, the Realm God from the Legends. Qi Xiaodia, who was standing to the side, had been listening to the conversation and couldn't help but exclaim. She had heard of a few legends regarding the Academy's divine beast protector. It had always been mysterious. Rumor has it that it had lived for a very long time, but the world had not seen the divine beast protector for tens of millions of years. Some people even speculated that there was no such existence and it was only a rumor deliberately spread by the Academy. Yes, the Realm God. When talking about the divine beast protector of the Academy, even the casual old Taoist Peng became serious. "My old little brother said that the Realm God has recently become unstable." Li Qiye gently shook his head and said, "Your Heavenly Tao Academy has opened several portals, and the Realm God should have left already. It has stayed in this world for too long when it should have returned to ashes. Unfortunately, Your academy from generation to generation has always been reluctant and kept on keeping it here. Little Autumn couldn't help but admire as it spoke with grandiloquence. Realm God, ah, I have heard of this tale already. Oh grandmother, hee, in the future, I want to be such a character. One thought to open a myriad of domains, one thought to become the heavenly world. No, I want to surpass it, hee, to become a real spatial god. Just wait, in the future, I will be an immortal emperor of space. Li Qiye squinted at him and said, someone like you who only eats and sleeps will become an immortal emperor. What will you do to realize this grand dream? If you want to become an immortal emperor, then first refine your own realm. When your realm can't even turn into a world, do not talk about becoming an immortal emperor. Hey, young noble, how could this insignificant underling compete with you for the immortal emperor position? Becoming a true god is enough for me, there is no need to be an immortal emperor. Young noble is the real chosen one. If you can't become an immortal emperor, then no one else in the world is qualified to become one. Little Autumn became scared by Li Qiye's glance, so he immediately replied with flattery. My two bosses ah, if my little brothers cannot stabilize the realm god, then I'm afraid it will disappear just like the cleansing incense ancient sect's calamity god. Old Taoist Peng couldn't help but murmur. The cleansing incense ancient sect has the calamity god and the heavenly Tao Academy has the realm god. Both are referred to as grand gods, but which one is stronger? Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but ask while standing to the side. As a part of the ancient past, she had heard of their tales when she was younger. She didn't expect that there would be a day to discuss such matters in close proximity. This? No, it's very hard to say, I really can't tell you the answer. Old Taoist Peng shook his head and laughed, ha ha. Li Qiye then replied, this is dependent on the location. If it is inside the heavenly Tao Academy, then the realm god has his heaven and earth vein. It was born in this place, and this was the place where it became a god. It is firmly rooted in this earth, so this earth is for its usage. When it defends the academy, it could repel all enemies. As long as it doesn't leave the academy and remains rooted in this location, then even an immortal emperor would not necessarily be able to force his way in. If it leaves the academy, then it will be harder to say. In the end, its vitality has weakened, it will surely be at a big disadvantage when fighting against the calamity god. It is strong to this degree. Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but become surprised. Even an immortal emperor could not siege it successfully, how frightening was this? Li Qiye glanced at her and continued, the academy standing strong for such a long time until now is not without reason. Not to mention, the realm god's origin is heaven frightening, it is not something that you can imagine. Unfortunately, it is affected by the academy. Its success is because of the academy, but its defeat will also be because of the academy. If it left the academy at a young age, then it surely would have carried the heavens will to become a great immortal emperor. The realm god stayed in the academy at a young age, and all the elders exerted all of their efforts to groom it so it considered the academy as its home. It is understandable that it didn't want to leave. Old Taoist Peng smilingly said. Li Qiye glared at him and said, it is your academy that does not want it to leave. For millions of years, it blocked so many difficult tribulations for the heavenly Tao Academy. Even though the academy has made great contributions to the human race, one cannot deny the merits of the realm god. That is of course true. Old Taoist Peng wryly smiled and said. In the end, what belongs to the earth will return to the earth. The realm god has lived for long enough and it will one day leave. No one is immortal in this world, the same goes for immortal emperors and undying existences. Li Qiye slowly said. After hearing this, old Taoist Peng became dejected as he gently sighed. He understood this rationality, but the elders of the academy also understood. They only wanted to keep the realm god in the past and they expended a countless amount of blood and sweat to prolong its lifespan. But no matter what, it will leave one day. I want to go to your heavenly Tao Academy. In the end, Li Qiye said, your heaven and earth vein has recently been fluctuating too violently. This is very strange, and it is difficult to tell where the portal will open this time, so I have to go and see for myself. I need to see your ancestral ground that is channeling the heaven and earth vein to clearly understand this new strange development. Good, old Taoist Peng hurriedly said, I will tell my old little brothers to arrange it for you. He was very willing to see Li Qiye enter the academy since Li Qiye was unfathomable. Maybe he will grant the academy a new opportunity. No, Li Qie pondered for a moment and said, we'll do it like this, I will just enter the Grand Era Hall. Do you want to let the progenitor know? Old Taoist Peng couldn't help but ask. In fact, he wanted to know Li Qie's identity and why Li Qie knew their progenitor. Unless Li Qie was a descendant of their progenitor's old acquaintance, this would be an impossible matter. No, Li Qie shook his head and declined, there is no need to alarm others, I simply want to see the situation of the heaven and earth vein. Having said this, his heart couldn't help but lament with a soft sigh. Meeting the progenitor? They might as well not meet. At the moment, he didn't want to see Ma Gu. It was too long ago, matters of the past have been covered with a layer of dust, so why the need to see each other again? Old Taoist Peng didn't force the matter, he nodded his head and said, then I will let little Lu arrange it for you. This brat is our Heavenly Tao Academy's most excellent young prodigy. This brat's nature and temperament are quite excellent and he's absolutely worthy of being groomed. At this point, he inadvertently or purposefully looked at Qi Xiaodia, who was standing a bit to the side. Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything about this implication. He then told Qi Xiaodia, clean up a bit. Tomorrow, we will go to the Heavenly Tao Academy. On the second day, Li Qie left the temple with little Autumn and Qi Xiaodia. Although the old Taoist didn't leave the lastingness courtyard, he arranged everything for Li Qie's entrance to the academy. But before their departure, Qi Xiaodia didn't want to leave this old temple, she stared at the statue of her ancestor. There were too many unknown secrets in this temple, and she hadn't figured all of them out. To her, the time spent in this temple had changed her greatly, including her attitude and knowledge. One could say that this temple opened a new door for her and exposed her to the real Grand Tao. Before this event, she was an arrogant canary, the princess of the lion's roar country. No matter how modest she portrayed herself, deep in her bones remained an innate arrogance from being a golden daughter. But at this moment of departure, she was only a devout cultivator who managed to constrain her pride within, she was someone who was willing to stay next to Li Qie with sincerity. Before, she only glanced at a tiny corner of the Grand Tao, but after following Li Qie, she finally saw the Grand Tao and embarked on the journey towards the Supreme Path. Come, you can come back whenever you want later. Li Qie glanced and said towards Qi Xiaodia, who was unwilling to depart. She took a deep breath and bowed down to her ancestor before leaving with Li Qie. Heavenly Tao Academy, an ancient and towering heritage, the human race's oldest heritage. People said that the Grand Tao of the human race had two origins, one was the War God Temple and the other was the Heavenly Tao Academy. Its origin was ancient to the point of being untraceable. One could only understand the Academy's majesticity when standing in front of its doors. Countless divine mountains and giant palaces were present, they towered all the way to the sky to gaze at the heavens. The highest place was surrounded by stars as if it was its own separate world. Amongst the giant mountains, there was a divine bridge that spanned 10,000 miles from one corner of the sky to another. Inside the academy were divine cranes flying in the sky with flood dragons riding the clouds alongside other auspicious animals. Standing outside the academy made other people question its name. How could this just be an academy? It was more like its own separate world. Heavenly Tao World would be a more appropriate title. Qi Xiaodia couldn't help but stare in awe at the academy's boundless majesticity. The western border was only a corner of the academy, a very desolate and unnoticeable area. The moment they set foot before the gate, they could see a giant monolith. It was more accurate to call it a giant stone rampart rather than an ancient monument. There were many names engraved on this monolith, some resembled silver hooks and steel strokes written in a calligraphic style while others bore the dragon and serpent style. However, there were also those with the simplistic ink-splashing art. One Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, Lion Monarch Ba Xian, Martial God, Saber Ancestor. All of these were extraordinary characters and their famous names were carved on this monolith. All of them were the most excellent students who came out of the academy. Unless one achieves a certain level of invincibility, they would not be able to come back and leave behind their names on this monolith. 1. Silverhook style, the tip of the brush is exposed where it is lifted from the paper, leaving a distinctive hook, hence the description, silver hooks and steel strokes, for his calligraphy. A continuous cursive force permeates the entire piece. The brush skirts up, down, left, and right as it speeds across the paper. With the crescendo and accelerando of the brush motion, viewers may imagine the brush as if it were a sword, or an arrow, or a group of musical notes, revealing varying speeds and feelings. This ink splashing style is from the Tang dynasty. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.